To the faithful.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Happy Tuesday to you. It's Murph and Marcus. It's not Murph and Marcus. Adam Copeland with you this morning, hanging out with you till 10 a.m. We got a whole slew of fill-in hosts with you this week, and a lot of fun stuff coming your way on KNBR. Some fun, surprising stuff. A couple blasts from the past. Later this afternoon, after this show's over, 10 a.m., you're going to get Dieter Kurtenbach and Todd Husak, former quarterback, of course, of the Stanford Cardinal, played in the NFL with the Washington Commandos. I saw him last week, actually. Ran into him at Original Joe's up in North Beach. So we'll get his thoughts on the Niner game. Of course, Ian Dieter will be with you 10 to 2 in for Papa and Lund today. We may actually check in with John Lund this morning. I was with John, of course, and Dennis Brown yesterday. All Christmas Day down at Levi Stadium, catching the 33-19 loss. Yeah, I know. We waited a minute and 19 seconds before I brought it up. 33-19, Niners lose to the Baltimore Ravens. Don't worry. We got 4 hours to get into it, and we will do just that. And we'll break away a little bit later today at 8 a.m. We'll talk to Mark Spears for his weekly conversation. Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape actually had an update, a report from Mark Spears this weekend. Might have been yesterday. All my days are running together because this is still just one long big Christmas day to me. Dude, young Tony here on the board. Dude, from Christmas Eve into yesterday into right now, I couldn't believe this morning. I got up at my house a couple hours ago. I was watching SportsCenter, just had it on in the background. And they were showing the highlights of the Lakers and Celtics yesterday. I thought that game was like 3 days ago. I was like, didn't they just play like a couple days ago? No, that was yesterday afternoon. So lots to get to today, though, in terms of the 49ers. 8 a.m., we'll talk to Mark Spears about the Warriors who snapped that winning streak in the loss to Denver yesterday. And they had a shot, man. I was watching that while we were doing the pregame for the Niners down at Levi's. And Steph hit the three to make it 110. I think it was a 4-point game, 110, 114 maybe. Steph and Clay, I mean, what are the odds that the Niner defense and offense and Steph Curry are going to go flat all in the same day? Big lump of coal for us on Christmas. So there you go. Niners lose 33-19. We will talk plenty more about it. As I said, the worst game of Brock Purdy's career. Probably the worst game the defense has played since October, right? I mean, that's the first loss since October 29th when they lost to the Cincinnati Bengals. So 6 consecutive wins for the Niners by 12 or more points. I saw a note coming into this weekend. If you had flipped, it was a list of all the teams in the NFL and their records heading into Week 16. And it said if you had flipped, it was what would happen if you flipped every one-score game, the opposite direction. The Eagles would be like 5-9 heading into this week or something like that. Niners would have been 11-3 because they have not played a one-score game. So, again, the loss yesterday, the worst of the season. And really, I think it felt embarrassing to the players. The way they spoke about it after the game will play a lot of the reaction and a lot of, as we've gotten to know some of these guys more, because there's a lot of continuity on this team. And there's a lot of guys who were here, not as many as I think we think about in terms of the volume of players, but big-time names that were here in 2019. Overwhelmingly, it's a different crop of players, but not a lot of guys who have had great levels of success and have been chasing that Super Bowl carrot with Kyle Shanahan for many years, specifically the last 3, right, where you've got 2 NFC Championship appearances, and both times you feel like you probably should have gone to the Super Bowl, and you feel like if you went, you probably would have won the game. So a lot left to be desired, but for the way they've been playing and the way they've been blowing teams out, I mean, Tom and I have talked for weeks about this, that it seems like in this 6-game winning streak that they have had, it does not matter how tough you play defense against this Niner offense. There are so many weapons. Yesterday, George Kittle, for the first 10 minutes of the Niner offense being on the field, I say 10 minutes in like reality time, not 10 minutes of game clock. Because, by the way, at halftime, still just a one-score game after 3 interceptions. The clock, it felt to me like the Niners didn't have the ball at all. It was like 16 and a half to 13 and a half, or 13, something like that for the first half distribution. Bottom line is, the way guys talked about it after the game yesterday, it's a team with expectations. It's a team that has so much that can beat you, where the defense is getting off the field. The offense at one point, scored 6 consecutive touchdowns in one game, right? I mean, they put up 40 points plus 2 different times this year, and they did it to some of the best teams in the AFC, some of the best teams in the NFC. They beat the crap out of the Jacksonville Jaguars coming out of the bye. By the way, 2 games this year, Christian McCaffrey has not scored a touchdown in. In both of those games, Niners won, and he had insane performances. So 140 plus against in the first game where he didn't score a touchdown. 2 weeks ago when he didn't, or 3 weeks ago, and the Jacksonville game he was over 100 from scrimmage. Remember, they kept trying to get him in. Kyle Juszczyk had just gone down at the 1. McCaffrey might have that record, and we might be talking more firmly about him as an MVP. More on that later. We'll get to that and where the MVP odds went with Brock Purdy yesterday. I came out of the game last night though feeling like numb is not the right word, but I thought before the game there's not much that can happen here in terms of poor performance that would change my feeling about the team. And I'm going to stand by that thought. However, and I don't think the sky is falling. However, there were things that happened in yesterday's game, be it out of their control or within their control for the Niners. Some of it injuries, some of it mistakes, penalties. I mean, they were awful up and down the field in all 3 phases. So we can pick one from special. Mitch Wishnowsky got a unnecessary roughness penalty, didn't he? And you can go back one more on that. They got moved back on the pre-snap because of a false snap by the gunner on the special teams penalty. Then they allow a big return, then yards added to the end of the play. At one point, Tashawn Gibson had like 3 flags in like a 2-play span or something. They had to decline one and take 2 of the others. They kept extending drives for the Ravens. I thought Lamar played fine. I didn't think he played out of this world. But in a head-to-head matchup against what people believe is the best team in football in the Niners, the Ravens said they didn't like that they were underdogs. They felt disrespected by that. By the way, by the time the game kicked off, the Niners at one point right before game time were up to a 6.5-point favorite. It opened at like 3 or 3.5, and people were hammering the Niners. It kind of felt like a weird line to me anyway, and I sort of thought, if you told me the final score of the game was 33-19, I think every one of us to a man would have taken the 49ers blowing out the Ravens. So I don't know that I saw anything yesterday that makes me think differently about the team. Like, I don't know that I think they're now more susceptible to being beat in the first round or in divisional round if they end up with the bye. There are some concerns out of things that happened yesterday. Brock, to me, is not in the top, I'd say top 2. He's not in like the top. He's not the glaring problem to me because so many other things went wrong. Sort of like when you look back at the Cleveland game where Brock played really poorly. Hadn't thrown an interception until that game. Still gets him in field goal range at the end before Jake Moody misses the kick. That's a game where Trent Williams went down with an injury. That's a game where they were playing with backup offensive linemen. It's a game where they were playing without Deebo Samuel at one point, who left the game. I think Trent actually got hurt, came back in. Jalen Moore took the field for a minute, and then he was out for the next couple of games through the bye week. Just says to me how much more crucial, because of how many games this team has played over the last few years, that number 1 seed and bye week are going to be for them. Their reaction to coming out of the bye when they hit a road bump or hit a road block the first time around was damn good. That said, they made some changes. They had just added Randy Gregory a couple of weeks before that. He was still getting up to speed. Now, I don't think that's like some game-changing piece. I think that's a depth piece. I think it would be foolish to overlook acquisitions like that and the role they play in how the starters perform, right? Kevin Givens over the last several years, Charles Omenihu. I mean, take your pick of Kerry Hyder, guys who have come in who I wasn't aware. I wasn't following D-line play like that. I wasn't a maniac about in the trend. I'm a Tim Ryan guy. I'm a Dennis Brown guy. I'm not studying offensive and defensive line play. I'm letting guys like that tell me more about it. However, it all starts right there. And they frequently say it because of the domino effect, right? When the D-line was playing as well as it had after the acquisition of Chase Young out of the bye, the secondary, hadn't heard anything about the secondary except how damn good Charvarius Ward has been, right? John Gibson hadn't really thought about him. Hell, Hufanga went down for the season. We haven't even really talked about it because Jair Brown has been playing pretty damn well in the secondary. And then all of a sudden, last week, the run game gashes up the middle without 2 starting defensive tackles and Armstead, who was still out yesterday. That's, by the way, becoming a bit of a concern. It's a lingering issue. You've got Aaron Banks dealing with a similar lingering foot issue, exact same toe that he was dealing with. Jalen Moore came in for Trent Williams, who's dealing with a groin, and he was gimping on the sideline. Looked like maybe he lobbied a little bit, but boy, stuff as a groin is anyway, to get back in there as a left tackle and try to stop the best pass rushers in football is wild. That said, all this you bundle all that up and you say at halftime of this game after Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions, it was a 1-score game. It was a 1-score game and the numbers were lining up, at least statistically, fairly even. save the turnovers. Even the penalties in the first half. 4 for the Niners, 4 for the Ravens. 50 yards to 57. It wasn't that drastic. However, the second half, and we'll talk about this when we come on back, the opening of the second half is what kind of did the Niners in. It was not scoring on that opening drive, allowing the Ravens to score and then turning it over twice. The quick 2 turnovers. We will get to a lot of your thoughts today. Niners lose 33-19. Hope everybody had a really nice holiday. Adam Copeland with you until 10 a.m. this morning in for my guys, Murph and Marcus. We'll check in. Kerry Crowley is going to join us at, we'll do it at about 6:50. We'll talk to Kerry, get his thoughts on the game from yesterday. We will talk to Mark Spears at 8 o'clock this morning, get his thoughts on what's going on with Draymond Green, who, by the way, apparently has a little bit of a plan or a roadmap for how he's going to get back. And we've got a number of games that's been said now. It's been stated, a potential number of games for how long he's going to be out. We will get into all of that. Brock Purdy's MVP odds. How important, by the way, did not anticipate week 17 at Washington was going to be a game I was going to have to get, angsty about, I didn't think I was going to have to get fired up or, get the juices flowing. And then I was listening to some cuts this morning. I was listening to the Matt Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan do a great job on the 49ers Talk podcast. They recorded at the stadium right after the game. And I was listening to that this morning. They played a soundbite from Fred Warner at the podium yesterday, and he goes, yeah, man, we just know we got a huge game on a short week coming up. I was like, damn, man, we got a huge game against Washington. This team's dismantled. They selling off for parts at the deadline. They're going to axe their coach. Guys are booking vacations. Handle business, 49ers. Handle business in Washington. You got to make sure you win these next 2 to solidify that 1 seed. We'll talk about the importance of that when we come on back. Adam Copeland hanging out with you. We are streaming, by the way, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, the KNBR app and KNBR.com, and on the YouTube page at KNBR 1045. Young Tony's hanging out. Kyle Harris hanging out. And if you're hanging out or you're getting up to go to work, I'm sorry you're already back at work, but I'm here with you. I'm doing it too. I was supposed to be. We can go. This is going to go way over. Tony said Clerks won. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Nobody's going to get that, at least not in the building right now. When we come on back, more on the 49ers 33-19 loss to the Baltimore Ravens. Did this game, in your mind, say more about the Ravens or more about the 49ers? We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Not bad for a running back.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
The 49ers on their worst loss of the season. Brock Purdy throws 4 interceptions, and they fall to the Baltimore Ravens 33-19. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Shotgun snap. Here's a blitz by Fred Warner. Lamar going to backpedal in the end zone. Runs away from Bosa. They sack him in the end zone. He lost the ball.
That's going to be grounding.
Grounding in the end zone should be a safety.
That is going to be a safety.
4th and goal, 1 yard line. It's a pistol. He's got a back to each side. And behind, he's going to hand off to Edwards. Touchdown, Baltimore. 49ers look to tie the game if they go for 2. Here's Purdy. Stretch to McCaffrey, coming left. Takes it right down to the goal line. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown! Jackson back. Steps up in the pocket. Gets out to his left. Being chased. Throws on the run. Caught. Touchdown. Right in the front of the end zone to Nelson Aguilar. Baltimore runs out of the huddle the way the Rams used to with Gurley. Fake the toss. Lamar throws middle. Touchdown. Wide open. Zay Flowers. Darnold in the gun. 2 by 2. McCaffrey goes out. Darnold throws middle. Caught. Touchdown. Ronnie Bell is second in the NFL. Nicely done by Sam Darnold.
How's the final score for the Niners there? Greg Papa did get one more happy thought in there on the Sam Darnold to Ronnie Bell touchdown as he entered the game after Brock Purdy caught another stinger. I was in Arizona last week for the win over the Cardinals. They win the division, of course. And I gotta tell you, the minute where Brock went into the tent last week and had the stinger, and he's like, looks like it's the arm. Everybody's freaking out, right? Same thing yesterday. He was down for a minute there on the turf, and for the 4 sacks that he took. I don't know about you guys. 808 KMBR is the number to hit us on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Check in on the YouTube chat as well. I'll jump in there in just a minute. But I felt like he was mauled yesterday. I felt like he was getting pancaked. He was getting thrown around. He was guys in the backfield. He was under duress. And I fear is the wrong word. My observation, and because of what we know about Brock, how much of a processor he is, how accurate he is, and yesterday, by the way, it didn't seem like he did much of any of that. Didn't seem like he did much of any of the processing. And not to discredit anything from Baltimore, I think they're part of the reason for that. When you create havoc for a quarterback and you get into his face, and a lot of times it's pressure up the middle, that's where they're most uncomfortable. He's not the biggest guy, but when he's constantly running, he's constantly moving, he's not able to time and make throws into spaces that he needs to normally make those throws into. I think at times, and he's made these comments, I heard Jennifer Lee Chan talking about this, NBC Sports Bay Area, saying Brock hates, and I know every quarterback does, but he hates and feels the pressure of making sure his offense doesn't punt. So when you think about the interception he throws, I think it's the third pick. It's tough to run through them all. I think it's the third interception. It was the second one by I'm blanking on his name now. The Kyle. You had 2. Hamilton. Thank you very much. Kyle Hamilton had 2. He had the one in the end zone on the first drive of the game. No, not you, Kyle Haar. Kyle Haar sitting in there. That's honestly what I almost said, Kyle. It's why it stuck in my head at 6:20. Kyle Hamilton's second interception, remember, it gets tipped up. That's the play I think Trent Williams gets hurt on, too. He has to make a tackle on that, on the interception. Brock is running out. You see flags come flying in. It's 4th down, or late, I think it's 3rd down there, 3rd and manageable there. He decides he's got to make a play. He rolls out and he just throws a ball into coverage to try to make a play, and I think there's some pressure there. You see flags coming in. There's laundry. You know it's in the backfield. It's on your team. It was a chop block. You get the interception, and then, by the way, insult to injury, that penalty gets tacked on to the end of the pick. So there you go. Tough day for the 49ers. Brock Purdy, worst game of his professional career. Niners snap a 6-game winning streak of 12 or more points. Again, last loss came back on October 29th. First time since 2015 that a 49er quarterback, I thought it would be longer, by the way, that a 49er quarterback threw 4 interceptions in a game without throwing a touchdown. It was Colin Kaepernick in 2015. Accomplished the same feat. You want one silver lining? One little nugget here that's maybe kind of cool? Brock Purdy did go over 4,000 yards passing, and he is the first 49er quarterback to go over 4,000 yards passing since Jeff Garcia did it. That's pretty incredible, right? Jeff Garcia's got the most passing yards in the history of a franchise for a single season performance, which shouldn't come as that big of a surprise, seeing as how Joe Montana invented the pass game with Bill Walsh for what the modern day offense is. You look back at numbers back then, they were a little bit different. You look at numbers for yesterday, they were pretty much the antithesis of what Brock Purdy did last week. No touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Conversely, Lamar Jackson, 23 of 35, 252, 2 touchdowns. I asked you before we went to break, does this game or this loss, does it say more about the 49ers or more about the Ravens? In my mind, it didn't say much about the Niners as long as a lot of these problems are corrected. And because it felt like everything, all the S hit the fan at one time, and again, some of it was execution, some of it was injury, some of it was lack of availability for guys who were on the O-line, and then Kyle having to make a decision to get Brock out of there. I disagreed with this take from a texter last night on the postgame, and in watching more of the game, the first half again today, they maybe threw the ball more than we anticipated. And we'll hear from Kyle on that a little bit later, where on his aggressive play calling, or what we view as aggressive when it's a bunch of passes early. I think all of us look back there and we go, Christian McCaffrey's in the backfield, right? He's got 115 yards on the day on 14 carries. They ran the ball. That was probably the lone bright spot. Brock, when he did complete some passes downfield, had some good ones, but they never got the one big explosive play that blew the lid off of Levi Stadium, and it was kind of waiting for a while. It just never came. Here's what Fred Warner had to say, one of the heartbeats of the team. He talked yesterday after the game about how they've got to be better at the start of the first half and not let them score touchdowns in the second half. 17 points in the third quarter is what broke it open for the Ravens. Here's Fred Warner.
Both. I think, obviously, we have to have a way better start to the game in the first half as a team, and then in the second half, even if they do get the ball on defense, we can't let them score touchdowns. Like, we got to find a way to either get the ball back or settle for three, and we didn't do that in the second half. We just didn't play good enough to win the game.
Again, they're down 4 at the end of the first half. By the way, 5-0 was the score right to start. It's like, what are we doing? 5-0, bottom 6? What the hell's this, dude? The safety to start there. And then they give up 13 in the second quarter there. A couple interceptions, the 3 interceptions, really. 2 in the second, but the one to end the first drive. First interception by Brock on his opening drive this year. And then the issue is the Niners then on defense allow 7 consecutive scores, touchdowns and field goals. That's what the Niners do to other teams, right? So they come out to start the game, and Fred's saying we got to do a better job early in the game. They forced a 3-and-out to start. And then the offense was kind of ripping it. Brock gets him right down there, and Kyle Hamilton picks him off in the end zone. And part of me thinks, I remember when he released it, I thought, boy, he kind of released that high, like over his head, the release point of the pass, considering how close he was to the intended receiver. And I know Kyle, after the game, Shanahan blamed, he says that one's on Brock. Like, that's one that he was upset about. The other ones, he said, can't put them all entirely on him. Trying to make plays happen, balls get tipped, things like that are just part of the game. And that's why I sort of feel like there should be forced errors and unforced errors statistically for interceptions, like there are in tennis, right? Should have a pick that gets credited to a receiver who has the ball go through his hands. Or Mahomes had that a few years ago. Can't make the same excuse this year. I don't know. I don't have anything for you losing to the Raiders the way you did, Pat. And then the emotion behind it too. It's not looking good. Not looking good for whiny Patrick Mahomes and the Kermit the Frog crying on the field. Anyway, what Fred Warner's talking about is the hot start, but then really it's the Niners offense not holding on to the football when they start the third quarter, right? Kyle wants to get the ball back after scoring at the end of the first half. He wants to get it back. He wants to come down and score. When they don't do that, they allow them to score, turn it over, and allow them to score again. They've got 2 touchdowns quick there. They go down 17 in the third quarter, and then they're off and running. Then it's 30-12, and you're playing catch-up the entirety of the game or the second half. So in the fourth quarter, when Brock's still out there for that final drive, that drive started, and there was, 7 minutes or something? I have to look exactly at what there was. 8 minutes on the clock. And I said to a guy I was standing there with, I said, boy, down 2 scores here this late, I'm still a little concerned as to why Brock's out there right now. I thought maybe you cut your losses here. You've lost O-lineman. Trent Williams goes down. Jalen Moore, the backup left tackle, comes in. He goes down with a concussion. It was so bad, kind of flashbacks of 2017? The year they acquired Jimmy late in the season. They were 0-9. That game in Philadelphia, they had like Garrett Selleck at like right tackle at one point. They were running out of offensive linemen until they could get guys back in there. Not quite as bad yesterday, but it got pretty thin. I mean, linemen for the Niners were flying all over the place, it looked like. They had to move McKivitz from the right side over to left tackle. Then he got banged up. He seemed like he was on his back for a lot of the game after that. You had to move, I got it all for you here. They moved everybody all over the place. Feliciano then is in there playing guard. Basically 3 backup O-linemen are in the game at one time, and they're not even playing the positions that they're generally playing, right? So, and a couple of them pretty young. Colt McKivitz had not played left tackle. And then you've got Aaron Banks over on the right side. He gets hurt. Spencer Burford then has to move over to the right tackle spot. He slides down. So it was a mess. At one point, then Kyle, I think, says after Brock gets that stinger back-to-back weeks, you say cut your losses. Let's play for next week, which, by the way, in football is always a hilarious thought to me that as a coach, you're like, dude, our quarterback's going to get killed. We got to get him out of there. And then you're like, hey, Sammy, where's Sam Darnold at? Throw the helmet on. Let's go out to Leland. Leland's in Sacramento. He wants to talk a little Brock Purdy. 808-KMBR is the number to call and to text. We will get to more of your calls a little bit later. We will get you a little modified big hit today. Still get you your cooler content. All that good stuff with Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher out this week. Leland is in Sacramento. Purdy's worst performance of his career. Leland, you're on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Adam. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Merry Christmas. How are you?
Merry Christmas right back at you. Hey, well, you know what? Of course, those of us who follow the 49ers are disappointed with, the loss yesterday. But I think you made a couple relevant observations. Well, first of all your observations are relevant, but I'd like to focus on that.
you bailed me out there, did I? If I'm making observations from a game I was at 12 hours ago and we got nothing out of it that's accurate, then we're in trouble.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
No, you're good, bro.
I think Brock Purdy, my sense was after that first interception, watching it on TV, and remember, we don't see everything. We just see what the cameras show us. And then that third interception, I was getting the sense, and I felt like this before, but maybe with a couple other losses, that he is so young. He's just a 23-year-old kid. He's a kid. He hasn't, I don't know how much, physically, mentally, he becomes that quarterback, that man. He's so young. He in his mind, he's trying to carry the team on his shoulders. He just can't do that.
That's, Leland, that's a great point you make. And hang on the line with me here, just because I was thinking about this, and John Lund and I were talking about this yesterday, where I hate to one thing I hate to do, and I almost never do it, I try not to, is to psychoanalyze what I think a player or an athlete is thinking. I'm like, that guy is so different than anything I've ever done. To your point, he's a 20-something. We think about our age and what we were doing. My guy, Young Tony's here on the board. He's older than Brock Purdy is, and he's like the youngest guy any of us have ever seen. Like he discovered life yesterday. You know what I mean? So what's interesting about the MVP conversation is this has been a very loud conversation because of the team he's on, because of the quality of play, because of his status and whether or not people are giving him the credit he's deserved for the way he's played this year. I do wonder if now that this is going to take a back seat to everything else, if he can play a little bit, again, not that he wasn't playing free, but I wonder if, to your point, Leland, this is a little bit taken off of his plate. I would imagine just as a human being, this is something he's thinking about.
Yeah. And I think if he gets to the place where it's not all on him trying to avoid that punting the ball, get another set of downs, get back in the game, if things might go a little better, if that's one little tweak he could make in his mental awareness. Just a thought. Adam, thanks for taking my call.
No, appreciate you, man. Thanks so much, Leland. 808-KMBR is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We're streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader and always on the KMBR app, KMBR.com, and YouTube. I'll jump in there a little bit here during the break. Say what's up to everybody hanging out on YouTube. Adam Copeland with you until 10 a.m. this morning. And then at 10, it's going to be Dieter Kurtenbach and Todd Husak. A lot of football talk for you today. We will, at 8 o'clock, catch up with Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape.com, get his thoughts on the Warriors. Sort of quick turnaround. I don't really know what the hell to make of them, except that I'm done ever counting them out. Like, it's like Steph, Clay, Konda, and then it's Podziemski. Dude, if you did a redraft right now of Brandon Podziemski, that guy's a lottery pick, no question, but maybe like a top 10 pick, potentially. We'll talk to Mark Spears about all that. When Draymond's coming back, he had a report about the specific number of games that have been discussed. So we'll do all that a little bit later in about 20 minutes. Kerry Crowley is going to join me, talk a little bit more about this 49er game on this holiday week. I imagine a lot of people still off the roads or off work this week. We do have basically every KMBR host is off work this week, too, just hanging out. So hopefully you're hanging out with us. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up later today. When we come on back, more on that MVP conversation we were just talking about. After the worst game of Brock Purdy's professional career, is Lamar Jackson the, quote, hands down MVP after yesterday's performance? Best team, best player, and they have a head-to-head win? We'll talk about who could put a maybe a little rain cloud over Lamar Jackson's MVP chances. And we saw him yesterday. That's up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Lamar back. Lamar being chased out from behind, gets out to his left. Will he run now? He will. He'll run inside the 30, move inside 25, cuts back middle 20, all the way inside the 15. He's down to the 10-yard line. Jackson back, steps up in the pocket, gets out to his left, being chased, throws on the run, caught, touchdown. Right in the front of the end zone to Nelson Aguilar. Baltimore runs out of the huddle the way the Rams used to with Gurley. Fake the toss. Lamar throws middle, touchdown, wide open, Zay Flowers.
That's a bust.
I thought Lamar had an MVP performance tonight. You know, it takes a team to create a performance like that, but it takes a player to play at that level. To play at an MVP level, it takes a player to play that way, and Lamar was all over the field doing everything.
We got the dub. You know, I really don't care about the performance. I just wanted to win, and that's what happened tonight. You know, on Christmas, that was my gift. You know, they asked me at an interview a couple weeks ago, like, what would I want for Christmas? And my wish got granted, you know. You just need to keep going, keep staying locked in, and keep staying focused. Because, you know, we know what it was 2019. You know, we was playing against guys like this, winning games, winning regular season games. And when the time came, we didn't finish the season. So we just going to keep taking it a day at a time, you know, practice at a time, and a game at a time. That's all I'm focused on right now.
It's the voice of John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson you hear coming in there. 33-19, they beat the Niners. Niners fall to 11-4, first loss since October 29th. Snaps a 6-game winning streak. All those wins by 12 or more points. The Ravens now move to 12-3. Number one, still atop the AFC. Holding on to the number one seed. They can clinch it and lock it up with a victory next week, or this week, I should say, against Miami. It's kind of a fun game after Miami knocked off Dallas. Adam Copeland with you here until 10 a.m. 808 KMBR is the number to call. Anybody looking to react to the 49er game from yesterday? How you feeling? Again, I said earlier, I don't think the sky's falling. I do think there's some things to be concerned about. Injuries, the penalties, and the lack of consistent tackling in the last 5 to 6 weeks has been not good. I can give you the missed tackle numbers in the last few games. I don't have yesterday's in front of me yet, but they did have, it's been not good of late. The missed tackles, Fred Warner's been fantastic, but yesterday, especially in the secondary, not good in the pass D. Run D, pretty damn good yesterday. They did a pretty good job of stopping, except for the big gash that Lamar had, the big 30-plus yard gain. That was the one that hurt him and was detrimental. Outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot to be thrilled about with the Niners yesterday. 4 turnovers, obviously, for Purdy, 1 more pick from Sam Darnold. The O-line is banged up. I thought this game said more about the Ravens and probably more about how they've been disrespected by the national scope on them. They've been real good for a while. I want to say it was like week 9 or 10. Tom was saying they were the best team in the AFC. And I didn't scoff at it, but I thought, oh, okay, let's see who else they play. And if they can stay healthy. They lost their starting running back week 1. J.K. Dobbins tore his Achilles, right? Lamar has had to play in a brand new offense, by the way, under Todd Monken, who comes in from Georgia. Completely new offense and has developed pretty nicely without his top pass catcher in Mark Andrews, his number 1 guy for the last several years. He's got a rookie receiver leading the charge in Zay Flowers, 22nd overall pick out of Boston College from April's draft. You've got Odell Beckham Jr., who's, been banged up and is he's still a piece. He's not what he was. He's not a number 1, but he's still a weapon. He can make some catches for you. They got Aguilar out there. So they've been able to put this together. And I was making the case last week that if Brock Purdy was your MVP, if Brock Purdy, while I believed going into yesterday's game, he was the NFL's MVP, if we're going by the current QB standards, actually somebody messaged me and said, if you go by dollar amount per point or yard, he's without a doubt the most valuable player in the league. If we're going true value of what you're getting for what you're paying, Brock Purdy, without a doubt, the most valuable, unless McCaffrey just blows the lid off of this thing. So the other part of this is Christian McCaffrey and the type of year he's having. It seems to most people, and the narrative is that it's a quarterback award now, right? Adrian Peterson, the last running back to win it, and that was in 2012. I think LaDainian Tomlinson won 107. You had Sean Alexander get one. I was talking about the Sean Alexander one with the guys on the pregame show yesterday, because Sean Alexander that year in 2005 when he won the MVP, 27 rushing touchdowns, 1,800 yards. Get this, 16 games played, get 15 receptions total the entire year. No receiving touchdowns. He beat out Peyton Manning and Tom Brady for the MVP, right? Wild. And I believe neither guy threw 30 touchdowns. I'd have to go back and check. I'm pretty sure Peyton threw 28. Now, the caveat to that, and it kind of ties into this Niner and Ravens game from yesterday, last night's game, the Monday night game, the primetime game, second time in NFL history that two teams who were in sole possession of the best record in each conference played this late in the season, week 16, right? It used to be the second to last week of the year for many years. The Giants and Patriots met week 17 of 2007, and the Giants gave them the what for. Patriots ended up winning, getting to 16-0, but the Giants were not atop their division, let alone their conference. They were like 9-7. I think this is what that dropped them to. They were looking for a 10th win to go 10-6. That's the last time it happened. That game, I went back and looked at the box score yesterday. Peyton Manning left the game early with an injury. Sean Alexander went off. They won the game something like this. It was like 33-16, something like 38-19, something like the Niners lost yesterday. And then because of the performance, Sean Alexander ran away, literally and figuratively, with the MVP. Again, 27 touchdowns was incredible, and I believe the record-setting number at the time. If McCaffrey does something like that, I mean, he's at what, 21 or something now, right? He had 13 rushing and 7 receiving going into yesterday's game. Leads the league in rushing. He's got a ton of receptions. It's on the table still because I don't think Lamar did anything to blow the doors off of this MVP race. I think Christian McCaffrey did something to solidify his value. And I woke up this morning wondering, what are the MVP odds? How far did Brock fall? Well, I've got him for you. Brock Purdy, who entered the week as the number 1 odds-on favorite to win the MVP at minus 225. For non-gamblers, that means you'd bet $225 to win 100. So a pretty big favorite to win it. He was the only guy who was minus money, meaning you'd have to pay more than what you'd be winning. Call that the VIG, the juice, right? So he's now dropped to third. Brock Purdy is at plus 850. So he drops from first to third, minus 225 to plus 850, which means if you bet 100, you'd win $850, right? Lamar Jackson is the odds-on favorite now. He's dropped to 160. So even Lamar at minus 160, the odds are not as strong as they were for Brock Purdy entering this week. So I don't know if Brock can get back in it. I don't know that he can climb back to the top unless the Niners have 2 huge games. He throws for insane yardage and touchdowns, sort of opposite what he did yesterday, more like what he had done in the 2 previous weeks. He does something like that, he could get himself back into it. The Niners win and solidify the number 1 seed. Now, here's what would be tough. I don't know that he can jump Christian McCaffrey, who currently has the second best odds to win MVP in the NFL. McCaffrey jumps up. He was 5th entering yesterday's game, plus 1,600, $100 to win 1,600. He's now plus 325. He's got the second best odds. If you're looking for any McCaffrey value, and there's not much of it left, it's getting squeezed out of this, that's the place to go. For me, and I think for a lot of people, he's the MVP, which is part of why yesterday was so frustrating, where you've got the best player on the field on offense. If he's the best player on the field on offense, relative to Lamar at quarterback, sure. At running back, I'm going to get the ball to that guy as many times as I can. Kittle had some huge plays early. Ayuk didn't do a lot. No Juwan Jennings yesterday due to a concussion. Guys are banged up. This number 1 seed is crucial. And I joked about it earlier. I didn't anticipate, nor do I like the idea of a Week 17 game in Washington. An early game, by the way. It's a 10 a.m. kick here on Sunday. Pregame 7 a.m., don't you know? Right here on the Sports Leader. Like, that game, it doesn't concern me. What does concern me is still, and I said this last week, it's still the Rams, Week 18, because the Rams are going to be playing for something. And the Niners may very well still be playing to lock up that 1 seed. I'm not anticipating, and I'm not counting on the Cardinals beating Philly this week. Not counting on Dallas losing. It's tough to count on that to the Lions at home. I don't think the Lions are paper tigers, just what John Lund was calling them. I do think that they have probably a year to go before they're a real threat to what the Niners pose right now. Let's go out to the phones here. Josh is in Oakland. Josh wants to talk a bit about the Niner game. Josh, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Just wanted to talk about one of the things that, for me, frustrated me a lot watching the game yesterday that I haven't really heard anyone talk about is a lot of the holding that was taking place by the Ravens. You know, I mean, one of the things with the guys on our line that you expect to see is a lot of pressure on the quarterback, and I didn't see a lot of that on Lamar. So I start focusing on what was happening on that line, and I mean, there were multiple instances of like Armstead running away and his arm being held as he's trying to pursue, or Bosa being pulled down on top of one of the linemen. I mean, it's just infuriating to see that, and I haven't really heard anyone talk about it. I just want to hear what your thoughts were on that.
I appreciate the call, Josh. Yeah, so I'm in the first half, the numbers were fairly even in terms of penalties. The Niners had more like in-play, like holdings and in-play penalty. It was more of like they had downfield penalties. Like they had a defensive holding. They had the chop block one that happened on the interception that added yardage, right? 102 yards on 10 penalties for the 49ers. How about that? That's an ugly number. You do that and you turn it over 5 times, you think you're going to win the game? Like, no, man. And George Kittle said as much after. The holding stuff, I wouldn't know how to evaluate that as much, Josh. What I can say is the post-game conversation with Nick Bosa, and we'll play this down for you a little bit later, he gave credit to Lamar based on something you just said, actually. I think it was a good analysis by you where you said Lamar was dancing around, and it seemed like plays lasted a long time. He's better than Jalen Hurts, right? Jalen Hurts will climb the pocket, doesn't keep his eyes downfield. It's just kind of he'll run to the side of a field where no receivers are and just kind of hope he can get to the outside. And I think this year things have broken down differently for him. Lamar Jackson dances up, he dances back, he'll go left, right. But Nick Bosa said he did things differently in this game than he has done on tape all season long. He says based on his tendencies and his cadences, he switched it up for this game. And he said it's actually pretty impressive to do that. The way Nick Bosa said was, quote, midstream. And I thought, dude, doing anything midstream is a little tough. If you're switching up your cadence midstream as Lamar Jackson, that's pretty incredible. I don't know if that answers your question, Josh. I'll ask some guys. I'll ask Tim Ryan if he saw any of that, and I'll ask some of the other guys who were in on it, Dennis Brown and whatnot, once they rewatch the game. But Nick Bosa did credit Lamar Jackson for how he changed his style of play in this game, sort of to your point, bro.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks so much, Josh. 808-KNBR is the number to call. Niners fall 33-19 at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens. Doesn't do much to them in terms of where I think a lot of us believe they stand right now. It doesn't seem like people believe the sky is falling on Brock Purdy because we've seen him come back from something like this before. Not like this. This is the worst performance. But the stretch of bad games, the 3-game losing streak, don't forget, this is a guy who didn't play. We didn't know if he was going to play week 1. All offseason, we didn't know if he was going to play week 1. Then into the preseason, he plays a little bit in that last one, and then he's off and running. The fact that this was even a conversation is pretty incredible. And I got to tell you, I don't believe it's a bad thing that, and we heard a caller earlier talk about this, how young Brock Purdy is just in general. I don't believe it's a bad thing for Brock right now that the focus is not necessarily going to be on the MVP. Not that it was, but how could you ever? Anybody who says, I'm not thinking about that now. I'd love one QB or one guy 1 year. I go, what's it like to be the MVP? Well, it's nice to just be mentioned, but I would like to win it. That's my priority here, to win this thing. You win the MVP. There's nothing wrong in my mind with saying you want it, except that it's a team with unfinished business. Nobody, fans included, it would be cool, but it's not really cool unless you win it all. Barry Bonds won 7 MVPs. That was so sick. He went to 1 World Series. Baseball is different, sure. Most guys, I think, I always wonder, would Clayton Kershaw trade his career for the accolades that Madison Bumgarner got in his? Like, Bumgarner is not going to be a Hall of Famer. Bumgarner doesn't have the Cy Youngs or any of the individual accolades except the World Series MVP and 3 championship rings that go with it, right? So a lot of these guys would say it's about that. Jesse Sapolo was on with us on the pregame show, said that yesterday. He goes, we don't want to be the only generation with 5 rings. We need this organization to feel the way we felt, that it should have 5 and 6 and 7 like it's intended to. They were the first to 5. They want to keep going. Maybe the first to get to and be 8, 9, something like that. So more to come here. Adam Copeland in for Murph and Marcus this morning. More on the MVP conversation. We'll do that coming up. We'll also talk more about what the biggest concern was in this loss. Was it the injuries? Was it Brock's performance? Or is it holding on to the number 1 seed? Kerry Crowley is going to join me when we come on back. Talk more about this Niner 33-19 loss. You can check in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. That's all here on the Sports Leader.
I have one.
Brock, he'll bounce back. He'll be in there tomorrow looking at the film. He'll come to Wednesday ready to go. Hopefully his stinger clears up, which I expect it to, and our whole team will bounce back.
That's the hope. 49ers bounce back. Again, a little bit different feeling earlier in the season when they lost 3 in a row back in October to Cleveland, to Minnesota, and then Cincinnati. That was the last loss before yesterday, 6 in a row. That was weird because it seemed like they were losing games the same. I think they scored 17 in all 3 of those games. They improved in their losses yesterday, 19 points in this one, although some of it came from a safety. So maybe not all that different. Here to talk about it, our good friend. He's like a member of the family here at KNBR. It's Kerry Crowley, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Kerry, what's up, dude? How are you bright and early on a Tuesday morning?
Oh, Copes, just up bright and early. Really, I doubt many people could sleep after that 49ers loss and the way that Brock Purdy hucked the ball around. And it just not the way anyone expected Christmas night to end here in the Bay Area. So pretty disappointed, but all things considered, it's the Baltimore Ravens. They're a really good team, and at the very least, you can take comfort in knowing that you might get one more shot at them.
Yeah, let me ask you that then, because I was asking this to the listeners earlier, and we got a couple of calls and texts on this. Did the game in your mind say more about the 49ers or the Ravens?
A lot more about the Baltimore Ravens and how good that defense is. I think that the 49ers have shown us that they can, show up on big occasions against the Cowboys, against the Eagles. Look, there was always going to be a night when Brock Purdy was simply off. We saw it earlier this season against the Bengals. We saw it earlier this season against the Cleveland Browns. And quarterbacks get 3 or 4 of these in each season, especially early in their careers. And Brock Purdy is still early in his career, and that's not to excuse the 4 passes that he threw that were intercepted. But, Coach, you look at that Ravens defense. Kyle Hamilton is a superstar. You have to know where he is on every play. The play where he got chop blocked and then came up with the interception, that should be on every coach's film that they show to young football players around the world. That was just sensational stuff. And then you look at their linebackers and Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, and it really is a mirror image of what the 49ers have in Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. I just could not get enough of their linebacker play. Todd Monken, their offensive coordinator, has just drawn up a fantastic scheme that highlights their strengths. I learned so much about Baltimore last night, and that's not to say that this told me that the 49ers have so much work to do, but it really did say that this Baltimore team is legit, and they have a very clear path to a Super Bowl championship right now.
Voice you hear is Kerry Crowley on the UMA guest line. Niners lose 33-19 to the Baltimore Ravens. And, yeah, the linebackers you're talking about, Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen, and Jadeveon Clowney was outside. That, in my mind, one, this has got to be the best defense they've seen, certainly since they saw Dallas. And it didn't look like that good of a defense when they saw Dallas in Week 5, I think it was, on Sunday Night Football. But even Dallas with Micah Parsons does not have the linebacking core. This is a better defense, the best defense they've seen all year. I think it's the best quarterback they've seen all year. And I'm fairly positive this is the best linebacking core they've seen all year, which is fairly impressive that they ran the ball the way they did. I just think that the offensive line play was atrocious. Brock was not processing in the way that he's processed, but I think it was because of the pressure that he saw. He took 4 sacks yesterday, Kerry, and it felt to me like he got hit 25 times.
Yeah, and this is why throughout the offseason on KNBR, I think we always have conversations, Coach, about, if the 49ers are going to improve at specific spots, where would they need to improve? They've got an all-world running back in Christian McCaffrey. They've got the skill players that every team dreams of in Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. On defense, you've got a tremendous pass rusher, Nick Bosa. We already talked about the linebackers. And, in the secondary, they've got Charvarius Ward and some other guys who've really come along this season. But if there was one position you would have headed into this season saying, man, I feel like the 49ers could get a little better at this spot, it probably would have been along the offensive line. And yes, they've got Trent Williams, who might be the best to ever do it at left tackle, but there are question marks at other spots when they go up against premium talent. We saw that on display last night. I just think that the way that Baltimore gets after the quarterback and how quick they were to jump into the defensive or into the offensive backfield really told me a lot, because this was a home game for the 49ers. Theoretically, you should have a little bit of a head start with you controlling the cadence, with your home fans being pretty quiet, and it just didn't feel that way. It felt almost like a home game for the Ravens at the line of scrimmage, because they were able to get off the ball so quickly. And I don't know if the 49ers need to change up their cadence. I don't know if their offensive line just was completely out of rhythm. But we saw once Trent Williams exited that game, this looked like almost a college-level offensive line from how bad the 49ers were in protecting Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold. And so to me, that is the one area that is probably the biggest concern now, because the blueprint to beat the 49ers is putting pressure on Brock Purdy. And look, he's been great against the blitz this season, but this team proved, the Ravens proved last night, if you can get to him, that is how you beat the 49ers, and that's a big concern.
Well, you brought up a good point there. The voice you hear is Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Adam Copeland in with you for Murph and Marcus. Be with you till 10 a.m. this morning. You bring up a good point there. I forget what it was, but where were we going? I was trying to get all my stuff out of the way. What we were just after the I legit lost. I was like, oh, boy, I got to get this legal.
How Purdy is against the blitz.
Okay, no, the blitz. Yeah, so, okay, remember after the Niners beat Philadelphia? And, it was after they beat Philly. And then Nick Bosa, probably not at the best wishes, or at the wishes of the team, probably against their best wishes, gave that statement where he said, in the locker room, he goes, I think we gave a blueprint. And he kind of walked it back a little bit, but he says, I think we gave a blueprint to Dallas for how you get after Jalen Hurts. And he kind of talked about one of his tells, which is that he doesn't keep his eyes downfield. He looks down a lot. He doesn't give the second read upfield. And he's just kind of looking to, once the play breaks down, to get to the outside. Lamar is much different. He's a much more skilled quarterback. That said, that blueprint only works in stopping Philadelphia if you have the personnel to do it, right? Mm-hmm. Wink Martindale sent more blitzes than anybody has sent like in a generation at Brock Purdy week 3, and it didn't have any effect. Again, that team's not good. That's a terrible team. This team is damn good, and they've got better players in this. Hell, their secondary is fantastic. Their linebacking core is great. The secondary is as good, I think, or damn near as good. The defensive line got after Brock yesterday. So somebody on the text line said this a little bit ago. I think the Niners were exposed, they said. I completely disagree on that front. I think getting to every quarterback is about pressure, right? That's how you dismantle any offense. I think that everything went out of whack yesterday. Injuries are a problem and a factor. And when that offensive line is not healthy, this team is different. We saw that when they lost a couple of games earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely. The other point I would add to that is you look at around the NFL, and I'd say 30 of 32 teams, maybe they've devalued the running back position and they've devalued the linebacker position. And, that's just the way that the league has gone. Like, middle linebackers don't get paid the same way as pass rushers. Running backs certainly don't get paid the same way as wide receivers. But the 49ers and the Ravens are a little bit of a throwback, and they're kind of mirror images of each other because the Ravens have the number one rushing offense in the NFL. They put the ball on the ground. Gus Edwards is great. Justice Hill is great. Those guys are explosive out of the backfield. Christian McCaffrey, everyone in San Francisco and the Bay Area knows what he can do. The 49ers have always been a run-oriented team under Kyle Shanahan, and so you've got two unique offenses, but you also, Copes, have two defenses that are uniquely equipped to stop because not only they're pass rushers on both sides of the ball, but I go back, the 49ers and the Ravens have built, in my opinion, the two best linebacking cores in the league. And so you do get after the quarterback, and when you want to throw those intermediate routes, when you want to throw underneath, Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith are there. Like, the 49ers have exposed the Rams and the Seahawks in recent years because they've been able to throw the ball over the middle of the field, and they've been able to look off linebackers, whether it be Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy. You can't do that against Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. We saw last night how talented they are. You've never been able to do that against Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. And so, you look at the Ravens' big plays last night, and it's when the pocket collapsed, when Lamar Jackson got outside. It wasn't him throwing the intermediate passes against the linebackers. It was defensive breakdowns, plays extended, and when that happens, the 49ers aren't going to be able to cover for 7 to 8 seconds. And so because Lamar's more mobile than Brock, I think that gave the Ravens a little bit of an advantage last night in how they were able to maneuver against a 49ers linebacker core that's been so good. But to me, it's the way these teams are built that got them to the top of their conferences, and Lamar having a little more elusiveness in the pocket, let's say a lot more elusiveness in the pocket than Brock Purdy. That was the key last night because he keeps his head upfield. He makes sure he extends plays, and he makes sure he's not throwing the ball in the direction of Warner and Greenlaw, and that, to me, was the difference in the game.
We're talking to Kerry Crowley here on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you about the play calling, because this is something that people were talking about yesterday after the game. Brock had not thrown an interception on an opening drive yet this year. He does so on a pretty easily intercepted ball to Kyle Hamilton in the end zone. After, by the way, he had thrown 1, 2, 3, 4. That was his 5th consecutive throw to open the 49ers offensive drives for the day. So they force a 3-and-out for Baltimore to start. Then they throw it 5 straight times, and it results in an interception. I mean, I'm a big run-the-ball guy, too, especially when Christian McCaffrey's back there. I also have phenomenal trust in Brock Purdy. The one interception that Kyle, again, you got to put a lot of it on the quarterback. He threw the ball. But the one that Kyle says, yeah, that's his fault, that was a bad read, is that first one. What are your thoughts, though, on the play calling there? Did they try to come more aggressive? Kyle talked about it after the game, and we can play that sound a little bit later. But your thoughts on, we've got the other MVP, if not the best MVP, the primary MVP in the backfield. Why isn't he touching the ball there?
Yeah, I think it's funny because, I think the Ravens probably expected the 49ers to keep the ball on the ground early. The best way to keep the ball away from Lamar Jackson is just to run the clock. And, the Ravens have been so explosive all season that I actually don't mind the play calling. And it's funny because the 49ers actually scored on the exact same play. Sam Darnold threw that pass to Ronnie Bell on the exact same play where, the receivers coming over the middle. I think the 49ers were ultimately trying to get it to Deebo Samuel there in that first drive where Purdy was intercepted. The difference there was Brock Purdy didn't look off Kyle Hamilton, who was the safety at that time. If he looks at George Kittle and he pumps it all, and then he throws to Deebo Samuel coming out of that break, that's an easy touchdown for the 49ers. And so Brock's eyes gave away that play for Kyle Hamilton, and it was very easy. But later in the game, Kyle Hamilton goes down with a knee injury. Kyle dials it up again, and you've got a wide-open Ronnie Bell right there because it's a great play to beat the Ravens zone. You just can't account for Kyle Hamilton in the way that Brock Purdy did. And so I don't mind that play call at all. It's worked for the 49ers in the red zone before. It worked last night when Kyle Hamilton was off the field. You just kind of have to know, if you're Brock Purdy, look this guy off, give Deebo the lane to catch that pass. And when you don't do that, Kyle's going to be right there to jump in, make that interception, and ruin the 49ers' night. He was just such a game changer last night that I don't think the 49ers have really seen a defensive player with the kind of versatility that Kyle Hamilton showed off.
Yeah, huge. 2 interceptions for Kyle Hamilton. Humphrey had one, Queen had one, and Williams had one. 5 total picks. Last time a 49er quarterback threw 4 picks without a touchdown was Colin Kaepernick back in 2015. How about this note, though? He goes over 4,000 yards, does Brock Purdy. First time a Niner QB's gone over 4,000 since Jeff Garcia, which is wild to me. Jeff Garcia is the single-season passing leader all-time for the Niners, 42.78. And Brock is just over, I think he's under 41 right now. So he'll likely get there, barring something funky here at the end of the season. In your mind, after last night's game, and they were talking about it, the Ravens were afterwards, I kind of felt, in the way that we have judged both Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts in the last few weeks, that this late in the season, losing to these teams that you're head-to-head with, I never have a problem with best team, best player. But if that's what we saw yesterday, the better team with the better quarterback won the game. At least that's the way it played out, and they won it handily. Is Lamar, as of today, your hands-down MVP?
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting, Coach, because as of today, I think he's the MVP in the mind of just about everyone who watches the National Football League. But next week, the Baltimore Ravens play the Miami Dolphins with the 1 seed on the line in the AFC, and it's probably going to be a primetime game. It's probably going to be watched by everyone in the country. And if Lamar doesn't play well in Week 17 and all of a sudden the Dolphins have the number 1 seed, and the Dolphins are the team, running away with the AFC after their win over the Cowboys, and then what would be a statement victory over the Baltimore Ravens. I think the MVP race opens back up once again. So all of the talk this week on every radio station, including ours, is going to be, well, Lamar just wrapped up the MVP. Great work from him. But it's not a 17-week season anymore. It's 18 weeks, and there's going to be 1 seeds being played for next week and into Week 18 in the NFC. And so I don't think that this is a race that's over by any means. If the Miami Dolphins figure out a way to stop Lamar Jackson next week, they could put Tua back in the race. Yep. You could put Brock Purdy right back in the race if he performs well against the Commanders and the Los Angeles Rams. And Christian McCaffrey, you can't count him out yet, because if you have teams that are struggling with the finish line and can't wrap up the 1 seed, and the Dolphins don't have a clear MVP candidate after Tyreek Hill kind of fell off toward the end of the year with that injury, I just think that, you can't rule out the idea of Christian McCaffrey racking up 6 or 7 more touchdowns over the final 2 weeks and sneaking into this award. Yes, it's absolutely Lamar's to lose at this point. He's in the pole position. He takes over. All the odds makers are favoring him for the right reasons. But this is not over by any means because it's an 18-week season.
I just looked up at the studio monitor here, and ESPN on Get Up, they have Brock as on ESPN Bet, which I didn't realize even was a thing until recently. I was like, dude, the ESPN's getting in on it now. So ESPN Bet has Brock with the 5th best odds. He dropped from 1st to 5th at plus 1,800. I was like, that's a little drastic. This is why ESPN doesn't need to have their own sports book. BetMGM, a more reputable betting source, they have Lamar Jackson as the best odds, but his odds are still not as good. Like they're not as rock solid as Brock Purdy's were entering this week. So Brock was minus 225 entering the week. He's now in 3rd place according to BetMGM at plus 850, 100 to win 850. Christian McCaffrey jumped him, is in 2nd here at plus 325. up from 1,600. Lamar is only minus 160, so still like about 60 cents worse than to the dollar than what Brock was entering the week, which is pretty incredible. Another thought from you, Kerry. What's the biggest concern coming out of this game? Is it the injuries? Is it Brock's performance? Or is it holding on to the number 1 seed?
I actually think it's probably offensive line play because the blueprint is now out on the 49ers if you have the personnel to get there. And I say the blueprint is now out. Obviously, the Cowboys and the Eagles didn't have the personnel to get there. I think that they did what they wanted to do against the 49ers, so there's probably only a handful of teams in the NFL that can do this. The Cleveland Browns, absolutely one of them. The Baltimore Ravens, clearly one of them after last night's performance. Fortunately for San Francisco, those two teams are the AFC. So is there an NFC team that can challenge the 49ers offensive line in a way that sets them back at the line of scrimmage, puts Brock Purdy under duress all night long, and takes away those clear throwing lanes that he is so good at leading receivers into? I'm actually not as concerned by the 4 interceptions. Look, he's had some great interception luck in the past. Passes that should have been picked off have not. He had terrible interception luck last night. You could probably make the case that 2 of those shouldn't have been picked off. So it all evens out at the end of the day. He's going to put balls in jeopardy, but he's also going to make great throws. I don't worry as much about Brock as I do about the offensive line, getting Trent Williams back and healthy, because, look, the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl if Trent Williams isn't your left tackle.
They're 0-3 in games, I guess 0-4 in games this year where Trent Williams has missed any time within the game due to injury.
That, to me, 71 should be the MVP. Well, what are ESPN Bet's odds on that guy?
Jake Brendel has better odds. Brendel a little better.
Burford right in line there. Yeah,
it's a problem. Trent's not staying on the field. You know what I mean? Feliciano's breathing down his neck now. We're dealing with all that. So Niners are banged up on the O-line. It was tough yesterday. Spencer Burford had to go from guard to tackle. He went to right tackle, by the way.
Yeah, it didn't look good doing it either, by the way. And I think Spencer Burford's a heck of a player.
I think he's played pretty well. Yeah, I think so, too. He's had very few pressures this year. Colt McKivitz then has to go from right tackle to left tackle, which he hasn't played since college or high school or something. Yeah,
Colt McKivitz he was drafted as like a backup interior guard, someone who wasn't supposed to see the field. So not great.
And then on Monday, this past week, a week ago yesterday, or maybe it was yesterday, it must have been yesterday, they elevated or whatever they do, activated Willie Snead, receiver from the practice squad. But in doing so, they had to waive a veteran tackle in Matt Pryor, who had been on the practice squad. So if he clears waivers, they may claim him back. But every time you play a game and teams know that they're ahead of you, you could Cody Ross a team and just jump right in front of the Niners and try to hurt their chances there at picking him up. In your mind, because here's the deal. The Rams, to me, are a major problem in 2 weeks or next week.
Yeah.
Like to me, that's the toughest, I won't say the hardest game, but it's the team that's played the Niners the toughest this season in a victory for the Niners. It's a team that has played them and knows them extraordinarily well. Never feel comfortable in any division game, no matter who you're playing. I mean, even going up against Kyler Murray last week, never felt like they were going to lose that game, but they ran the ball damn well. They made you think about it a little bit. So with as well as Sean McVay and Kyle know each other, the Rams they will be playing for something. As it stands right now, there's 3 NFC West teams in the playoffs of the 7 that would claim a spot. If the Niners lose one of these next 2 games, the chances of them getting the 1 seed are much lower. Philly plays the Giants and the Eagles, right? They can jump you. Hell, the Lions could jump you, potentially. If that happens and the Niners don't get the bye, how much are their chances affected of winning the Super Bowl? Because I think they go down considerably if they don't get the bye.
Yeah, no question that they go down considerably, and they would have lost 2 of 3 going into the playoffs.
So, I mean, they might not be the team we thought if that happens.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that, you just wouldn't look at the 49ers in the same light if they lose to the Rams in Week 18 and lose the 1 seed. And, of course, they got to go to Washington on a short week against a Commanders team that might start Jacoby Brissett instead of Sam Howell, and that's not what you want to see if you're the 49ers because you just struggled with Lamar Jackson. And, of course, Brissett not nearly as mobile as Jackson, but nevertheless, I mean, this is someone who can win you a football game. It's a Commanders team this is their Super Bowl playing against the 49ers. So I don't think anything's given. But if the 49ers do bounce back and they do win these final 2 games, Copes, I won't really have any concerns about the Super Bowl, about the path to getting there. I just think that, this was probably the best team that the 49ers will face all season. They potentially have one more shot at them in February if all goes right for them. And so a lot of hypotheticals here, but last night isn't nearly as concerning to me as, say, losing in Week 18 to the Los Angeles Rams would be, because then I would view this team in a completely different light. And, hey, you just mentioned how tough the Rams are. Look at what team played the Ravens tougher the Rams lost on a walk-off punt return against the Ravens in overtime a few weeks ago in a heck of a game. Matt Stafford's whipping the ball around right now, no-look passes. So that's the team that really concerns me. If the 49ers win that game, I think the road is pretty clear. If they don't, it's going to be a tough uphill battle moving forward.
Yeah, I'm with you. The walk-off punt return, that was like 3 weeks ago, right? Wasn't that pretty recent?
I think it was 3 weeks ago.
Like 3 or 4 weeks ago?
In the rain, too. It was like 37-31, and the punt return was really it was Deshaun Jackson-esque. It was that good.
Who they think they are, the Jets? You know what I mean? What are they thinking? What are they thinking doing that? Kerry Crowley, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Niners lose 33-19. Before we let you go, the reason, and it's funny how this happens with me, where I'll go to the game and I'm there all day. We do the pre and the post game, and then I don't really reflect on how the game went in my head till like later. Like I wake up and I rewatch it and I kind of see it. Last night I was kind of ho-hum about it. Today I woke up a little bit more like, yeah, there's, things could go wrong if you don't handle business, sort of like the opening of the second half, right? Niners had a chance to score yesterday. You turn it over twice really quick and they score both times, or they come down and score, and then you turn it over, they score again. 17 points in the third, you put yourself down 3 scores, and that's it. Is there the reason, though, that I've got confidence is anybody who would be perceived as a threat head-to-head to the Niners in the playoffs has not corrected any of their problems or is they're more flawed and not as talented as the Niners are on paper. If they get more hurt, like Trent Williams is out for a significant amount of time, things change. But in terms of like the Eagles, they have not scared me. The Cowboys lost to Miami, right? The Rams, to me, are like the scariest team just in terms of how much they know you. But who else is even a threat? And has anybody become more of a threat based on the Niners' performance yesterday?
I think you probably have to look at Detroit right now. And I'll be honest, Coach, that is not a team that I've watched a whole lot this season. But, that was a team that was on the rise last year. And they were playing their best football at the end of the season. And now they're back in the race for the number 1 seed at the end of the season. What that tells you is they're well coached. I mean, Ben Johnson's got a great reputation as an offensive coordinator. He's gotten the most out of Jared Goff when everyone thought that his career was over after Sean McVay didn't want him anymore. And so I think that you look at the Detroit Lions right now and say that, I would probably rather face a battered Eagles team or a Cowboys team that the 49ers just seem to have their number than the Lions or the Rams right now. And that's not to say that those are the matchups that Kyle wants, but from a fan's perspective, I think that you look at the Lions as a legitimate threat because the well-coached teams are the teams that play their best at the end of the season. To do what they've done with Jared Goff, I think that he's probably playing his best football right now, and that's to say a lot about a quarterback who's been to a Super Bowl before. And then the Rams, you just don't want to face Matt Stafford because he can pick you apart. He's seen your defense. He understands, the cracks in the secondary. And to me, those are the two teams that I look at and say, okay, these guys are threats. The 49ers want to avoid either of them in the playoffs. Getting the 1 seed is probably the easiest path.
Yeah, by the way, I would love to see Stafford go back to Detroit to play a game against the Lions. How sick would that? And by the way, Jared Goff gets shipped out of town after going to a Super Bowl and not getting it done against Bill Belichick, and then they ship him away. He's like, dude, I thought I was a Ram, man. I thought I was going to be here. So Jared Goff, he's probably stoked about winning that division, but as bummed as we are about Ohtani and Yamamoto, right? I mean, diehard Giants fan, Jared Goff. Tip my cap to him. Yeah, I'm not going to go down that route with you, Kerry, because I just don't want to. I will. I'll talk to you later, dude. We're having lunch on Thursday. I'll hit you up and have a great rest of your day, man.
Sounds good. Have a good morning. And you look, Murph and Marcus, tough shoes to fill, but you got this, Coach.
All right, dude. Call me in an hour if you're free, because I'll be treading water. All right, bro. Catch you later, Kerry.
Sounds good. See ya.
The great Kerry Crowley. Part of the family here at KNBR. He's done some fill-in stuff. Was on for us last week. The Niners lose 33-19. To the Baltimore Ravens. A lot of different feelings, it seems like, this morning. A lot of good conversation. M. Patel checking in. A lot of Ernie's were on their YouTube chat. At KNBR 1045 is the YouTube account if you want to check in on the stream, the KNBR app, KNBR.com, and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. We're going to get to your calls when we come on back. 808 KNBR. I see you guys hanging on the line. East Bay James, BJ, Sam, Ryan, R-Dub, all you guys who are hanging. We will get to everybody. 808 KNBR is the number to call. What is the most concerning part of yesterday's loss as it relates to the 49ers? Is it the injuries, specifically to Trent Williams and the O-line? Is it Brock's performance, or is it holding on to the number 1 seed? I didn't anticipate Washington was going to be a game that I even had to think about. Now I got to think about it just a little bit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not concerned, but I got to think about it. And then that Rams game, we got juice, week 18, probably prime time, either on Saturday or that Sunday night. When we come on back, your calls on the Niners 33-19 loss at the hands of the Ravens. Can they keep the 1 seed? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
That is unbelievable.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Purdy shotgun throws, end zone, intercepted by Kyle Hamilton. And running back the other way, takes it out to the 8-yard line. Kittle, they are tight right. Quick throw out left, ball got tipped, intercepted. Taken right out of the air by Marlon Humphrey. The ball was tipped by the other corner, Brandon Stevens. Brock Purdy, 7 of 13 for 130 yards, but 2 interceptions already. First time in his career, he's thrown 2 in the first half. But a roll to his right. A flag is down. Now being chased out left. Now going backwards. Another flag down. Purdy rolling right. Throwing back middle. Ball got tipped and intercepted by Kyle Hamilton. Brock Purdy in the shotgun has Juszczyk behind Kittle out left. And right it's Debo and Ayuk. He looks right. He comes left. He throws. Intercepted by Patrick Queen.
Adam Copeland with you on a Tuesday morning, December 26th. I don't know why that's significant. Yesterday was Christmas. Didn't feel like it. Unless you were bad this year and you got Cole, in which case you did feel like it because the 49ers last night, that was not a good jump. I withdraw. Everybody forget I said that. 33-19 in the final at the hands of the Ravens, and the cloud over the Niners this morning is seems like it's a dark one. Just because, and again, yesterday leaving the game, people were bummed. John Lund said to me as we were in the parking lot walking to the car last night, he looks up at the stadium and he goes, I can't believe they lost that game like that. I kind of thought the same thing. I got home last night. I was like, man, I did not have them getting blown out. And I thought if they're going to lose this game, it's going to be because of extra possessions. It's going to be because of mistakes. Didn't anticipate all 3 phases of the game would be poor. 7 straight scoring drives for the Ravens yesterday. 5 interceptions thrown in the game. I laugh because it's outrageous. 5 interceptions, 4 by Brock Purdy. And how about this? For as bad as they looked and it felt yesterday, kind of like the end of that Browns game where they had a shot to kick a game-winning field goal. Brock throws 3 first-half interceptions, and they were down 4 at halftime. I mean, that's pretty alarming, which means that you're talented enough to be within the game. The Ravens weren't doing anything to kill you. And usually, it seemed like that for the last few games. If the Niners hang around long enough, that dam's going to break. At some point, it's Kittle, or it's Debo, or it's Ayuk, or it's McCaffrey, whoever it may be. And we'll talk more about McCaffrey and his MVP chances a little bit later. 808 KMBR is the number to call. A lot of you guys have been hanging on the phones for a while here, and I appreciate it. We're all hurting this morning following that loss. RW is in San Jose. Thinks play calling was a problem. And, early in the game, that opening drive, I think it's up for debate. I think there's questions that can be asked there. RW, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, well, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Hey, dude, I see RW. I just think RW McQuarters. How about you?
Well, thank you for the love. I appreciate it, sir.
Of course,
I love your show. Enjoy your show. So let me ask a couple questions. Haven't the Niners always had problems with running quarterbacks? Let's talk about Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Lund and I were talking about that yesterday. I kind of think everybody has a problem with mobile quarterbacks, or it wouldn't be a skill set. But to your point, the Niners in the Kyle Shanahan era, where it's been built around D-line and that linebacker play, it does seem like that's been more of a problem with this team. That said, Lamar is one of the best, if not at that skill set.
I agree with that. And one more question. Isn't the play calling in the red zone a major issue? I mean, you got McCaffrey in the back, and you're that close to the end zone. Would you run that, at least a couple running plays, versus having a really complicated play call with a quarterback who's a good quarterback? He's great. I like him. I love him. But, experience is a major issue when you get down there in the red zone.
I totally agree with you. I want to keep you on the line here for just a sec because I have so many papers and notes in front of me here. I want to counter that point just because of what you're saying about the Niners' red zone percentages. Here's something you should know. Going into the game yesterday, the Ravens had the best red zone defense in football. That was one of their calling cards. And again, you've got good linebacker play like that. You back them up against an end zone. You get to sort of stack that box there. They are great against the run. Weren't fantastic yesterday, but they were really good in the red zone. The 49ers had 12 of their last 13 red zone drives before yesterday result in a touchdown, including 11 consecutive, which was the longest active streak in the NFL. So maybe to yesterday's point, RW, the play calling in the red zone wasn't maybe where it needed to be, but for the course of this 6-game winning streak, yesterday was kind of an outlier.
Yeah, but one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't Kittle be a major part of the offense, period?
I think he should be. I absolutely think he should be, and I appreciate the call, RW. We got to run. He is a part of that offense, and we'll know more later this week when we talk to Kyle. I'm actually going to come back in on Thursday to do the interview with Kyle so that we can get it on the air here on KMBR. like the situation with Kittle to me is he's such a good blocker when you need more protection. And we saw it more in the second half with him staying in than we did in the first half, where he was out for a bunch of passes, had some big plays, big yardage plays, and I thought, ooh, it's going to be a Kittle game. This guy's eating. But then the guys start dropping on the O-line. You got to put somebody out there. You needed extra protection there. So I think maybe dropped off a bit. He wasn't running as large or as long of routes. He was running sort of valve routes for Brock. And again, I'm not I'm not an evaluator of like plays like that. This is my observation from watching the game live yesterday and rewatching the first half this morning. RW, we appreciate the call, man. We got to jump to some other callers who've been hanging on. East Bay James been hanging for a while. East Bay James, you're in Hayward, dude. Shout out to Stack. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Coach. Good to hear you. You threw me a curveball this morning. I wake up, I hear you on the radio, and I'm thinking, well, the leader must be playing the best of the shower hour or something this morning.
Good deal, dude. Shout it out. Shout out the shower hour, man. By the way, we got to get that thing back. We got to get it back, all right?
Cool. Hey, one of the things I took away from the game yesterday is when the Niners went to Philly, it was that attitude of it's us against the world, and they just took it to them. I had that same feeling. It showed that the Ravens was almost a duplication of that mindset yesterday against the Niners, especially when we did that first drive.
Yeah.
And we're moving the ball, and everything's looking fluid, and all of a sudden, bam, a slap in the face, interception. That set the tone for me. I said, that we don't do that. We don't get slapped that early.
Yeah.
And we did.
Well, I'm with you. They threw, 5 straight passes to open the game. And it's funny, East Bay James, because I think about that in game planning, and we talked to Kerry Crowley a little bit ago, and he goes, I have to believe that the Ravens just assumed the Niners were going to run the ball down their throats. Nobody runs the ball in football more than the Niners, except for the Ravens. And those two teams were 1 and 2 in pass percentage relative to run percentage in number of plays. They were almost identical in 50%. So the teams mirror each other a lot when it comes to how they operate. Now, with the Niners running the ball very effectively with the best running back in football, the other team's going to try to stop that. When you're great, you say, go ahead, try and stop it. I think they came out with a game plan yesterday thinking, let's get them on their heels, and then let's run the ball once we score and we get up, and we try to deflate the opportunities that Lamar has. I don't think they needed to score 35 points yesterday to win the game. I think if they maintained possession and didn't turn it over, they probably could have scored 27 or 24 and suppressed the offense a little bit for the Ravens. They allowed them to stay on the field with extra third downs and picking up first downs. 5 first downs via penalty yesterday. 5 for the Ravens. That's a lot. And then you turn it over, you're never going to win that game. So I am with you. I think that I think the play calling has been an issue in the past. I also think that the game against Philly that you're talking about, where they were kind of like, they got up for it, it sort of reminds me of, and I never know, the psychoanalysis thing. Are you James, are you a Rocky guy? Rocky movies?
Oh, yeah.
Rocky 3 is my favorite. I think it's the most quotable. And it's where Eye of the Tiger comes from. Also, he loses the Eye of the Tiger because he gets the belt, right? He wins the belt at the end of 2. It opens with that montage of him just like knocking guys out of the ring, and Clubber Lang's all pissed. And at one point, Mick says to him, he goes, we got to retire. We can't go fight Clubber Lang. And he goes, what are you talking about? I had 10 title defenses. He goes, they was handpicked. He goes, setups? They wasn't setups. They was good fighters, but they wasn't killers like this guy. I kind of get that feeling about the Eagles. I feel like the Eagles were the team we thought were the killers, and they weren't. It's a team that's won a lot of one-score games. It's a team that's offense is not the same as it was in the first part of the year. They're banged up. They're not nearly as effective, or Jalen Hurts isn't, and he's been playing hurt as he was. Their O-line's banged up. I got to believe the Ravens, who have lost several players this year and appear to be getting better, starting running back, starting tight end, who they might get back. They've lost. It's been incredible, the number of players they've lost and how they've maintained this consistency. So, I get you on the mindset one of Philly. I think that's one you had to get up for. And it's sort of surprising that they continued to stay at that level for a couple of weeks. So, James, I appreciate the call, man. We got to run. 808 KMBR is the number to call. Would love to hear from you guys. Love talking to the morning crew. Miss the morning crew. Don't miss the 3 a.m. bell. But I do miss the morning. I did like working mornings, man. It's a lot of fun. 808 KMBR is the number to call. What concerns you most about this loss yesterday by the 49ers? So far, nobody has said Brock. And I think that's a good thing. I think all of us here have watched enough Brock Purdy over a year and a half to know this guy's capable of bouncing back. Now, does he have to have weapons around him? Everybody does. Ask Patrick Mahomes. Shane, I see you waiting. Kareem and Vallejo. Can't wait to get to you, brother. People calling in 808-KNBR. You can hit us on the text line. Check out the stream, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. We'll take a break for some dubs with Mark Spears at 8 o'clock. But more of your calls on the Niner Loss next on the Sports Leader.
I see 3 of them out there.
Get the one in the middle.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, no one played well enough to win. I think if everyone looks at the score and see how that went, I was encouraged with a number of things. I loved how they came out. But the penalties, the number of first downs, there was times I thought we did a real good job containing Lamar. But just as a team, we gave them too many opportunities. And when they get too many opportunities, to me, based off our team, he's gonna end up having his, and he did. He made some plays. We missed some tackles, which he's gonna do to everybody when they get in space. But we had our moments. But those moments, you got to capitalize on them in all three phases, and we didn't.
As far as Kyle Shanahan there, again, talking all three phases of the Niner loss yesterday, because I don't think anybody deserved to win. I think the Ravens did. I think the Niners, to his point, I think he's getting after all three phases of the game. And I said it earlier, if you want to knock special teams, Wisnowski had himself a penalty. Right after, by the way, a good return that they didn't cover well on, and a pre-snap penalty on a gunner who false started. So the Niners sloppy play yesterday. It's one where I think early in the year you can say stuff like, flush the tape. I don't think you can do that with this one. I think this is one the team's got to sit. Dennis Brown said this yesterday. Says, I remember when we had bad losses on teams that were supposed to win, they'd make us sit as a team so that everybody's accountable. And I will say this about Brock Purdy and his youth. A lot of guys try to shy away from stuff, and we say a lot of guys like it happens a lot. It doesn't happen a lot. But you see players a lot who are not taking responsibility for what their job is. And that's your job, to stand up there and do that afterwards. It's not a fun gig. It's like two jobs in the world where you got to do your job and then go answer questions for why and how you did it immediately after, right? It's like that. It's like that in politics. It's pro sports and politics. You're like, yeah, you did your job, and you walk outside as a group of people waiting to question you about it. Why'd you make that decision there? Why'd you throw that there? Let's go out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR, what's concerning you the most about this loss yesterday? I'll tell you what, for me, it's offensive line and the potential of missing Trent Williams for a considerable amount of time. Aaron Banks re-aggravated that same toe that's been a problem. So could be worrisome going forward. Shane is in Oakville. Shane's in Oakville. You were at the game, dude. Nice commute. You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, Shane?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for taking my call, and I've missed you in the morning. It's good hearing you.
I missed you too, Shane. That's why I'm here, brother.
Well, little correction. I'm from Oakdale, which is the cowboy capital of
the course world. It is, dude. Shout out all the linemen in Oakdale. I bet one of my best friends, the McNeils out in Oakdale. I was out there for a wedding last year. Good people
Beautiful.
in Oakdale.
That's where I'm at. Yeah, so it was a commute, and I bought 8 tickets to that game. And I tell you what, I was a little bummed, but, the Ravens didn't beat the Niners. The Niners beat the Niners.
Themselves, agreed.
That's the way I see it. And, they started that game fine. The problem is there's not a team in NFL that you give that many gifts to with interceptions at your own end of the field and penalties that you're going to win the game. I mean, it's just not going to happen, let alone these guys. So they'll tighten it up. I mean, this is the perfect time to have something like that happen. I mean, they're going to know what they got to do. They're going to tighten it up, and I'm going to make lemonade out of lemons, man.
Hell yeah, dude. Shane, real quick, man. I mean, it's 7:45 in the morning. You're out in Oakdale. You've been grinding for hours, right? You've been up since like 4?
Absolutely.
This is a sharp take. Yeah, of course you have, dude. You and me both, man. Good stuff, dude. I'm glad you made it out to the game. I will tell you this. I said this to my buddy who was there yesterday. Same thing. He bought a bunch of tickets, him and his family. They were in town. They were excited for the game. Be a great Christmas. I said, if the Niners had won, you might not even remember this one as much. you got a memory out of your ticket there, Shane.
Absolutely. Hey, well, thank you so much for taking my call, and you have a great week.
Hey, you too, man. Thanks so much. Call anytime. That's Shane out in Oakdale. Good deal from Shane in Oakdale. I saw Oakville. I was like, I don't know. I don't really know that one. But we got some younger dudes on the board. Maybe didn't pick up the it's all right. Derek Papa will do it. For a guy who's from here, Derek Papa will botch a city spelling badly. Dude, Rohnert Park. Don't ask Derek Papa to write you a Rohnert Park. He's like, where's that? I was like, where's that? Tell you what, it's in our listening demographic, in our listening area for sure. Let's go out to Kareem. Kareem's in Vallejo. Kareem, it has been too long, my man. What's going on, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, Coach, man? Good to see you back, man, doing your thing. I miss you on the shower hour. I have to call in a lot, man, back in them days.
I got to tell you, dude, really quick, just because it's happened twice now this morning. This is so funny to me. Shower hour, I hosted like 3 total episodes of it before they changed the name of the leadoff spot. And dude, it was such a good name. I didn't really want to lose the name Shower Hour. It's a good idea, but here we are. Maybe we'll bring the title back when we launch that show again.
I mean, it just got a nice ring to it, man. But getting to the game last night, going into that Philly game, everybody was like, feeling like, man, we would have had Brock if he wouldn't have got hurt in the NFC Championship game. It would have been a better game, and them guys went out there and proved that they were the better team. And thinking back about that championship game would have been, if Brock would have played, we probably could have had the same result. I think last night was different. Baltimore definitely is the best team in the league because they showed that last night. But they are a very opportunistic defense, and they made plays. Now, that first pick that Purdy threw trying to hit Debo, over the little skinny post, I think he let the ball get a little bit. He led him too much.
He kind of got under it a little bit, right? I felt like when I saw it in real time, it was almost like as Brock is moving his arm forward to pass it, it's almost he's like, oh man, there's a dude standing there, and it's like it's almost like you let it go high because the guy Kyle had to jump high to get it too. Kyle
exactly.
Har. I'm kidding, dude. Hamilton. There you go.
But the other two, other three, but that second one that he threw, he was trying to hit Debo on the flat on a quick little wide receiver screen, and the defensive player just made a hell of a play, jumped up, tipped it up. The other one to Kittle, I believe the defender got there early, but that was an opportunistic play. So I just didn't feel the same. I think that that play before the half where, Jackson was able to elude and get that 31 yards.
That was the big one.
Because it was. Because if you stop him there, you go into the half down one with everything that has happened, and you're getting the ball back, and then it just snowballed in that second half. I think they scored 14 points in a matter of 20 seconds, and after that, the game was virtually over. But I think this Niner team needed to understand that, hey, if we're going to see this team in the Super Bowl, we have to clean some things up. And then going into that game, that was the key. What team was going to play the more cleaner game?
Yep, that's it.
I think Jackson played a hell of a game, didn't turn the ball over, only rushed for 46 yards, and, 30 of that was on that one play before the half. So the Niners are still the team to beat. I think now they can't take, the Washington for granted. That could be a trap game. You have to get them guys and put them away. And then this Ram team has been playing awesome ball the last month and a half.
Dude, I'm stressing about the Rams, Kareem. I don't want to get to the Rams yet, but real quick, I do have to bounce. I just want to say to you, because I said this earlier, how annoying is it that we got to get up for this Washington game now? You know what I mean? I didn't anticipate this week 17. I was thinking we cruise here, beat Baltimore, we'd be kicking our feet up week 18, getting maybe two weeks of buys for some guys, getting some rest in. And now I'm like stressing about beating a team that dismantled at the deadline.
Exactly, man. But hopefully Chase Young can get back out there and have a big game.
Let's go eat.
So glad to hear you, man. Hey, and happy holidays to you, brother. Blessings.
Much love to you, Kareem. Kareem in Vallejo, 707. Say it backwards, 707. Come on, Tony. You got to know that kid. We got a few more people here hanging on the line. We are going to catch up with Mark Spears at 8 o'clock at the top of the hour. Let's get to a couple more calls, though. I think we got some time. Plus, nobody else is here. What are they going to do? Nobody else want to do the shift but me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, dude, we got a Niner Ravens game. By the way, anticipated when I took this shift. I was like, nice, dude. I was like, we're gonna have some fun, dude. Niners are gonna clinch that 1 seed. We'll be rolling. Now I'm like, dude, is the O-line healthy enough to get into the playoffs as the 1 seed? Brother Love, dude. Call from Vegas from a dude named Brother Love wants to talk play calling. I bet he does. What's up, Brother Love? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good morning, my brother. Yeah, it's Keith Love. I'm from San Francisco, but I'm living down here in Vegas. What a frustrating night, man. Right. I mean, Aaron Banks, if that toe keeps bothering you, pull a Ronnie Lott, bro. Just cut that damn thing off. Cut that damn toe off and let's play some football. No, but, I mean, I've just been completely – just like all the Niner faithful, man. I'm just so frustrated. Why do you call a pass play on the 1 foot line? 1 foot line. You literally look like 1 foot. You have 2 running plays you could have done and punch that in at the end of the game. So penalties, obviously – obviously the penalties were, they sunk us for sure.
Wait. Hold on, real quick. I want to go back because I actually think are you talking about when they scored the final touchdown when they ran it with McCaffrey at the 2-minute warning right before that?
No. I mean the end of the game. With
the very end. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean we could have been 7 points down, and then anything can happen. You know what I mean? We're going backwards and get sacked.
Darnold ran back 14 yards on that sack.
Yeah,
he was
that's
great.
He ran. all we needed him to do is lean forward.
It's kind of funny, almost. Yeah.
It is, yeah, but I was just, man, I don't usually drop F-bombs, but, man, my wife was like, stop swearing. I'm like, good God, why would you not try to run the ball? I mean, you have a great running game. I think Shanahan overcoached himself. I mean, Baltimore's so good against the run. Let's just throw the ball the whole damn time. How about doing what you're really, really good at? I mean, look at those runs on the left-hand side. Aaron Banks and
then Trent Williams. There, right?
Come on, man. Let me run the ball. How come there was no jet sweeps or sweeps for Debo? What the hell was that?
It's a great call.
Let's run Debo behind and get them going different directions. But anyway, man, you are my favorite. I'm telling you, when I heard you were on there this morning, like I said, I'm down here in Las Vegas, living large in the desert. But, I sing the national anthem for the Niners and the Giants on YouTube. That's
shoot me a message, Brother Love, especially when you're at a Giants game, dude. I'll definitely be. I've probably seen you. I've seen a lot of anthems, especially if it's repeat, like Dick Bright, the maestro violin. I catch every one of those that he does. But hey, dude, so if the Niners are there, you gonna be at the game?
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm right. I mean, it's right here. And plus, I've got a lot of different hookups down here. So,
yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
I'm a bodyguard. I mean, I'm executive protection in Vegas, so come on.
Fantastic, dude. Look, I will be talking. If Niners make the trip, we'll all be down there for a week. I'll talk to you soon, Brother Love.
Come on, man. I received that, and it's going to happen. And Niners in the Super Bowl.
There we go. Let's do it. All right, man. Thanks for the call. Catch you later, Brother Love.
Day.
You too, brother. All right, good stuff, man. Jose is in Oakland. I like Jose's topic, just his 49er game. Hell yeah, he does. What's up, Jose? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good morning, guys. I hope you had a great holiday this past weekend.
Till about 8 o'clock tonight, yeah, man. Or last night, it was pretty good,
Listen, you know what? I said it all along. The only way the Niners are not going to make it to the Super Bowl is if they beat themselves. I mean, let's not fool ourselves around. The Ravens did watch that tape of the Cleveland Browns coming in and beating the Niners. Okay, so they had the blueprint. Other teams may have had a blueprint, but they don't have the players. Okay, the Ravens do.
Yeah.
It seemed to me also that the Kyle can pretty much abandon what has gotten us there, and he has a tendency to do that. During the Super Bowl that he lost, it was the same thing. We were ahead, and all of a sudden he stopped running the ball and he started throwing the ball. Okay, he should stick to what he does best, and like they said before, just run to set up the pass instead of doing the run.
That's a good take. Jose, it's a great take. And the Super Bowl one is one that frustrates a lot of people. And I think when we talked to Kyle on our show, Tom and I, he gave us a great analysis. I feel like he's developed I think he's grown as a play caller. To your point, I understand the tendency. And I also think that to be a head coach and a play caller, you got to have some arrogance, right? You got to believe that what you're putting out there in the system that you've developed is working. He does have a tendency to do that. He also has a knack for being the best play caller or one of them in the NFL. And it's evidenced by guys like Mike McDaniel and what that team is doing down in Miami, right? Guys who have left this organization. But to your point, Jose, the things that have made them successful, sometimes you think it's the overthinking, right? It's the Princess Bride. But if I know that you know that I know, which direction do I go? I'm with you. If he throws that touchdown pass at the end of that first drive, nobody's questioning anything. And we're going, Brock Purdy just opened up an MVP candidacy here against Lamar Jackson. So, Jose, we got to run. Great breakdown from you, though. Appreciate the call. And I understand the frustrations. Real quick, we got to get to a couple more, and then Mark Spear is going to join us. Kevin is in San Mateo. Kevin thinks Baltimore's defense beat the Niners. I actually am not sure what the take is here exactly. Kevin, San Mateo, you're on the Sports Leader. You think the Niners got beat, or you think they beat themselves?
I want to comment on what Shane said. The Niners got beat by a great defense, the Ravens.
Agreed.
He said the turnovers are gifts. The Niners are leading football in plus, like they're plus like 16 in turnovers. Are all those gifts? No, it's forced by a great defense. And let me tell you, Purdy, he struggles against great defenses. He struggled against Cleveland. He struggled. Minnesota's 10th. All the other teams he's faced, if you look at their defensive ranked, they're 19th, 22nd, 24th.
But what's he do against bad? But hold on. But what's he do against bad teams? Does he shred them?
Yeah.
That's what Kevin. That's what good defenses do. It's about counteracting that. And I'll tell you what. Let me ask you this then: do you feel better if the Niners were to go to the Super Bowl and they see the Ravens? Do you feel better about it having seen them already, or do you feel worse about it based on what we saw yesterday?
Well, let me tell you, it's tough to beat a team twice. So, I think the Niners probably.
I like my chances second time.
Win that football game.
It's kind of like if we're going back to Rocky. It's like Rocky 2, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure he lost the first fight, bro. Kevin, I recognize your voice. I love when you call, man. You're always fiery. You're always passionate. I appreciate the call, bro.
All right, thanks.
Be safe, man. All right, let's go one more. Bill is in Daytona. Bill is in Daytona Beach. Dude, I love it. We've got Vegas, we've got Daytona Beach. Bill, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
How you doing, man? Marcus, I'm from the Bay Area, San Jose, my whole life, but I moved out here. So
I love you're still with us, man.
Hey, always, man. I can get through the mornings with you guys. I've been waiting for my whole life, it seems like, to get another quarterback as good as Steve Young or somebody that wins like that.
Yeah.
And when I see Purdy come out and the way he's been going when he first came up and how he's been going and how he wins, and then all of a sudden he bombs a couple games, then he comes back and he turns it on again. I want to see the guy come back when he makes mistakes and win a game, and then I'll feel like we got that guy, but I still keep holding out hope. Meanwhile, on my Facebook thing, I got a group chat room was there's one guys that have just been waiting like vultures on a branch.
Oh, they're waiting for him to fall. Dude, they could not wait.
Dive off and Oh, I told you he was no good. He sucks. It's like, come on, man, give the guy a break.
Seriously.
When he wins the Super Bowl, then I'll feel better too. But I got the feeling he's still the best quarterback we've had in decades. I mean, look at Garoppolo. Come on. So,
as evidenced by 4,000 yards passing he hit yesterday, which is so funny. He does that in a game where he throws 4 picks, but he's the first Niner QB to do that since Jeff Garcia. That's wild to me, right? I mean,
I know, and then he owns up to it after the game.
Yeah,
too. He stands in front of that people.
He's a leader.
He's humble about it, and he goes, "I gotta fix me. I gotta fix me." And as soon as he does fix him, I got a feeling that we're going to be going out to more than one more Super Bowl and winning it. So
that's the plan, dude. You got to build something sustainable here. Bill, I appreciate the call, man. Call anytime. Thanks so much, dude. Down in Daytona Beach, Bill, dude, look at him. It's like 11 a.m. kicking in. Maybe got his feet up. I got a drink going, something like that. Listen to a little leader. Good deal, Bill. Appreciate the call. Brett in Walnut Creek and Fidel, I see you guys hanging on the line. We got to get to Mark Spears. We're going to talk a little Warrior basketball. You guys can hang. We'll get to the calls after, or you can call us on back after we talk to Mark Spears. ESPN and Anscape. I was going to say, all right, let's get a break from the Niners, get into some Warrior ball. They lost yesterday, too. Steph Curry went flat, Clay not all that good, and they were still in the ball game. Steve Kerr was pissed yesterday about the free throw attempts of Nikola Jokic. Also, Mark Spears with a report on when Draymond could return. We'll get that to you next with Mark Spears, only here on the Sports Leader.
I mean, Aaron Banks, if that toe keeps bothering you, pull a Ronnie Lott, bro. Cut that damn toe off and let's play some football.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors have a problem defending without fouling. And they lost 120-114 yesterday, Christmas Day, to the defending champion Denver Nuggets. Nikola Jokic, 18 for 18 from the free throw line. There's more on that story. If you want to read it, it's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Curry trying to get into a three. Lobs it up left-handed. Got it on the rim. Nothing more. And that will do it. The Denver Nuggets outlast the Warriors on Christmas Day. 120-114 the final.
The final call from yesterday's Christmas Day game. Warriors have their winning streak snapped as they've, really over the last week started playing way better basketball. The depth looks much better. I was wondering today, I was talking earlier today about what if you did a redraft of this year? Where would Podziemski go? And the questions about the return of Draymond as they've stabilized a little bit. We'll talk about all that with our buddy Mark Spears. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, of course, of ESPN and Anscape.com. Mark, Merry Christmas, man. How are you, dude?
Oh man, Merry post-Christmas to you, brother. Did you get a good gift?
Well, I got 4 picks from Brock Purdy, so it wasn't the best gift. But
yeah,
it was. I actually had a really nice Christmas, man. It was a good day.
Hey, you know what's funny? I thought about you and Tom the other day. You guys were asking me what was my best Christmas gift.
Yeah, right.
And and I realized the reason why I didn't answer is the best gifts I got were from like a ex-girlfriend's dad.
Okay. Now we've opened up a window. This is good. Yeah, this is good.
And I was like, oh, that's why I didn't remember it, because it actually wasn't from my family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. So what was the gift? Do you remember what it was then?
Oh, man. So I was like dating this girl, and she, her dad was rich, man. He used to play in the NBA. I mean, the ABA. I don't want to go more deeper to that.
Flint Tropics. Okay, we'll leave it there. Yeah.
And so I went to the Lakers Heat game, Shaq's first game back in Miami. And so we went to dinner the night before, went to the Ritz-Carlton, and he had like 6 presents for me. I was like, this is amazing. I never got this as a child.
Yeah, 6 presents. Come here, son.
Like
Merry Christmas.
Stuff, it's like nice gifts and like sweaters and jackets and all kind of like really high-level stuff, man. I almost started crying. I almost called and married a girl on the spot, but there were some other issues there that didn't happen.
Well, I'm glad you were aware of what what your worth was, Mark. You know.
Yeah. It all turned out all right, but it was like, damn, can you marry the dad as a father-in-law? You know. He was cool. I mean, like I could talk hoop with the man, and he gave me gifts. He was all right.
I got I have an ex-girlfriend. This is funny. I have an ex-girlfriend, same sort of thing. I got her dad one time. He's from San Francisco, doesn't live in the state anymore. And he grew up he's from San Diego and grew up a diehard Chargers fan and was a huge Dan Fouts maniac. So I got him for Christmas one year, like a Dan Fouts, like it was cheap. It was like a Dan Fouts card that was an autograph, like from eBay. It was like a normal thing. The guy texts me still like every year around Christmas time. It's like, I haven't talked to his daughter. I haven't talked to his daughter like a decade. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he's like, are you getting more of those cards? Mark Spears with us on the UMA guest line. So where were you yesterday? Were you in Denver? Where was you've been all over the place.
No, I was actually in L.A. I went to the Lakers-Celtics game and see LeBron kind of didn't have much gas yesterday.
No, he didn't. And 5 starters had 15 points for the Celtics, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was like Anthony Davis did his thing, and it didn't really matter. I mean, the Celtics are good, man. They're really perimeter, ride-or-die oriented, but the way they move the ball just reminds me of some of the Special Warriors teams. And if, like, Porzingis is your number 3 or number 4 scoring option, and he's healthy, that's scary, man.
Yeah.
He looks really, really happy there. So, I saw Milwaukee recently. I saw Boston recently, and to me, they're the 2 best teams in the league right now.
Now, Milwaukee beat the Knicks 2 days ago or 3 days ago, and then lost yesterday, right? The early game to the Knicks. They played a back-to-back. Not a back. It was like a day off.
I think those back-to-backs, and when you're in a city for 3 days,
it's weird. I don't like that.
Always a split. Yeah, it's weird.
It's too comfortable, but not comfortable, and you've seen each other already.
Yeah.
I'm just calling a split almost always, is what it feels like.
Yeah.
In terms of the Warrior game yesterday, and we'll get to, I want to ask you about Draymond, because I saw a report that was out that was per you and Draymond's return, but this last week for them, more big picture, I guess, heading into that game yesterday, which I thought was a fun test for how they'd been playing as of late. it's not really a surprise to me that they're having trouble defending without fouling based on their size, especially on the outside. The hack-a-shack thing really only works if he misses free throws. 18 for 18 yesterday. It was wild. I mean, his third quarter was insane. They fouled way too much, and he just kind of took off. What do you make of them as a roster right now, though? Because they've stabilized a little bit.
You know, I was encouraged by the fact that you play a championship team like that was fully healthy on the road, and that they could have won the game.
Yeah.
I think they've been playing some solid basketball, some respectable basketball. Even when the Warriors were losing, it wasn't like they were getting blown out. It's similar to yesterday, just, tough losses, late losses, overtime losses. So I think there's something to be encouraged from there. My question is, what do you do with Draymond when he gets back? How do you reincorporate him? Do you bring him off the bench and kind of see how that impact is? So I really like what Kuminga's doing and the confidence he's getting. And, I saw he had a quote where he said, "Nobody can guard me." And so he's starting to take it to the next level. So, I guess it's going to be a good problem to have once Draymond comes back. Defense will get a little better, and basketball IQ will get a little better. But I'm encouraged by, the way they're playing, and also the West is kind of helping them because nobody's really taking off, right?
Yeah.
Phoenix is actually under 500. They'll get better. Bradley Beal gets back probably around the start of the year. They'll start getting better. But, Memphis, can they get back in it? I think it's possible for them to get in the play-in, but there really is no night off in the Western Conference unless you're playing Portland, right? I mean, even Houston, I saw them recently. And they're really good, man, surprisingly good. Ime Udoka's probably the coach of the year right now. But this is a very interesting Western Conference. And but I think the one thing in the end is the Warriors are having all these, little tough losses that when the final standings come for the playoffs can end up kicking them.
Yeah, they've had a lot. They blew all those games a couple of weeks ago, and then was it 5 in a row they'd won there before yesterday's game against Denver? And by the way, they come home for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 6 or 7 straight at home, starting on Thursday night against Miami.
But no easy, right?
Nothing easy. Miami, Dallas, Orlando, and then which by the way, athletic. And then you get Denver again, then Detroit. There's a break.
Yeah,
but it's a back-to-back.
Yeah.
So and then Toronto.
It's those first 4.
It's tough.
That's going to say a lot about who they are as a team, and perhaps right after that trip, you'll start seeing a return of Draymond.
Let's talk a bit about that. Talking to Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape on the UMA guest line. So I just want to read the report that I had seen yesterday, and it said per Mark Spears. I was like,
from Woj, right?
Yeah, it's from Woj, I believe. Oh, it's actually from you. It was Woj's report, and then you said Woj adds, there's a general belief that Draymond suspension will range from 11 to 13 games. Let me go back to the original tweet here from Woj of ESPN. Yeah. Says ESPN sources, beyond individual counseling sessions, suspended Warrior star Draymond Green is participating in periodic virtual meetings that include Team NBA and Players Association officials designed to chart his progress towards reinstatement. And then you added, that Woj added, it's going to cover about 11 to 13 games without a setback. So where are we now? Are we at 6? Are we at 5? I'm trying to remember the...
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I'll get you the exact...
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if, after this homestand, if he's back. I did hear that he's back in the gym working out again, which I assume that means at the practice facility. Just kind of getting back ingrained. And the fact that he's, being present, doing what they're asking him to do, not pushing away from doing these things. I think that's a great thing, man. There's no room for error anymore. There's no room for discussion. This is what he needs to do. He needed to get some help. Hopefully he's doing that. What also I'm going to be curious about is how does he get refereed when he comes back? Where can his emotions be when he comes back? Can he still be Draymond Green?
Yeah.
I think you're just going to have to be in a different way, right? I just think that I wonder now if the refs are basically you have no rope. You know, like nobody to me got more rope than Draymond did before this, and now after this, does he have any? How do you referee him? I mean, he can't even really look at anybody now, right? Like
he can't be demonstrative. I mean, the physical stuff is the given. It's to your point about like arguing with officials or having any kind of leash. Like if they're going to clip him and he can't, they're going to clip his wings and he can't be Draymond and the leader that he is and be the fiery guy, then he's not the same guy. Yeah. But again, that remains to be seen. I think he's got to figure some stuff out with him. But how do you balance that? And I don't think any of us will know until we see it. I do know this: they're 5-2 without him right now. 7 games they've played without Draymond. So if we're going 11, so Denver yesterday, 8, 9, 10, 11 games would be Denver next Thursday. Is that the 4th or something like that?
So maybe Detroit, maybe.
And then Toronto would be the Sunday game.
Toronto, something around there. And then it's at home.
You probably want him back at home because you hit a 4-game roadie after that. Chicago, Milwaukee, at Memphis, and then Utah.
If you think the crowd was tough before, that's another thing he's going to have to deal with is you're going to have people in the crowd that's going to be talking more trash with him. Like I've sat close to the floor and just listened to how, people try to yank his chain, right? Yeah. Try to get him going, try to mess with him. That's going to be there too, like more than ever. So there's a lot that he's going to have to deal with. That's going to be new. That's going to. I know this sounds weird, but I think the best player, in my opinion, in combining his aggression without getting text, without getting in trouble, was Kevin Garnett. I think he was outstanding at it. I just the way he played, the ferociousness of it, doesn't mean he didn't talk but I think he has to kind of to me, Garnett did a great job of being very passionate, but yet not getting in trouble with the referees.
It's funny. I would say that too. I would say he was passionate more than he was demonstrative or abrasive. Whereas I think Draymond has more of a bravado in that way than.
Yeah.
He
doesn't need to talk to Dennis Rodman.
No, who didn't need to talk to Kim Jong-un. But, it's a whole domino. There's a whole bunch of people who shouldn't be talking. That's a whole different, it's a whole different conversation, So, Mark Spears, the voice you hear, ESPN and Anscape does a great job. He joins us each and every week. And, so we could be, right now, I guess in theory, Mark, before I let you go, we're about halfway through the Draymond suspension, barring any setbacks, is what the report is, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Good deal.
So I'm just excited for him, man, to hopefully I think there's some – I did a story recently on Damian Lillard, and he talked in depth about just how much he misses his kids. He's going through a divorce, it's been widely reported, and just the stress of that. And I'm starting to learn, I think we just assume that the pressures and the problems, family problems and stuff outside the court don't transfer to on the court.
That's wrong.
But I think it hounds these players more than we know, and so I know Draymond has some things that he's been fighting with family-wise, and Damian Lillard with his children, and I think that not to excuse any behavior for Draymond, but I think they gotta. It's easier for me to say, but how do you channel that or use basketball as a refuge to get away from things that frustrate you and not take it out on other people.
It's one of my favorite parts of being in sports media is realizing as I got older how normal a lot of these athletes are and you perceive them differently. Yeah. And to me, I like to lean in on that because that's the cool part of understanding what makes them operate and how they get to that level, and it makes them different than us, yet so much alike. So, Mark, always appreciate the time, man. Always fun. Enjoy the rest of your are you working? You out of town still?
Yeah, I get back tonight. I think I'm going to go enjoy some Disneyland, buddy.
All right, dude. Well, enjoy Disneyland, dude. Enjoy Fantasmic or whatever. I don't know. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Go to California Adventure. Do that. Go hit the Guardians of the Galaxy ride.
No, I need a Star Wars thing. That's the thing I want.
Oh, you want to Star Tours? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Move around in that chair back and forth. I can't wait. That's one of my favorites, dude. I was like, it's always this guy's first test run. Yeah. All right, bro. We'll be safe. Have a good time, Mark.
All right. Take care, bro.
All right. See you, man. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. KNBR.com. That's a positive development on the Draymond front that we could be about halfway through, and he could be back. I'm thinking they don't want him to come back at Memphis. I'm thinking they'll do that before the end of the homestand. All right, back into some 49er football. Tracy Sandler is going to join us, a Fangirl Sports Network. She filled in on this show last week. She's going to join us at 9:30 to talk more about what she heard in the locker room and at the podium last night following the 49er loss. It was a quiet locker room. Was not the same vibe as we've seen for the last 6 or 7 weeks. Brett, who's hanging on the line, I see you out in Walnut Creek. Brett, we're going to get to your call next. 808 KNBR, what concerns you most about the loss yesterday? And while Brock Purdy may have fallen out of the MVP conversation, did Christian McCaffrey help himself yesterday, even in that loss? Because Lamar was good, wasn't great. We'll talk more about that and more of your calls. Plus, we got a cooler content for you next on the Sports Leader.
I think I'm going to go enjoy some Disneyland, buddy.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
On
KNBR.com.
The Niners lost to the Baltimore Ravens yesterday, 33-19. A matchup of two number one seeds. Can the Niners hold on? More on that story trending at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I mean, it's the NFL. You know, we have some opportunities coming up, and we still got 2 games left in the regular season before we get into playoffs. And so for me, trying to look at the big picture of what we're trying to do, what our team goals are. But at the same time, man, I have to look myself in the mirror and ask myself why or how that happened and why I made those decisions. And so our team came ready to play. And, you know, for me to make some decisions like that, it pains me, you know, and it's not fair to these guys. So I have to realize that and understand that, and I have to get better for my team.
Does that sound like a dude who's playing his first full season of the NFL at quarterback, nonetheless? Brock Purdy, 4 interceptions yesterday, the worst performance of his professional career. He does go over the 4,000-yard mark. First time any 49er QB's done that since Jeff Garcia was at the helm. That was my guy. I like Jeff Garcia out of San Jose State. What are you shaking your head at, Tony? You shaking your head no at Jeff Garcia? Turn on the, what? Did you say what a name? Is that what you said? What a name, what a guy? This kid. Jeff Garcia was a stud, man. He could play. He stepped in the first year after Steve Young got hurt. He was a backup, and that year was a little rough. And then he kind of took off. He was good. He was a fiery dude, good outside of the pocket. Had T.O., and T.O. didn't want to be here anymore. He didn't really want to be anywhere anymore. Jeff Garcia was kind of a mercenary for a minute, too. He bounced around trying to take different teams to the playoffs as a backup. I think he did it for the Eagles. I know he was a Brown for a minute. I don't think they went to the playoffs. He stepped in for the Lions at one point and won some games. Anyway, I was a Garcia guy. Used to be on the NBC Sports Bay Area, and, of course, a San Jose State Spartan. Anyway, Brock Purdy has a chance to pass him for most passing yards ever by a 49er in a single season. I'd like him to do it by next week because then it'll be like it's like 61 with the asterisk, you know what I mean? Season's a season. Yeah, but he did it in that many games. Like when we're hitting yardage marks now, it's a little much. We will get to your cooler content. I think John Lund is going to join us in about 10 minutes too, just to check in on the Niner game. Dude, we got to go out to the phone lines. Brett has been waiting for a long time. I told Brett we would get to him right after Mark Spears. Brett is in Walnut Creek. Brett, what's going on, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good morning, Copes. Happy holidays. You know, I was watching the game yesterday, and I have to admit I went through all the range of emotions of anger, denial, bargaining, and I did finally come to
bargaining, dude. Yeah.
At the end. And here's kind of the things I took away from the game. Number one, first and foremost, how fickle the game is and how it really is a game of inches and moments and seconds. And you're a second late in your timing. You're a second late in your read. You're a second late in your block. And it's a difference between a completion and a big play, an incompletion or a pick. And we were a second off last night. I mean, I think they came out and they drove down the field, had a great defensive stand out of the game, drove down a little pick. All right, get a safety, come back. And then we kind of, after the half, when we came out and we went 3 and out, and then the big play of the game I thought was the punt. So we punt the ball. We're only down 4.
Yep.
Not only do we give up a 25-yard return.
This is the play that pissed me off, man. What are we doing?
I'm going to hit the guy out of bounds, and now they're on our, 39, 41-yard line, and now we're down 23, and we were and then we throw the pick, and we're like shell-shocked. We're like, whoa, what just happened?
Well, hey, real quick, Brett, before the penalty, can I offer you a pre-snap false start on the gunner on that punt, too?
Yeah.
Can I offer you a pre-snap penalty and an in-play penalty in addition to a 20-plus yard return?
And then we got, and then the other takeaway is makes you realize how important your offensive line is. And, Purdy didn't play great, but again, he was under duress all night. And that duress messes up their timing.
Exactly.
And so when he goes 1-2 step and he goes, oh, that guy's not there, and then he's in his face and they're grabbing him. Even on the tip pick, he had 1-2 step. Debo's the hot read. He's wide open. He's going to run for 25 or 30 yards.
Yeah.
The guy makes a great play, and he gets the interception. Your line goes down, and then you see it all across the league. I mean, look what Patrick Mahomes did yesterday. He looked like a rookie.
Yeah.
Didn't know how to throw the ball. He couldn't pass. He had no time.
Running backs are fumbling. He's throwing pick six. I mean, the Raiders scored 2 touchdowns. Dude, I seriously, I went to the bathroom. I came back. They scored 2 touchdowns in quite literally of game clock. It was something like 17 seconds or something. And they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? O'Connell went 3 quarters without completing a pass or something. Bizarre.
So, and it makes you realize that, the NFL is everyone is really, really, really good. And if you have an off day, I kind of think about it with golf. It's like you can be the best golfer on the planet. And you know what, Tiger? Sometimes you don't have the feel in your hands that day.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I had the feel in my hands yesterday. And Brock he just didn't quite have the feel. And because he had a lot of confidence. I mean, you saw him come out in that first drive. They looked great. And I think they all were kind of like shell-shock. And then the last takeaway, and I'll get off the line here, Copes, is the defense of how great they've been playing. I mean, they're still kind of letting people just drive down the field and score. I think they gave up 7 scores in a row to Arizona the week before. And then I think last night they had 8 drives in a row where they're giving up scores.
Yeah,
so,
7 straight.
The field goals,
right.
You can't just you got to get off the field.
I'm with you.
But hey, happy holidays. I think we're still right there. Beat Washington, big game against the Rams. We control our own destiny.
Screw the Rams and Washington. Let's take care of business, Brett. Happy holidays, man. Have a great weekend, bro. A great week. I don't know what day it is. See you later. Good stuff there from Brett. Hung on the line. Love hearing the callers, man. Love this. People hanging out on a weekday, getting up for work maybe, or just hanging out at home, need to grind some Niners. I like what Brett said, too, because I went through the same thing. Like last night, I wasn't pissed. I wasn't peeved. I was more peeved. I was more irritated. And I was more kind of shocked that they lost that badly and that it was that disastrous, which almost, in my reasoning and bargaining, like Brett did, it almost helped me reason it out better that they're going to be okay because I'm like, that wasn't like any loss they've had this year. That was completely different. Now, if they were reverting back to the same ways that they were losing in October, the 3 straight where they put up 17 points, turnovers, defense not getting stops. Now, the concern is, did they lose this game or did things go haywire because of some of the same injury issues? Left tackle, like we saw in those 3 games. That said, Debo was out then Debo came back and was electric. All it says to me is you have to get the number 1 seed. these guys are going to need this bye. One more quick one here before John Lund, famously of Papa and Lund. He's off today. It's going to be Dieter Kurtenbach and Todd Husak going to take you at 10 o'clock up till 2. But John Lund will join us on the other side. Will is in Vacaville. Will, you're on the Sports Leader.
How you doing?
What's up, Will?
Yeah, I was watching the game last night, and there's one thing I noticed when I watched when the Niners are playing a real good team. And this has happened all season.
Hey, Will, I got to put you on hold real quick, dude. I got to put you on hold. Kyle, put him on hold there, Tony. Kyle, I think Will's on a speakerphone. And you know what, Kyle Haar? That's on you, bro. That one's on you. Will's trying to do his job. You hear him. He's out there grinding. He's working. He's out in Vacaville. He's probably over on 80 somewhere doing something. He's grinding day after Christmas. Will, if you're on speakerphone, let's get you off speakerphone and we'll get back to the call after we talk to John Lund, or we'll take the call with John Lund. John Lund going to join me next. He was at the Niner game with me pre- and post-game with Dennis Brown. Niners lose 33-19. John was walking out. John said to me, I'm kind of stunned, kind of shocked. Do we have him back? We have Will back? All right. Will, are you in Vacaville? Are you there?
Yeah, so
You're sharp there. We got you back, dude.
Okay. I'll hold.
No. Well, get your take out, dude. We got you on now. You're good.
Okay. Are we good to talk now?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, you watch the Niners, and there's one tendency when you watch the Niners have a great line for run blocking. For pass blocking, they're so-so. And Brock's probably the leading quarterback in the league when he rolls out of the pocket and throws. When he gets pressure on him, he doesn't see the middle of the field very well. Because a lot of those balls were balls that were tipped, or he's not getting the time to see the field. So he's trying to force balls in there. And all night, even when he wasn't getting the ball intercepted, there was pressure on him.
He was getting hit a lot, man. Yeah, he got hit a lot.
And it seems to happen at certain games where he'll get the pressure, and he doesn't get to see the field real well. And then there was one other thing that really was kind of a typical Shanahan move. There's certain things when you watch Shanahan coach that you see game in and game out. And at the end of the game, the last 2 minutes of the game, or actually the last 4 minutes of the game, we brought Darnold in there. And they got within 2 touchdowns. The Niners were near the goal line, and there was a 2-minute warning. And on the next play, I think Darnold got sacked. And there was like 1:43, I believe.
It was the play before that got me. There was like 2:09 on the clock. The clock was stopped, and they were at the. And there was the pass interference play at the 1, and they were at the 15. And they were at the 15. I was like, man, if they're at the 16, they'd get the ball at the 1. But you're at the 15. It's a half the distance. They ran it with 2:09 left, and I thought if you get in, that's fine, because then you save the 2-minute warning and you had one timeout. I didn't like the play call of a run with 2:09. If you're at 2:06, 2:05, fine. At 2:09, I'm thinking you can throw 2 passes there. I'm thinking you could throw at least 1 pass and get another play out of it.
Yeah, but it was worse after the timeout, because
totally.
What happened was the next play, I believe he got sacked or something like that.
14-yard loss, yeah.
1:43 to go. There's 1:43 to go, and he's letting the clock run for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Not that the Niners are going to win the game. Then you never know. Strange things happen. But at least, why aren't you calling the timeout with 1:43? Because you got the guy that's come in he's been in for, 10 plays? I mean, after you get sacked like that, you're not exactly 100% with your senses. So you had the 3 timeouts. Why not use one then? And then I don't
think they had 3 at that point, because remember they had a penalty. They had 3 because they used one. Then they had 1 left when they decided to go with the runoff instead. We do have to run. Will, I'm sorry, I do got to run. We got to get to our next segment here. I'm with you on all that, though. I totally agree with you, Will, on the situational calling at the end. I know it was like a pipeline dream to make that happen. You're looking for Darnold to run the hurry up and then get the ball back on an onside and then do it again. It seems like it's not going to happen. I am with you, though, because those situations are not practicable really for a head coach. And we've asked Kyle about that. You can go through all the walkthroughs in practice and whatnot, in-game clock management, play calling stuff. There's a lot going on. That's just something some guys are either good at, they're not, or they have to develop and get better in the moment. Because to me, it's not something you can practice. You'll never be able to simulate that kind of pressure. Will, I do appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. When we come on back, John Lund was on the pregame show with me yesterday and the postgame show, and he works here at KNBR. Usually, not today, except when he comes on with me next. John Lund going to join me, talk a little bit more about this game yesterday. He had some good insight and thoughts on what he heard from Kyle and what he saw in the locker room after the game. We'll talk to him next. And then Tracy Sandler at 9:30. Still got don't we still have it? Dude, I was going to call it a sound soiree. I'm an afternoon guy now. The cooler content, Tony. We'll still have that coming up in just a bit. John Lund joins me next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, they were sound in what they did. I feel like they did a good job all around, starting with their front, the guys in their secondary. They did a good job just all around. And so, they're a good team. In general, when they had the momentum, they kept it rolling. Felt like there was just like some tight windows and stuff. Not a lot of room for error in terms of my decision making and stuff. So, but overall, they did a good job. They came ready to play.
More from the 49ers loss to the Baltimore Ravens. A lot of 49er fans checked in today. It seems like play calling is an issue for them. And again, I question the opening drive too, but I also understand when there's a game plan that you want to try to be deceiving with. They're expecting you to run it. I can't remember what game it was. Was it Tampa? It was a game before that. They came out with Debo, ran it like on the first play of the game, and then he didn't touch it out of the backfield again. It's kind of like yesterday, didn't touch it out of the backfield. We did the pre and the post game yesterday, myself, Dennis Brown, and our next guest. How about this? John Lund, current employee and guest on the morning show here. John Lund, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Just talking Niners and same thing I was doing last time I saw you, basically.
I know. It hadn't been that long. As far as the play calling, Kyle Shanahan's the best play caller in the league. It's not even really close. And so when you're doing that, it's stupid. I mean, you're just being stupid. I mean, here's the reality of it. It's hard to do this because as a fandom, what we do is we try to find somebody to blame. What's to blame is Baltimore's really good. And it really isn't even as simplistic and weird as this sounds. It's not really all the interceptions Brock threw, because he threw 3 in the first half and they're down 16-12. The first possession was a killer because they've scored 66 points on opening drives, and that's what they do. They get confidence, they get rolling. So that first interception, which was the worst, he didn't see Kyle Hamilton, and Kyle said after the game that Brock misread the coverage. So that was the killer. And then the next one that was a killer, it's only 16-12 at the half. They go 3 and out to start the second half. 3 for -5 yards. They punt, and the Ravens score a touchdown. Now it's 23-12. Then the killer interception of the second half was he throws the one to Patrick Queen. Now he gets bumped. You can say whatever you want. But Patrick Queen gets the interception. Trent rips it out. And, of course, he was already down. Then they scored there, and it's 30-12, and the game's over. So, talk about play calling all you want, but Brock didn't see Kyle Hamilton. The Ravens got pressure on Brock, bumped him, and that ball kind of fluttered, and that's where Queen got the interception. It's hard to do this because the 49ers are so good normally, but the Ravens played great. They had a great game plan. The Ravens are just a tough team. You haven't seen them for a long time. They're tough to prepare for. They're as physical as you are, and you gave them all those turnovers. But really, out of the 5 interceptions, but Brock threw 4, there's 2 that are killers. The opening drive and the one to Queen, because the one to Queen, then the next play sealed the game. But the third quarter, it was 16-12 going into the third despite 3 interceptions. They're in this game, and they get the ball to start the second half. If you're a fandom, you got to think to yourself, damn, Brock threw 3 interceptions, and we're down 4? But the third quarter just snowballed on them, and they asked the defense too many times to try to bail them out. Okay, please. I mean, how many times were you and I sitting there going, okay, holding a field goal, we're okay. Holding a field goal, okay. And they just didn't. And Fred said it after the game, as many positions as the offense put the defense in that were unfortunate, you've got to, a couple of those times, if you're a championship team, you've got to hold them to field goals, and they didn't.
Yeah.
So we can talk about Brock, and you're right. And the national narrative, and I haven't watched any of the talking head shows today, and he's going to get ripped, and we don't have to have the MVP conversation anymore and all this kind of stuff. But it's a team game, and they needed more help from the defense on this particular night, and they didn't keep them out of the end zone enough. So complain about Brock, and I get it. But this is offense, defense, special teams. Ronnie Bell's stupid play on special teams to set up in that third quarter as well. They just made a lot of mistakes.
So funny, dude. I've been griping on the special teams play because I've said today all 3 phases were terrible. Right? Yeah. It's why I don't feel. And we had somebody earlier say the Niners were exposed, and I said I don't feel like they were exposed because they made so many mistakes. And again, defenses can make you make mistakes, sure. Brock also made mistakes on his own. They didn't execute. If you play your game and you don't turn the ball over, I said this earlier, John, I don't think they would have needed 30 points to win this game if they didn't turn it over. I think they could have scored 25 and won.
But I want to give Baltimore credit.
I do, too.
Because the thing is that even though the first one was the most egregious, he just didn't see Hamilton. He misread the defense, didn't think the safety was going to be there. And that was massive because then it's 7-0 and you're on your way and the stadium's got energy and all those kind of things. And I think the game is completely different. But the other 3 interceptions, like Humphrey just made an amazing play on the second interception. Give Baltimore credit. If the Niners had made that play, we'd be talking about the Niners defense and what a great play it was. The third interception, the same thing. Look what we're talking about. They made plays, and that you've got to give Baltimore credit. I think they're going to see Baltimore again. The athletes in general are good at flushing things quickly and moving on, and they have a short week, and they have no choice but to do it. The big concern, and you and I talked about this in the post game last night, was what's the injury situation, especially on the offensive line? Because Trent's got a groin, you don't know about those things. His backup, Jalen Moore, who I'm not a huge fan of, is in concussion protocol. That's a major problem. So now you're starting the shuffle game where Colt McKivitz went from right to left tackle, and it was like he had never played the position. He was getting rolled. He was on the ground constantly. Spencer Burford
went out to the outside.
Yeah, he played tackle in college. That was his natural position at Texas San Antonio. But, he's struggling at guard this year, and then he has to come out to right tackle. No chance. And you put on top of that, then you had to get a new guard after Banks went down with a toe. So what's going on with Banks' toe? That's the same injury he missed a game with. What's going on with Trent's groin? With those kind of muscle injuries, as much as we joke about groins, there's nothing wrong with that groin.
I already told Tony to pull it up. I was going to tee you. I was going to say, dude, I'm looking. John, I was right there with you.
Come on, where is it?
If you were watching me on video, you could see me right when John said groin. I was like, dude, Tony, find the groin.
Get it.
Find that groin bite.
But, Washington traded Montez Sweat and obviously traded Chase Young, and they're not a good team. And Sam Howell, who at the middle of the season, you're like, okay, this might be their quarterback. He's played terribly.
Led the league in passing per for the year.
Tons of interceptions. So, look, he's not playing well. They should win that game, but get back to me when we know that Banks and Trent are playing, and then I'd feel a lot better about this. But they're going to win that game. It comes down to a team in the last week of the year that knows you really, really well. It's not like the Ravens. You know them. You generally play well against them in the regular season. But with Puka Nacua and Kupp and the way Stafford's playing, and Kyron Williams has all of a sudden emerged. He's over 1,000 yards, a former Notre Dame back. All of a sudden, they're a pretty good team. And I would imagine that this is going to be on Sunday Night Football, because what they're looking for on Sunday night, they can either play Saturday or Sunday, but they're looking for a big-time playoff scenario. Well, it could be the Rams trying to get in, and it could be the 49ers trying to win the NFC. So I would imagine that you and I are probably going to be sitting there at Levi's Stadium on Sunday night, the final Sunday of the season, the final game of the regular season, to see if the 49ers can seal this thing. So it's all still in front of them, but they just lost their buffer.
Yeah, they're going to hose it. Buffer. Nearly killed her. Hardly knew her. Real quick, this is what we're looking for from Trent.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
There you go. I had to get it in
all
for you.
week we're playing that.
All week, dude. There is something wrong with that groin. Dude, he was gimping around out there. So for Brock yesterday, the stinger, and it's funny, nobody's even really talking about it because Kyle said he wasn't really concerned. Also, he had one last week. Yeah. So good breakdown on the postgame show, too, from Tim and Greg on the stinger. Yesterday. They talked a lot about it. But he was down for a minute, and then I guess we talked about it after. He tried to lobby to come back in, and they just said no. I was sort of laughing.
Have you seen our offensive line right now?
I was laughing this morning.
We're not putting you back in.
You imagine football, you're like the backup, and he's like, dude, we can't have our starter out there, man. This guy's going to get killed. Where's Sammy Darnold? Get him in there.
Yeah.
And then, dude, he takes the 14-yard sack. Like, when he comes in at that point, you're down numerous scores. I'm like, is he running a hurry-up offense here to win the game? I didn't think Brock should have started the drive, to be honest. Down 2 scores with 7 minutes or something. I mean, I guess you can do it, maybe 3 scores. It didn't really matter. The fact of the matter is, I don't know that anything here is relevant or relative to anything that cost them 3 games in October, which is why I feel differently about this loss. While if the injuries are long-term, it's fairly disastrous if it's Trent Williams, especially with the health of the line. But with the way they were playing consistently bad over 3 games, 17 points, in that 3-game losing streak, this to me just tells me they need a bye. They're banged up. They need this rest more than we thought they did.
And that's probably the worst thing that happened yesterday was if they win that game, which it's laughable to think they would have with all those turnovers, but if they had won that game, Then you play Washington. Then you're already the NFC champs, and you can get a few guys will play, or maybe Brock plays a series, just like a preseason game, basically, to keep you tuned up. And then you get a complete week off and all these injuries, and now you're good to go, and you got to win 2 home games, and then you're playing in Las Vegas. But now, they're going to bounce back because all week long it's going to be people doubting the 49ers. But the injuries are the great equalizer, and so now you don't get the Rams game off. You're never going to get the Washington game off, but you don't get the Rams game off. You don't get to ease into the playoffs, and potentially you have to go back to Philadelphia just because you played so poorly against the Ravens, because the Rams are no joke. Now, if I'm a fan of the Niners and I'm listening right now, they dominate the Rams during the regular season. So I feel really good that they're going to do that. Offensively, the Rams are really good, but we know that defensively they'll come up with a game plan, and then defensively the Rams are good. Don't get me wrong. But, they lost Jalen Ramsey. Wagner was on that team. He's gone. Leonard Floyd, he's gone. I mean, look, they have some nice young players, and anytime Aaron Donald's around, you got to respect the Rams. But they're defensively not what they've been in the past.
And they weren't able to go make the moves like they have in the past at the deadline to shore things up and get an edge rusher or get another weapon. They just didn't have. They don't have. They said F them picks for so long. They now don't have the picks to
So they got to outgun you. They're going to have to outgun the 49ers, and if you go into a situation like that, again, given health, I think the 49ers are going to win that game. It just adds more drama to everything. And last night, as we're talking to people, emotions are high, and I get it. And people are frustrated, and they're down, and it's Christmas. And, as we're all sitting in the booth, we're thinking to ourselves, geez, this isn't the way I saw this game going. Not that they couldn't have lost the game. It's just that, all the hype.
Surprising.
Yeah. And look, to be honest, just to move it to the MVP race for just a second, it's not like Lamar played great, especially in the first half. He was missing throws. The defense had him confused. He played solid, and he didn't make mistakes, and therefore he's going to probably now he's the favorite for the MVP. But it's a season where, almost back, you and I talked about this before the game. Now maybe from the 49ers perspective shifts to McCaffrey, because McCaffrey was solid yesterday, had a 39-yard run, had a 9-yard touchdown. And if he goes off for a couple of games, and I don't know what happens with Baltimore, maybe he can't get it because, again, he's a running back and there's no more national games unless that final one is a Rams game.
He's got the second best odds on BetMGM now.
Yeah. Look, if they go against, let's say that he's solid next week against Washington, and then he goes for, $175 against the Rams on the last game of Sunday, and they play it on Sunday Night Football, and they get the NFC, maybe he's got a chance. But Brock's done. You can't do what he did on national TV, throw the 4 interceptions, and plus have all these haters just wait for some reason, just waiting for him to have that kind of a game. And now they're screaming and yelling that they were right. And that's fine. This is when the 49ers actually play their best ball. When their backs are against the wall. Over the years with Kyle Shanahan, they tend to play their best when they have to play their best. And sometimes when things are going really good, they have a performance like they did last night. That's just how they've been.
Being right's overrated.
Absolutely.
You agree, right?
Yeah.
Talking to John Lund, who's off today and kind enough to come on and talk some Niner football with me. Really nice, you dude, on a Tuesday morning where you're out hanging with family and stuff. A thought from you before we let you go. Tracy Sandler, by the way, going to join us coming up at 9:30, Fangirl Sports Network. She was there yesterday at the game. If the Niners lose one of these next 2 games, how big of a dip do you give their Super Bowl chances? Based on what we saw yesterday and the health of the roster, I now feel like, I knew the buy in the 1 was significant based on what we saw last year, but I think now more than I thought yesterday, it's going to be beneficial to them to have it, not just to avoid the game, but for the rest.
Yeah, to me, that's the biggest part. It's not that they can't win on the road. Look, Philadelphia is not Philadelphia. We watched that game from the studio there at Levi Stadium, and they barely got by the Giants at home. And they're going to win all 3. They're going to put pressure on the 49ers. The team I would fear if the 49ers don't get home field is then Dallas, because Dallas is 3-5 on the road. They're a totally different team. At home, they're 7-0, and they blow teams out. The only team to even play close to the Cowboys at home was a desperate Seahawks team. So, Dallas is just a different team. And I know, again, people driving around doing their thing today going, Dallas, we smoked them every single time. I get it. And they smoked them 42-10. They go there. There's a lot of Niners fans. It's just that if you're staying home, like you said, you get the bye week, you rest. Tampa's looking like no joke. The Rams are looking like no joke. So, the Rams could beat the Lions in a 6-3. Baker Mayfield's playing well for Tampa, so that's it doesn't mean that, like a Dallas, for example, couldn't lose at Tampa. So, the number one seed could actually get a favorable first-round opponent, and then you'd probably either have to play Dallas, Philadelphia, I don't know, Detroit, one of the better teams. But again, you're at home. I don't fear going to Detroit to Ford Field. I just think they're a year away. Philadelphia, even going to Philadelphia, I think they could win that game, because I just don't think the Eagles are the same. Jalen Hurts, something is off. Defensively, they're just not as good.
O-line's been banged up too.
Yeah, but going to Dallas, who's a really good team at home, they're going to be kicking themselves that they would have to make that trip. So, to answer your question in a long, roundabout way, I think it's significant. I think it's significant getting a week off and then playing 2 games at home versus having to go on the road after the wild card round potentially, and having to do some sort of a, Dallas, Philadelphia 2-step or something and go on the road. Now, Dallas isn't going to catch you, so you'd be probably playing them at home. But because you've got basically, they're 1 game behind you, plus you have that tiebreaker with them. So
are they 10-5 now? Is that what they are?
Yeah, they're 10-5. So, they're going to – and they've got a tough one. Look, they've got to play Detroit, and even though that's at home, and I don't think Detroit's been quite as good in general down the stretch here. It's not like Detroit couldn't beat Dallas. So you're probably not going to get Dallas on the road now that you think about it. But still, you'd potentially have to go and take on Philadelphia on the road, or potentially take on Detroit on the road, who's got the same, Philly and Detroit have the same record as the Niners now.
Niners have the tiebreaker because of conference record.
I mean, you just don't want to have to do that, because Detroit's fans. I worked there in an 0-16 year. They haven't done anything in forever. They finally won the division. Dan Campbell hyping them up. I mean,
despite their best attempts, they won the division.
Exactly. But they play in a dome stadium. It's going to be loud as hell. Those people haven't had success for a football team in so long, so it's going to be a bananas atmosphere. Not that the Niners couldn't go in and ruin that party. They could. But it's just, why make it so difficult on yourself? And what you just said, with all these injuries now, you got to get the time off. So, but to be honest, I feel good. How do you feel? I mean, I think the next 2 they're going to take care of business. It's just they just made it a little harder on themselves.
I'm with Holding, saying I feel okay until I know what the health status is of Trent Williams. Honest to God, that's like I'm Tom and I before the year said there's 2 guys. If these guys are not here or they get hurt, the chances of winning a Super Bowl maybe get cut by a third. I mean, I don't know. We said Bosa and Trent Williams. Because of just the impact you feel for everybody else. We didn't know Brock was going to have the year he's having.
And CMC. I think CMC and Brock. I mean, I'd put 4 guys in that list.
I would still pull CMC out of there because of they've been to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championships without. I mean, McCaffrey last year was hurt.
I just think he tilts the field
he definitely
so
does.
much.
I agree. He's way better. But like Mostert was there.
Yeah.
Like Kyle's been doing this with tons of guys.
But I mean, ever since he got here, they hardly lose. And Mitchell is out again. He's so unreliable. Elijah Mitchell is the most unreliable running back in the history of the 49ers. I mean, it's like I didn't even know he was hurt, and then last week it's like he's inactive yesterday.
Let's offer Joe Williams 3rd rounder.
Right, there you go. But I mean, I'm just going, come on, man. And I like Mason. He's a nice back. It's just that the difference between Mitchell, Mason. I mean, we thought Mitchell was pretty good, and then we saw McCaffrey, and it's
different.
All of a sudden it's like, whoa, So
well, we saw Mitchell relative to Mostert. Right? Like Mostert went down, that was in Detroit, I think, right? Week 1. He goes down with that injury like early on, and then we're like, who's the 6th rounder kid? And he steps in and he's fantastic.
He's nice. I mean, if he could stay healthy, I think he could be a feature back somewhere, but he's just not a reliable back. So, look, they've got a galaxy of stars, which is why I think they're going to bounce back, but you're right. I might put Trent on the top of the list only because they would have other guys that could fill in. Jalen Moore is not even close to Trent Williams. And then I don't know how Colton McKivitz, because we were there on the last game of the season a couple of years ago where the 49ers had to win to get in the playoffs. And we were at SoFi Stadium, and we're going, why is Colton McKivitz warming up? Because he was a backup at the time. They had McGlinchey and Williams, and Trent at the last minute got pulled, and he actually played well at left tackle. So I'd imagine when Kyle speaks to the media, he'll say that he's confident in Colton McKivitz because he's done it before and maybe getting thrown in there in the middle of the game. He hadn't repped at left tackle, so if all week he reps at left tackle, would be better, sure. But like Trent Williams is he's going to the Hall of Fame, and he's one of the best left tackles of all time. So even though there's no stats and people really don't know offensive line play and all that kind of stuff, take our word for it. He's a road grader, and Banks next to him, they love running left. Well, why do you think so? Because those 2 guys together have formed a really good tandem. So if one or both, Trent obviously, but if Banks is out too, that's a big deal.
Major deal, and it could be a long-term one if Banks is out with that toe that's been we had a caller earlier say, just go running lot on it, man. Just cut it off. I was like, I don't think that's how that works.
Toe off.
I don't think that's how that works in today's game.
I'm no doctor, clearly, but I don't think that's...
I'm no doctor. Then what are we doing here? All right, dude. Well, have a great rest of your week, man. We got, who's coming? It's Deir and today and Todd Husak coming in at 10.
Oh, that would be
We
great.
got a fun show tomorrow. I'm going to wait until a social on our digital team put it out. But
Are you back tomorrow doing mornings?
No. Just today.
Oh, okay.
Just today. You won't hear from me again until Sunday after this.
Sunday.
And the
early one. Yeah,
early one, 7 a.m. pregame.
I know it. Have you taken the pulse? I mean, what are people feeling like today? Are they
Overwhelming.
nervous now? What's the deal?
Yeah, people are checked in a bunch. A lot of people are just. It's funny. This happens every time they lose. Blame for Kyle. You know, somebody say he has a tendency for this, and I go
ridiculous.
He also has a tendency for getting to NFC championships.
I would ask the same people that if they had one offensive mind for one game to pick right now, who are you picking? Are you picking Kyle? Are you picking McVay?
If I had a game plan for one game, like as
right
a head coach, who am I picking in one game?
I'm picking him. Like right now, of coaches in the league.
Yeah,
or OC,
I'm not
you can have
taking
anybody.
Belichick,
Any coach,
no.
any OC, like any of them. Go ahead.
Andy Reid would probably be.
he's
I
up
might
there.
take a guy who's 1-1. I might go Andy Reid first, and then go Kyle too.
Yeah, and it would be nice. I mean, it's not that Andy Reid has lost the touch. It's just they don't have any weapons. So, offensively, they're really struggling. But, yeah, right. Andy Reid might be in there. McVay might be in there. Kyle might be in there. But I find it laughable because, and again, I'm not ripping anybody about it, but because I'm a fan too. But we don't want to rip our players, right? I got a 97 jersey, or I got a Brock 13, or I got a McCaffrey 23. Like, I can't rip the players, so let's see who else it is. It's the referees. It's definitely bad calls for sure,
Yeah.
and then it's okay. It's one of the coaches. It's Wilkes or it's Kyle or it's look on the field. Brock threw interceptions. Defensively, they were put in bad positions but needed to make better plays. I mean, this is across the board. That was a stupid penalty by Bell and an opportunity. There was a drive, 11 play. They got the ball at the 5-yard line, and the game was kind of still on the balance. And Baltimore went down the field at the 9:21 mark and took it all the way down to the 2:39 mark. They were at their own 5, and they got a field goal in that, and they took off 7 minutes off the clock in the third quarter.
Yep.
You've got to stop them that you can't let them get a first down at the 5. You possibly get the ball to 50, drive back in, you can score. The defense allowed a 11-play, 89-yard drive that took the clock in the third quarter from the 9:21 to the 2:39 mark. Are they not culpable for that? Is that Kyle's play calling? Because the defense was on the field for those 7 minutes and let them go 89 yards and 11 plays in over 7 minutes in the third quarter. That drive lost the game. I mean, or won the game for Baltimore.
Won the game for Baltimore.
That was the defense.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that was the defense. And so, again, you can be overly simplistic and say it was Kyle. This was across the board. I mean, believe me, he's sitting there and probably stayed there all night long till 2 and 3 in the morning and broke it down and said, I could have been better. But this is a team loss, even with Brock's interceptions. You're down 16-12 at half after 3 of them. That was a game they could have, but the third quarter just blew up on him. And he threw 1 interception. It was a killer, but the defense gave up that 7-minute drive in the third quarter. They're culpable too.
510 says, I love how if you don't fanboy over Brock, KNBR style, you're a hater. No, if you thought that he was a product of the system, then you're a hater. That's you're misunderstanding. 510. He says, oh, wait, I thought it was all about Brock. Now it's about Shanny. Yeah, dude, that's how football works, man. You drafted the guy that would fit in his system, and then he put him on the field, and he told him the plays, and then the guy ran the plays that the coach told him to run. What are we talking about? Yeah, it is. It's a body of work thing, man. We give away awards for it, too. Executive of the Year, Head Coach of the Year. And Kyle, you said this yesterday, John, won't win it because there were expectations for this team.
Right.
He won't win a Coach of the Year. Meanwhile, Stefanski has a shot at the 1 seed in the AFC. See that?
Right.
The Browns have a shot at the 1 seed with Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Those are my guys. I've always been a Browns guy.
Look, I think we're going to see. I think we're going to be in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see the Ravens again. And I thought that regardless of what the outcome was going to be last night before the game. I just think, you look over to the AFC, and there's a lot of flaws, and Kansas City isn't themselves. And, Buffalo's back in it, but the Bengals, have a backup quarterback and all this. I think the Ravens are clearly the best team in the AFC. Despite this loss, the 49ers have beaten the Eagles, the Cowboys. They haven't played the Lions and won't. But they're going to bounce back from this. It was a bad game. It happens. It's the NFL. Not every game you're going to dominate people. They're going to take their lumps all week. All the talking head shows are going to say, are the 49ers real, and ask all these stupid, dumb, and basic questions. They have a body of work this year. They came into the league as the second best offense at 30.4 and the second best defense, giving up 16.7. Yesterday's game does not change that. And I think we're going to see Baltimore and the 49ers for a rematch of Super Bowl 47 in Vegas, and you and I are going to have a hell of a time, and hopefully we can make our shows.
Well, I'll make mine. Mine's at 2.
That's not a guarantee.
Yeah, I'm a machine, dude. I'll be good. I made this show, didn't I?
I am impressed. By the way, as I laid there this morning and cleared the whatever out of my eyes because I needed some therapy after the game, I thought to myself, is Copeland really on the air right now? And so
did you flip me on? Did you catch me?
I went to the app and I'm like, oh my God.
You saw me? I was firing takes. How'd I sound?
You sounded great. Your voice now, like. I dialed into the line to the station, and I thought he's going to sound raspy or scratchy or something. Nothing, man.
You're damn right I do.
True pro.
You coming to win a title in my city? I don't think so.
True pro,
I'll kick
man.
Your ass like I kicked Lamar Hunt's last night. John Lund, he's not working, but he is working a little bit. When are you back? Next Tuesday?
Yeah.
And then you'll be with me on the pregame, too, on Sunday.
Yeah, yep, that's it.
I'd like you to be in-house for the 7 a.m., thank you.
Ready.
You always are, dude. You're great, man. I really appreciate you coming by, and it was fun yesterday. As fun as it could have been for being there as late as we were after a brutal
we had a good time
loss,
regardless, man. We had a good time regardless.
Well, good deal, man. Have a good time with your son, and I'll see you next week, dude.
Happy holidays, man. Appreciate y'all.
Later, bro. John Lund, you hear him right here on Papa and Lund every day. 10 to 2. You won't hear him today. You'll hear Deir and Todd Husak. And then in the afternoon show, normally Tom and I, we're off rest of this week. This afternoon, you're going to get Rod Brooks and Dante Whitner taking you all through this Niner game. I can't wait to hear what Dante has to say about this game. It was an accident. Dante's going to have some hot take about how, Lamar didn't do any. I can't wait. I'm the most on-brand dude ever. Dante is the best. We are streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader. On YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Rocky is in Vallejo. He's been waiting. Richard's in Petaluma. We'll get to the calls. We got a cooler of content. Tracy Sandler's joining us at 9:30, and then I'm going to go home and go to sleep at 10. More to come. Your calls. Cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
Nothing wrong with that groin. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, no, it's kind of crazy. I felt really bad during the game. Like, a lot of turnovers and putting our defense in horrible situations constantly. They still did a good job, held them to a couple field goals. And then at the very end, it's like we score a touchdown, Ronnie scores, and we're going down again. It's like, hey, there's 4 minutes left, football, anything can happen. So proud of the way the team fought at the end. Proud of Sam coming in and, throwing some darts. Overall, we got our tails kicked in, on Christmas Day, national television, so it's not really fun. But it's one game, and we have an opportunity to, short week, go get another win. And, then it's just, hey, got to win the next one too. So it's on us. Disappointing, but it's not like the building's on fire and like that. Like, sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way. A lot of tips. There were a lot of crazy stuff happened. So not incredibly angry right now, just disappointed. But I still think we have a pretty good football team.
I think they have a damn good football team. George Kittle, pretty, grounded thought on that. I think that comes from confidence in who they are and where they've been. And again, I think that's why so much of what we say is about if healthy. It's a guy, somebody texted in earlier. It was on the YouTube chat. I think his name was M. Patel. He checks in a lot. He was saying something about the 49ers, anytime you throw sand in their game plan, I think he was saying, like, you mess up the gears, or if anything goes awry, then they're no good. And I take some exception to that because they haven't even played a one-score game this year. They're 11-4, right? 11-5 now. 11-4. 17 games. Dude, the 17th game throws me off so bad. They are 11-4 right now. Correct, Tony? They're all 11-4. 3 teams. Them, the Eagles, and the Lions are all the same, right? Cowboys are 10-5. And they have 2 left. That's what's throwing me off. So at 11-4, they're not just getting by. The Eagles, record-wise, have won a lot of one-score games. Remember last year, Minnesota had like 11 of them, and they won them all or something crazy. This year, it's like they flip all those. And if you flip those one-score games with a lot of teams, look at that Raider team that had Black Jack Del Rio out there, right? It was like every game, end of the game, they were rolling the bones, and they were coming up heads and winning, which is great. Sometimes the break's even for you, and they come your way. However, the body of work for the Niners tells me, based on the corrections they've made over a 6-game win streak before yesterday, that they can correct the problems they've had. Yesterday's problems were not the same to me as the problems, to some extent, the same as some of the problems they had when they were losing 3 in a row. However, it really, to me, seemed like it stemmed from O-line play, which then made for a lack of effective offense or any continuity on offense. It never felt like they had the 2 to 3 to 4 big plays in a row where the lid comes off the place, everybody erupts, and then they just get off and they're moving. Then they get off the field on 3rd down on the next defensive stop, and they're out there again. It felt for 6 games like every time they touched the ball, they were going to score. That's how I felt. Yesterday, it didn't feel like that. And there was no consistency. It was kind of stop and go. About one point, like halfway through the second quarter, I felt like the game had been going for 2.5, 3 hours. Because it was like 3 or 4, it was 3 turnovers at that point. So every time there's a clock stoppage and a TV timeout, you've got to flip the field and all that stuff happens, right? End of the quarter. It just took forever, it seemed like. It was just because there was no rhythm to the offense. It was drop back throw, drop back throw, drop back throw. It's just not the way they've operated over the course of this season. Let's go to Rocky. Rocky's in Vallejo. Rocky wants to talk about that 49er game plan. I think it's been good this year. I think yesterday was not a good one. They didn't execute it, and then they gave the Ravens extra opportunities. What's up, Rocky?
Hey, Copes, how you doing, man? I'm glad you came in. It's very therapeutic.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for calling, dude.
No, appreciate you, man. So the caller's been spot on, most of the callers, and you've been obviously spot on. If you listen to Shanahan all week, he was really worried about the first quarter. And the Niners were, they were ready in the first quarter. They were driving. Obviously, Brock made that big interception. Otherwise, they would have been 7-0. We know that. You know that. So my take is this. Shanahan, his game plan, he thought he could, like you said earlier, they were going to be able to pass the ball and not run the ball because they got a stout run defense. And it was working in the first quarter. But the way the game evolved, and the Niners were stopping the Ravens from, in the first quarter.
Yep.
And they got a lot of field goals out of them. So he should have changed the game plan and went stuck to the run. And, and obviously Brock was a little bit off. So,
sure.
I mean, if he had to redo it, obviously I think he would, change it up a little bit. But also, big picture-wise, we got a big problem at left tackle. Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer, all-time great. but his game, if I watch him closely, his game has gone down a little bit, at the last couple of years.
He's getting older. You're right. He takes more hits. It takes a little longer to come back from some of those Nixon cuts, right?
Yeah, they got to get a replacement for Trent Williams. I don't think he got much left in the tank, to be honest with you. I mean, he's still top 5, but he's not the top guy anymore. I hear Larry Tunsil over. Larry Tunsil's better than him now.
Well, I'm not good enough at evaluating between the two players, but I can say, remember there was a discussion after last season, like Trent's coming back, right? Remember there was like it wasn't like. Then it was like an of course, but there was a period in there where it was like, well, if he decides to call it, he decides to call it. So I'm with you, man.
Yeah. So we got a big picture, man. That's a big hole in the Niners, and they need a replacement for that guy. He's getting up there, but I mean, we still need him, obviously. But
let's cross that bridge at the end of the season. Let's get him one and then send him on his way. How about that?
That's it.
That's it, man. Hey, Rocky, I appreciate the call, man.
We should have got that for Staley, man. We should have got that for Staley.
We tried, dude. Staley was out there. He's like, why are we throwing the ball again at the goal line? Staley's like, they got their hands on their knees. Frank Gore's out here just running it down their throats, and he's throwing 3 fades out to Crabtree.
Oh, man, we should have got Staley too, man. We should have got him too, actually. No,
so now you're pissing me off, Rocky. Now I got to go. All right, now I'm upset, dude. Okay. All right, Fred, thanks for the call, Rocky. Appreciate you, man. Look, days like this is why we knew we had to be live and local today, right? Like day after Thanksgiving. They had the Niners in Seattle on Thanksgiving, right? Next day, we got to like, this is stuff where a loss like that, day after Thanksgiving, you win, you beat Seattle, you feel good, you want to talk about it, sure. But numerous people have checked in on the text line, and like Rocky said there, it's tough when your team loses a game and then you've got time off. You like nothing to like. I remember Giants losing what was it? It was the wild card game? No, not a wild card game. They were undefeated there. It was the playoff game against the Dodgers, and coming in the next morning and doing the show with the guys. It was like, it's the easiest, it's the nicest way to get through something like that as a fan, is knowing that the other fans are going through it with you. And even when we start to turn on each other and bicker about certain stuff, it all just comes back to, oh, damn, man, I just want to get that W. I really wanted to get that win. Richard is in Petaluma. Richard thought a bad game was good for Brock Purdy. I understand the logic there, Richard. You're in Petaluma, and you're on the Sports Leader.
Thank you, Brian. First of all, sometimes we just need a good old-fashioned butt kicking.
Yep. Sometimes it happens. Did you go, Brian? Hold on, Richard. Did you call me Brian because my dad? Did you do that?
Actually, it's funny you mention that. I used to watch that.
But your line's a little rough, Richard. We'll see if we can just reconnect him. We got to take a quick break. We're gonna do some cooler content. We'll get back to Richard in a few minutes. I haven't been called Brian years, like my dad. My teacher once sent a report card home with my dad's name on it. I was like, then you're responsible for it, Pops. Adam Copeland with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Tracy Sandler is going to join us in about 15 minutes from the Fangirl Sports Network. She was there covering the game yesterday. Does a great job as a beat writer for Fangirl Sports Network on the 49ers, and she was on hand. We'll talk to her about who she spoke to after the game. We'll do that at 9:30. We'll get the cooler content for you next. By the way, had the dude there, Richard, called me Brian. Then we had dude earlier. What did he call me, Tony? He called me Marcus. That same texter, I really appreciate it. Nice guy, 415. I think it's a 415. He checks in. He goes, hey, Marcus, really appreciate you being here today, man. It's cool to be. I was like, dude, I'm no problem. I'm Adam. Marcus, so glad you love him. I love him too. But he didn't come in, so I'm not giving him credit for it. You know what I mean? I'm covering his ass. So let's try Richard one more time, real quick. Richard in Petaluma, thought the game was good for Purdy. What's up, dude?
415. Oh, had to take you off cell phone. First of all, again, I got to repeat. Sometimes you need a good old-fashioned butt kicking.
Yep.
And I apologize for calling you Brian because I grew up watching your dad.
No worries, dude. So did I.
Now I got to see you do what you're doing right now. That's my editorial comment on being a great dad.
Much love, dude. Much love, Richard.
Much love. So let me go back to getting a good old-fashioned butt kick. Sometimes in Brock Purdy, and you watch, he knows. Okay, he's going to go back, and he will be back. And I'm going to give you the iconic moment that I saw. And that's when Fred Warner went to Brock after that third interception. He said, Brock, keep doing what you're doing. We got you. This is how we roll. We're not worried about this. We got this.
Maybe that was the problem, Richard. He said, keep doing what you're doing, and then he threw another one. Maybe that was the issue. Richard, I really appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. Call anytime. We're going to take a quick break, get you the cooler of content, and then we're going to talk to Tracy Sandler, Dieter Kurtenbach, and Todd Husak. Going to take you at 10 o'clock up until 2, and then 2 to 6 tonight. You'll get Rod Brooks, back on the KNBR airwaves, and Dante Whitner. That'll be a lot of fun later this afternoon. But first, the cooler of content. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Ho, ho, ho.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors have a problem defending without fouling. And they lost 120-114 yesterday, Christmas Day, to the defending champion Denver Nuggets. Nikola Jokic, 18 for 18 from the free throw line. There's more on that story. If you want to read it, it's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland back with you till 10 o'clock. There he is. I see Kurtenbach. You got K-Bach you got Copeland till 10 is what you got. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you at the top of the hour. They got some good guests coming on today, too. Todd just told me, he just shot me a text. I guess Stanford Steve's going to join you guys today? How about that? Good deal. What does Walter work here for if we got Todd Husak getting guys? Good deal. Dieter and Todd Husak will take you through more of the 33-19 loss of the 49ers by the 49ers at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens. We're going to step away from that momentarily here because we've got to have a little bit of fun with some Cooler of Content sound before we get into a conversation about the Niners with Tracy Sandler in about 10 minutes or so. The Cooler of Content, some of the best, coolest pieces of sound across the sports world or just sort of silly stuff. We'll get you away from some of that Niner loss, distract you here. All right, young Tony put together the Cooler of Content for me this morning. Here's a guy I don't know, Ernie the Hog Snatcher on Instagram. Ernie the Hog Snatcher, I guess a social media star who does, he catches giant fish. He's a fisherman, and he does cool fishing videos, I guess. Hasn't hit my algorithm yet, Tony, but it's hit yours. He caught a tank. What does this say? It's a large bass. They called it a tank. Okay, I got you. We call home runs tanks, too, sometimes. So he caught a huge bass using a chicken wing. And Tony says, it's funny. We got to hear it. This is what it sounds like.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy, Ernie the Hog Snatcher. We got that good old chicken wing, man. The Ernie the Hog Snatcher recipe chicken wing. Check out my recipe. Get your bag. Throw all your chicken in the bag. Gotta go with the Gatorade, baby. Real Welch's Jell-O, y'all. The real Welch's Jell-O. Look, we got the Dunkin' Donuts coffee. This is brand new coffee. Get some coffee in there. Because it's a slob. Is that a... Oh, that's a big takedown, I think. Big takedown, guys! Oh! Big takedown, y'all! Oh, peel and drag. Look at that. Peel and drag, guys. This is a really... Look at that rod. Oh, it's a slob! Oh, it's a slob, y'all. What freaking tank? It's a freaking tank, y'all. It's a freaking tank, y'all. On free roller coaster day, y'all. Caught off that. We use chicken wings for bait. Man, they call me the Hog Snatcher. You see what's going on. Big old belly on. Big old belly on us.
Okay, so it's a giant bass. Tony, are you into fish? Are you like a fish guy? I'd say so. Me a little bit. Fish guy. There's a guy here named Fishman for a period of time. Steve Fishman. We had another guy here named Justin. Justin was nicknamed the Fish Guy because he wants microwave fish in the break room here. You can't do that. Cardinal sin. You can't microwave fish at work. Not a good move. The funniest part is we had a fish man, and he was not the fish guy. Ironic, I know. So was he using actual, like, bone-in chicken wings here? And he caught, like, how big was the bass, Tony, that he caught? It was what does a solid size mean? Like 2 feet long? Like, it was like a girthy SOB? Like, it was like as wide as a basketball? Like, how big? How big around? Basketball, volleyball? 30. It was a 30-pound bass he caught. That's not a... If it crosses a certain weight, it's got to qualify as like something else. You know what I mean? We go from like monkey to ape at some point. Is that a thing? I don't know. Let's move on. More in the cooler content here. Dicker the kicker kicks for the Chargers, right? Charger kicker. So he puts out a Pro Bowl video vote. Like he's trying to get people to vote for him, but he does it as if he were like a daytime lawyer. So it's like a daytime. If you've been harmed by asbestos, give Dicker a call. Here's Dicker the kicker trying to make the Pro Bowl.
Have you ever been victimized by a missed field goal?
No good! Wide to the right! No good!
Ah! My name is Cameron Dicker, and I'll kick for you. 50, 40, 30, doesn't matter. I'll make it. Bang! 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 Rain, sleet, or snow, this leg is ready to go. Don't believe me? Ask him.
Cameron Dicker is a really good kicker. He's outstanding, and, I love him.
And I did not edit that. So don't be and let me kick for you at the Pro Bowl. Ah! So go to chargers.com/vote to send me.
Oh, lengthy here, Cameron.
Vote for me! Vote for me! Pro Bowl 2023, baby. Let's go!
So, by the way, he follows that up against the Bills on Saturday. 5 for 5 in made field goals. 5 were from 40 yards or more, including a 53-yarder. So he's perfect. And by the way, they're saying that performance may have iced his trip to the Pro Bowl. How many other Chargers are going to the Pro Bowl? Hey, the Pro Bowl rosters, I know they're doing the flag. Aren't they doing like flag football and stuff now? Aren't they doing like different games? They stopped doing the actual game a few years ago. But the number of players that make the Pro Bowl, to me, it's so watered down and insignificant. Not that it doesn't mean anything. It does. You're picked, I guess, as a great in your league, or you've had a great season or whatever. But in football, because they play the game, or they were playing the game, and because it's such a grueling sport and teams are still playing or just wrapped up playing, so many guys just don't go, that to fill the rosters, like, everybody gets to be one. Who was the guy on the Ravens last year, the backup? Who was it? Tyler Huntley. Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl. How many games did he start? Like 4, if that? Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl. I think it was more than 4, but still, it was incredible because they didn't have enough guys to go. With all the injured quarterbacks this year, how many different quarterbacks are going to be named to the Pro Bowl? Seriously. Like, you've got Purdy will be a Pro Bowler, right? You'll have basically anybody healthy who's having a decent year is going to be a Pro Bowler. Because how many Pro Bowl or All-Pro quarterbacks are out for the year? Deshaun Watson's out. Herbert's out. You've got Burrow out. Kirk Cousins is out. I'm saying the guys who are injured for the season. You've got so many of these guys that are, Aaron Rodgers out, right? So many of these guys are done. You may get another Huntley. Huntley may go 2 for 2 and getting back to a flag football Pro Bowl. One more here I want to get to before we have our conversation with Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. This is pretty funny. This is in a bowl game the other day. Hawaii color commentator Orlando Franklin. So you guys watch the YouTube stream or the Twitch stream. You see sometimes we'll get up and we'll leave the studio and they haven't thrown it to commercial yet. Sometimes in the audio medium, you really do have to wait till that video cuts because they might catch you needing to do the business real quick on your way out of a commercial break. Here's Hawaii football color commentator Orlando Franklin. They're getting ready to throw it a break, but he's got to do some business.
Yard line. A Hawaii homecoming for San Jose State's Chevin Cordero.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Oh, dude, that's so funny. That's so funny. Pretty good. One more time. Give it to me one more time, dude. The music that's playing out on, like, the bed into the commercial break. I get the bathroom.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Dude, it's the trail of the music at the end that is fantastic, dude, isn't it? Just like that electric ukulele playing out. Hysterical, dude. That's going to do it for the cooler of content. When we come on back, Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network is going to join us. She was on hand yesterday, saw her at the Niner game, covering the loss, and we'll talk to her about what she thinks happens with the offensive line. Trent Williams banged up. They had to move guys all over the place. Jalen Moore gets a concussion. They had Matt Pryor, a veteran tackle, on the practice squad, and they waived him this week. They got to see if they can get him back through waivers or go out and add some other depth, even if Trent Williams is healthy. We'll talk to Tracy about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The mindset is you can't let one turn into two. You gotta wipe this one, learn from it, of course. You know, watch the tape hard, be honest with yourself, but you gotta get back to work. Get right back to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't let this, affect our confidence as a team. We know who we are. We got to come back on a short week and go on the road in a big game and find a way to win one game.
As the voice of Fred Warner, one of the heartbeats of this defense, and the defense on the field a lot yesterday. The missed tackles over the last few games have been an issue, but yesterday, basically everything was an issue. I don't want to point the finger at any one thing, except I want to welcome Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line back to the morning show. Tracy was here sitting in this chair that I'm sitting in right now. She was here last week, and now she's talking to us on the phone after she was at the game yesterday. Tracy, how are you? Welcome back to KNBR.
I'm good. Thank you, Adam. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired. I'm sure you're a little tired, too.
I'm tired, too.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm definitely a little tired. I don't know how you got up to do this morning. I'm very impressed.
I was like, dude, somebody's got to talk 4 Brock picks. I'm the guy. You know what I mean? I'll be here. I'll be here to do it. What was your favorite one? No, I'm kidding. Let's get first your takeaway from the game yesterday. Because, today, it's funny. Right after the game, when John and I and Dennis are doing the postgame, my reaction's a little bit different, I think, in terms of how you're watching the game, what you're reacting to. We haven't heard everybody speak yet. We don't know about all the injuries yet necessarily. And then I wake up this morning and I rewatch the first half. I was reading through some stuff, and I started to feel a little different than I did last night. Last night I was like, whatever. Nothing's going to change my opinion of this team. The injuries now and the body of work yesterday, it's not like it's indicative of what was happening earlier in the season for losses. But if there's injuries to the O-line and Trent Williams is a part of it, I'm concerned about what happens in the next 2 games.
So we're going to talk to Kyle in a little bit. We're going to talk to him at 10. So we'll have a little bit more information, maybe. I don't know. I know he said last night Trent Williams is going to have an MRI today, so I don't know if that will have happened by the time we talk to him. But we will talk to him shortly. Trent Williams told us in the locker room last night that he was fine and he was going to be all right. So we'll see. But you're right. These are certainly areas of concern. Do I think they could beat the Commanders without Trent Williams? Yes, I do think they can.
God, I hope so, Tracy. Yeah, I sure hope so.
So I would think they can, but the injuries on the O-line certainly are concerning. I think what's concerning about the game, does it change my opinion of the team as a whole? Absolutely not. Does it change my opinion of Brock Purdy? Absolutely not. He had a terrible game. people have terrible games. He's actually yet to have a terrible game like that, and you could make the argument that good for him to have it now on a big stage against a really good football team, because if they want to go to the Super Bowl, it's going to be on a big stage and against a really good football team. Yeah. So you want to learn from that. But I think the thing that we're seeing and that we've seen in these losses is this team can't play from behind. That seems to be the issue. And I know Mike Silver wrote on it, and that is a bit of an area of concern. It goes back to what Fred Warner said it's either after Cleveland or after Minnesota, when he said, we've got to win these grimy games. And they can't win the grimy games. At least we haven't seen them do it. They're blowing people out, which is great, and then you don't have to win the grimy games. But Baltimore is a different kind of opponent. I think Baltimore is the other team that rivals them for talent and ability in this league. But the Bills are hot right now. They got to play the Rams in a couple weeks. It's a team that's going to be fighting for its playoff life. And now the 49ers have to win their last 2 games to ensure they keep the 1 seed, because you don't want to have to be counting on everybody else. So I think those are the things that are concerning. But overall, I don't think there's any need to overreact.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That was an interesting point, though, that you made. And a couple of our texters had come in today saying that some people, anytime the Niners lose, I think there's play calling questions, which is just the way football is today and the way we watch it and the way it's delivered to us. People think that this play should be run here. They shouldn't have thrown 6 straight times to open the game. I think, if he throws a touchdown instead of an interception on that final throw, it's a pretty damn good drive for Brock Purdy, and he's probably opened up his MVP case even more to benefit him to open the game. By the way, he throws 3 picks and they're down 4 at halftime. So this team is talented.
That's another thing to keep in mind.
Right.
Yeah,
so they've got enough weapons, I think, in terms of being able to stay in it. What, in your mind, makes it difficult for them to come back? Because to me, even yesterday, had they run the ball a little bit more with McCaffrey, they might have been more effective, I thought, in maybe some first downs or some continuity. Penalties killed them. It was a body of work thing. They were terrible, I thought, across the board. But for game plan purposes, what are your thoughts on how they went about that and what changes going forward?
So this may sound super simplistic, but this is just what I notice every time this kind of thing has happened with them. Once they start to get down, there's a lot of pressing. And that, to me, and that tends to cause mistakes. And we saw it in the game against the Vikings. And again, of course, we don't know if Brock had a concussion on that second interception. He might have. So there are things that come into play. But it feels like, and this happened with Cincinnati too, when things start to go badly, they start pressing. And I think a little bit with Brock, that's probably just learning and maturity. And we forget he is only in his 2nd year in the league. And just in the last, a few weeks ago, hit his first full season of 17 games. So I think there's a little bit of that. And then the penalties. And we even saw it, to go back to the NFC Championship game, which no one liked to talk about, but they were never going to win that game once Brock went down, but they got frustrated and they started pressing, and then there were some really bad penalties. So I do think that is part of it, and I don't know exactly how you rectify that. I'm probably way oversimplifying it. I might be in the minority here, guys, but I am of the mindset that Kyle Shanahan knows more than me. Yeah. So I don't tend to question his play calling in the way that he chooses to do things. I know that a lot of people feel differently and they think they know more than him. I think he knows more than me. So I don't do a lot of questioning of that. But to me, that's just what I see. And we saw it, I think, on that second interception. And Brock Purdy admitted it. He saw the flags, but he didn't know what they were. And he wanted to make a play. And he said, and I pushed it, and he should have just thrown it away. And I think that, to me, kind of has been the crux of the issue, that they start pressing. And I just don't know. I don't want to say they're not built to come from behind, because they have a tremendous amount of talent.
I don't know
and
that
ability.
means to not be built for that. They are. They have the weapons. They have the defense. You can turn the ball over. Yeah.
Yeah. But the penalties, but they beat themselves. The turnovers and the penalties. If you're going to have 5 turnovers against anybody except Pittsburgh in 2019, you're not going to win the game. And especially when the other team has 0 turnovers. So they beat themselves in these situations. That's what I think tends to happen. At least that's what I've seen so far this season, and probably each game is different. But that, to me, is an issue. So I don't entirely know how you coach that. and how you game plan that, but that to me seems to be the problem.
Well, a lot of 49er fans' heads are going to explode because for years people have criticized Kyle for not being able to play call with a lead, 28-3. And now
Right.
apparently he can't do it from behind, which is just bizarre.
Well, I think at the end of the day, it also goes back to something that Fred Warner said weeks ago. Fred Warner, he's really getting a lot of airtime today, as he should. But Fred Warner said weeks ago also, players win games, coaches don't. Like, they have to execute.
Players make plays.
But he could call the most perfect game in the history of games. But if there are 4 turnovers or 5 turnovers and over 100 yards and penalties, it does not matter how good of a game he calls. They're not going to win the game. And that's really what it comes down to. But again, I don't want to overreact to this game. It was bad, but it was a bad game. It was not a great day to have a bad game, but it was one really, really bad game. And like Fred Warner said, you don't want to turn 1 into 2, and they move on to the next one. And for them, that's what they have to do. So I don't want to overreact because I don't think this is, an indictment on them as a team in the season and where they are going forward.
Okay, so then let me ask you this as we're talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line of the Fangirl Sports Network. In terms of threats around them in the NFC, this is why I have a level of confidence. And I said I was trying to talk myself down earlier, but I want to wait and see what happens with Trent, because if Trent is nothing as serious as we're hoping it's not going to be, then maybe you feel okay and you see what happens with the health on the rest of the O-line. But the reason I think they're okay is you look around them, and the teams that are flawed that were competitive or are competitive in the NFC, the Cowboys, the Eagles, not just teams they've beaten, teams that are competing near the top, they're flawed, and they haven't corrected themselves in a tremendous way to make you think that they're now better or more capable than what we saw from the Niners. And I'm also not convinced that we saw something exposed yesterday. I think we just saw kind of a I don't know, just a crossroads of everything bad that could happen, everything that can happen will happen, and it kind of did. I mean, it was as bad of a game as it could have been, so I have a tough time buying into some blueprint that's been laid out.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I don't think something's been exposed. They just had a really bad game. Like, that's basically it. And a couple of those interceptions, they were fluky, so those don't happen, and we're having a very different conversation. As you said, if he throws a touchdown pass, if Brock does that first drive and it doesn't interception, we're having a very different conversation. So I don't think there was some blueprint exposed at all. This was always going to be a tough game. The Ravens are as good, well, they proved better, at least right now, than the 49ers, but that's the biggest competition. In terms of the NFC, I agree with you. These other teams are flawed, and I just don't think there's another team in the NFC that even holds a candle to San Francisco. I just don't even think it's close. But the thing is, what becomes important now is I'm looking into that game 2 weeks ahead, and they need to keep this 1 seed, because when you look at the O-line injuries, can they beat the Commanders with those O-line injuries? Yes, they probably can if they needed to rest guys this weekend. Then they have this game against the Rams, who, like I said earlier, fighting for their playoff lives, division rival, always kind of a weird thing. The Rams are probably really sick and tired of hearing about how the 49ers own them, though I would make the argument they kind of own them, but the Rams owned them in the game that really mattered.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
I'd say one guy's hands owned them in the game that really mattered. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. That's totally fair. But I think when you look at that game, they got to win that game because all these injuries, and at this point in the season, everyone's beat up. They need that bye. This team needs that bye. And I kind of go back to Cincinnati, which was before their bye week, and Kyle Shanahan said it. Steve Wilkes said it. The players said it. They were tired. They weren't themselves. They needed the break. Well, they're going to have a long run from here to the end if they want to get to the Super Bowl, and they really need that bye week. So that Rams game, it's not that I think the Rams even hold a candle to them. I just think that Rams game
it's got juice.
Is one. It's got juice. That's when you got to keep an eye out. But generally, no, I do not think there's anyone in the NFC that's even close. The Cowboys can't get out of their own way. The Eagles seem somewhat broken. I think if they play the 49ers in the playoffs, it'll be closer than what we saw, but they still seem somewhat broken. The Lions are a really good team, but they're not a consistent team, and so I don't foresee them going far in the playoffs, mainly because there's an experience factor. I think they're maybe another year away from getting to even that next level. So they're better than everybody else, but they still got to play the game. And as we saw yesterday, anything can happen. So there's stuff to clean up. But no, I just don't think this is some blueprint of like, oh, this is how you beat them, and now they're never going to be able to bounce back. I don't think that's an issue at all.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to see what, I know there's that big note where Kyle's like, what's he, 1 and it's terrible when you're down by like 8 or more. Do you have it, Dieter? What's the note? 0 for 37 when you're 8 or more points entering the fourth quarter. What's a good record at that point? Like, I don't know. We hear about how bad it is. It's like in baseball when you hear like this team is 100-0 when leading after the 8th. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Well, like, of course
they have Mario Rivera as their closer. What do you want? Yeah.
And I also think going into the fourth quarter down by 8 points, there's a good chance you aren't going to win the game. There's a reason you've been down by 8 points the 3 quarters leading up to it. So I get that it's not a great stat, and I'm sure if they're in the Super Bowl and they enter the fourth quarter down by 8 points, that stat will be all over television and Twitter and all of the things. But I don't think it's like, the stat doesn't seem entirely
It doesn't really tell any story. It doesn't really tell any story about anything. It just says that when you're losing late, you don't often come back and win, which I think is a common thing in football. Like, I think it's a common thing in sports.
To me, the bigger thing to me was how often the 49ers have been up by 10 points going into the fourth quarter in big games and lose the game. That, to me, tells a different story. That would be a stat.
Well, that doesn't fit the narrative that all these people are upset about today, Tracy. We've got to wait till that applies, and then we'll bring that back up.
I know. I got to go with the discourse, and the discourse is something else this morning.
Well, you got to run. You got to get to Kyle, and we got to hear about all these injuries. I mean, it's Trent Williams. Brock had the stinger yesterday. Aaron Banks, Jalen Moore. Who else? Am I missing anybody? There's got to be other guys out there I'm missing. No?
I think Henry Thomas had a hamstring injury, and I'm trying to.
Juwan Jennings missed the game yesterday. He's in concussion.
Juwan Jennings missed the game with a concussion. Yes, and then they're still without Eric Armstead. I mean, there are things to.
That's a concern to me. It's lingering.
And I think to me the Juwan Jennings injury, and I said this on Friday with Dieter. That to me I think was a bigger injury than people were really talking about. Missing Juwan Jennings, not just the third down stuff in the blocking game. All of that, I mean, he brings so much to the offense that I think is probably somewhat underappreciated because it doesn't show in the stats. To me, that injury was going to be one of the bigger ones of the game.
Yeah, I agree. A weapon on third down. Thad and Jawan, when you don't have it, it's a problem. Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. Hey, enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy the coverage today of Kyle, and we'll look forward to reading you.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks so much, Tracy. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, FGSN.com. Coming up at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes or so, Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak going to stop in. They're going to do the show. That's what they're going to do. They're both here right now. They're going to stop in and stay in and do the show. And then after that, 2 o'clock, 2 to 6, Dante Whitner and Rod Brooks. How about that? Rod Brooks returned to KNBR. Pretty cool. He'll be in all week long as well. So when we come on back, say what's up to Dieter and to Todd, and I will hand it off only here on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You know, I thought we came out hard, ready to go. You know, offense, defense, special teams. You know, getting the safety. You know, moving the ball. But you know, for that first half, when you have those 3 turnovers, and you do those things, and you miss some opportunities, and you're down 16-12. You got not much to show for it. I thought we blew a bunch of opportunities in that first half. In the second half, when, you know, that third quarter was a rough one. When we get another turnover, the 100 yards in penalties, and when we had that punt and the false start before it, I believe, the personal foul out of bounds, we just twice our defense had it on their side of the 50 in the third, and then unraveled after that. So anytime you got 5 turnovers, over 100 yards in penalties, that's how it should be.
It's pretty matter of fact. Nothing to disagree with there. He's like, yeah, third quarter was rough.
Otherwise, the game went great.
I was like, yeah, third quarter was rough. You know, that punt where, you know, got a rough in the or what did he get?
Mitch Wisnowski. Yeah, no, it was unnecessary roughness on Mitch Wisnowski.
Not to mention the pre-snap penalty.
That's right.
And then the 25-yard return. Not good. All around bad for the Niners in the 33-19 loss to the Ravens. Adam Copeland wrapping things up right now.
Yeah.
Handing it over to Dieter Kurtenbach and to my buddy Todd Husak. What's up, Todd? How are you, dude?
Great to be here. Had a great Christmas and excited to get back to work, talk some sports.
Yeah.
Was hoping for a little better performance yesterday, but a lot of breakdown over the next 4 hours.
What's your, before you, I mean, you get 4 hours to do it. Number one takeaway from the game yesterday?
They got physically beat, I think, up front on both sides. I think Baltimore did a great job collapsing the pocket.
Yeah.
And not, you know, I think quarterbacks can deal with edge pressure, step up, find some lanes. When the guard center combo gets pushed back in your lap, tough to deal with. And I think Brock struggled with that as much as anything else.
You got to have guards and centers too. You know,
the bad read on that first drive, he just flat out blew it. And then, you know, I think after that, Baltimore put some pressure on him and made it a tough evening.
No question about that. I mean, the first interception is the one that I almost excuse the most because it's, hey, you just missed a safety out there. That's going to happen sometimes. He's trying to put the ball into a tight window. I think in his post-game presser, it sounded to me as if he even saw Hamilton. He just thought that he had more arm strength to get the ball there.
I thought he did see Hamilton, and I thought
he was standing right there.
Well, I thought Hamilton, again, I said this earlier today, but based on, watching it live, I kind of thought Brock released it high, and it sort of looked to me like as he's about to throw it, it's almost like he hesitates for a second. Is like, oh no, there's a guy there, but you can't pull it back, or you're going
to pull the string.
If you try to pull the string, you fumble it, or you just lollipop it right to him. And I think he just came too low.
But we've watched enough of him now. That's an outlier.
Yeah,
totally.
He's in his second year.
23 starts.
Yeah, so I think you have to. That's going to happen to young quarterbacks, especially.
By the way,
it happens to veterans too.
I mean, I'm watching Patrick Mahomes out here. He's missing a lot of safeties.
Yeah. By the way, you need weapons to be good, right? As a quarterback, Todd played, for those who don't know, quarterback at Stanford, and then for Washington, the football team. They were the Redskins then. Todd,
R.I.P.
Like I said, that's what they were called.
I know.
Todd played with them, and so weapons around quarterbacks like that. We're trying to discredit, not we, but people have discredited Brock.
don't
me and Dieter, we've been hating on Brock for months. They discredit him by the weapons around him. But then you see a guy like Mahomes and you go, okay, but we know he's great. We know the ability's there. Right. He has a Hall of Fame tight end. He's got a Hall of Fame head coach, comparable to what Brock Purdy's dealing with. Everybody needs weapons. Jordan didn't win until he had Hall of Famers on the team. Right?
And all quarterbacks need that. You look at the development of younger quarterbacks, even high draft picks. A lot of them were awful early in their career. Peyton Manning was awful. There were a lot of interceptions.
Record. They still have the record for rookies?
For rookies,
unless Lawrence passed it.
34 interceptions.
It was a lot.
Yeah. It was abysmal. Now, only to be surpassed by Ryan Leaf.
And then you got, Ben Roethlisberger gets drafted into a great situation with a run game and a top 5 defense.
Yep, they barely threw.
Exactly. A lot of his games were 12 of 17 for 130 yards and a touchdown, and they would win 20-10 because their defense scored twice. So the fact that Brock Purdy is this advanced this early in his career, I think there's a lot for 49ers fans to be excited about. Remove last night from the equation, but both the present and the future, I think, looks pretty bright.
He's a hell of a quarterback.
MVP's gone, though, right?
Gone. D-O-N-E.
Is that a good thing?
Perhaps. I mean, his season's going to have to be defined by the team, right? If he wins MVP, No one cares about that. We don't throw a parade down Market Street.
So I compared it to Bonds earlier. Barry Bonds won 7 of them. Yeah. He won like 5 of them here.
I mean, all you need to know is that LeBron James has won like 4. Has he not been the best player in the NBA for most of his 20 years?
And like in that span, like Harden got some, you know?
Yeah. How's Tom Brady's MVP cabinet looking? Like it's about Super Bowl.
Brady have 3? 5?
I think that's right. I mean, and by the way, it should have been Randy Moss's in 2007.
Can you write Purdy off? What if he comes out and throws for 400 yards and 6 touchdowns?
You can, because this is one of these weird Dieter quirks. It's a narrative award, and it's voted on by the media. And so they're not going to watch the game against Washington.
And it's head-to-head. It's a head-to-head loss, national TV. Everybody's going to remember it. So I'm with you. I think Lamar would have to be really bad for 2 games, and Purdy would have to throw for like 400.
I think Lamar's the front runner.
In Vegas, he is. The thing is, it's a field now where I think McCaffrey should be the front runner. Yeah. Vegas, according to BetMGM, has him now 2. He jumped from 5th to 2nd after yesterday.
I have a feeling like these guys don't know what the hell they're talking about because these guys keep flopping up and down 1 to 5, 8 to 2.
It shouldn't fluctuate.
No,
week
this
to
is
week.
a bad market.
That's what I mean. That's how bad the market is. Well, okay, so I was looking at Sean Alexander's 2005 season, 27 touchdowns.
As one does.
Well, because I wanted to see what did Peyton Manning and Tom Brady do that they didn't. That they finished 2nd and 3rd. They threw for fewer touchdowns. They might have thrown 28 and 29 respectively.
The really interesting one is a lot of people have been making Kurt Warner, Brock Purdy comparisons just because of the quirk and all that stuff. And then you look at who won the MVP in 2000. It was Marshall Faulk.
Right.
It was 2001, 2000, whatever. And you look at,
right?
Yeah, and then you look at what Kurt Warner did, and he had one of the greatest statistical seasons in the history of a quarterback. It would not be a conversation today.
It's like 10 yards an attempt or something.
It was unbelievable.
Right.
They would have given it to Kurt Warner back-to-back years. Marshall Faulk, get on out of here. I think that's the biggest comparison. If we want to compare Brock to Kurt Warner, which a lot of the numbers line up, and the greatest show on turf, Christian McCaffrey, Marshall Faulk, that feels about right too.
Let's not forget Christian McCaffrey in his last year in college was not on 25% of the Heisman ballots. They left him off completely, not first, second, or third.
That's a Pac-12 after dark issue.
Yes. I agree, but
I think we've seen what has come of that.
But I think that tells you voters aren't as into the games necessarily as they're reading the headlines the next day.
They're watching Christmas night, national TV game, 3 MVP candidates on the same field, and they're just going to rank them according to that. Now, the one argument you can make for not writing Brock off is, yes, Lamar still has to do it. Christian still has to go do it. I don't think Josh Allen can get into it. I don't think Dak can get back into it.
Tua could.
Tua can't because Tua is just the Polynesian Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'm done with Tua.
Fewer
can't
picks.
do it.
Fewer picks, bigger arm.
Well, a lot bigger. Talk about
Same
lollipops.
decision making. Yeah.
That's Mike McDaniel's decision making. That's very Jared Goffian when they went to the Super Bowl against the Patriots. Regardless,
10-3.
I'd vote for Tyreek Hill before I voted for Tua 100 times out of 100 because he was about to go for 2,000. He was having a monster
the injury,
season.
right.
But regardless, if the 49ers-Rams game, which we know is going to have meaning, the question is how much meaning. If that's the big primetime matchup and Brock goes off, 400 yards, 4 tutties.
He could win it, yeah.
He could win it. I don't think that's going to be the game of that weekend with everything that's in flux in the league. And I just don't think that he's going to get enough eyeballs on him. And it's going to be really – that might only cancel out what we just saw, which leaves us kind of in the same no man's land. They're going to give it to whoever's hot at the end.
Means we got 3 more weeks of MVP discussion at the very least, boys. Coming up, well, right now, it's going to be Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak. Todd, you got to make sure you tell him the story. I believe I'm accurate in saying this. I believe Todd holds the record in NFL history for highest completion percentage.
It's true. Minimum 2 attempts.
Minimum 2 attempts.
There's an asterisk.
He's the opposite of Brock. It's well, I don't even know how you say it. Shortest yards per attempt.
Yeah, that's fair.
The opposite of Brock.
Relative to you had a 100% completion percentage.
Negative 2 yards.
And that was it, dude. It's a great story. You got to tell that story later today. Dieter Kurtenbach and Todd Husak coming up. Thanks for coming in today, guys. Be a lot of fun. And then you'll get to Dante and Rod coming up at 2 o'clock, 2 to 6.
What a
fun
slate.
show. What a slate. A lot of fun this week. Bunch of different hosts coming in for the holiday week. You guys have a great show. Thank you to everybody who checked in today on the text line and on the phone lines. A lot of fun running through the Niner game. Hope we were therapeutic for each other after the loss last night. Thanks so much to Creative Tony, to Young Tony, who's on the board today, for Kyle Harr, who was here cutting the sound last night for the Niners and came right back this morning. And thank you to Tracy Sandler. Thank you to Kerry Crowley. And I'd thank John Lund, but why would I do that? He works here. Coming up next, Dieter Kurtenbach and Todd Husak. You were listening to KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Pop and Lund start right now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
Brock Purdy in the shotgun has Juszczyk behind Kittle out left and right. It's Debo and Ayuk. He looks right. He comes left. He throws. Intercepted by Patrick Queen. Dancing around. He's tackled by Trent Williams to save. No, he's still going. He got away from Trent, still breaking tackles all the way to the 8-yard line. Lamar will take a knee, so the Ravens will go to 12-3, drop the Niners to 11-4. The Niners' 6-game winning streak is over. The Niners had their second home loss, both to AFC North teams. This division's for real. And if they didn't lose all their quarterbacks, it'd be even better.
I thought we came out hard, ready to go. Offense, defense, special teams. Getting the safety. Moving the ball, but for that first half, when you have those 3 turnovers and you do those things and you miss some opportunities and you're down 16-12, you got not much to show for it. I thought we blew a bunch of opportunities in that first half. In the second half, that third quarter was a rough one. When we get another turnover, the 100 yards in penalties, and when we had that punt and the false start before it, I believe, the personal foul out of bounds, so just twice our defense had it on their side of the 50 in the third. And then unraveled after that. So anytime you got 5 turnovers, over 100 yards in penalties, that's how it should be.
But other than that, it went great, Todd. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Usack with you until 2 p.m. We're calling it Papa and Lund. It isn't. It's us. But we're going to have a good time anyway. We want you to get in on the action. 808-KMBR is the number. You can also text that number as well. Danny Dunn on the board. Walter Calbacetta running the show for us. We got a hell of a guest list today. Bruce Feldman at 10:30, we presume. Stanford Steve at 11. Hell of a get. I have no idea where the connection is there with you, Todd. Marcus Thompson at 11:30. That might have been my connection. And then Dennis Brown at 10:30. And we're going to be talking a lot of 49ers and Ravens. If you don't already know the score, 33-19. Don't let that score fool you. It wasn't that close. This was a blowout, an ass-kicking. They got their tails kicked in, as George Kittle said last night, and I don't think anyone could disagree with him. Todd, certainly not the game the 49ers were expecting to play. Do you think that this thing has legs? Do you think that this thing has a tail?
Not the game I was expecting to watch either. I was prepared to come in today and pump them up. And
we're going to play the fight song.
I got the first seed locked up, and I think you nailed it. They got physically beat up front. The Ravens came out ready to play. Brock Purdy, some mistakes, but I think the most glaring weaknesses were up front on both sides. Trent Williams' injury, that will be an interesting one to track over the next few weeks. They need him to hopefully lock up that 1 seed over the next couple weeks. But I think more pressing was the inability to get any pressure on Lamar Jackson. When they did, he was able to escape and make some big plays. But up front on both sides, I think that was the most glaring weakness for the Niners, where you go back a couple weeks. I don't know if they had a big weakness. But last night, they weren't exposed, but I think the Ravens took advantage of them up front.
The one spot that I would have said they had a weakness, and I think I wrote this about almost 10 weeks ago, the football season is long, is the interior of the offensive line. Now, John Feliciano has come in at right guard and solidified things to a degree because you had the Banks injury and then the Burford injury, and they were kind of mixing and matching. But Jake Brendel's had a straight-up bad year. I don't think there's a way to sugarcoat that. Banks has been up and down when he's played. Feliciano's been good at right guard, but there's also a ticking time bomb aspect with that. They picked the dude up off the street before the season started. Is he really the solution to the problem? And Baltimore, this is the most aggressive defense that they had played all year. Second to them is the Minnesota Vikings. And we remember how the 49ers looked against the Vikings on Monday Night Football. The Ravens come out, similar level of aggression. You're right with the physicality. I mean, they dominated up front. They dominated on the offensive line. But the way that they put 8 guys on the line and then had Brock Purdy have to diagnose what the defense was after the ball was snapped, I thought was really interesting and telling. I don't know if anyone else can replicate it moving forward because it is aggressive. And if you don't have the dudes that Baltimore has, you're asking to get 450 yards put on you. Easy. And we've seen that a couple times this season. But the aggression, the complexity, the dynamicism of that Baltimore defense. Purdy and that offensive line were totally thrown for a loop. And that's a bad combo, no matter how many skill guys you have on the outside.
You really haven't seen Brock Purdy get confused or fooled in his young career, earlier in his career. It's going to happen. We just talked about it. It's going to happen to everybody. That first interception, he just threw it right to him.
Yeah.
I think he might have been looking at him because he was looking in that direction, and maybe he either didn't see him or thought he could beat him with a throw. But either way, that was a tough one. We talk about, can other teams replicate it? I'm going through the NFC right now.
Right.
Maybe the Eagles. We saw it last year in the playoffs. But other than that, there's not another team in the NFC that is nearly that physical up front. So I think they can still work through it, hopefully figure some things out. But you're right. I think that might be the game plan that they're going to face going forward.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can confuse and blitz the heck out of the Niners and maybe create some turnovers and try to get some confusion up front. Now, they still ran the ball effectively. Christian McCaffrey had another big game.
That was the thing they weren't expected to do. Kyle's throwing from the opening jump, thinking that the run game's not going to be there. It was there. Christian McCaffrey's going for 8 yards a clip, as you were saying.
And he is so much fun to watch. Just
Unreal.
His physical ability and his vision and the jump cuts and the explosion. He makes his offensive line a lot better. His ability to set up blocks, fake to the outside, cut back to the inside. I think he certainly helps them. I'm actually surprised they didn't go with the run game more and rotate in some other running backs and try to establish the run game, especially once it was clear that Brock was
It wasn't working.
No.
That's for sure.
Throwing into tight coverage, they didn't have. Also, secondary did a good job locking up on the perimeter. They didn't have a lot of separation on the outside. Kittle, obviously, with the big first quarter over the middle. But once they started pushing the pocket, didn't allow Brock Purdy to step up, see the middle of the field, force him to the perimeter, that's when things fell apart.
And on the flip side, the 49ers defense did not have a good game. I don't think there's a nice way to put it. They were solid against the run. I thought, in fact, the first quarter, my impression of the game was, wow, Niners look great against the run. And after giving up 200-something to the Cardinals the week before, that was a big deal to me because you know the Baltimore Ravens, you know their reputation. And Lamar Jackson just decided, I'm going to do this myself. I don't know if they had a single big play that was scripted. I don't know if anything was on rhythm, on time. This is what Todd Monken called down from the booth. Let's make it happen. It was just Lamar being as talented physically a quarterback as we've ever seen. And honestly, leaving points on the field with some of those weird sidearm throws that he's doing for no good reason. But just being able to extend the play, run away from a guy like Bosa, even when they did get pressure, it never fazed him. And Zay Flowers just breaking loose with ease. Perriman breaking loose with ease. I mean, even Odell Beckham with bad knees getting loose because the player's just going on forever. And the 49ers defense, I don't know if they actually played poorly, but they couldn't match up with a guy like that. And part of me thinks, so what? Because, again, you look at the NFC, Jared Goff's not doing that to you. Matt Stafford's not doing that to you, though he'll definitely make those sidearm throws that Lamar wasn't able to do last night. I know that Jalen Hurts is viewed as a player like that. He's not a player like that. There's nothing like that out there. Kyler Murray might be something like that when he's at his best. Kyler Murray's not in the playoff picture. So for all the worries that 49ers fans, I think, rightfully have against, the 49ers have not done very well against running quarterbacks. Lamar's carving them up like a Christmas turkey. Like, this is a real issue here. Well, it is and it isn't. It might be an issue in February, but up until then, who's going to do what Lamar does? And by the way, Lamar now 20-1 against the NFC in his career. I think him being a one-off, going up against a team that plays you once every couple of years, not being able to replicate him in practice. I mean, I asked a couple times this week, who's playing Lamar Jackson in practice, thinking that they would say, oh, we're going to have Debo be our scout team quarterback. We're going to have some, Ronnie Bell is out there as our scout team quarterback. We're going to go weird. We're going to try to create some, athleticism back there so that the defense can be better prepared. And instead, I hear it's going to be Brandon Allen and Sam Darnold. Well, that's not Lamar Jackson. That's not even close to Lamar Jackson. Put Christian McCaffrey back there. He's closer. You could feel like that's more appropriate. I just don't feel as if this is something that's going to extrapolate. As much as I am concerned about Fred Warner's performance and the lack of an interior push outside of Javon Hargrave, as much as I'm concerned about the way that the secondary played, especially Tayshaun Gibson, those guys didn't put good film out there. I just don't know if it matters. I really just don't know if it matters because there's one Lamar Jackson. No one else is close to him, and they might never see this guy for the next 3 years.
Well, when the Niners only rushed 4, they really couldn't put much pressure on Lamar Jackson, and when they did, he was able to escape and make those plays to the outside. And when you're asking, the secondary did not play well. Gibson's early pass interference was
a disaster.
That was a bad play. You can't ask your secondary to do that. And then when you do blitz, when they got pressure on him, was Fred Warner coming up the middle, and they had some good stunts as part of their game plan. That was when it worked. But then you leave your secondary even more exposed because there's less underneath coverage. So, and again, Lamar Jackson, to your point, they're not facing an NFC quarterback who can do that. And so, see if they can shore that up, be a little better, get some of those. I like Ward. I like Tom. I think those guys
had a nice game.
Those guys can make enough plays, but they can't do it for 7-8 seconds. So if they can figure out a way to consistently put pressure, which is what Baltimore did with just 4 rushers, defensive line in the interior, Bosa, another quiet game, that early pressure on the safety, but that was really Fred Warner coming up the middle unblocked. They can figure out a way to get back to creating pressure on the quarterback with just 4. That makes everybody else better. And they couldn't do it last night. And that's tough to ask the secondary to hold up.
It's interesting, too, because Eric Armstead is a guy that I haven't been the biggest fan of. It's not to say that I don't understand the quality. I just didn't see the flash. And this is a sport with the salary cap. You have to look at the numbers and you have to say if these things line up. And I never felt like the impact of Eric Armstead lined up with the salary that he was getting, especially, too, when you consider the context of when he got that contract. And then you let DeForest Buckner, a guy who I did see have that value, go. Well, I was wrong because Eric Armstead, it hasn't been a big deal. It really hadn't. But Javon Kinlaw was getting pushed back like it was the NFC Championship game again. We're now 3 games in a row where this dude is just the blocking sled, just going back 5 yards every time. Unless you get him in raw pass rush situations, one-on-one, he doesn't stand a chance out there. Kevin Givens is a nice player. You can't have him taking serious snaps. They double-teamed him, and he was going 10 yards back. I mean, he was on ice skates. It was brutal. And as great as Javon Hargrave was, it has been this year, and I think was in last night's game, one dude in the middle isn't going to shore up everything, especially when you have to be really solid against the run, when you're thinking run first. And then you have this guy in the middle, and I got to get to the quarterback. I got to protect against the run. I don't have anyone I can trust next to me. In fact, that guy's actually playing linebacker now. It's a big issue. And now Eric Armstead, I don't know if he's coming back anytime soon, but Eric Armstead, I think, out of all of this, in a very weird and twisted way, comes out looking really good. I got to eat some crow on Eric Armstead because clearly he's vitally important to what the San Francisco 49ers want to do on defense. And I want to bring this up again because I don't think it's being talked about at all. I know Copes didn't mention it, and this is not to say it's a little bit nuanced. Back-to-back bad games from Fred Warner, in my estimation. Back-to-back games where Fred is getting exposed in coverage. Maybe he's having to do too much, to your point. But if Fred's not playing well, I have a hard time seeing the 49ers defense playing well. I know linebackers might not be the sexiest position, but that guy is as good as any player in the NFL at doing what it is he's supposed to do on the field. I'm not sure if there's something that's being schemed up to pull him out of stuff. I don't know if it's just him not being in the right mode, but Fred's not playing well right now, and that's a big concern for me. What did you see?
Well, the pieces work together. If the front 5 offensive linemen are taking care of the front 4, then they have the guy who can get up on Fred Warner and make his life more difficult. Yep. If Armstead's back or Kinlaw's playing at a higher level, he's free to run and make some more plays. I think you're right. There were a lot of missed tackles. Now, Flowers is really good. He's really tough to bring down. Lamar Jackson is really tough to bring down. He had that run in the open field where he made a couple Niners slip and fall. So, again, that's not easy to do. But when the pieces work together, when the front 4 does their job, it frees up the linebackers, Greenlaw and Warner, to make more plays. When the front 7's doing their job and making the quarterback get rid of the ball, it makes the secondary's job easier because they can drive on everything and not have to worry about the deep balls. So I think what we saw last night was a defense that the pieces weren't working. They were the Ravens were getting yards after the catch. They were tough to bring down. Lamar Jackson had too much time. He was making things happen with his legs and his arm. There were guys wide open. When he would scramble, guys on the sideline, guys in the middle of the field. He made some really nice plays. That's tough. When you do get pressure and you can't bring the quarterback down, not only not bring the quarterback down, but he makes a big play.
Yeah, he might get you 30 with his feet. He might get you 40 with his arm.
And that's even tougher because maybe the guys did their job. He just escaped, and it broke their backs. Now, they didn't allow 600 yards. They had short fields
That's true.
all night.
That's true.
But they just have to be better, and they've shown they can be better against teams without necessarily Lamar Jackson, which thankfully only one does. But they got to play more as a unit, the secondary working in tandem with the linebackers in the front four.
Okay, so Baltimore gets on the board a lot, 33 points, right? And in the first half, the 49ers turn the ball over 3 times. It's still a 4-point game at halftime, which is baffling. And I know that the Niners then after the game, a lot of them to a man said, it's really hard. It's really hard to win when you turn the ball over 5 times. Well, one of those was in garbage time, so let's call it 4. And yes, it is. No one's questioning that. But you had a 4-point game when you'd already given up 3. I would make the argument that they weathered the storm, and then they come out and the boat capsizes in the third quarter. But to your point on this, here are the scoring drives for Baltimore. And some of these are impressive, and a couple of them are just a sign of how easy it is to score when the other team gives you the damn football. First field goal that they scored, 28-yard drive. Get a touchdown, 53 yards. Barely have to go past the midpoint of the field to get into the end zone. 84-yard field goal drive, impressive. But they had a field goal before that. They got -3 yards on the drive. They were in field goal territory before they even snapped the ball. And then they go touchdown on 44 and 9 yards. It is very difficult to win when the other team gets to play on a 60-yard field and you get to play on a 100-yard field. And that's essentially what happened last night. At the same time, it does feel like they weathered the storm in the first half. That game was for the taking, and they come out with a total dud in the third quarter. What you mentioned this a little bit before. I want you to expand on it a little bit. What did you think of Kyle Shanahan's play calling, in particular in the third quarter?
Well, to your point, watching that game, you almost felt good at halftime.
Yes.
That game could have been a lot worse if Baltimore was able to capitalize. And it's also frustrating to watch a Niner team that was moving the ball, especially that first drive. Kittle, big plays, get it all the way down.
Wide open. At worst, it's going to be a shootout. Yeah. 45-45 fourth quarter, and you're like, I'll take that. I mean, it might not be the best game for your Super Bowl aspirations, but it's going to be fun as hell to watch. That did not happen.
No. And so they come out in the third quarter, and that's where they could have turned that game around and got back in control, obviously, with the early touchdown. It's
3 and out, and then an interception on the first play of the second drive, and then they punted again. I mean, the game was kind of out of hand by that point, but then they punt again after only getting 5 plays after that. So they run a grand total of 9 plays in the third quarter, whereas Baltimore is going touchdown, field goal.
I think the challenge there is how aggressive do you want to be as a play caller when your quarterback is struggling? And
that's right.
Purdy made the bad read. A couple.
How many of those interceptions are bad luck in your estimation?
The first one was a bad play.
No question. That's on him.
The second one, coming off the edge, he made a fantastic play. Baltimore's defense.
Yeah.
Now, can Brock Purdy drop his arm angle or do something creative? Looking back, he probably wishes he just handed it off and took, right?
Yeah.
It was an RPO. They brought the corner off the edge. He just made a great play. But that's still his decision. I think he just thought he could beat him with the ball.
Yeah, okay. So you give that one to him a little. Listen, stuff happens. It's how it's going to go. That one doesn't feel egregious.
The third one was bad.
Fourth one was bad.
There was an offensive penalty as well, which I think Brock probably saw.
He was just forcing
and he was scrambling, and he throws it into coverage when any play you make is going to get called back.
I got to be real, though. It did hit Kittle in the chest. It bounced off of Kittle's shoulder pads, so that's pretty rough. But yes, it was unnecessary.
And then fourth, when he gets hit, he doesn't feel the pressure coming off the right side.
Yeah.
On a pretty quick drop, 5-step drop, hits his back foot, looks to the right, comes back to the left. Probably less than 3 seconds. The first couple are bad, but again, as Kyle Shanahan comes out, Christian McCaffrey had some big runs. Did we go back to establishing the run? Trent Williams was still in the game at that point. So keep running off the left side, get creative. That's where you can make your quarterback's job a little easier. Establish the run, see if we can get Christian McCaffrey outside the pocket. Easy 1, 2, 3 reads, because they were pushing. He was getting hit. making his life difficult. When the center and the guard get pushed back into your lap as a quarterback, it's tough. Because if you could have some edge pressure, you can step up, roll to your right or your left, and make something happen. But when it's right in your lap, you can't step into the short throws, and it was happening quickly.
Yeah.
So that's where I think it's not easy as a play caller. How do we want to attack this? I think they trust Brock. Watching Brock post game, he's given them every indication that they can trust him. So,
what's the old saying? You know how much a head coach or a play caller trusts his quarterback by how they use him. And they came out and they're like, let's slang this thing.
Yeah.
And that's been, every game all year?
Yeah.
I mean, even during the losing streak, they're like, Brock, rip it, baby.
Yeah.
They really trust him. And by the way, the dude was the MVP frontrunner up until last night's game. I think it's pretty justified to trust him. I don't think one game should define his season.
His body of work is big enough now where he's established himself as a top-tier NFL QB.
But now there is a blueprint for going out and getting them. And Cleveland did it to a degree, though they're just so damn good. I don't know if anything counts with that. Minnesota definitely did it because they're the blitz happiest team in the NFL. They were dogs to raw meat. And Brock did not have a good game, though there were moments that he could have broken through in that. But 2 bad interceptions late in that game, turning it for the Vikings. And then last night, again, a defense that's 1 of 1, where they're putting 7-8 guys on the line, and they play most of their defense in backpedal. They just drop into a zone, but you don't know which guys are falling into zone. You don't know what kind of zone it is. They rotate their safeties like crazy. Great point by you earlier. They're really solid on the outside. And when you're really solid on the outside, you can get as weird as you want in the middle. And they're weird. They just do a lot of weird stuff. And I saw Arizona trying to do it the week before, and Brock Purdy carved it up.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of other teams try to do it. They don't have a guy like Hamilton. They don't have guys like Queen and Roquan Smith. No one else has guys like that where you can put Hamilton on the line of scrimmage and he can still play a deep safety just because he's that good at backpedaling, just because he's that smart in reading the field. And as much as some people want to throw those interceptions and say, hey, man, bad tips, and they just fell into Ravens' hands, watching the Ravens play defense, that did not feel like it was lucky, them getting those interceptions. Yes, the ball's up in the air. The Ravens were always under it. I think that has a lot to do with how they play defense.
There's risk-reward to that. Right? There's
No
a
doubt.
reason Niners lead the league in yards after the catch because Brock throws a very catchable, very accurate ball.
In rhythm, on time, everybody stays in stride.
And you have Debo and Ayuk and Kittle. So there's risk in that. If you don't have the guys on the outside and you can't get to the quarterback, Brock has shown he can make big plays. He just didn't do it last night.
And we're going to see how much of this carries forward into Washington, which is a very different team. I know they play in the same state. These two teams couldn't be more different, the Ravens and the Commanders, Redskins, whatever the hell you want to call them these days. They're probably going to change their name again. And then the big game that we want to talk about, and I don't want to get ahead of anything, but the game against the Rams now has so much riding, not just for the Rams, but for the 49ers. Guaranteed to have serious stakes in that game because Dallas and Detroit play this upcoming week. So one of those teams is going to remain in position to take the 1 seed from the 49ers should they even get through with the Commanders, as we expect them to do, but clearly nothing is guaranteed in this league. Todd, I'm glad you're here for multiple reasons, but one of them is we get to talk some college ball. And this is a great week to talk college ball because it's just, you want to talk, Christmas happened yesterday. We all had a great time. But if you're a college ball lover, the next couple of days going up until New Year's Day, this is Christmas. This is as good as it gets. And we got some great guests coming on to talk some college ball. We got some great folks coming on to talk Warriors. And, of course, more about this 49ers loss to the Baltimore Ravens. Bruce Feldman, though, you know Bruce Feldman. He is as good as it gets in the biz that is college football. I got some big picture questions I want to ask Bruce. We're going to talk to him on the other side of the break. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak, with you until 2 on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions last night, and according to Las Vegas, he also threw away his chance of being MVP. That story's trending now if you care to read it at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're back with you on The Leader. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2 p.m. Looking forward to the rest of this show. Great start already. I mean, hopefully we don't end, our first drive throwing it to Kyle Hamilton like Purdy. Let's talk some college ball with the great Bruce Feldman of The Athletic and Fox Sports. Bruce, thanks so much for coming on. We're talking a lot of NFL this morning, obviously Bay Area show and the 49ers and the Ravens, but we know, Todd, if Stanford, all this great stuff. This is, as a college football fan, first and foremost, like the most wonderful time of the year. That's what that song is actually about. It's about the most wonderful time of the year for college football. Where are you at right now? What's your schedule looking like over the next couple of days? Because I got to imagine you got a lot of stuff that you want to take in covering the game.
Yeah, I'm heading to the Rose Bowl. It should be obviously Michigan, Alabama, two legendary programs. And you have a lot of drama surrounding Michigan, obviously 13-0, Jim Harbaugh, who I think a lot of your listeners know very well.
Yes, sir.
And can he finally win a national title there? Back-to-back playoff teams, missed a bunch of games in part because of suspensions, and now this team, which beat Ohio State, beat Penn State without him, and then now they're going to play Nick Saban's team, who didn't honestly look very good in the beginning of the year, but then ended up really improving over the year and beat Georgia to get into the playoff. I think that, along with obviously another really good matchup with Steve Sarkisian at Texas now, going up against his old school Washington. I mean, there's a lot of really big storylines, including what you have is, I think this is the most balanced feel of four teams where it doesn't feel like there's any super team out there. It just feels like there's a bunch of really good teams and anybody could win it all.
Part of that discussion, Bruce, thanks for joining us this morning. A lot of controversy leading up to who those final four teams would be. What was your take on the Florida State versus Alabama inclusion into that playoff?
Todd, I really thought Florida State got screwed in the deal. I mean, they were 13-0. They're a Power 5 team. They scheduled two big-time SEC programs. They thumped LSU and the Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels. They were beating them 45-17 with a minute left in the game. And then it's not their fault that that Florida stinks this year, but they scheduled both those games. They're an undefeated Power 5 champ. Really good defense. It's unfortunate for them that their starting quarterback got hurt late in the season, but you're sitting here looking at Alabama, and Alabama, yes, they beat Georgia, but Alabama, they lost by double digits at home earlier in the year. And to me, the games have to matter. The games happen on the field. It shouldn't be for the playoff committee to sit there and go, well, we don't think this team is going to be as good at the end of the year. I mean, it's just, because then all of a sudden you devalued what actually happened on the field. And you also devalued them playing tougher teams because you're just saying the games don't matter as much as what we think is going to happen. So ultimately, and now Florida State is going to play Georgia, and they're going to have half a team because most of those players, their star players, have opted out. And people are going to look and go, oh, well, see, they lost by 35 points. But, again, where's the incentive for this team to play in this game? A lot of these guys are going to decide, hey, this game is meaningless because, we did everything we were supposed to do to get into the playoff, and you guys didn't do your end of the deal. So I had a problem with it, but, again, I think we'll move to 12 teams next year, and hopefully you won't have these kinds of issues because before it was like, 5 Power 5 conferences for 4 spots. It wasn't bound to happen, but it was sooner or later. It felt like it was going to get to this point.
Yeah,
we are in the last year of it.
It's almost impossible to come up with a perfect scenario for the SEC not to have a team, and this was it. And they still voted him in over an undefeated Power 5 team, to your point. Now, if they had scheduled 3 awful non-conference games, okay. But they didn't, and they went out and they won big. Back to the Rose Bowl, two obviously national programs with bigger-than-life coaches. What is your take on, I'm guessing nothing has been announced on either side, but Harbaugh, let's say he wins a national championship. Is this the perfect time for him to bolt to the NFL? And then on the flip side, Nick Saban, who has been there and accomplished more than any coach in college football history, is this his last run?
I feel like the Harbaugh piece feels a little more likely to get some clarity, especially if he wins the national title, because then what more is it for him to accomplish at his alma mater? But I mean, everything I've heard from people who are really close to him are, money's not the biggest thing. Him winning a Super Bowl is something. He came really close with the Niners, and that franchise was struggling for a decade, and then he got in there and he turned it around in a hurry. And unlike most of the guys who have come from college football and gone to the NFL, most notably my colleague Urban Meyer, this guy knows what he's doing when he gets to the NFL. He's 44 and 19. I suspect that ultimately he will end up in the NFL. Now, it has to be a good fit, whether that's the Chargers, whether that's the Panthers, we'll see. But I suspect this will be his last run at Michigan. Everything I'd heard was that he could have been Broncos head coach, ultimately turned it down because he really wanted to coach this team. This is a senior loaded team. A lot of these guys will go on to the NFL. There'll be something of a rebuild. You'll still have some NCAA suspension issues hanging over Jim Harbaugh if he comes back. I just think he leaves. Nick Saban, I don't know. Does he ride off into the sunset and go to ESPN and sit on the set of College Game Day? I don't know. I mean, I feel like people have tried to write him off years before. This is probably the best coaching job he's been at Tuscaloosa, considering how much this team has improved from the start of the season. I suspect Saban will still be there.
Talking to the great Bruce Feldman, Fox Sports, The Athletic, covering college football, but you already knew that. Bruce, I got a big picture question for you as it pertains to the calendar of college football. And while it might be fun for neutrals like myself, folks who just enjoy the game from afar, that everything seems to happen the second the championship games are over and they announce who's in the playoff and all the bowl game schedules come out. And you got the transfer portal, and then you have early signing day. And, of course, then you also have, games that come up after that. It doesn't feel like this is sustainable or certainly optimal. This is kind of a hot mess, this December calendar that they have in college football with everything happening all at once. Is there any chance that this gets changed up? Is there anyone who can even do anything about this? Because coaches are going to be burned. I don't care how much money you're making as a college football head coach. There's no way you can do everything that's being asked of you with the calendar structured the way it is.
No, you're right. It has to get changed. I mean, one of the coaches I spoke to is a Power 5 head coach the other day pointed out a year from now, when all this, early signing period, transfer portal stuff is ramped up, it's going to be in the middle of a 12-team playoff opening round. And he was like, and this is the guy who's on the AFCA committee, the football coaches committee, he was like, we haven't really even discussed the logistical timing of this. And so to me, it's baffling that they wouldn't, because, on one hand, all these guys are, they admit we're really well compensated financially, but it's not sustainable. There's no logistics to it. And I think at some point sooner than later, they're going to have to adjust some of the schedule because it's just too bottlenecked for them.
You get a guy like Texas backup quarterback, Malik Brown, I believe is the name.
Malik Murphy. He's a California kid, yeah.
Yeah, and he is the backup quarterback. I know Arch Manning gets a lot of love, but he's the number 2 for a team that is competing for a national championship, starting with the Sugar Bowl. And because of the way that the calendar is structured, the kids are losing out too. This kid, if he wants to go start somewhere else, because Arch Manning with his $3 million or whatever is going to be the next in line after yours. Like, if he wants to be a quarterback somewhere next year, he has to leave before the college football playoff. I mean, the kids are losing on this structure too, no?
No, absolutely. It is the truth, because I think, logistically, it's like, okay, what do we do? Do we make a move now? And there's a bunch of kids who are in this where it's like, all right, I got to jump in the portal now and do my visits, because if I don't, it's going to hurt me come spring football. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a hard part for these guys, Malik Murphy, Big New and our crew went to Texas, played K-State. Malik Murphy was the starting quarterback for Texas because Quinn Ewers had a shoulder injury. Quinn Ewers has been banged up and missed games in each of the last 2 seasons. It's not a stretch to say he could get knocked out of the game against a very talented Washington team with 2 good defensive ends who are going to be coming after him. If that's the case, you're going to get Arch Manning, who really hasn't played yet of any significance, thrown into the middle of the playoff.
Bruce, digging into that Washington-Texas game a little bit more, Washington is an underdog after being a nearly double-digit underdog to Oregon. What does this team have to do to let people know that they're for real? They undefeated season. They went through, I think, one of the best Pac-12 conferences over the last decade. Yet they seemingly aren't getting the national respect, at least from Vegas or fans around the country.
They're not. And like you said, a lot of the coaches I talked to in the league thought that Oregon was going to get them the second time around, and they didn't. I think it speaks to, what a good coach Kalen DeBoer is and his staff is. But I also think it speaks to most people don't really know who Kalen DeBoer is or don't know anything about him, right? This guy's won a bunch of NA national titles and AIA national titles, and then in 2 years there has done a remarkable job. This team wins a ton of close games. I think they're like 9-0 in games decided by 7 points or less in the last 2 years. And, a lot of people look at it and go, okay, that's kind of fluky. It's a little like turnover. Sometime the ball is going to bounce your way. But the other people I've spoke to who face them said, you know what, this team has so much belief and confidence in each other that they keep grinding and it's going to come our way. And there's something to be said for that. There's a resiliency and there is a resolve and there is a toughness in them. And there's a bunch of guys, starting with their quarterback, Michael Penix Jr., who had, 4 big injuries, at his previous stop at Indiana and came close to giving up football and has battled through. And I think there's just something about this team that I would not bet against.
Yeah, I agree. They seem to have a toughness that some of the others are lacking. Real quick, predictions. Who's winning and facing off in the championship, and then who takes home the title?
I picked Michigan to win it all, in the spring and in the summer, and I'm not going to back off them. I know a lot of people in the Big Ten thought Alabama's going to beat them because they've seen Alabama on TV at their best. I think this Michigan team is deep, it's tough, and I think you'll see the best game J.J. McCarthy's played this year. On the other side, for the reasons I just said, as much as, my head is telling me, to pick Texas, that their defensive line will shut down the run game because the guys inside are so good and they have so much speed outside and can exploit the Washington secondary. I just think there's a toughness to UW that's going to help them find a way to get to the championship game. So ultimately, I have Michigan beating Washington in the title game.
I hope, though, that we get a better title game than we got last year with that matchup.
We couldn't get a worse one. We could not get a worse one.
Bruce Feldman, Fox Sports, The Athletic. I would say have a great rest of your day, rest of your week, but you're at the Rose Bowl. How bad could it possibly be, Bruce? You're living the dream, my friend. Thanks so much for coming on. We'll catch up with you down the line.
Take care, Bruce.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Great, Bruce Feldman. I did want to get this in with Bruce, but I'll ask you instead. Did Stanford and Cal just join another sinking ship in the ACC?
It appears so. I hate to admit it. I wasn't a huge fan of it to begin with.
I get it. We're nowhere near the Atlantic coast.
I think the travel at Stanford, we would play some pretty long. It seemed like every season we played at Wisconsin, we played at North Carolina, we played at. You don't want to get on a plane after a long, hard game for 6 hours. And college is different than pros.
Yeah, we're not flying first class.
Right. There's splits in college. Everybody's jammed in there. That's all right. Once a year, you could deal with it.
Yeah,
they're going to do it 4 or 5 times a year.
It's brutal.
I think that's. I don't know how the other sports are going to fit in. I don't know if you saw Chip Kelly's rant.
I loved it
last week. I think that's the solution, and it's shocking that they couldn't find a way to come up with that in the last couple years. Because I think it's going to have huge impacts beyond football. I don't see how Stanford can possibly keep the other sports afloat with that type of travel budgets and things like that. They go into traveling that far every year. I wasn't a fan of
Cal was having a hard time keeping sports afloat when it was in the Pac-12.
Right.
What's going to happen now that they got to travel to go play Syracuse, as one does?
It's a shame. I think Pac-12 leadership sunk the ship a decade ago when they made a terrible TV contract and they couldn't figure out a way to monetize like the other conferences did.
That's right.
And they forced USC. I mean, it's a business, and USC and UCLA looked at getting $50 million more a year than if they stayed in the Pac-12. That's the difference, and that's what drove a wedge into the whole conference.
I'm a Mizzou guy, so I'm an SEC guy. I just converted over from being a Big 12 guy. It took me about 10 years. But part of me looks at this landscape now, and I know we're going to the 12-team playoff. It should be noted that we only have a 12-team playoff for the next 2 years. It's 4 teams, then 12, and after that, no one knows what the hell's going on, which I think goes back to the Chip Kelly point. There's no leadership here. There's nobody. It's anarchy. It's anarchy.
Bruce just said they haven't discussed the schedule for next year.
I know.
What are you guys doing all
And
day?
that's just the coaches. They barely have any power.
Yeah.
It's the NCAA that makes the schedule, and the NCAA has been asleep at the wheel for 40 years. So college football is beautiful and chaotic and second to none in terms of entertainment value. And I only lash out at some of the stuff that's going on in it because I love it. But it is messed up, man. And I'm not saying that it necessarily needs a commissioner or anything like that, but the very baseline of what Chip Kelly's point was when he kind of went on before the LA Bowl the other day when he went on his rant is, why is football the sport that makes all the money? I mean, some schools, don't get me wrong, they make some good money off of men's college basketball. Some schools even make money off of women's college basketball. Some SEC schools make money off of baseball, but they don't even have full scholarship players on baseball rosters. The money is football, and it's not even remotely close. It is 10x, 100x the money that basketball's bringing in, and that's the only other sport that makes any damn money. So why is football being held to the same standards? Why is football still the torchbearer for an entire athletic department? Especially, too, when we know what's coming down the pipeline, and everyone's going to get a cut of revenue here at some point, meaning the players. Not going to be big. You get Brock Purdy's salary, maybe. But, what's coming down the pipeline. And the fact that college football is still being structured as just sort of this student-athlete thing, it's almost a club sport. Everything is the same. It's the same as the softball team and the same as the fencing team or the equestrian club. It is absolutely preposterous when it's making this much money. But I guess somebody just has to step up and say, I'll run the damn thing. Yeah. And everyone then has to agree, which is probably the bigger challenge.
And what he said, I don't know, for listeners who might not have heard it, there should be a 64-team super conference that football, and then have all the other sports play each other locally. Like Stanford should play Arizona in basketball, and Washington in basketball, and baseball, and gymnastics, and all the other sports. Just form that super conference, and I'm pretty sure the networks could figure out a way to pay more money.
They wouldn't have a problem finding the money for that.
And so that's... Now, I had a theory. I don't know how much time we have before break.
Hit me.
The NFL, each team should kick in $30 million a year into the NCAA.
I've heard this. I like this.
So that money should be distributed to pay the players. Now, the players should get that NIL. I'm all for the players getting paid, but I think there should be a structure that allows for some continuity, for some less chaos. Being a college football coach right now, you're not only recruiting 25 high school kids, but you're recruiting all your own players every year.
Yep.
Right? So $30 million a year, which drop in the bucket for every NFL team.
They wouldn't think twice about it. I've seen guys write that off. I mean, the 49ers are paying Dee Ford $8 million this year. Dee Ford hasn't played for him in years.
Yeah. And then each kid gets $25,000 for every year they stay at that school. It goes into an escrow account when they have to graduate.
Okay.
But when they graduate, they get that. So you're there for 5 years, you get $125,000. You transfer, it can start over, but you lose that money in the escrow account.
Now that's a model.
The NFL benefits because they're still getting access to. Yeah, the schools benefit because they don't have to take money out of their fundraising budget to pay these kids.
Right. Though a lot of these schools, to be fair, could do it without even thinking.
Correct. And you get a little more continuity. I don't really like the one. I mean, I get it. Good for the kids to make their money.
Yeah.
But you'd love to see kids come in, grow, as be a part of the program as opposed to being free agents 3 times in their college career. I think it's not good for anybody.
It is chaos. It's beautiful chaos. Not always, but most of the time.
And then most importantly, they graduate. Right?
Yeah.
Because you get a lot of these. Now, if you're making $5 million in college like Caleb Williams, maybe you don't need that degree. But the majority of guys that I played with in the NFL, they really wish they graduated when their career flames out after 18 months and they have nothing. I think that would benefit the kids more than anything.
No question about it. We'll get into all that a little bit more. We still got a lot of 49ers and Ravens to talk. We want to talk some Warriors today. Might even bring up the San Francisco Giants just to bring everybody down. I'm kidding. We won't. We won't bring up the Giants. And next we're going to talk to Stanford Steve. So we're going to talk some betting on the other side of the break. We'll talk more 49ers, I promise. Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Back with you on the leader. 104.5 and 680 Cumulus Media Station. Let's head to the UMA guest line. Let's talk to the great Stanford Steve. You know him from ESPN, Sports Center with SVP. Steve, how you doing today?
Excellent. Can't complain. Headed out to the Rose Bowl tomorrow. Fired up for that. We got college game day Saturday morning and also Monday morning. So locked and loaded. Can't wait to get to these games.
Todd, it seems like we need to get to the Rose Bowl.
What's the temperature difference from where you are now to where you're going?
Well, I don't live in Connecticut anymore, Todd. D.C. is very mild. What do we got, 51 degrees? A little rain today, but not bad.
That's not bad at all. Good for you. Steve, I thought before we get into some breaking down of sports, I think your story is fascinating, how you got to ESPN and how you climbed the ladder to where you are now with Scott Van Pelt and on SportsCenter and doing Bad Beats and all the other things you do. Give the fans a couple-minute background on you and your career.
Oh, I don't know how long this segment is, Todd, but this could take a while. No, I mean, we graduated together 2000 from Stanford, and that was the whole internet startup thing. And I was broke and out of a job before Thanksgiving that year, and pretty humbling times. But I had to go back home, Connecticut. Started working local radio, and I got a entry level radio production assistant job at ESPN Radio in 2004. Met Van Pelt in about 2008 when he started his radio show. Started working on that. Ryan Russillo teamed up with him. Ryan was doing the College Game Day radio show. I was a producer of that, so I got to travel, be around the College Game Day things. And then about 8 years ago, Scott made a decision to go to TV full time, and told me I was coming with him. I had no experience in TV. It was a lot of nervousness and learning on the fly on live TV, which is scary, but we worked out some things. Scott's been great. I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for him. And this past year with Felica going to Fox, College Game Day decided, make the decision to have me on. And it's been an absolute whirlwind. And then on top of that, Scott takes over Monday Night Countdown. So I've been in most, the best games twice in a weekend for most of this season. And the one thing I will say is, we thought the college football season was long, being on the road for everything with College Game Day. But this NFL season is a marathon. And we're, I'm going to the Rose Bowl. Scott's got one more Monday night. And then, ESPN's got playoff games. We got a Monday night wild card game. And I'm thinking we're going to get that next Saturday divisional game. So this travel is going to keep going all the way through and past the Super Bowl. But it's as exciting as there is. Pretty much being at these games, the atmospheres. I feel pretty spoiled.
Yeah, pretty much a dream job for somebody who loves sports as much as you do. Congratulations on all the success. We were texting last night watching the 49er game. That's obviously been a big topic of discussion. What was your take on really what was a physical, I thought, beatdown from the Ravens?
Yeah, I wonder about the totality of it, because when you see them go down as many offensive linemen, I mean, that's a scary deal, because not only do you get it taken to you on the field, but now the repercussions off the field and how long that's going to affect them. 2 games left in the regular season. Now you got to still win games to get home field. That's the biggest thing, is being safe. But in a weird way, I think it's kind of the best thing that could happen to them. You get humbled on a stage like that, and you get brought down to reality. Your quarterback plays the worst game he's played in that uniform, and things don't go your way. And if you need extra motivation at this time of year, talking about how long that NFL season is, they were rolling. No one could challenge them. And then, the ability to turnovers. I mean, you're not going to do that, or at least you hope not. You can't expect to win when you throw that many interceptions. So I do wonder about the offensive line injuries. But I think that the game was more about the Ravens. Everybody, I know, I get it. You guys are in San Francisco, but and you got to talk about the team that's there. But to me, it was about the Ravens. They have absolutely thrived in underdog roles. Lamar and his success against the NFC teams is out there. I think it's 19-1 now. But that's what it was. It was just about the ability of the Ravens to take that physicality on the road and dictate whatever they wanted, overcoming that safety early on. So I thought it said a lot about the Ravens and where they are.
Do you think there's any carryover? I mean, Baltimore is such an idiosyncratic team. They're so aggressive on defense. Lamar is one of one. If you're the 49ers and you're looking at this game, do you feel like there's anything that can be really gleaned and pushed forward? Or is it just, hey, Lamar's 20-1 against the NFC for a reason? Like, the Ravens are as tough a matchup for one game as you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, I think they look at the tape, this morning and use it as a self-scout chance. What happened in this circumstance? I thought Troy Aikman did a great job of breaking down what the idea of the Ravens offense, how after that 2 seconds and they know Lamar's extending the play, how they adjust their routes and their trees and all that stuff. So I thought, again, the Ravens brought that to them. But when you look at the Niners, I think you got to work on what you did yourself. The turnovers obviously killed you, but that defense couldn't get off the field on third down easy. So I think like I said, I think it's the best thing that could happen. You don't ever want to lose, but to get woken up like that and look in the mirror and see what you're up against, I think it's going to make them a lot stronger in the long run.
Steve, I got to ask you, what the hell is going on with this NFL MVP market that they got going on? I mean, every week it's someone jumping from 4 to 1 and 2 to 8 and 8 to 3. It doesn't seem like anyone knows who the hell is going to be the MVP. Maybe we have some solidity now, but it's chaos out there.
I have never been a fan of this, and it's just taken on its own life. It's like we have a full slate of – we've had NFL for like 4 straight days, and we want to talk about who the MVP is. Like, you have all this good. We have the extra playoff spot, and we have extra teams alive. There's so much good. And then people just want to talk about the MVP. It doesn't interest me at all. Can we let them play all the games and then make a decision? I get everybody wants an edge, but okay, Lamar's the favorite now. I could have told you that before the game started. If Brock Purdy threw 4 picks and the Ravens were going to win by 2 touchdowns, then Lamar was going to be it's the biggest stage of the season. That game's going to do a monster number when the rating comes out, and everybody watched Lamar. He was the best player on the field. So I don't know. It's pretty obvious stuff to me, and like I said, I just don't have any interest in it. I just like watching the games and talking about the games.
All right, let's get back to the games then. I think the AFC is wide open. Right? I think it's clear that Kansas City is – they're not maybe done, but they're certainly not one of the best 3 or 4 teams in the AFC. How do you see the AFC playing out, just not even the end of the season, but playoff-wise? Who are your top 1 or 2 teams?
Well, I think it's funny because the Ravens have had way more success on the road in the playoffs as a franchise than they have at home. When they've been the 1 seed, teams have gone in there and won, and I think you saw that comfortableness last night going on the road to play the Niners. So they play the Dolphins this week. I do believe in the Dolphins. I like what they bring to the table. I get it. Their schedule has played out, and they haven't beat one of the top-tier teams. They did get a win over Dallas the other night to give that argument a little rest. But that's a monster game this week in Baltimore with 2 of those guys coming in. I haven't checked the weather. I don't think it's going to be a factor in Baltimore. But how does Baltimore react after such a big outing against the Niners? Buffalo's the team to me. I think the way they travel, their game travels. You look at the Cowboys and other teams that just look different. Dallas undefeated at home. I know I'm talking about an NFC team, and you asked about the AFC. But I watch Buffalo a ton. And I just love that they got this identity. Joe Brady has got Cook going. They have a run game. They actually try and run the ball, and they've had success doing it. I think Josh Allen's game travels everywhere. He does, get a little too aggressive sometimes, but that's his mantra. I think that team feeds off that. But I think Buffalo is as scary as anybody. I'd put Buffalo and Baltimore up at the top. Kansas City, I can't get over what they looked like yesterday. I mean, that was just brutal to see them struggle and not even take a chance of throwing the ball down the field. You could tell Mahomes has trust issues with his receivers. They don't have guys that can separate, and they lean on that defense too much. And then when Pacheco gets hurt, they don't really have a true running back to run the football. So I think they got a lot of problems up front, and I'm just happy we have to see Patrick Mahomes go on the road in the playoffs. That's all I've wanted, and we finally are going to get to see that. So that'll be fascinating to see how they go on the road and look in the postseason.
You didn't even mention Miami.
Yeah, I want to see them in Baltimore this week. Like I said, Miami with the schedule, everybody just talks about, they haven't beat good teams. Well, they just beat Dallas. So I don't know what people are going to say now, but they haven't played. I mean, they got Baltimore and they got Buffalo. We're going to find out about Miami in the next 2 weeks and what they're going to look like after those two games. And I think the seeding, I think all that is factor in who you're going to like in the postseason. But Buffalo's ability and Baltimore's ability, seeing them on the road, even though Baltimore might not have to go on the road, is what stuck out to me.
Steve, I got to ask you. I mean, a lot of buzz around Buffalo for good reason. They got a dude at quarterback. A lot of they short everything up. Are the Rams the Buffalo of the NFC? Is that a team that's going to sneak in the back door and really mess some stuff up for squads that have been looking at the playoffs for the last month or so?
They have that ability. I look at the Rams. I love everything they bring to the table. They're just very brittle to me. Stafford has stayed healthy. Puka Nacua has been unbelievable, but he gets nicked up. Cooper Kupp hasn't been the same since he missed last year. Kyron Williams is a guy that missed a ton of time last year. The defense is solid, but they're not deep. If they were to lose somebody there, and I get you could say that about anybody, but with McVay, being as fearless as he is as a play caller, they're scary because they have a great balance of running and throwing the football, and they got dangerous weapons. They got good speed on defense. I thought they were going to be I didn't know what Stafford's deal was before the year. I thought they were going to be on the bottom of the division. I think it's one of the best stories of the season, seeing how they won their Super Bowl and then they tore it down and they're right back in it and as scary as a team. So yeah, I would put Buffalo and the Rams as those teams that you don't want to see in the playoffs.
All right, one last question about college football. You're heading to the Rose Bowl. We just heard from Bruce Feldman, his take on the Final Four. Give us your thoughts on how those matchups play out and who's going to be holding the trophy at the end of the season.
I love the matchups. I love what Michigan brings to the table. Now, I think Michigan is going to have to do something they haven't had to do all year, and that's throw the football. The last time we saw J.J. McCarthy on this stage, he threw the ball a ton, but he had 2 pick sixes against TCU, and that was the biggest crutch for them. They couldn't overcome that, and that's the reason they lost that game. And then you look at what they've done. They've had their coach for as long as they've not had him. They really like to run the football, but they don't have, Corum's a great story. He's not a big difference maker. He's not a big speed guy. So I think they have to be able to create some balance running the football to help McCarthy throw the football, because I think Alabama's secondary is tough. And on the other side, they haven't seen anyone like Jalen Milroe when it comes to athleticism. I think watching the tape back, the best quarterback Michigan has faced is Leah Tagovailoa here at Maryland. And I don't know if he's going to get drafted in the top 5 rounds. So I think Michigan really has to do a good job for expecting that. They've done a ton more quarterback design runs in this win streak where Alabama's got it. So I like Alabama in that game, and I like Washington against Texas. I just think when you look at Texas, they're going to have to start a true freshman safety. They're going to start a true freshman at corner. Now, those guys have played. They're not true freshmen. They played this year. But when you look at Washington healthy, I mean, they got 3 NFL receivers. Penix knows that offense as well as anybody in this playoffs when you're talking about systems. So I think Washington's going to throw it, and they have created balance with Dylan Johnson. They run a gauntlet. It's a credit to them. Going to SC, going to Corvallis, winning your rivalry game, and then beating Oregon as an underdog. They're as tested as anybody, and I like the matchup for Washington. So I see Alabama and Washington in the final, and I like Alabama's secondary a ton. So I think they would have success against Washington, at least making them one-dimensional. So right now, they're underdog right now against Michigan, but I think Bama brings to the table as much as anybody.
It should have still been Florida State over Alabama in the Final Four, I think, but that's another. Steve and I have had a huge offline.
Make that case in a couple weeks there, Todd.
Steve and I have had a huge offline discussion about this over the last few weeks. But
Steve, do you care to defend yourself here?
I'll just say this: this is what we were supposed to have. There was 4 slots, and there's 5 Power 5 conferences.
Yeah.
But for 10 years, we were supposed to have a team that was deserving and left out and be absolutely heartbroken. And we got it the first year, and we got it in the 10th year. We didn't have anything. I think it shows to the Pac-12 struggling for so long of having quality teams up at the top. And this is what it was supposed to be this for so long, and we got so accustomed, the Big Ten getting 2 teams last year, and that's what it came down to, is that became the norm of teams getting multiple, or conferences getting multiple teams. So this is what it was supposed to be, and we'll see how it plays out with 12. But I am absolutely fired up for the 2 games. I think we have 2 great matchups, and you see that with the tight point spreads.
Well, Steve, you have the exact same bracket as I do for this college football playoff. So here on everything you just said. I'm riding with you on this one, and we'll be riding with you for how many more Monday Night Footballs and college game day at the Rose Bowl and the playoffs. I mean, the busiest man in sports media right now, Stanford Steve. Thanks for taking the time and talking to Todd and I. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll be getting those 3 a.m. wake up calls for the Rose Bowl as Husak's coming in from his nights. I know that.
I can't wait, buddy.
Both of you in rough shape. Thanks, Steve.
All right.
See you, bud.
See you guys.
The great Stanford Steve, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Todd, I have no idea how you booked him. There's just no connection whatsoever.
Since 1996, college teammates, and then over the years, we actually would go back. He's from Ansonia, Connecticut.
Wow.
Very small town. One of my favorite facts about him, so his birthday is January 1st.
Okay.
So New Year's Day.
So he's got it all happening on that.
And he was held back a year. So he's like 2 years older than me, and we graduated graduated high school the same year. So he was National Player of the Year coming out of high school, came to Stanford. We had a lot of fun together. Went to the Rose Bowl our senior year, and then to watch his success in media at ESPN. Really, I wanted people to hear that story. He started from the ground up.
Yeah, that's right.
Entry-level job to now being on TV for
he's on TV every time I turn it on.
Exactly.
Man.
And he's created that nice gambling niche at ESPN. A lot of hard work went into that, so happy to see him be successful.
Well, sharp guy, and we really appreciate him taking the time here on Boxing Day. I don't know if it's a holiday or not. We're not in the UK. We're not in Canada, so it's not really a holiday, and that's A-okay. I don't think we were going to celebrate it as a holiday after what happened to the 49ers last night. 33-19, if you somehow haven't heard. We're going to get into that a little bit more with Marcus Thompson at the bottom of the hour. I want to get a Warriors thought in before we get to Marcus, though. Establish some ground rules for our conversation with the great Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We'll do that on the other side of the break. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2 on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tell me if you've heard this one before. The Warriors can't defend without fouling. They dropped their Christmas Day matchup with the Denver Nuggets, who were out there playing like James Harden's Houston Rockets, just baiting for fouls. Good stuff. It's trending now at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak, back with you on the leader, filling in for Papa and Lund today. Rest of the week, chaos. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? I can tell you what's happening until 2. We're hanging out. We're talking ball. We're talking Warriors with Marcus Thompson. Talk some 49ers, too, at the bottom of the hour. Steve Kerr did not appreciate Nikola Jokic's performance in yesterday's Christmas Day loss. He didn't appreciate it at all. And I have been in these Steve Kerr press conferences before, Todd. This is how he talked when they played James Harden. This is an affront to Steve Kerr's basketball sense. Here's Steve Kerr last night, yesterday afternoon, after Nikola Jokic went to the line and shot 18 free throws and made every single one of them.
I have no problem with the officials themselves. They're all across the league. We have really good officials. I have a problem with the way we are legislating defense out of the game. That's what we're doing in the NBA. The way we're teaching the officials, we're just enabling players to BS their way to the foul line. If I were a fan, I wouldn't have wanted to watch that second half of that game. It was disgusting. It was just baiting refs into the calls, but the refs have to make those calls because that's how they're taught. So I have a real problem with the way we've legislated defense out of the game in this league, and the players are really smart in this league. And for over the last decade or so, they've gotten smarter and smarter, and they're just we have enabled the players, and they are taking full advantage, and it's a parade to the free throw line, and it's disgusting to watch. Thanks.
Steve Kerr, thanks. Sharing how he really feels about the situation. Listen, I don't disagree with what Steve is saying as long as we view it on a macro level. We got to be clear about what happened yesterday, though. Like, Nikola Jokic was absolutely going for it. He had no interest in playing the game. He wanted to go to the free throw line. And so Steve is right. Like, it's ridiculous that is now something that you can go out and seek to do. And I think it portends much larger issues for the NBA that we can get into some other time. But Steve also has to be realistic about what his team is doing to allow this to happen. Steve is saying that they're legislating defense out of the game. Steve, I'm not sure that your team could play defense enough to be legislated out. Like, it's not an issue of legislation. It's an issue of you guys cannot play defense against a guy like Nikola Jokic, who saw Trace Jackson-Davis on him, wonderful young player, really enjoying watching him. But he saw that guy on him and just said, I guess I'm going to go shoot 2 free throws. I'd rather go home. I'd rather have an easy day on Christmas so I can shoot the free throws. And if Nikola Jokic is going to be held up as the poster child for going out there and baiting fouls and leaning into dudes, like, yeah, he was last night, but that's not his game overall. He just looked at what the Warriors offered and says, I'll just take the path of least resistance. So a bit of an issue there with Steve Kerr. I want to get your thoughts on it. I want to talk to Marcus Thompson on the other side of the break, but we got to take a break. Kurtenbach with you until 10 with Todd Husak, until 2, on the Sports Leader. It's been a long week.
It's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I thought we played okay. I think we can play better for sure. I thought the ball didn't always move like it could have. You know, we only had 23 assists. Didn't shoot it particularly well. But you know, you go on the road against the defending champs. You gotta play your A game, and we didn't play our A game.
Steve Kerr yesterday after the Warriors 120-114 loss to the Golden State or to the Denver Nuggets. Jeez Louise. Todd Husak, Dieter Kurtenbach with you until 2 p.m. This was Papa and Lund. It's now Dieter and Todd. And Marcus Thompson joins us on the UMA guest line. Marcus, how you doing? Hope you had a Merry Christmas, and hope you didn't have to watch too much of that game.
I'm in Denver, so I watched it all.
Wow.
And then I came to my room, and I watched the 49ers game.
Okay, well, that was not a very Merry Christmas. Was the family at least with you?
Yeah, family was with me.
That's good.
It was incredible theater to watch. It was riveting. It was jarring. It's not often you get that shocked. So it was good from that sense, right?
No question about that. No, it helped us out in the writing stuff down industry. But I think for folks who are just trying to enjoy themselves, it brought up some feelings. And I can't blame anybody for having them. Do you want to start with Niners? I'm happy to start with Niners, and we can transition to Warriors because you're right. That was a punch in the mouth last night. And Todd has been banging the drum here that for the first time in a long time, the Niners got dominated on both sides of the line of scrimmage. That is a rarity. And now I think you have to consider it somewhat of a concern with Trent Williams' injury, no?
Especially when you consider, like, how they've done against the AFC North already, right?
Yeah.
Cleveland kind of had their way with them. Cincinnati came to the Bay Area and did their thing, right? So you start to see a pattern here of, like, the uber physical, like, really good up front. It's a problem for them. And that's weird because we see the 49ers as like a physical team, right? So to see them just get bullied, to me, the difference in this part was like, even in the other games, like they fought back, they did some things well. And this one was that third quarter meltdown. It just felt like a meltdown. It felt like a team falling apart, which is just wild in week 16, right? Against, for a team that we thought was the best team in the league and still is one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah.
For them to just go out like that, it felt like, what are we watching here? Are we watching the end of something or just like the grandest fluke of all flukes? Because it was hard to tell which was which.
17 unanswered points for the Ravens in the third quarter. The 49ers offense wasn't able to do it.
7 straight drives.
It was
7 straight drives.
It was something to watch. And listen, I think that it has to be broached. Like, the Niners have gone hard as hell all season. Christian McCaffrey's out there every snap. I know it's not Christian McCaffrey's fault they lost the game last night, but, I mean, they are a top-heavy roster that rides their dudes hard. And we are now deep into a football season. I mean, is there something about this team possibly falling apart? Is that something in the back of your mind going forward now?
It definitely feels like it, especially since the blueprint is out there. But you know what we learned about this team? Like, they really are like the consummate team. If you start pulling one of these pieces out, like it's like a sweater, right?
Yeah.
It could go bad, and we've seen that with Trent Williams and Deebo being out. And while that was like a very reasonable explanation for why they went, 3 straight. Now you're starting to see this stuff, and we're getting to the point now where injuries start to play a role. I'm looking like Charvarius Ward better be in a bubble because they cannot handle losing him, right? Like you need to lock that dude in the safest room possible, and you can start seeing how there's the vulnerability. I still think they're the best team in the NFC. I still think if they see the Ravens again, they'd be ready for it. But you got to be concerned about their depth, and you just have to be concerned about how Brock Purdy responds from what was just a debacle of a game. What we've seen of him will make you think, all right, like, this dude ain't soft. He going to fight back. But now there's a lot of confidence in playing the 49ers, where before it felt like people were intimidated by them.
one guy who did not get intimidated last night was Deebo Samuel. I don't know if you saw him late in the fourth quarter where he got popped hard and bounced
insane.
right up. I mean,
Marcus might have turned the game off by then. But
I didn't blame. I don't blame you. He is a guy that you talk about it. Somebody who can like pick this team up and let's get back to being a tough team, because we talk about them getting physically beaten. They still rush the ball effectively. They still have the number one running back in the NFL. Like they can get stuff done in the run game, and I think part of that is Christian McCaffrey. He makes everybody around
just
him
a little
better.
bit, yeah.
But you almost need a guy like Deebo and Christian. All right, let's get back to what makes us great, and let's hopefully get healthy up front.
2 runs for Deebo yesterday. In a big game, for him to have 2 runs, that seems low to me.
The problem is the guy who's got to be able to give him the ball can't play like that. And, the way to get him the ball, the way to get him involved in the offense is through Brock Purdy. Like, the running and stuff is cool, but if they're going to put 8-9 in the box, if they're going to dominate the line of scrimmage like they did, you just can't run sweeps and stuff with Deebo. Like, they were on all of that stuff. They were on top of the wide receiver screens and the quick outs. They were on it. That's how the pick happened, right? They're trying to get it to him quick. Humphrey jumps up and deflects it. Like, they're on top of all the little usual actions, which means they need Brock Purdy to be Brock Purdy. They need Deebo to catch the ball in the middle of the field in space and make it happen that way. But it requires Brock Purdy to be good, or at least serviceable. He was none of that, and I think it was a fluke. I think it was an anomaly, just a perfect storm. It really did remind me of that 40-8 loss in 1994 to Philly. And it's like, what is this team doing losing to Philly? Philly wasn't even that good that year. They just got – my guy Steve Young got completely just destroyed. That was my junior year in high school. I was a big Steve Young guy, too. I just remember, like, oh, man, they got murdered. And then they went on to win the Super Bowl. So I think it was more of a fluke than it was like an omen, but you just can't say that anymore. Now you get another team that's watching the blueprint of the AFC North and it's like, hey, it's something here. Can Dallas adjust? Can Philly adjust? I don't think they have the players to do it, but the scheme is there. Take away the run game, jump all those little short things, and force Purdy to, like, out of the pocket, right? Force him out of the pocket and make him make plays. He can do it, but the difference is the 49ers are going for a Super Bowl, and he's going to have to get a Super Bowl game like that. That's where it's like, what did we just watch here? We're going to find out in these next 5 weeks.
I got to say, Marcus, something that I'm concerned about is back-to-back games. Fred Warner has not looked very good. And maybe it's to your point where this is the consummate team. And Eric Armstead's not out there. And, Nick Bosa's getting double-teamed every snap. And Dre Greenlaw hasn't been very good either. And you don't really trust what's going on the back end. Tayshaun Gibson had a bad game. All of these things matter, and then Fred winds up in just the wrong spot. So it looks like he's chasing, but in reality, he was hesitating. But what have you made of Fred Warner? Because it feels as if this defense goes the way Fred goes. In the last 2 weeks, it hasn't been great.
Yeah, the missed tackles look to me like a sign of fatigue. But I also think it's a bit of, I guess the way to say it would be on the back foot. They just feel like they're on the back foot. It feels like, the secondary's kind of, we got to prepare for the slot. So It's not the aggressive. When he was being aggressive, when he was attacking, he was good. He did make some plays. That was a huge third down deflection where he was the blitzer. It just feels like when the 49ers are the aggressor, their linebackers are spearheading that, and they're just a little different. When they're waiting to find out what's about to happen, like we got to cover for the nickel because we don't know what's going to happen. And, we're on the back foot a bit. That's, to me, where they're just not their best. So he hasn't been good. The positioning, like you said, to me, the key thing is the positioning. I feel like Fred Warner is going to make most tackles, right? And maybe the missed tackles is an anomaly, but, I mean, just guys just being, like, wide open in the middle of the field doesn't feel like Fred Warner football. So, to me, I wonder if how much of this is aggression and being able to make the plays and be the force giver. But that's difficult when the other team is like, hey, that offensive line was bullying, right? Like, some of it is the other team is just good, too.
Yeah, and I think tackling in space is easier said than done when it's against Flowers, right? I mean, that guy makes some people miss. But I also think,
Jackson, right?
Yeah, but back to your point, I think they're on their heels a little bit because they're not getting pressure with that front four. When they only rush four, Lamar Jackson had a lot of time, or he would escape and make plays, and they're not able to run downhill because he's not getting rid of the ball within 3 seconds. He's holding it for 5-6 seconds, and that makes everybody play just take one step in the wrong direction, and that's all guys in the NFL need.
There was a play where he scrambled to his right. I forgot who missed the tackle. It looked like they had him in his grasp. It might have been Chase Young, might have been Brown on the blitz, but Lamar Jackson gets out, and Greenlaw surges to him, and then Edwards runs right behind Greenlaw and ends up being like a 40-yard gain.
Mm-hmm.
It was like nobody had Greenlaw's back. Like they were just completely out of position. I mean, it was obviously a good play, but it wasn't like this miraculous play call. He scrambled, and he went to his right, and the guy just followed him and was wide open. And that's when you start wondering, like, where is everybody? Why is he running 40 yards before somebody gets to him? Like that didn't feel like 49ers football. So I'm curious about whether or not it's fatigue, it's scheme, it's really good, scheme by the other team, or maybe they're not being so aggressive. I think Armstead is huge and not having him in the middle, but I also think the secondary is just an issue, right? I mean, they threw Jason Verrett out there. That dude,
yeah,
I mean, he hadn't played. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not nothing. That you're
beginning of the third quarter against Baltimore in a tight game is not the time to see if Jason Verrett still got something for you. And it turned out
but what
he
does
does
that say
not.
to the other guys, though, right? What does it say to the other guys? Like, hey, dude, you just got off the street. Like, let me.
The weird irony is that I agree with you on the secondary. My concern is Gibson. I think Brown has been solid, though he's a rookie and there's going to be moments. I thought Lenoir, I thought Thomas was pretty damn good. Ward was really good. Like, I didn't have that much concern about the corners. And then Jason Verrett's out there. I'm like, man, I didn't see Lenoir get injured. Like, Lenoir's been really solid. Then he went right back in.
It's Thomas. It's Ambry. Ambry is the question mark. Ambry's the one they go at. And, the hold, right? He's cooked. And Lamar gets out of the pocket, and he does a double move. That's a touchdown. He's got a hold. And he's just in that position where they're picking on him as the weak link. And then, to me, the big issue is the slot guy, which is the guy over the middle, right, which is now impacting the linebackers. And Fred's got to read, where am I going? Do I need to cover for my slot guy, or do I get on this tight end? Like, all of that stuff feels like it's putting them in a position where they're being dictated to and not dictating. And I agree, though. It begins up front. If they get pressure on the quarterbacks, that's everything. That's the whole 49er scheme. So I think we're going to see them play 49ers football the next 2 weeks, mostly because they need to and also because the opponent will help them.
Yeah.
But it's going to be in the back of the mind, right? Like, it's going to be there now until they get over that hump against a team like Baltimore.
A little vulnerability might be good for this team. It might unravel some stuff. Who's to say? We're going to find out. Big turning point for the 49ers here as we talk to the great Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. If we're talking about picking on weak links, though, I want to swing it over to the Warriors. Kevon Looney and Trace Jackson-Davis just getting worked over by Nikola Jokic last night. Steve Kerr didn't care for it at all. He had some strong words after the game. I don't disagree with what Steve is saying. At the same time, sometimes you gotta look at yourself. You gotta look at your own team and saying, what are we doing to foster this situation? And if there's one thing we know about these Golden State Warriors, we've known it for a long time, they have a really hard time defending without fouling, and Nikola Jokic is too good a player to not take advantage of that. What did you make of the parade to the free throw line for the MVP yesterday?
Yeah, here's the reason that I didn't like it per se, because Jokic really wasn't being very aggressive.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to attack. It wasn't like he's like, I'm taking you one-on-one. That's not what was happening. He was very passive. He started the game setting people up. Yeah, it felt like he didn't. He was like, we got this. Or it was like, I don't really feel that great. I'll take over in the fourth quarter. I don't. The contrast that Steve is talking about, like, for the record, I don't like any of that stuff for anybody. I feel like these touch fouls are ridiculous and they have to go.
Yep.
Like, it's insane how I agree that they don't like defense in the NBA. It is a problem. The difficult part is, and if you're the Warriors, is the on-ball contact compared to the off-ball. And their whole system essentially is based off of movement. So the Warriors struggle with this contrasting ideology of the officials. If you bump at all, Nikola Jokic is getting a foul. Yet Steph and Clay, or especially Steph, are getting bumped all the time. So that's the part they're wrestling with, which to me should make them say, all right, we're going ISO. Like we're going to do the thing, but that's just not the basketball they play. So to me, that's where it's inconsistent. A guy with the ball gets bumped, it's a foul. But off the ball, you can kind of get away with it. We've seen Draymond get away with it too, right? We've seen Draymond as the help guy do it. So it's not like one over the other. It's not like the Warriors are being particularly picked on. It's the idea that, you know, if you can sell the contact, then you will get the call, right? And that's the part that it's just not. I know I'm old. I know it. I know I grew up in a different era. But there's a part of hoop that where he's just like, listen, man, part of the skill is playing through that stuff. And that's why people love playoff basketball, because it's not called like that. And to me, Jokic doesn't need any of that. He's fine. He's incredible. He doesn't need that. But 18 free throws at some point, they just got to be like, listen, it's just a boring game to watch. I was in that place dozing. Like, this is boring. So I get him in that sense, but also if that's what they're doing, how about you go do it? Put Kuminga in the game and go to the hole every time.
Yeah.
Right? Do the same thing.
But that's against Steve's ethos. He refuses to do it.
Yes.
It would hurt his soul.
It's not how they play basketball, right? And so how they play basketball is directly at odds with how the refs call the game.
That is,
and I can see Adam Silver saying that's a personal problem.
Yeah, that sounds like something that someone who's getting their butt kicked a lot says. Well, that's just not how we do things here. You better figure out a new way of doing things. Otherwise, the world's going to leave you behind. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I thought the egregious one, about 5 minutes left in the game, Steph has Jokic on him, kind of leans into him to create some separation. Jokic goes flying. Steph steps back, hits a three, and they call the offensive foul. And that was an important part of the game. Even the announcers were saying, Steph must have superhuman strength to get Jokic off. Like, to your point, he can't do that, and they certainly can't call that foul. Steph should get a little more respect in the league than that, I would think.
I just think, like, they live so much in the letter of the law that it hampers the game. In that situation, you can easily say Steph extended his arm. If you extend your arm, that's an offensive foul, right? You could say that. But, like, there's a context to this. There's an art to it. Like, you got to be watching the game and kind of figuring it out. Like, that, it's like in that moment, did Steph push off? He probably did. It looked like he did. But you don't reward Jokic for that. The crime was not the greater crime was Jokic choosing not to play defense and sell that call. And to me, that's the part where Steve is talking about. It's like he's saying, I'm going to sell a guard push off instead of playing defense. And that's just not basketball. It's not basketball. Pushing off a little bit is basketball. Like trying to create separation, that's part of basketball. Doing that, what Jokic did, is risky. So, yeah, if I'm a ref, I'm not calling that because I'm like, Jokic, you're 280 pounds. You're the biggest in the league. I don't like how you did that.
Yeah.
Of course, that's not why I'm a ref.
Can you imagine someone 280 pounds playing in any other venue but the NBA trying to do that? And the amount of crap that they would get from everybody else on the floor, the referees, the crowd.
Oh, man, what?
Unreal.
You would be ashamed for letting Steph push you like that. Like,
yeah.
You gonna let that little 6'3" dude push you around like that? Like, nah.
You weigh 100 more pounds than him.
Yeah. Right. But technically, by the letter of the law, he did push off. He extended his arm. That's an offensive foul.
Spirit of the game is way better than letter of the law. That's my personal opinion on that. I got to say this, Marcus. I want to bring it on a positive note. I know Steve has been forced into some rotation stuff that he didn't want to do because of Draymond's suspension and some injuries and Andrew Wiggins being neither here nor there. There's a lot of stuff happening, and Steve has had to play the kids. I like the kids. I know that the schedule has been favorable to play the kids, but I thought the kids were good last night. I think they've been good for the team in general and the energy around them. I think Jackson Davis can really play. I think Pods can really play. Kuminga is figuring out what his game is in this system for, I think, the first time, and he's playing great on-ball defense. Steve might have stumbled into something really positive here with his hand getting forced. What have you made of the baby Dubs coming back and bringing the 2-timeline plan back into our lives?
It's actually really good, man. These dudes can play, and they got heart. That's what you like about it.
Yeah.
Like, they aren't afraid of the moment. They aren't feeling like, I'm a rookie. I shouldn't be doing this. That's just not how they are. And I do think Pods is kind of like the ringleader in that. Like, he kind of makes you see, like, yeah, I can do this. So, you know, these second, third-year guys, like, I'm not about to let this. If the rookie can do it, I sure can do it.
That's right.
Right? And you could see the kind of swagger and belief that they have. I feel like if you just look at what's on this team, like, they've got something there. You know, they're in these games. They're good enough. Like, you start looking at the matchups and how they could win. Like, you could scheme it. You could see it. It's viable. Like, how they could beat Denver. You could see that. Like, Denver was very vulnerable. Jamal Murray had a difficult time on defense, right?
Yeah.
There's a path here. I just think they're having a hard time finding it. They have too many guys. That might be a weird problem to have, but they got it. They have too many guys who can play. They have too many guys who can give something, but they also have a flaw or a weakness that you got to cover up for. So they kind of got to figure out just who are going to be their guys and go with them. And to me, whoever is not on that list probably should be on the trade block, because it just doesn't make any sense to have 12 guys who can play. Like, you end up, like, at the end of that game, Denver knew exactly what they wanted to do. They knew exactly who was playing. They had their guys. It's like, all right, it's closing time. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
There's
right.
a reason the words are 12 and 12 down a stretch. The lineups are different every time. They can't get any chemistry, any continuity. They can't get any rhythm and confidence. They don't have the pet plays that they know are going to work every time. They haven't developed them. You know, the ones they got, everybody knows them, so they can't develop new ones. Like, you got to know who you are and what you're doing at the end of games. And clearly, the NBA comes down to the end of the game. So they've got to figure this out, and they might just need to – they just can't go through the whole season with 12 guys who can play. They got to make some decisions. They're going to be tough, but they got to make them.
Well, and one of those guys, Draymond Green, coming back, hopefully next 5 or 6 games.
Is it hopefully
suspension.
anymore? I mean, they're playing pretty good without him.
That was kind of where I was going. You say guys that aren't in that core. I assume Draymond should still be, but they're 5-2 without him. How does he fit back in? And then what's left for Clay? He had a tough stretch there. He can turn it on. We've still seen him get streaky with shooting and then go ice cold again. How do you see those two pieces fitting in the rest of the season?
Well, to me, you need Draymond for the games like Denver. Yeah. That's the game Draymond helps you win. You know, they're playing 2 bigs, and they're coming with, like, they're going Dario Saric, right? And he's a great offensive weapon, but he's an absolute sieve on defense. So it's a gateway to the rim. They started the game by saying they're going to trap Steph at half court, like saying, please throw it to wide open Looney in the middle. Like, and they're not getting any out of it. That's Draymond. So to me, the part that it gets a little bit difficult, and I understand where Steve is that some of these guys look good, but yeah, everybody looks good against Portland, right? Like some of this stuff is about, yes, it's regular season, but you got to gauge, how will this look in a tough games? Like, how will this look in a series when they're ready for you? You know what I'm saying? That's a different level. And to me, that's where Draymond comes in, because he can know what to do in that situation. And they needed that. They needed a guy who could say, all right, here's what we're going to do. You have to play Looney, but Looney's not giving you anything offensive, but you have no other option against Jokic, right? So now you're stuck playing Looney, even though he's not giving you anything offensively. Now you're playing 4-on-5. Like, to me, these are the type of games where Draymond come in and you really miss him, because he gives you the defense and he gives you something in that 4-on-3 spot, because they're going to trap Steph. So Clay, on the other hand, Clay needs to play better in the bigger games. Like, he's really good when we give him open looks. He's having a harder time when teams know the offense and they're taking away those looks. And he's got to get better. He gets frustrated. He starts jacking shots. He needs some more of those. I'm going to get to the elbow. He needs to watch a lot of Paul Pierce.
Yep.
I'm going to get to this one spot on the floor where y'all can't stop me. That's the part of his game he needs to deliver. Otherwise, he probably needs to play a little bit less.
Listen, it's nice to have a lot of ingredients, but all of them have upsides. All of them have downsides. Luckily,
yes.
With Marcus Thompson, there's no downside. It's all upside with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Thank you for taking time today, my friend. Are you still in Denver? Did you get home?
Nah, we out here playing in the snow. I'm about to go home, though. On my way to the airport now.
All right. Enjoy the worst airport west of the Mississippi, and excited for you to get home.
All right, man. Thanks.
Safe travels.
Great Marcus Thompson, ladies and gentlemen, breaking it down for us. Interesting thoughts on Draymond there. You want to break him down on the other side of the break? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2 p.m. Halfway home on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What also I'm going to be curious about is how does he get refereed when he comes back? Where can his emotions be when he comes back? Can he still be Draymond Green?
Yeah.
I think you're just going to have to be in a different way, right? Like, I just think that I wonder now if the refs are basically like, you have no rope. You know, like nobody to me got more rope than Draymond did before this. And now after this, does he have any?
The great Mark Spears getting honked at while talking to Adam Copeland this morning about Draymond. Maybe it was Draymond honking. Get out of the way. Every now and again, I'll drive through Alameda. I'll see Spears driving around. He's got one of those electric Audis. It's a nice car. It's a really nice car. Yeah, hell of a rider. You know, this is what you can do for yourself if you're Mark Spears. But Todd Husak, Dieter Kurtenbach with you until 2 p.m. on the Sports Leader. Let's break down what happens next when Draymond does come back, because it sounds like the show that the league wants Draymond to put on is being appropriately handled. The song and dance are happening, and at some point the league will decide that Draymond Green is a reformed man and that he can come back and play basketball. But with just talking to Marcus Thompson, I think that there's something interesting happening with the Warriors where Draymond Green might not come back to the same role he once had. It might be a more limited role, and in a weird way, that might be what's best for both the team and for Draymond. Where do you stand on it?
I agree with you. I think he's gone through when the last one happened, he punched him in the face. It's like, yeah, that's enough. Like
no one defended Draymond Green more than me, and even I'm like, okay. Yeah. I mean, by the way, Draymond, like we've seen you punch before. You're going to get suspended no matter what. Right. Don't try to play it off as a foul. Really lean into it. Right. You know, make it count.
Exactly.
Regardless.
But I think he had gotten to the point now where his teammates are sick of it. Coach is sick of talking about it. The fans are certainly sick of it.
Amen.
Here in Golden State, and I think around
well, they've
the
been sick of Draymond for about 2 decades around the country, but yeah.
And so we got to make some changes. Now, whether or not this is the proper path to go through and anger management, but I think it was a great point by Mark Spears. How does he behave? How do the referees call him? Mm-hmm. How does he approach it? Right. And out of the whole interview with Copes this morning, they talked about one of the guys who was very passionate but didn't get technicals was Kevin Garnett. He wasn't as
the nastiest trash talker perhaps in NBA history.
But he wasn't aggressive towards the referees. He was more like he would get upset with himself or like try to fire up his teammates.
He didn't have respect for a lot of the people he played against, but he had a lot of respect for the game.
Yep.
And Draymond consistently has no respect seemingly for anything.
Yeah.
And again, I'm the biggest Draymond head there is. But it's a great point. And there is a line between the game and your opponent, and you got to be able to separate the two.
He's been playing basketball the same way for 25 years. Is that something you can just go in and flip the switch on, right? There's going to be a moment in time where he's going to get passionate. He's going to get fouled. He doesn't think he's fouled. How does he react?
Yeah.
How closely are the referees all just waiting for him to do something where they can toss him or tee him up? I think it's going to be fascinating to see how he does fit in. And I think it's something that Coach Kerr and the coaching staff is going to have to work with him. Here's what we expect from you. Here, by the way, here's something that cannot happen when we put you in the game because, again, you're making us worse. Play within these parameters. Be effective. And if you get upset, here's what you can do about it. But here's what you can't do. And so I don't know. But that's the thing. Can he act in that
ship
box?
Has sailed.
Right. Can he act within that box of his temperature's going to rise?
Yeah.
He's going to be aggravated or heated about something. What does he do? And how do people around him respond? And again, Mark Spears brought up another interesting. He heard it from fans before.
No doubt.
It's going to be double.
Oh, man.
So there's a lot of factors that go into his return and what role he plays with the Warriors, who I think, as they stand now, 15-15 in the 10 spot, half a game behind the Lakers, half a game up on the Suns.
I mean, they're 3 games back of a home playoff seed right now. So to pretend as if the sky is falling is ridiculous. Yep. We go around the NBA. The Lakers haven't won anything since they decided that they won a championship midseason. That's working out great for them. The Suns are in complete disarray. They've never gotten their big three really together. I think they've played one game after all that hype, and now there's word that Kevin Durant, get this, might want out. Not interested in playing here anymore. And to the next town we go. Chaos reigns supreme in the National Basketball Association, and the Warriors can tighten this thing up. They are certainly capable, perhaps more than any other team, of tightening this thing up. They are not going to be on the same level as the Timberwolves or the Nuggets right now. I think we've seen that. But they were able to beat the Celtics at home. That's a big win. And I do think that even though they've played Portland a couple times, they've had some crappy teams on the schedule since Draymond's been out, and they've gotten some opportunities to get their confidence up. That win against the Celtics, playing well against Denver, and by the way, it just looked like they ran out of gas, which is pretty indicative of playing in Denver, right? Playing at Mile High. Klay Thompson was done. He had nothing for you in the final minute of that game, leading to a Jokic dunk to seal it. They are a good basketball team. Can they be better than good? I think they still deserve the benefit of the doubt, but you cannot have Draymond coming back and kind of messing up the good vibes that they got going on. Talked about the kids with Marcus Thompson. The kids play hard. They play with soul. They got some confidence about them. Draymond Green might not be conducive to that continuing. I don't know. He could also take it to a whole other level. He's Draymond Green. He has powers beyond our human comprehension. He's made it in the league this long without much of athletic ability compared to his peers. He's clearly got something going for him. But why is it that they're playing way better without Draymond than with him? I know the schedule helps. I know, but that doesn't explain the Celtics game. That doesn't explain how well they played for a lot of the contest yesterday in Denver. The vibes are good. Can Draymond keep the vibes good?
He's been part of enough winning teams here.
No doubt.
He knows what it takes to win. He knows what good culture looks like. I think that was, you see what Jordan Poole's done in D.C. this year. I mean, he's a train wreck, right? I think
the whole
Jordan
thing
Poole
there is a train wreck. Yeah.
I think Jordan Poole, as much as anything, was bad for the culture that they had spent so much time building.
Yeah.
Draymond has to be part of the winning culture, and I think certainly this season, and maybe even going back in last season, he wasn't. He was a detriment, and so when you still have the best player in the game, maybe Jokic, Steph, they're in the conversation. You got a chance to win. I think it'll be a fascinating case study on how the leadership, right? Klay has certainly lost a step. Steph's got to lead this ship, and I think you have enough of a bench to get in line. Which way does Draymond take it? All right, I'm on board. Follow me, or you know what? I'm gonna keep being Draymond. And I think he's smart enough. I do think he's smart enough and thoughtful enough.
Yeah,
I've seen enough interviews of him. I think he gets it.
Yeah,
now, but can he do it? And do it in a tight spot.
In the heat of the moment, right?
Exactly.
Like that's the thing. Draymond is the sharpest, most analytical. He's one of the smartest people I know. Like, Draymond breaks down the game of basketball like nobody else. There's a reason TNT has millions of dollars that they pay him every year just so that he doesn't sign with a rival TV company. They literally pay him a retainer so that he can go and do Inside the NBA whenever the Warriors are out, or that he can go and do Inside the NBA whenever his career is over. He's that impressive.
Can I get one of those from KNBR?
Yeah, by the way. Yeah, we need to get Draymond's agent first. Rich Paul's coming through big. He's coming through clutch, perhaps even. Regardless, this is a guy who no one's going to question the man's smarts. But it doesn't matter how smart you are if you can't handle yourself, you can't control yourself when things get heated. And I think it's just been way more heated than it needs to be this season. And I can't explain entirely why, because Draymond has played some good basketball this season. It doesn't feel like the rug is being pulled out from under him with his career. And yet at the same time, you got to go, he's not acting normally. He's not acting like the Draymond where we knew where he would go over the line, but it was relatively guarded. There's a gauge to it. It's just spilling out. It's out of control this year. And he's got to pull it back. And then how much of him pulling it back limits his effectiveness. So there's a lot of things for Steve Kerr to figure out, for the coaching staff to figure out. I'm as fascinated as anybody in seeing how this thing goes, because it should also be noted yeah, Steve Kerr has fallen into some nice rotations now. The young guys are feeling good. It's positive. The culture's good. We've got a nice 5-6 game sample where you're feeling like, hey, the Warriors got some good vibes. Well, Steve Kerr also did a lot of stuff in the first couple of months of the season that weren't good vibes and allowed Draymond to get to this point. Like, Steve deserves some culpability for how things got so bad before we got to things getting good. And Draymond is going to be the center of attention once he does come back. By the way, whenever the hell that is, because everyone loves an indefinite suspension. Just whenever you feel like it, Draymond.
Big question mark. You have to think, too, Draymond knows his reputation. His legacy, obviously, is as a champion and a Hall of Famer.
That's right.
He doesn't want his reputation.
And it's on the line.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he wants to look back in his career. God, I really screwed up those last couple seasons.
People remember you for what you did last, right?
Yeah, he's got an opportunity to come back and be a pillar of a team that makes a run in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Or he can get ejected again and probably sit out the rest of the season. Right?
That's right.
He gets kicked out one more time.
Then he's really happy he got that retainer from TNT because it's over.
He's got to be out for the season, I would imagine.
It's they never lack for intrigue, the Golden State Warriors. Even when they're playing bad ball, there's always something going on with them. But we got to switch it back. San Francisco 49ers lose 33-19 last night. If we're tearing up, if we're making a list of the best teams in the NFL, we have a new number one. It's the Baltimore Ravens, and I think the question is, how big of a gap is there between the 49ers at number 2 and those Baltimore Ravens? Because I know the gap between 2 and 3 is pretty massive. Where is that gap right now between Baltimore and San Francisco? After last night, you have to say it might have a little bit of meat on there. There might be a nice piece of meat between the two of those teams. 33-19. We'll get into it on the other side of the break. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2 on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tracy Sandler joined Adam Copeland to discuss the concern level of the 49ers' inability to play from behind. 0-37. 8 or more points in the fourth quarter with Kyle Shanahan as the head coach. That podcast and more are trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
You know, for me, it's like, I got to ask myself, all right, like, who are you? What do you stand for? Who are you when things are good? Who are you when things don't go your way? It's easy to, be riding the high and thinking you're the man when things are going well, winning games and all that kind of stuff. And you don't really see, a whole lot of adversity in some games and whatnot. And, this is the reality of the NFL. And so for myself, I obviously have to look myself in the mirror, watch the plays where I need to get better, make some cleaner decisions, help my team put up points and score and protect the ball. And when things don't go my way, it's, understanding, I can't be acting out. I have to be real with myself and be better. I want to be the same guy every day, be consistent in what I do and how I do things, whether things are going well or not. I know who I am, and I'm not going to waver in that. So I've said that before, and I'll continue to hang my hat on that.
Brock Purdy after last night's 33-19 loss for the 49ers to the Baltimore Ravens, live on national television Christmas night. When I was sitting in that presser last night and Brock was going on about that, I'm like, this is not going to be noticed, but this is like deeply existential. This is kind of concern to me unless Brock immediately puts it in the rear view against Washington, which I think, looking at Washington's defense, we expect him to do. But the quote that I found most interesting, and I'm paraphrasing here, right? Because Brock it's kind of hard to keep where he's going sometimes. He scans the field. He scans the sentences. It's easy to push the ball deep when you got everything going for you, when you don't have a lot of turnovers. It's easy to be a big-time quarterback, make big-time throws when you don't have doubt in the back of your head. And the Baltimore Ravens unquestionably put some doubt in the back of Brock Purdy's head. He's got to look himself in the mirror. That's what he's saying. I do wonder. This is now 7 years of Kyle Shanahan not being able to come back from anything more than a one-touchdown deficit in the fourth quarter. And I know they gave it a good little run last night. That was garbage time. That game was over at the end of the third quarter. Then Purdy coming out and saying what he said. It's easy to push the ball down the field, all that stuff, when things are going good. My biggest knock on the Dallas Cowboys this season is that they're front runners. And for me, that is just the nastiest thing you can say about a team. When the going gets tough, they don't show up. That's not their game. But if they give you 15 in the first quarter, hey, the times are good. It's just a boom or bust market for them. The 49ers have a lot of booms. There's no question about it. But they are yet to show us some real gumption and some real guts and the ability to come back. Now, maybe they're just a Jake Moody field goal in Cleveland away from that being a stupid narrative. But that field goal didn't go in, and it was 41 yards. It was no gimme, especially in Cleveland, where you don't know what the hell's going on with the wind. What is your concern level, Todd Husak, about this team possibly being front runners going into the postseason?
I think they have too much leadership, and we just talked about culture and what the Warriors built over the last decade of greatness. I think they have the right leaders both on the offensive and defensive side. I personally like what Brock said. Like, hey,
I like it too. I think it was honest and real and straightforward. That's good. It was probably too truthful for that moment Because I'm sitting there going, oh, boy, these are questions that he's asking these publicly. He's thinking out loud here. Right. That's great for me. I understand a little bit more. I'm not sure I would want that information out there, is what I'm saying.
If he throws a touchdown on that first drive instead of the interception, do they win by 5 touchdowns?
Front runners.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Right? And you look at what happened with Lamar Jackson on the other side. I thought he looked terrible.
He did.
To
he
start
was missing
that game.
A lot of throws.
Not by a yard, by 6 or 7 yards over the guy's head. And
I'm in the press box, and it's hard. It's hard. You know, from the press box, it's hard to tell how high a ball is. So you just somewhat presume that the ball is always going to be vertically on target. Yeah. And so you're just looking to see if it's behind or in front of the receiver. First couple throws that Lamar threw, I'm like, wow, that ball's on the money. No, they were 5 feet over anybody's outstretched arms.
He was missing badly.
It was rough.
And he takes that safety. That was a horrible play by him. Unlucky that the referee tripped and fell. They were on the 20-yard line. He ran backwards 15 yards, actually 18 yards, 3 yards deep into the end zone.
Big ups to the ump.
Yeah, exactly. That was a nice
best tackle of the night.
Assist. But he was able to come back and right the ship and get things going.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think there's some element of that to the Niners, and they've been so good on opening drives that they go out, they get out to a lead. Maybe that's when the defense can put a little pressure on the opposing quarterback, and the defense can make things happen, right? There's a reason they lead the league in plus-minus takeaways.
Yeah.
I think the Niners are still too good. They have all the pieces, right? They have number one running back, super dynamic offense.
They got dudes.
And a defense that the pieces are there.
No question.
Armstead comes back. We'll see. I think that might be a missing piece. They didn't
Even
have
without Eric, I mean, it's been good enough.
Yes. There's enough Pro Bowlers there at every level.
Yeah.
The offensive line is a concern. I think what we saw last night, and they got taken advantage of a little bit. Mm-hmm. But I still think what I've loved about Brock Purdy from the beginning is the way his teammates talk about him.
Yes.
Even after his second, third, fourth start, you had guys coming out and saying, this guy's the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
Locker rooms recognize that, right? And
they'll tell you the truth.
What I compared and contrast that, remember Zach Wilson when he had an awful game and he's like, what are you going to do? It's windy. You know, he wasn't saying, hey, it's like he did no self-reflection. Where I think Brock Purdy, I think his teammates like that. Hey, you stunk tonight, Brock, but I know you're going to get it right.
That's
right.
He's
going to work maybe even extra hard.
Last night would have been the night if someone had doubts about Brock Purdy, they would have been aired.
Yeah.
It would have been aired. That's as bad a game as you can have on as big a stage as you can have in the regular season. He stunk it up. I have loved every minute of Brock's season. He stunk it up big time. None of that was bad luck. That was bad play. And I know the offensive line didn't give him any help, but that's been the case in a couple of games this year, and he's still ripped out 400 yards and has just been sending it downfield. He was terrible last night. If someone really thought in that locker room that Brock Purdy wasn't the dude, that he wasn't the kind of guy who could lead them to the Super Bowl, I'd be paraphrasing them right now.
Yep.
Because it would be the frontline news. Somebody would be saying it. There's enough cameras. There's enough tape recorders. It would have leaked out of that locker room. And quite to the contrary, everybody was like, why would I worry about Brock? Brock's the man.
Yeah.
If you don't think they believe in Brock Purdy, come hang out with me for a day down in Santa Clara. They are all in on Brock Purdy. That might be their downfall. We'll find out in due time. But they are all the way in. And let's be honest, for 22 out of 23 games, pretty good stance.
But he wore it. That's a big spot for a young player, let alone a young quarterback.
23 years old.
Yeah, the pregame, all about him being MVP and him and McCaffrey being MVPs and the leaders. And maybe the moment was too big for him. I think he's got enough poise to overcome that. I'm almost sure he does. But I agree with you. They have not looked the same if they don't get out to a good start. That's something they're going to have to overcome. But real quick, before we move on, I know we have a guest coming up. All right. Another Hall of Fame quarterback, not yet inducted. His first 15 games in his second season.
Okay.
All right. Brock Purdy, 29 touchdowns. Tom Brady, 18.
Okay.
11 interceptions to 12 for Tom Brady.
Yep.
28 sacks for Brock, 41 for Brady.
Yep.
4,000 yards for Brock, 2,800 for Brady. And then completion percentage, 70 to 63.
Yeah.
We got a good thing going.
No question. No question. I don't know if it's a Tom Brady good thing going, but it could be. The fact that it could be says a lot. Tom Brady also had one of those rings on his finger by the time we were having that 2-year conversation. But
That's true.
We might have the very same thing with Brock Purdy at the end of this year, regardless of what happened last night. And by the way, if you're thinking to yourself, man, the Ravens really kicked the Niners' ass last night. 1, you'd be right. And 2, wouldn't it just be the NFL if these two teams met and the roles completely reversed? That is just the way it goes. This isn't college. This isn't where one team has all the talent and the other team has none of it. This isn't playing a divisional school when you're the University of Texas. This is nothing like that. In the NFL, parity reigns supreme. These are the 2 best teams in the league, unquestionably at this juncture. 49ers are right there at number 2 now after last night's loss. But if these 2 teams play again, I would have a very hard time expecting the same outcome. Very hard time because it's a different game, different script. And damn it, I don't think Brock Purdy's going to throw 4 interceptions again. But that's just one man's take. We'll get Dennis Brown's take on the game on the other side of the break. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2 on the Sports Leader.
I think Brock's fantastic still. I mean, just his mindset and, handling it, stuff happens. They make plays. They're very good. They're the 1 seed in the AFC for a reason. They're guys that get paid to make plays too. And so they had our number tonight. I just kept telling Brock, just keep slinging it, man. We're a 1 seed in the NFC for a reason because you sling the ball, you get it to our playmakers in space, and they had a great game plan against us tonight. They had a lot of great, those turnovers are huge, and I don't know what else to say besides when you have. The last turnover is what it is at the end of the game, but when you have 3 turnovers in the first half, it's just tough, and that they're not all on Brock, but it's just hard to win.
It was George Kittle. If you're looking for a silver lining, perhaps there's a big picture one. The 49ers needed that butt kicking to knock them back into reality. But George Kittle had a really nice game, so that made a lot of sense that George felt pretty good about how all things were going in that contest. We got the great Dennis Brown on the line. Let's talk 49ers. Let's talk Ravens. And Dennis, do you agree with George's assessment that stuff happens, or is there a little bit more to it than that?
Well, I would think there's a little bit more to it. You come out, and this game was tough for me to watch because, it was so much hype. And, we're all 49er fans, and we're here in the Bay Area, and this was going to be the match. This was going to be the matchup, right? The 2 best teams, AFC, NFC, preview to the Super Bowl, Monday Night Football, Christmas. The hype was all there. And then you come out and you just kind of fall flat. You were up 5-0 at one point, but
the insurmountable 5-0 lead.
Yeah, it just really felt like it was. The hype was there, and you come out and you just play not very well, not very good, I guess I should say. And and we know what this team is. It's a good football team. A lot of weapons on offense. A lot of weapons on defense, and you just come out and you just don't play very well. And that's what in championship teams you play well when you're supposed to play well, right? That's what you do. You get after teams. I played on some teams, and we played against some bad teams. We took care of business. We played against some good teams. We took care of business. So, it's part of football. You have to line up and play. The teams that you play are professional athletes. They're professional football teams. Coaches get paid a lot. Players get paid a lot. And you come out and you play. You're playing against professionals. And if you play against a team like the Baltimore Ravens, that was a good football team. And they are a good football team. They got a great defense. They got the #1 pass rush in the National Football League. They get after you. So you have to prepare yourself to play at a different level. And it just didn't feel like they played at that different level. Now, you got 2 football games left. You want to get the #1 seed. That is the goal. #1 seed, get a bye, and has to come through your stadium. But you're at home last night and you get beat down. And that's not how champions play. And I hate when people say it's a preview to the Super Bowl, because I hope you don't play this team in the Super Bowl because they whooped your butt. They obviously know how to play you and how to get after you. So you have to kind of put this game behind you, because you got 2 football games now that mean a lot. The Rams are a good football team. We'll see what happens with the Commanders, but you have to go out against the Commanders. I guess they're not the Commanders anymore. Well, they are. No,
they still are for now.
They're still the Commanders. I want to say Redskins, but I know that's not PC. But this is a team that's had a fire sale. They may be done with their head coach, but they're still a football team, and you have to go out and play them, and you have to take care of business, and then you have to play the Rams. And that game is going to mean something for the Rams. So you have to play and you have to win that game to keep the #1 seed, I think. So, I think it works well for a player. Your mindset has to be, we got to win 2 football games. We have to take care of 2 football games, go on the road, and we come at home just to keep that #1 seed. So we have a bye, a chance to heal up. And, the road to the Super Bowl goes through Levi's Stadium. But now you're beat up. That offensive line, it was if someone else got hurt on that offensive line last night, I probably could have got a game check and went out there and played.
I was about to say that I think I was the next tallest, widest person available. It would take me a while to stretch, but I would have taken the money.
I would have taken the game check too, but now you talk about you control your own destiny and all that stuff, but you got 2 games, and there's 2 games that you kind of have to win. I mean, you're in the playoffs, but do you want to go back to Philadelphia? I don't know. I mean, they're not.
I'll attest firsthand. No.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to Philadelphia and play Philadelphia. So I want everything to come through San Francisco. So there's a challenge, but last night was a butt whooping. I mean, third quarter, you see how fast the game flipped? That flipped in the third quarter. I looked up and it was 30-12 or something.
Yeah,
and I was just like, what the hell just happened?
33-12.
Yeah, so they got after you. And defense, you couldn't make the plays, and there was never that play that was just like the crowd would just be like, yeah, here we go. There wasn't that third down sack, and it wasn't that interception. You just never had the momentum change over to the 49ers sideline. That what usually kind of happens with this team, and this team putting up 30 points. That first drive, that interception, I kind of felt like, oh, wow. Because what the 49ers go down and, Christian McCaffrey does what he does, Debo does what he does, and then you score a touchdown, right? That interception, it was just like, whoa, what's going on? This is not a good sign. So, you got to put it behind you because the game is over and you got to play. You got to get on an airplane and go across country. It's a short week, but you got to look at this film and figure out what happened. A lot of mistakes, a lot of missed tackles, the interceptions. A lot of batted down balls, whatever that might be. But you got to figure it out. A lot of penalties in football games. So a lot of mistakes. Yeah, a lot of mistakes, and this is a good football team, and they did exactly what they're supposed to do. I mean, capitalize on turnovers, execute on offense, and get after your quarterback on defense. So it's a good team. Baltimore, for years they've been good. I think they're better now because Lamar Jackson is healthy late in the football season. So it's a tough team. And the 49ers got it handed to them on Monday Night Football, which hurts my heart that it was on Monday Night Football on Christmas and everybody.
Yeah, we couldn't have just brushed this thing under the rug the way they will this game against the Commanders, where the 49ers will play a team in Washington. And I don't know if anyone's going to notice besides us here in the Bay Area. Everyone was watching that game last night. Everyone.
Everybody.
Now we gotta eat it.
We hyped it for a week. How about that? We hyped it for a week.
We hyped it for a lot longer than a week there, Dennis.
Geez, a week. I know.
As soon as that Philadelphia game was over, we're like, Christmas Day, Baltimore Ravens. They're ready. And Brock Purdy's like, here's 4 interceptions. Here's a lump of coal for you.
Take that with you. Ho, 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 yeah.
Seven straight scoring possessions for Baltimore in that game, by the way. As much as Purdy and 4 interceptions has to be the front story here, like the front page story, because it was bad. And you can't win when you turn the ball over 4 times. I'm glad you brought it up. I know Fred Warner brought it up yesterday. Niners defense wasn't getting any turnovers either. And it's one thing to get carved up by Lamar when he's running around and making things happen, and Zay Flowers is just free in the open space because he's as shifty as anybody in the league. There's a lot of reasons why Baltimore had offensive success, but it didn't feel like there was a lot of force coming the other way from the 49ers defense yesterday. What did you make of it?
Yeah. I mean, early in the game, the pass rush is the pass rush. Lamar Jackson is the guy. If he gets in space, if he gets himself in space, he doesn't really want to run. He wants to run. I think he had like 30 yards in this football game, but, he's looking down the field. He's got a strong arm, and he kind of wants to do that playground, that sandbox type of thing, but he makes plays down the field. He's got some good weapons. So, and it all kind of started with the run game, the ability to kind of run the ball a little bit. And then you just, like you said, there was no turnovers. If you lose a turnover game, you're probably going to lose the football game, especially if it's 0-5. If you can't get any kind of turnovers, but there was no, especially in the second half, there was no big whatever, a big interception or a big hit. There was no momentum change. There was no, usually the defense sets the tone. It just wasn't there, and again, I understand now how opponents feel, when the 6-game winning streak, when the 49ers were scoring 30 points a football game and it looked like they couldn't be stopped. That's what it felt like. It felt like the Ravens could just score when they wanted to score. And there was just nothing on the defensive side. Now, Fred Warner had a great game. I think he had 10 sacks or 10 tackles. I think Chase Young had a sack. that weird sack with the early in the football game for the safety or the intentional grounding.
Yeah, that was a half sack from the ump.
Yeah, and that was no one's talking about that. I thought that was hilarious. I haven't seen.
It was the best.
I have never seen a ref getting away like that. I mean, he just couldn't get out the way, and he's just falling backwards. It just and here comes Chase Young, and he just slams Lamar Jackson to the. To me, it's the funniest thing I've ever seen, but no one's talking about it.
Some other stuff happened after that.
yeah, some other stuff. Yeah,
if the Niners won 5-0, that would be the front page story.
That would be that'd be a big story. But yeah, there was just nothing on defense. There was no pop on defense, and there was, there were some big gash plays or big explosive plays on offense. George Kittle starts the game. It looks like a normal 49er game. George Kittle goes out there, has a big gain. I think it's 50-something yards. You right down the field, you think, okay, this is what you do. Christian McCaffrey's going to score, or he's going to be a Debo, a slant route to the end zone. But, it's an interception. So there was not that big explosive that you're used to as a 49er fan. And, I think the momentum just never, ever, ever shifted. And then, offensive linemen start dropping. Then your quarterback, he gets dinged up a little bit. So, the game, third quarter, it was – after that, from the third quarter on, I mean, after halftime, it was tough to watch because you watch this team and the talent on this football team, but then you see that, you come against a team like the Ravens that had a good game plan and they came out to play. I mean, that's the bottom line. Players make plays, and their players made plays, and they did it on Monday night. And we were talking about before the game, there was Brock Purdy MVP and all this stuff, but you have to show up and you have to play and you have to kind of execute on the field. And it just didn't happen for the 49ers. You put it, like you said, you put it to the side, you watch the film, you figure out what's going on, but you got another game. You got a short week and you got to beat up offensive line. So you got to figure out, because you got to win these next two games because you don't want to go on the road. You don't want to go back to Philadelphia. I mean, you're in the playoffs. You play whoever shows up, wherever you have to go, but you really don't want to go. You want to have that time, that week to kind of heal up, that bye week, and you want to be able to go, guys come to you, teams come to you, and you play in your home city, your home stadium, your home fans. That's the goal to get that number one seed.
Dennis, I'm curious, as late in the season, and you said it, this team got handled yesterday. How much, if you're on that coaching staff, how much do you say, all right, let's just put it behind us and move forward, versus, all right, let's really study this tape and figure out where we got beat? The players all know it. Embarrassed isn't the right word, but they owned it after the game. Hey, we got pushed around a little bit. How would you approach this week if you're the coach? I mean, we talked about it earlier. There's a game in '94 where you guys lost 40-8 to the Eagles. Now, the coaches know you're a good team. You end up going on winning the Super Bowl. But how much do you focus on the negative versus, all right, let's look forward and what we have left to accomplish?
Yeah, well, so you don't look too much for. I mean, you have your day off or whatever, but you got to look at the film. And I remember that year we watched the film as a team, and everyone is accountable. I mean, this is where you excuse my language, but here's where you effed up. This is not the way this is supposed to be, and this is what happened here. And we watched that film as a team, and then we broke it down to, we watched that film probably 4 times on that day. We watched it as a team. We watched it as a defensive group. Then we watched it as a defensive line group. So it's, you got to figure out kind of what happened. I mean, something happened. Something was in the game plan or the execution that didn't work because you got beat up on. So then you figure it out, and then you go out and practice and prepare for the next week. Coaches have to be accountable because, your head coach expects you to get guys ready to play football. But as a player, I mean, you see it. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see yourself getting beat or getting pancaked or whatever, missing a coverage or missing a gap, missing a blitz. And then as a player, though, you realize that you got another week, and you have to go on the field, and you have to play another week. So you start getting yourself mentally ready for the next week. I mean, if you had a bad game, you're like, oh, geez, can I be in this league? And then, the next day you're thinking, shoot, I'm okay. I just got to work on this technique. I got to adjust this, and then the next day let's go. That's the mentality of a player. I'm in the league for a reason. I can do it. I can run through a brick wall. So I'm ready to play. So, you go through it, but you have to look at it. You have to kind of analyze it and kind of figure out what happened. But as a player, you're a player, and this is kind of what you do, and this is what you have been doing, and it's the way of life, and this is what you do. So here we go. We get on an airplane, and we go to, Maryland, and we play the Washington Commanders, and we have to win. And that's the mentality you have to have, that we have to win. Now, it's, we got to win 2 games. That's all we got. We have to win 2 games, 2 games ahead of us.
Dennis, 49ers are now 0-37 in games where they've trailed by more than a touchdown in the fourth quarter. So that means if it's anything more than a 1-score game, 49ers haven't won it. And that's not to say that they should have a better than 500 record or something in that. It is a long shot. But it is to say that we haven't seen that many comebacks, or really any comebacks of serious note from the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan. And Brock in his young career hasn't really provided that yet. We're pretty late in the season now. And last night probably was too far out of hand. Probably should have been cold a bit in the third quarter. But last night was certainly not a game where the Niners are truly coming back. Those are some garbage time yardage, garbage time touchdown with Bell. The fact that we're this far in and we haven't seen this team fight back from a significant deficit late in the game, does that give you any concern?
No, I don't. That's an awful stat, though. What was it, 0?
0 for 37, 8 or more points in the fourth quarter.
Wow, that's an awful
Whereas,
stat.
Russell Wilson's, just done that every game forever.
Yeah, that's
he's always down by more than 8 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though. I mean, with Brock Purdy's short career, he hasn't been down that much, right? I mean,
that's true.
It's usually this offense scores 35, 40 points. So he hasn't played from behind. And last night, I think after that offensive line went down, I think it was a good call. Kyle Shanahan just saying, listen, let's sacrifice another quarterback, not you, because you're our starting quarterback. Because that, it was a free for all after, I think after McKivitz. Did McKivitz go down?
Well,
McKivitz went down.
Trent went down, then Jalen Moore almost immediately went down. So then they threw McKivitz over to the left side, and they had Spencer Burford, who's typically the right guard. He was in at right tackle. By the way, Spencer Burford had never taken a snap as a profession at right tackle. Yeah. Not once in practice, according to my people.
And it was a free-for-all. It was after that. I think the Ravens only had, 4 sacks, but it felt like at least 9 sacks.
Yeah.
Because that fourth quarter, it was, poor Sam Darnold was just getting, he was just getting harassed. So, coming back from that's something you want in a quarterback, the ability to kind of win a football game. But Russell Wilson drives me crazy still watching him play.
Same.
The way it just happens. I don't know how he does it. It just happens. So I don't even know if that's a skill set. I don't know what that is that you're able to do that. But Brock Purdy hasn't been put in a position where he, kind of has to come from behind. But I would think that is a talent that you would love to have in a quarterback. Like, Tom Brady was great about that. And we were just talking about Russell Wilson. So, lucky for him, he hasn't had to do it. But I would think that is something that your quarterback or that your coach would want in your quarterback, because it just kind of shows that you have a grasp for, that offense and kind of, how to read a defense and, and how to create those opportunities to win football games, to drive a team down the football field and win football games. But fortunately, Brock Purdy hasn't had that issue. He's had it, he just hasn't done it yet. But I don't know how you develop that skill to be that comeback quarterback.
He drove him down against Cleveland.
He did.
Should have won.
They just missed the field goal.
Yeah, should have won that game too.
Yeah, 41. Moody. By the way, Moody, first field goal since November 19th yesterday. Hadn't attempted one. They just didn't need to kick field goals for a month.
He kicked a lot of extra points, though, right?
That's true. And he's nailed them all.
A lot of extra points. Yeah.
Dennis, we brought up something interesting where we view the Cowboys this way as front runners. They get up early in the game. They're going to roll. They get punched in the mouth a little bit. They
the bad vibes
crawl into their shell and don't do much the rest of the game and get rolled. Is there any aspect of that with the 49ers? My comment was no. I think their culture and leadership is too strong. But if they've run into a couple times where they've struggled offensively and haven't really gotten it going, any thoughts about them being front runners?
No, I think what the thing about the 49ers is that they've got such a good defense too, right? So if that offense is struggling, and we've seen it in some games early in the football season, you know, you get punched in the mouth on offense, but you have a defense that's kind of an enforcer, and they can punch back just as hard. And that's what was missing last night. You know, last night the offense was kind of struggling, had those early picks, but the defense can kind of pick up the slack. They didn't have that big. They didn't have that pick six. They didn't have that big sack, that strip fumble, that type of stuff. So, you know, I think they've played so well together, offense and defense complementing each other. It just wasn't there last night. And I think that's what happens in a lot of the games that they've lost, that it hasn't been there. I mean, someone punches the offense in the mouth, the defense is there to punch back. Someone punches the defense in the mouth, the offense is there to put points on the board. So that part just wasn't there. I don't think they're front runners like that. I don't think anything close to comparing to Dallas, and curse you for that. But
I didn't say it. That was my co-host.
No, yeah, it was me. It was me. I mean, we go back to that stat. It's not to say that they can't. They have all the talent in the world. They're an incredible football team. And Dennis, your point stands out above all of them. They haven't been in situations where they're trailing.
Right.
But if you have one concern about this team in sort of a macro sense, it might be that, hey, you know, they get down, they haven't come back yet. They just haven't. It's nice to never have to go into those situations. It's nice to not have to worry about it. But last night, I didn't feel a tremendous amount of confidence as that game started slipping away in the third quarter that, hey, don't worry, the Niners have got this. They're going to come back. And until I see it, it's going to be difficult to imagine it, even with all that talent on the field.
It's going to be tough. And that's I think so. When I think about, you know, when this team gets behind, I always think of those explosive plays because of the fact that they have so much talent on the team. And, you know, again, didn't see it last night, but I always think, you know, if this team gets down, not like a Miami team that can score quick, but, you know, with the weapons they have, you know, it just feels like they can always explode, get an explosive play and kind of flip the momentum and put some points on the board. And that's what was, you know, the picks. You have picks, you know, you got picks. I mean,
they were down by 4 at halftime. They'd survived 3 of them.
Christian McCaffrey still had 100 yards last night. He had a good running game.
That's right.
But when you get down by 21 points, guess what? You got to throw the ball. You got to throw the ball more. You can't have that balance. You know, we know Kyle Shanahan likes that balanced attack. Last night, you know, you're going against the number 1 pass rush defense in the National Football League. Mm-hmm. So they're coming at you. So once you get behind, now you got to throw the ball. I mean, you can bring it now. I mean, the defense, there's no question. You got to throw the football so they can kind of come after you. So I think the 49ers just, you know, you have so many weapons on this team, and you can score so easily because you can dish the ball out to so many different guys. And that just didn't happen last night. And it was the picks. And it changes your game plan.
Yeah.
It changes how you play the football game because you can't do what you do. Run the ball, pound the ball, smoke screens, you know, things like you just got to get the ball down. You're trying to drive the ball down the field because you got to get points on the board. So, again, last night, I think all credit to the Ravens. I mean, they had a good game plan. Coach Harbaugh, whatever it is, he had a good game plan. And they came to play. That defense came to play. I mean, there was a lot of, you know, batted balls, but you made plays. Players made plays when it was time to make the play. So, and that's what it is. Coaches just coach. They come up with a scheme. Players have to suit up, put the helmet on, and you got to get out there and you have to play at a high level. And the 49ers just didn't do it. And it's unfortunate because everyone was watching. And it was like we talked, it was hyped up to be the best game of the year, and it really wasn't. It really wasn't. And it was tough to watch. But, again, you get to play. You get to play again. And for the 49ers, you have to figure it out because your offensive line, I don't know what happens there. You got a defensive line that's even beat up. And that's been your strength. Your guys in the trenches, offensive, defensive linemen. And you got some guys that are hurt right now. And you got 2 pretty important games. And not to even talk about the playoffs. But you got 2 pretty good, important games coming up here next 2 weeks.
It's as if the playoffs have already started for the 49ers. We know they're in, but it is there is everything on the line for San Francisco now. They're going to have to go the full 18 weeks. All that thought about clinching the week before you play the Rams and that game being meaningless, That's done. That's over. That is statistically impossible. And so the 49ers, they're going to have to dig down deep, and we might find something out about this team. That might not be great. It might also be the best thing that ever happened to them. We'll only know on the other side of this thing. Dennis, thanks so much for your time today. Great insight as always. Happy holidays to you and your family. Hopefully we'll talk before the new year is up, but if not, Happy New Year.
All right, same to you. Thanks for having me.
Take care.
Great Dennis Brown, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to 104.5 and 680, the sports leader and a Cumulus Media station. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2. Quick break, more 49ers talk on the other side. You're with the leader until 2, and Rod Brooks is coming back later, so stick around.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
The mindset is you can't let one turn into two. You gotta wipe this one, learn from it, of course. Watch the tape hard, be honest with yourself, but you gotta get back to work, get right back to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't let this affect our confidence as a team. We know who we are. We gotta come back on a short week and go on the road in a big game and find a way to win one game.
Fred Warner after last night's 33-19 loss for the 49ers. I'll say this. The Niners were far more upbeat after the game, save for Brock Purdy, than I expected them to be. After getting their ass kicked pretty hard, I think they were pretty ready to turn the page. And that's good because they got a short week. They got to fly out. They got to go cross-country, play a 10 a.m. Pacific game. So body clock is going to be weird. The upside is they get to play the Commanders. And the Commanders, got to be blunt, not very good. Now, if the Niners lose that game, we got some big, serious, red flag, fire alarm problems. I expect them to win handily. I expect everything that was written off of Monday night's game to look really stupid come Sunday afternoon. I expect that the champagne's going to taste a little bit sweeter on New Year's Eve, and we'll get all excited for maybe another short week. Who knows? That Week 18 game against the Rams, which is going to have so much riding on it, and a great opportunity for the 49ers to sort of get their mojo back heading into the playoffs, even if they do get that bye. Just know going in, hey, we got a lot of confidence. We're going to go out and we're going to beat a quality team in the Rams. We're going in, we're hot. We're hot. We have recovered from the negative situation. We're hot. We're going in. And that way, maybe the bye week doesn't play as much of a negative role. I mean, when you lose, everyone looks at the bye week and says, oh, well, that was a big disadvantage. Niners are looking at it right now. Win or lose last night, they want it. They want it bad. They want that rest. They want to get healthy. It's a top-heavy roster. They got to make sure everybody's good for those 2 playoff games that they want to host at Levi's Stadium. But you want to also have some confidence going in to that bye week so that you don't feel like you're missing something, that you have to build up to get into the playoffs. You want to be able to coast a little bit into that first playoff game and feel like, yeah, we're a team to beat. And so maybe in a weird way, getting your ass kicked by the Ravens last night is a good thing. Gives them an opportunity to get a little bit of run-up into the playoffs. And I'm not sure they would have had that had they won last night, go to Washington, can't take it for granted, but likely win. And then, well, they got the 1 seed locked up. They wouldn't have to worry about anything going into Week 18. So you play Brock for half the game. You play Debo for half the game. Christian McCaffrey somehow takes snaps off. It's a novel concept, I know. Fred Warner's not playing. Now you're coasting in Week 18, and then you get a whole week off, and then you come out and you're playing probably the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who shouldn't be there, and they come out and they drop 14 on your head in the first quarter, and you're wondering when you're going to wake up. That's an easy script to see too. I don't know. Do you feel like this is? It's a curse right now, but do you feel like it could be a blessing later on that the Niners got their asses handed to them last night?
It would be a little better if they didn't have injuries.
True.
Right?
True. Now you really need that bye week.
Exactly. You need Trent and everybody on the defense healthy and ready to go, because you still got to win 2 games in the playoffs to get to the Super Bowl. I think if I'm there, let's get Brock back to, all right, last night was an anomaly. That's not cooking. You.
Yeah.
Let's go back to preparing the way you prepared your entire career, all 2 years of it, to add less than 2 years.
23 games.
But get back to, we trust you. Right? I mean, we talked about it earlier.
They should.
They come out in the third quarter and they're throwing it around, even after that disastrous first half. So I think it's critical that he comes out ready to go and looks like the Brock Purdy that we've all been accustomed to seeing, and not the one that maybe not hesitant, but certainly not the same quarterback. You rarely see him get fooled at all, let alone throwing it right to the defender, which he did. And his decision-making, not very good last night.
No.
He still made enough good throws, and Kittle had a big half. And
yeah, that was kind of the killer part. There's these moments where you're like, man, there's so much opportunity. McCaffrey's running the ball like crazy to the left side. Brandon Ayuk's wide open. George Kittle's wide open. And Brock is making those throws. I mean, there were some numbers to be had there. Kittle went for 126. Ayuk went for 113. I mean, Debo went for 47. A lot of that was after getting hit.
Yeah.
He only caught 4 of 12 pass attempts going his way. But there was some yardage to be had. McCaffrey went for over 100. I mean, the Niners were clicking outside of the 3 turnovers. They had massive numbers on per-play drives. I mean, Christian McCaffrey, 65 out of 67 yards on a touchdown drive in the second quarter. It's not as if Baltimore is this defense that's just impenetrable, but they're so dynamic.
Yep.
And they're so confusing. They're shifted everything up. You never get a read on what they're throwing at you. And I agree with you 100%. Brock was out there, and usually he knows exactly what he needs to do. Very Drew Breesian, right? It's at the line of scrimmage. He's diagnosing. Ball's going to go here. And if it doesn't go there, it's going to go here or here or here. And Brock last night, it looked like he wasn't able to read the field. He's having to figure everything out on the fly while someone's breathing down his neck. And then he was sort of getting away from actually reading his progressions. He was just kind of going, I think he's going to be there. Turns out he wasn't. And it turns out there was a Raven there. And he batted it up and another Raven caught it. Yeah. It was very un-Brock-like, and that's it. You're 100% right. That has to be the number one. Get that dude back into rhythm. Get that dude back looking like the guy who orchestrates this thing like the perfect point guard.
The second interception where he went to throw the quick one to beat the blitz, you could tell he was a little hesitant. Mm-hmm. He went to go hand it off, saw the pressure coming. He had the guy in his face. He pumped. He tried to get him off balance and then just threw it right to him.
Yeah.
And again, fantastic play by the defense.
Ravens are awesome.
The last interception where he looked to the right, he actually had Deebo Samuel open for about 8 yards. Mm-hmm. But because of the pressure in his face, the right guard got pushed back into his lap. He had to reset his feet, go to the left, and got his arm tipped, and ended up throwing. That was kind of the game sealer.
Yeah.
But those are things. If he has a little more time, or maybe moves his feet and delivers that ball to Deebo, that drive stays alive. They start cooking in the third quarter, and it didn't go his way. So better decisions, better vision, better protection will help.
No question. If he can get it.
And you can always run it 25 times, too.
Yeah.
I mean, McCaffrey, nobody outside McCaffrey had a carry other than Deebo.
Deebo had 2, and one of them was a throw. It was just backwards, technically. They had 1 carry for Deebo. It didn't go well. But that really surprised me. Not because you don't want to give the ball to Christian McCaffrey, but because over the years I've come to believe, and I think I have pretty good reason behind it, if it's a big game, Deebo Samuel's playing some running back. They're putting Deebo back there on kick returns now.
Yeah.
Now that's mostly being forced because Ray's out. And by the way, Deebo might need to get back there on punts now too with the way that Ronnie Bell's playing. But if it's a big game, Deebo Samuel should be carrying the ball. And I'm not talking about end-around nonsense. Line his ass up in the backfield and hand him the football and make something happen. It only happened once last night. That was really surprising to me. I thought that is a staple of a Kyle Shanahan big game offense, and it just didn't develop. And I don't know if it just wasn't allowed to develop or if it wasn't in there to begin with, but I'd sure like to see it the final 2 weeks of the season. These are both big games now. Everything is on the line for San Francisco. Because if they don't have that 1 seed, it feels like it is a big drop-off. It really feels like if they get that 1 seed, Super Bowl is very much within reach. If they don't have that 1 seed, I have a very hard time buying into the stock that is the San Francisco 49ers going into the postseason. It's not to say they can't. We know the talent. It's unquestionable that they can. Will they? I don't know, because we've talked to a couple of guests today, and 2 of them have brought up unsolicited. They might be running out of gas here, especially the defense and the way that they've performed against the run. And I thought it was fine, but with the way Fred Warner's been playing, with the way the defensive line has been looking, especially in the interior, there are some concerns. And I don't know if you need Trent Williams to beat the Washington Commanders, so it does rob us of a bunch of really great storylines for a week. That is annoying. That is frustrating. I'm sure Trent would have liked to have stomped on a logo, even if it wasn't the one that he left. But that Rams game, week 18, everything on the line. They're playing good ball. They're young. That's the other thing about them. Their offense knows what they're about now. Stafford's healthy enough. Nakua's the number 2. He's kind of taking on that Cooper Kupp role. You got Robinson, who slid in there. Now he's a really solid number 3. Kyron Williams is as good as any running back not named Christian McCaffrey right now. That offense has figured out what they're about. Took a while. They figured it out. Their defense, susceptible. They got Aaron Donald and a bunch of kids who are running around like their hair is on fire. And sometimes that is the worst possible thing to have on defense, and sometimes that is exactly what you need. Unquestionably, they will always be the aggressor. It's a damn good football team. I don't know. I've asked a couple people today. Are they the Buffalo Bills of the NFC, that team that sneaks in the back end? You don't want to play them. I don't know if they're that good because Matt Stafford, Josh Allen, there is a bit of a disparity there. And the NFC is, I think, stronger than the AFC this year. But Week 18 with that all on the line, that's a playoff game? Whew, that's no gimme. This isn't like playing Seattle last year. That's no gimme. So there are some issues that the 49ers need to get right against the Commanders. Do not let it linger into Week 18. The Rams can catch you. And if the Rams catch you and you go into the playoffs off a loss, then you probably got to play the next week after that. Whew, bad vibes, hard to overcome in the playoffs.
Agreed. And I think the one thing that would scare you as a Niner fan right now is the pass defense, the inability to get to the quarterback last night, and secondary. There were some wide receivers running wide open last night. Now, Matt Stafford's not Lamar Jackson.
No, but he's got that arm angle thing he can do.
He can make some plays, and they have playmakers. And you go back to, again, last night, McCaffrey, 14 carries.
Yeah, 7.4 per clip.
And then Debo, 2. That was it.
Yeah, and one of them, again, was a pass.
A couple quarterback scrambles, but why not run it 28 times? Now,
You're down by 17 at a certain point. But even then, there's enough time on the clock.
And the game was still close at the start of the third quarter, certainly.
Yeah.
After they score, all right, maybe now we get back to they were more physical in the run game, and instead they just started passing it, and that's where things really fell apart.
I think it's great in a way. Again, you want a silver lining here. It's nice that Kyle Shanahan trusts his quarterback so much. I've literally seen Kyle Shanahan say you're not allowed to throw anymore in the playoffs. And it worked, but it puts you in a precarious spot going into a Super Bowl. I'm not as concerned about the pass rush as you are, Todd, just because it's Lamar Jackson. Now, we had this issue watching the 49ers earlier in the year where you're like, man, they're getting a lot of pressure. Who gives a damn? Yep. Like, bring him to the ground. And then they kind of got to the other side of it. Randy Gregory didn't solve anything, but Chase Young, I think, added a little extra oomph. And having Kinlaw in the middle just as a pass rusher does help. Hargrave is the really important guy up there. Armstead has been a really solid player. I don't know if he changes the dynamic at all there. He's just a better option than what they have, which is just be solid. But here's the biggest number. I just read this. This is the biggest number from last night. Lamar Jackson was 10 of 12 for 132 yards and a touchdown when he was pressured. This is just a guy making something out of nothing. This is just Houdini in the act. I mentioned Russell Wilson earlier. I mean, this is Russell Wilson at his peak form. Nothing there. One of one. Nobody's coming close. The Niners have had problems with running quarterbacks for a while. Jalen Hurts, they shut him down. Kyler Murray, he didn't have anything until it was garbage time. This guy, though, is the Bono. He's the genuine article. I just don't know if this carries over in any way, shape, or form to any other team because they don't have Lamar Jackson, and Lamar Jackson is a singular talent, perhaps in the history of the National Football League. I mean, not only is he a brilliant scrambler in terms of understanding the space, stepping up, moving around the pocket, all that, he's in the open field. He is so flippin' fast, and he's making dudes miss with jukes. He's an unbelievable running back. If he throws it even competently, which he clearly can, there were some stretches in the game where you're not sure, but he clearly can. I mean, that's a weapon unlike anything we've seen in the league. It is it's an anomaly. I just don't know how much of this I can really worry about moving forward because Jacoby Brissett or Sam Howell, the white Jameis Winston, they're not Lamar Jackson. And then, Matt Stafford is awesome. He's a really good player. He's a Super Bowl champion quarterback. I think Matt Stafford, I think the world of him. But, come on, he's not Lamar Jackson. Look at the NFC playoff picture. You're worried about Dak Prescott? Come on now. Everyone wants to put Brock Purdy game manager. I got one for you here, Dak Prescott. Hell of a game manager. Great quarterback. Makes a lot of money. All he's doing is getting the ball to his weapons. He's not making anything out of nothing. Jared Goff, talk about a game manager. Who are we really worried about here when we stack up? even after a 4-interception game, I will take the 49ers quarterback over all of them. And that's just talking quarterback. Because I've seen that dude make plays out of nothing, feathering it over linebackers, hitting it into tight spots. Brock Purdy's got a weird old cannon on him. He's got some scrambling ability. He's a hell of a quarterback. I know last night sucked. I know that everyone's going to use last night as the reason to write Brock Purdy off as a big-time quarterback. But you know this stuff better than anybody. That dude can play some quarterback. He's really, really good. And when I compare him to everybody else in the NFC, maybe Stafford on his best day, but I'll take Brock.
100%. When you hear that game manager, by the way, game manager means a good player.
Congratulations, you're managing it. You know what they call guys who win a lot of football games, but aren't Lamar Jackson? Game managers. Yeah. If you're not managing the game, you probably suck.
Right. There's a lot of teams right now wish they had a game manager, and I agree
Ain't that
with
the
you.
Truth?
I think last night he was not a good game manager. I think
nope.
That's typically where his floor is, and then he has the opportunity, he has the ability to be exceptional.
Yes.
To be one of the top 2 or 3.
It's a great way of looking at it.
And so, yes, he is surrounded by good pieces. They've had these pieces for a while and have had a hard time putting it together.
So was Joe.
Yeah.
So was Tom.
It was not.
So was Peyton.
I think if he was drafted, if he was a second rounder or first rounder for sure, the conversation would be totally different. I think other teams maybe as they talk about him and the national news, he's just surrounded by greatness and has a really good play caller.
He has those things.
Those teams also passed on him 6 or 7 times too.
Everyone got it wrong.
Yeah, might be a little
including
jealousy
the 49ers.
And I think you have to give the 49ers staff a ton of credit for developing these young players and making them not just good, but great. Christian McCaffrey had a couple good seasons in Carolina. His career is on a different trajectory now that he's...
You knew he was going to be incredible. It was just so obvious. The only question was, could he stay healthy? Clearly, that has not been an issue for him. I don't know how he's doing it, but it's unbelievable. But Deebo Samuel, 2nd-round pick. George Kittle, 5th-round pick. Brandon Ayuk, end of the 1st round, but a guy who was in the doghouse because he refused to block early on. I know Kyle doesn't want to say that, but Brandon Ayuk was not playing as a rookie 1st-round pick because he wasn't buying into the 49ers offensive mindset. A guy like Jordan Mason, who's backing up Christian McCaffrey. I think he's Juszczyk. Well, to be fair, they paid a lot of money for Juszczyk. He's been around for a minute. They knew him. But, again, the notion that the 49ers are just yanking their way or dodgering their way to victory, there's some truth to that. They're paying a lot of guys a lot of money. They, by the way, still have more salary cap room than any other team in the NFL. They're keeping their top-end dudes in-house. They developed those dudes. Fred Warner was a 3rd-round pick. Nick Bosa might have been pick number 2, but I've seen Cleveland Farrell's on this team. He was pick number 4 for the Raiders. He's playing for the 49ers now. He didn't even make it to the end of his rookie contract with the Raiders.
Chase Young,
same thing. I mean, injuries there's a whole thing, but the notion that the 49ers are just buying great players and that none of this has anything to do with the quarterback, the coach, the system that they have in place, it's just preposterous. It doesn't even warrant a response because clearly these guys know what they got going on. And by the way, it should be noted, they control their own destiny still. They're so much better. They were so much better than any other team in the NFC, and perhaps still are, that they lost a big game, national TV, Baltimore. They lost a game, and they still control their own destiny because they got tiebreakers on Dallas. They got a tiebreaker on Philly. They earned those, and they got a tiebreaker on Detroit because they've beaten better teams than them throughout the year. We got to take a break. Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you until 2. More 49ers talk on the other side. We're with you on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions last night, and according to Las Vegas, he also threw away his chance of being MVP. That story's trending now if you care to read it at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The fact he's played this long and never had a game like this, I mean, is pretty unusual. I think that's the reality of the NFL. I'm not saying it's bound to happen, but, I mean, wish he didn't have as many picks today, but like I said, I think one of them was one he'd really like to have back. The other three, I think, were unfortunate. We played a good team, didn't play our best football today, and that's what happens.
Kyle Shanahan talking about who else but Brock Purdy following yesterday's loss to the Ravens. Todd Husak, Dieter Kurtenbach with you until 2 p.m. Todd, do you buy what Kyle's saying there, that like something like this was inevitable? That 4 interceptions is just something you got to eat every now and again? Like a 4 strikeout game?
I would imagine every NFL quarterback who's in the Hall of Fame has thrown like 4 picks in a game.
I'm not looking that up.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
We have a stats team around here. It does happen. I mean, it happens. I had a 4 interception game in college. It happens. Now, I think he was alluding more to the fact, like, he's going to have a stinker, right? Like, quarterbacks have, and
game against Cleveland wasn't great.
Not great. Still in a position to win at the end. But I think his quarterbacks are going to have games where your decision making isn't there. You make a couple bad reads, and it just happens, right? I think the timing was not great against a really good team on national television in a game that I think everybody was hoping they.
He lost himself the MVP last night. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. I suppose that there's a way he can get it back if Week 18 is national TV and he goes supernova, all this stuff. But like Brock Purdy MVP isn't happening, and that's fine. I don't. It doesn't diminish the quality of his season. The numbers are clear, and then you add in 4 interceptions, and he's not going to win the MVP. Lamar Jackson is. It's a narrative award. It's a media award. All that stuff. So what Brock lost last night is a shot at history. At the same time, Brock's mind is on winning a Super Bowl, not winning MVP. And frankly, we've talked way too much about MVP on this station, on every other station. I don't know why. For some reason, we're pulled to it like a moth to a flame. The MVP, the MVP, the MVP. There's a lot of really good players. There's a lot of guys who deserve to win it. There's 2 on the 49ers who deserve to win it at the end of the year. Brock's should still be in the conversation. It just doesn't really work that way. It was a stinker. It sucked. It wasn't good. He lost them the game in many regards. There's a lot of reasons they lost the game. We're going to start with 4 interceptions. And I got to pin every single one of them on him. I know offensive line wasn't great. Ravens made a play here or there. Hey, arm gets tipped as you're throwing the ball. The Ravens were so aggressive. They were the aggressors. Brock was on the back foot, much less the entire 49ers offense. Brock was guessing. Brock was trying to figure it out on the fly. He looked flustered. He looked kind of dazed at times. He gets the shoulder stinger in the second half. Baltimore took it to him. Brock Purdy, I don't think got exposed because I don't think anyone else can do it the way Baltimore does it. But that's the kind of game that will linger, and it's the kind of game that Brock Purdy now needs to overcome unfairly, full stop, because he's put too much good stuff on tape for us to pretend like that's the Brock Purdy that's real that we saw last night. But he's got to come out against Washington. He's got to rip it again. And I'm really, really interested to see how Kyle Shanahan game plans for this upcoming game. Because as I told you before, we've seen Kyle Shanahan say, you don't get to throw anymore, Jimmy. I don't trust you. You don't get to throw anymore. And last night, Kyle kept saying, Brock, keep ripping it, baby. Keep throwing it. With a couple of days to think about it. 3 days between, they're not in the facility today. I mean, Brock might be working on the shoulder or whatever, but they're not practicing today. They're only going to walk through the rest of the week. They'll show up on Wednesday. They'll get their game plan. That's their big day. Thursday, Friday, they're working. Friday, they're getting on a plane at night so that they can be in Washington for a Sunday 10 a.m. game. There's not a lot of time to think about this thing. But Kyle's going to get a little bit more time than everybody else because he's got to start grinding the second that game was over. Does he take away some of the aggressiveness in the pass game that we've seen develop, been earned by Brock Purdy over the last few weeks? Do you think he pulls it back a little bit now that we've seen this stinker from Brock Purdy?
I don't think so. I think there's enough trust been built in that relationship and enough. They've seen enough of Brock Purdy to know who they have and what they have.
Yeah.
Do you come out and throw 7-step drops and comebacks to start the game? Probably not.
Might run it left.
Yeah, and I would be surprised if we don't see a heavier dose of the run game. The 16 carries between McCaffrey and Debo, I would expect there to be 25 to 30. Now, yeah. I would also expect...
Let's get some Jordan Mason in there, too, while we're at it.
Exactly. Come out and call some high-percentage pass plays early in the game. Get him into a rhythm.
Yeah.
But taking shots is still a big part of this offense and pushing the ball down the field. The Niners... number 1 team in the NFL with pass plays over 15 yards, number 1 pass plays over 40 yards.
That's right. And that's not all just yak. These aren't, screens and Debo's running it for 80 yards. These are deep throws down the field. No one has more air yards per throw this season than Brock Purdy. He's pushing it. He's pushing it down the field. And part of that is because defenses say, we don't believe you can. Come on now. They got to watch better tape because clearly he can. Couldn't last night, but clearly he can. I think you're 100% right. They got to get back to doing that. They got to get back to is there a game that comes to mind where you say that's the blueprint? That's the kind of offense that we want to see when they play Washington? I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but
that's a good question. We talked about it scoring early.
Yeah, it helps.
It certainly does. I think coming out, establishing that run, and then part of a game plan is figuring out what defenses are doing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the first 15 scripted plays.
I think Washington is of the same. They have no idea what they're doing. So.
Yeah, exactly. And part of that scheme and strategy is, all right, we're going to call some formations to see what a defense does.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're going to react to that formation by doing this. I got 2 counter punches for that. And that's where Kyle Shanahan, I think, really thrives. He takes advantage of what a defense is doing schematically and figures out ways to get guys open. And
yeah,
I think the Niners, more than any other team, what they do with shifts and motions to create matchup problems, and you get Christian McCaffrey on a linebacker or a safety, or you get Debo on a safety. He is super creative in that. And I think, but wait, those are often, it's hard for a young quarterback to adjust to and adapt to. I think early on in Purdy's career, I didn't notice him scaling that back.
Right.
When Purdy took over, the offense didn't skip a beat. They did the same amount of shifting and motioning and the creative
it
ways. It
almost felt like they expanded the offense.
I would agree. To figure out ways to get guys open. I think high percentage pass plays early in the game mixed in with a heavy dose of Christian McCaffrey and however you get the run game going.
Yeah. Run the damn ball.
Exactly. It takes some of that pressure. But I'm okay taking some shots. I mean, we saw Kittle wide open over the middle of the field yesterday. And so keeping a defense off balance, Baltimore was not off balance last night. They were charging up the field at that offensive line and taking it to them. And so I would, if I was the play caller, I think that's how you attack. But if they're going to come up and play 8 men in the box, then go max protection and figure out a way to get it to Ayuk, or screen game with McCaffrey, where we didn't see a lot of screens. Slip screens with Debo, I think maybe once or twice.
Yeah, that one in the second half where Humphrey didn't wrap him up and he bounced and got about 14 yards after it. But at that point, I mean, game's out of hand.
Yeah, and so working that screen game in maybe a little bit more than we saw last night. Those are ways you can slow down an attacking defense. You go on the defensive side. If you're Washington, you're watching that game, and you're watching Minnesota, and you're watching Cleveland, and you're dialing up some pressure to see how you can disrupt this offense.
No question.
Get guys into the backfield, and so they need to have a plan for that. And
not just any pressure, A gap and B gap pressure. Now they might be able to get to the C gap if Trent Williams isn't playing. And now you got Colton McKivitz, I guess, at left tackle, maybe right. Depends on if Jalen Moore clears concussion protocol. I mean,
sign another guy off the street this week.
I mean, I might be taking some snaps. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. And we've seen. Listen, it's been great that the offensive line has not been a major storyline for this 49ers team. I think a lot of that has to do with coaching. I think a lot of that has to do with Purdy. Because when you really watch it, and maybe this is just me being an old offensive lineman, when you really watch it, there's a lot of reasons to have been concerned. Now, Baltimore clearly saw what I had seen. Maybe they were attacking it every which way. And that's just how they do. That has been their MO all season long, and they took it to them. And when they get on the front foot, when you're playing that dynamically up front, where you got 7-8 guys on the line and 5 are coming, but you don't know which 5 they are, and you're just guessing and hoping that you have everything lined up, everything protected straight, you got the perfect call in, it's a dangerous game. No one else can do it like that. Minnesota will they'll blitz like 6 or 7 guys. They're coming from pretty well-known spots. You don't have the safety lining up at defensive end, the defensive end to tackle. And the tackle, by the way, is dropping into coverage. Like, it's a big difference. There was a couple times, by the way, and part of me, in a very sick manner, was hoping that 56 on the Ravens, who is a big fella, he dropped into coverage a couple times. And I'm like, Brock, if you're going to be throwing interceptions, throw it to that guy. If the interceptions are inevitable, let's make them as interesting as possible. Exactly. Because I want to see that guy running with the ball in his hands for sheer entertainment. It would be better than the Corgi races they had at halftime. By the way, Corgi race halftime, dog took a massive dump on the middle of the field. Live on the Jumbotron.
So did the Niners.
Yeah, the analogies write themselves, folks. I don't even know if they picked it up. They just called it the Niners' third quarter performance. But it is the 49ers didn't become a bad team last night. And Brock Purdy didn't become a bad quarterback last night. but they are not flawless. I think that is the biggest takeaway. They were riding really high. They gave up 240-something rushing yards to Arizona, and they still kicked their ass. This was a team that took that 3-game losing streak, where they don't have Trent, they don't have Debo, and they're feeling pretty down about themselves. They go into the bye week, they come back in Jacksonville, they lay the wood in Jacksonville, and they hadn't lost since. And you're watching these 49ers, and I'm a guy who's on the record saying, after about 3 or 4 games, I don't know if these guys are going to lose a game. They're not going to lose a game. Like, put it down. Hottest take of the year. They're not losing a game. Well, that turned out to be incorrect. And then even if I want to throw in the caveat, well, with Trent Williams, with Debo Samuel, last night they had them both. They got their ass kicked, okay? Everyone can lose a game, even the San Francisco 49ers. But that 6-game winning streak, they were riding pretty high. And I think all last night really showed us is that this team does have some fallibility. And again, I'm not trying to just hold everyone's hand and say everything's going to be great. They're still going to the Super Bowl. Kumbaya. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is they might have needed the reality check because clearly they weren't ready for that game in a lot of different ways. It's not like Baltimore did anything different. That's been their defense. You got to be better prepared for it. You got to be able to know, hey, I can't scan the field on plays like this. You got to have the screen passes like you noted. You got to be able to attack better, knowing that you're susceptible in the middle of the offensive line and that they're going to attack you there because they're a John Harbaugh coach team and they know what the hell they're doing. You got to be smarter than that. I didn't think the game plan was very good last night. I don't think that's really the reason they lost. I think it was a confluence of things that led to the loss. Regardless, they're not infallible. It might be good that they know that going into these final 2 games. And it might be good that they have to play hard these final 2 games because now they're not coasting into a damn thing. They got to win 2. The playoffs start now. Get the bye week. You earn the bye week. And then you get 2 home games after that if you're so lucky to win a divisional round game. I think there's a lot of positives that can be gleaned from this. I think that if they go and kick ass in Washington, which they should do, they're going to be very serious favorites in that game, regardless of who the quarterback is for the Commanders. They do that. We're kind of putting this in the rear view. We're not thinking that much about that Ravens game. We can write it off as an anomaly. But you got to go kick ass. Then you got to take care of business against the Rams. And now everything that the 49ers want to do still seems in front of them. You don't take advantage of this opportunity to learn, get better, understand that, hey, anyone can get got in the NFL. If you just think, no, this doesn't really count, we'll take care of it, and you coast on in and you play a 10 a.m. game in Landover, Maryland, where no one wants to be on New Year's Eve, and you, even if you win it, even if it's closer than it has to be, now the ground's a little bit shaky, and the Rams can come in. They could take full advantage. They're an outstanding football team right now. They're as well coached as any team in the league, and they got the dude at quarterback. You got the better head coach. You got the better quarterback. You're going to feel pretty good about your games. Rams have that most of the games they play. Now you're in a situation where you're playing a wild card game, maybe on a Monday night, getting the short week. The 49ers don't have everything in front of them then. So this might be good for them. Take care of business. A little tough love from the Baltimore Ravens for a football team that was feeling itself a little bit.
If you had looked at their stats on Sunday, which I did going through the season,
yeah.
To your point, boy, there's not a lot of weaknesses, right? Number 1 in turnover.
It's like one of the greatest offenses of all time.
Literally, an MVP quarterback who's tops in the league in passing, and the number 1 running back and big play wide receivers. It's the only thing I was thinking of was maybe their kicker, who hasn't faced a lot
last night, baby.
He hasn't had to attempt a lot of good kicks or big kicks.
Yeah, he didn't attempt a field goal for a month and a half, basically.
And so maybe that's a question mark. But you're right. Now they didn't become bad since. No. I think the injuries are a huge part of how great this team can be. They're a great team. They really are. If they can come in healthy in the playoffs, or even to the Rams game.
Yeah.
Like, let's get them healthy.
That Rams game is a playoff game. It is. I don't care what happens. Dallas plays Detroit. One of those 2 teams will have a shot at taking the 1 seed if the 49ers falter.
Stumble. Yep.
So it's a playoff game. Now, it's a weird one in that you get a week off if you win it, but it's a playoff game. And the 49ers don't want to be in Philadelphia or Dallas or Detroit. I mean, none of these places particularly scare me, but you don't want to get on a plane, especially when you're in the playoffs and you do playoff games on Saturdays and Mondays, and it's just, there's nothing There's nothing normal about any of this. And you get it all built up. I mean,
you think Detroit's going to be rocking for their first
that place is
playoff game
so
in a
loud.
very long time?
I mean, if they don't price gouge all their fans out of the stadium. And that's the other thing, too. A lot of fans go, oh, the 49ers take over. 49ers fans take over. And 49ers fans travel like crazy. It is the most underappreciated, and I'm not pandering here. I'm not a panderer. But the size of 49ers fandom is the most underappreciated power in sports. Nobody in Bristol, Connecticut, or in Los Angeles, where Fox Sports and ESPN are based, understand how big the 49ers fan base is. Because it's not just folks from the Bay Area. It's the entire state of California. It's the entire West Coast. It's pretty much anybody west of Denver. Joe Montana and Steve Young will do that for you. So that fan base will show up. But it is not going to be enough to take over a Ford Field in the playoffs. It's not going to be enough to make it Levi's East in Philadelphia or even in Dallas with those in the Front Runner Bowl, if you want to be as pejorative as possible. None of that is going to change home field's advantage. It's going to be real for whomever has it. And I just think that the 49ers, you don't want to get on an airplane. You don't want to take what you have earned this season by being better than Dallas, unquestionably, better than Philadelphia, unquestionably, being better than Detroit by just the eye test, everything else. You've earned it. You lost to an AFC team. Take it on the chin. 20 teams have come before you and gotten it too, out of the 21 that Lamar Jackson's faced. Finish this season the right way. And it's not going to be easy. And that might be the best thing for you. But they have played too damn well. They've been too good of a team all season for this thing to slip away at the very end. It wouldn't be fair. But that said, it's the NFL. Ain't nothing fair about it. All right.
Go earn it.
Go earn it. You get to earn 4 hours, 3.5 of Rod Brooks on the other side of this break. Dante Whitner's here too. He's looking in. Can I get in here? Can I get some takes off? Dieter Kurtenbach, Todd Husak with you for another 5 on The Sports Leader.
NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I promise you I'm not the only one who finds that open hilarious and ironic at the exact same time. Yeah, Bay Area. What is good? I'm Rod Brooks. It's good to be with you on this day after Christmas. Happy and the merriest, albeit belated Christmas to all of you. Happy belated Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa to all of those who celebrate. Not only good to be back here on The Sports Leader, it is good to be with my television brother, Dante Whitner. Man, I just saw you like less than 24 hours ago. We were wearing ties and makeup, but...
Yeah, we were. And now we're here to talk this 49ers defeat. And after watching the film, there were just so many mistakes. But, yeah, it's good to be here. Happy holidays to everybody out there listening.
The word of the day? Words. Relax.
Relax.
Chill. It's not that crucial. It's all right. Baltimore's good, but so are the San Francisco 49ers. And you know, we talk about this. I wish, as much fun as we have doing the pre- and post-game show on NBC Sports Bay Area, an hour before Niner games, an hour after. Shout out to our brother Carlos Ramirez, who might end up joining us here on the show a little bit later. I love what we do on camera, but I love the conversations we have off camera, because that's kind of when we get kind of football nerdy and nuts and bolts. And we've had conversations over the last few weeks because what Kyle Shanahan has done and what he continues to do is he identifies the weak spot in your defense, linebackers and safeties mainly. And once he attacks them, they're in the blender. That's why the middle of the field is wide open. And what have we said time and time again is that the only team that could beat the Niners that have linebackers that way are on the Niners, and Fred Warner and the rest of those guys. Well, Baltimore, they've got those linebackers. They've got that safety in Kyle Hamilton. That's maybe not the poison for this Niner offense, but it's definitely something that can take away exactly what Kyle Shanahan wants to do and definitely what Brock Purdy wants to do.
Definitely. And when I look at yesterday's game, I look at the defensive backs of the Baltimore Ravens, and they won the game for them. Mm-hmm. Think about Brandon Stevens jumping up on the corner blitz and deflecting the ball in the air, and Kyle Hamilton coming down with the first interception in the red zone. Think about Marlon Humphrey and his play. It was the defensive backs of the Baltimore Ravens that made plays, and the offensive skill position players of the 49ers didn't make as many plays as their defensive backs made. And that was the difference in the game. And we talk about it all the time, tips and overthrows. If you can be aware enough to tip the football from the defensive line, from the front line, from the linebacker position and safeties, you can cause turnovers. And the 49ers lost the turnover differential yesterday 0-5, right? That's unheard of. It was a perfect storm for the Baltimore Ravens, and they still only won by 2 touchdowns. So there's a lot to correct here, but there's no reason to panic.
And we'll go through all of the interceptions because all interceptions are not made equal. And, you know, listen, statistically, all the interceptions go on the quarterback. But you got to give the other side some credit, too, all right? Those guys get paid. All right? They get paid every 1st and 15. And the Baltimore Ravens, and we'll get, you know, a little bit deeper into, well, why was Brock Purdy rushed? Why did he feel at times that he had to do too much? I think, in my estimation, that third interception was the result of Baltimore being able to harass him, things speeding up for Brock Purdy, he being uncomfortable, and he tried to do too much. So we'll get deeper into the root causes of last night. But my main takeaway from watching the game as we did, doing the post-game show on NBC Sports Bay Area, and then going back and rewatching the game this morning and getting real nerdy about it, is this idea that the Baltimore Ravens have now put out the blueprint on how to beat the San Francisco 49ers. No. There's only one Baltimore Ravens squad, okay? There's only one Patrick Queen. There's only one Kyle Hamilton. There's only one Roquan Smith. Those guys, they're only equal. Play on the San Francisco 49ers at those same positions. The blueprint was not put out there last night, not by any stretch of the imagination.
Absolutely. It wasn't put out there, but all they did was generate turnovers, and that's the formulas for beating any team in the National Football League. You win the turnover margin, and then the separator was Lamar Jackson, right?
Say, man.
Just the ability. and think about it. The 49ers defense did a really good job on taking away the run game with Gus Edwards. They did a really good job of defending the called quarterback runs. It was just when he went drop back pass and you got the defensive ends too far upfield and they open up too much real estate for him to explore. And then the secondary, they can't cover for 10 to 12 seconds multiple times on a long drive. And Lamar Jackson proved last night that, he's an MVP.
And Nick Bosa talked about this post-game. He felt like Lamar Jackson, what he put on tape, he showed differently last night, where he was looking to escape and make things happen with his legs, but then, bam, get the ball out. He wasn't going to be a running quarterback, but he also wasn't going to stand back there and try and go through progressions. And one of the interesting things about this season is watching the Niners deal with mobile quarterbacks, starting with Jalen Hurts, and how they basically had 4 spies on him. They didn't try to rush upfield. They didn't try to do too much. They kept him in front, knew he was going to drop his eyes and take off, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. They played Kyler Murray differently because Kyler Murray's a different quarterback. Well, Kyler Murray, even though he can run, and he does, he likes to stay in the pocket, and he likes to go through progressions, and he still likes to get the ball out. Well, when it came to Lamar Jackson, the Niners thought he was going to zig, but he zagged. He was like, no, I'm not going to stand here and allow that pass rush, which is just like talking about with defensive backs. They can only cover so long. Offensive linemen can only pass block for so long until somebody either gets around them or a holding call is called. Lamar Jackson said, I'm not going to be a sitting duck when you got Nick Bosa on one side, Chase Young on the other, and with Javon Hargrave in last night, even though he did get the sack. He said, I'm going to move with my legs, but I'm still going to keep it up, my head up downfield and get rid of the ball. And he was just absolutely spectacular last night.
Yeah, and you can't take everything away from Lamar Jackson.
No.
The way that he's passing in the pocket, going through his reads, creating, escaping the pocket, the only thing that you can do is rush him properly and all in unison up front to really make him beat you with his weakness. His weakness is sitting in the pocket, having to operate from the pocket. So if you get defensive linemen that want to put on their best pass rush move and they want to cause a huge disparity in the gap sizes, and the main guys that cause the issues for these mobile quarterbacks are the defensive ends. What angle are you attacking the quarterback at? Are you just running up the field and past the quarterback, opening up the B gap so that he could step up and run and put a lot of stress on the secondary? There was a lot of that yesterday. You're never going to rush him properly, but you have to take proper angles, and you have to always keep your outside leg and arm free, and you have to stop at quarterback level and compress the pocket and make him operate from there. If he beats you from the pocket, then God bless you.
Tip your hat.
Tip your hat.
You did something we did not expect for you to do. That's why you were an MVP before, and you might end up being it again.
And you get defensive ends that are too heavy down the middle, down the line of a tackle, and he latches on to you. That's all Lamar Jackson needs to escape outside.
He made some great throws from ridiculous arm angles. He was accurate on the move when he needed to be. You never, ever, ever get a direct shot on that guy. Never.
Never. And another thing is the tackling in the pocket when you did get to him. You have to reach lower, not on Lamar Jackson. You can't grab him around the shoulders.
Cannot do it.
He's going to shake you off. And those are the things that they teach, the intricate details that weren't executed yesterday.
What we're going to do over the course of the show is we're going to kill some narratives. The idea that the Niners, now there's tape on them and there's a way to beat them that everybody can replicate. You simply can't do that. And this idea that now Brock Purdy is shook, he's been figured out. I think we need to kill that narrative. He did not have a good game yesterday. Right? There's absolutely, and even if you believe that only one of the 4 interceptions he threw, even if you believe that only one, the first was his fault, did not have a good game. All right, he got into the deep water. The Baltimore Ravens dragged him out there, and it was hard for him. It was very, very hard for him. And he looked shaky. 100%.
And the thing that we can't replicate or let the fans hear is how much trash talk that Baltimore defense was talking.
Now, what would you know about that, Dante?
I know a lot about it. So when you think about how rough and tough this team is, you have to know that they were talking a lot out there, and he looked a little rattled to me, right? We know how tough of a guy he is. I would like to see him bounce back in a major way from, that performance versus the Ravens.
All right, so Brent Jones, man, this is such a great guest list. I'm looking forward to talking to these guys. Brent Jones joining us at 2:50. Greg Cosell, we're going to football school. Man, sitting here with Greg Cosell and Dante, we are definitely going to get our X's and O's on. Greg Cosell, senior analyst for NFL Films and senior producer. He will join us at 3:50. And our brother from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko, joining us at 4:50. In the meanwhile, we'll take some of your phone calls as well. 808-KNBR. I still know the number. 808-KNBR will take your phone calls as well. And again, we will dispel some narratives. We'll kill some narratives. And we will advance the conversation beyond what we saw last night and what the talking points were. The San Francisco 49ers are still a very, very good football team. The San Francisco 49ers are a team that are on a legitimate march to the Super Bowl. There's always going to be speed bumps on that march, and you're always going to run into teams that very well may have your number. It's what you do about it in the next game that counts. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner, you're on KNBR, the sports leader. The Ravens shut down the 49ers on Christmas Day and potentially Brock Purdy's MVP chances. Check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, I mean, the one that he was off on was the first one. Read the coverage wrong and didn't expect someone to be back there and made a bad decision on the first one. Second one, the corner made a hell of a play blitzing. He couldn't get it over him. The guy tipped it and ended up making it to himself. The third one, scrambling, I didn't really see what happened on it. I mean, I saw the end result. I don't know what happened on the ball, whether 14 made a play, whether they both hit it at the same time. But he broke out of the pocket on a big third down, had George and 14 coming back to him and threw it right at them, and it just bounced up and got another tip. And then the fourth one in the third quarter, and he was making the right decision, going to Christian on a check down, and someone hit him from the right side, and the ball came out sideways and went right to their linebacker. So I thought that, the first one was a big mistake, and the other three was pretty unfortunate for him.
Kyle Shanahan's opinions of Brock Purdy's 4 interceptions, 4 picks that led to 17 Baltimore points. Rod Brooks, the hitman, Dante Whitner, in for Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on this day after Christmas. We agree that first pick, that was the bad one. That was the one where he didn't see Hamilton and thought Debo was wide open.
He made the improper read.
Mm-hmm.
And the coverage that the Baltimore Ravens were playing was quarter, half to the side of Ayuk, which means the safety and the corner have quarters to that side. Debo Samuel is number 2. The safety is responsible to his side vertical. And then Kyle Hamilton is sitting backside playing cover 2 on the goal line. Kyle Shanahan could have helped him out with the route concept influencing Kyle Hamilton backside. You stop George Kittle on a breakout route at about 8 yards. He was able to turn his head backside and give body position and awareness to that throw, read the quarterback's arms and his shoulders, and then break 1/3 the distance. The ball is in the air. The proper read on that play, when the safety plays Debo, because he's supposed to pass that route to Debo back to the safety and sit on the goal line to stop Ayuk. Ayuk is wide open on the deep post. You put the ball in the back of the end zone right in front of the goal post. That's what he's taught. They gave a great look pre-snap. He made the improper read and turned the football over.
So how much of it is Purdy making the improper read and the Baltimore Ravens making a young quarterback make the improper read?
It's pretty routine. It's pretty routine when you come from that world. That's a coverage that he knew that they were going to play down there. And when you see a safety sitting high over the top of number 1 and number 2, it's probably a 90% chance that he's going to stay right there and play cover 2. So pre-snap, he saw Kyle Hamilton sitting there.
Right.
So if the route concept doesn't influence Kyle Hamilton and he can just peek backside and jump on the route, you made the improper read, or you should have thrown the ball a lot earlier in between the hashes, not when he gets all the way to the backside hash to Kyle Hamilton.
Second pick is just a great play. I mean, Brandon Stokes falling off, so then Purdy thinks that Debo is wide open in the flat, and Stokes just makes an absolutely incredible play.
Well, that was a side adjustment. Brandon Stevens showed press coverage on Debo Samuel, but his eyes were in the backfield. Whenever a corner is press coverage and his eyes are glaring in the backfield, that corner and that receiver knows that he's blitzing.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to get the safety, Marcus Williams, who's coming over to replace the corner. He's going to have to tackle Debo one-on-one in the open field, which could potentially go for a touchdown. So they said all week, when they get into this formation and they think run and they want to add the corner in on the blitz, we're going to side adjust. I'm going to pull the ball, throw it to Debo Samuel one-on-one on Marcus Williams. He made a great play. It's awareness. all corners are taught not to jump when the quarterback releases the football. And if you do jump, you have to tip the football. And that's what he did. It's no different from what they teach defensive linemen. If you can't get to the quarterback, jump and tip the football. And that's what he did. It's an unfortunate play. Kyle Hamilton on the ground was able to get up, secure the interception. That's one of those things that you can't really account for. So it's not really on Brock Purdy. They just made a great play.
So the third one is where I think, and this was because things were not going well for Purdy. The Ravens were pushing the issue, and things were starting to speed up for him, and it was starting to get out of control. This is where I think Purdy had a little bit too much dip on his chip with that third pick where he scrambled. In my estimation, and it's easy to say, not being chased or not trying to make a play. And at the time, the Niners in the second before this third interception, they were only down 10-5. But that's the one, to me, he's got to throw away. Instead of scrambling and throwing back across his body and trying to fit it into George Kittle. And the Baltimore defender made a hell of a play. And, trying to get the ball to George Kittle, that's how Brock Purdy started this run, all right? You realize that's the guy to get the ball to because he's going to make tough catches. He's going to make contested catches. But Brock Purdy has played enough football over the course of his entire football life, scrambling to your right and throwing back across your body to the middle of the field to your left. That's a recipe for disaster.
Well, we saw Lamar Jackson do it with success.
Well, Lamar Jackson is Lamar Jackson.
Right, and we saw Brock Purdy do it for majority of the season, scramble and make any type of throw, high-risk throws, right? And they've been completed, and some have went for touchdowns, some have went for big gains and first downs. So do you take that gunslinger mentality out of your young quarterback, especially when you feel like you can gauge if you can fit that ball in there? Yes, he made a miscalculation on this one, but what about the other 90 that he did complete?
Sure.
So I kind of disagree there. I think that, yeah, you want him to make proper decisions in the moment, but if you see something, don't second guess yourself. It's going to make you take a step back in what you can accomplish for this offense and how you've been able to push them and get the productivity to where Kyle Shanahan wants it. Yeah, he turned the ball over. He made some bad decisions, but it's not really the end of the world. I think that Brock Purdy has all the capabilities and tools to lead this team to where they want to go, and that's ultimately to bring back the Lombardi from Vegas.
And the fourth one, and this will get to what hopefully doesn't end up being the biggest issue for the Niners going forward in terms of the offensive line and health. Travis Jones, the backup tackle, just beat Colton McKivitz and got to Brock Purdy's arm, and that influenced the throw. So that's the fourth interception. So the second one and the fourth one, in my estimation, that's not on him.
And the second one, if you go back to the first 3rd and 5 of that game, and you had Willie Snead at number 3, ran a slant. Deebo Samuel was on Marlon Humphrey in the slot. I don't know if I like the matchup on Willie Snead on Ronald Darby, who's been starting for majority of the season for the Ravens. And Willie Snead didn't get any separation. He didn't win versus man coverage, but Deebo Samuel in the slot, he was wide open. I think in that moment, if Brock Purdy watches that play, I'm pretty sure he already has, he would go back and target Deebo Samuel there and not a guy who really hasn't played with you all year long.
Right.
So then it translates to the next time they came back to that same scenario, that's when he got hit and the interception came, when the ball floated over the middle of the field. So, yeah, there's some things that everybody out there can do better, and I fully expect them to.
And this idea, and we'll dive into this in the next segment, this idea that Brock Purdy, this is going to do some sort of lasting damage to him, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that at all, just because, to me, a bad game against a very good Baltimore team, a team that is Super Bowl caliber, and we knew this going into this game. We definitely know it now. To have a bad game, I can't find a way for that to erase all of the things that Brock Purdy has done as soon as he hit the field in an emergency situation in that game against Miami last year.
And I actually think it's the perfect time to have an emergency game for Brock Purdy. I think it's a great time to refocus, to get back to fundamentals, to really watch that film, know that that game was on Monday night in a prime time environment, and you went out there and stunk it up in front of the world. I think that that'll do more for Brock Purdy than going out there and having a lot of success last night versus the Baltimore Ravens.
Hold that thought. We're going to dive deeper into it. Brent Jones joining us at 2:50. Carlos Ramirez, our good friend from NBC Sports Bay Area, part of what we do an hour before and an hour after Niner games on NBC Sports Bay Area with the pre- and post games. He will join us at 3:30. Greg Cosell at 3:50. Matt Mayoko at 4:50. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner, KNBR, the sports leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
I think Brock's fantastic still. I mean, just his mindset and, handling it, stuff happens. They make plays. They're very good. They're the 1 seed in the AFC for a reason. They're guys who get paid to make plays too. And so they had our number tonight. I just kept telling Brock, just keep slinging it, man. We're a 1 seed in the NFC for a reason because you sling the ball, you get it to our playmakers in space. And, they had a great game plan against us tonight. They had a lot of great, those turnovers are huge. And, I don't know what else to say besides when you have, the last turnover is what it is at the end of the game, but, when you have 3 turnovers in the first half, it's just tough. And, that they're not all on Brock, but it's just hard to win.
George Kittle, after last night's loss, the Niners suffered at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens. Good thing is, A, there's another game to play. B,
it's still the number 1 seed.
Still the number 1 seed. C, nothing like the Ravens in the NFC.
There's no other team that can duplicate that formula. And it's not about what they did, it's how they did it.
Yeah.
They did it with a ton of physicality, and we haven't seen teams that can actually out-physical the 49ers. So I'm not really worried about teams copying that.
And the Niners, albeit on a short week, and still don't know the status of Trent Williams. And that's the big question mark, the health of Trent Williams and others. It'd be nice to get Eric Armstead back, too. His absence, I think, was noticeable and profound last night. But coming up, and yes, it's the NFL, any given Sunday. Those guys are professionals too. However, they are the Washington Commanders. Combine all of that with everyone being in lockstep that, hey, that was an ass-kicking last night. We were not at our best. Baltimore were, but everyone is in agreement, A, still a good football team, and Brock Purdy's the man for the job. The chatter just simply doesn't matter.
And the first thing I would say, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, when I step in front of the team in a team meeting, I would say, hey, yeah, we had a lot of success this year. We've had a lot of success over the past few years. But if you go out and you play the way that we played last night, the playoffs are over for you. And you're going to play good teams in the playoffs. It doesn't matter if you get the number 1 seed. It doesn't matter if you have 2 home games. If you turn the football over, if you don't tackle well, if you get a ton of penalties on defense, if you don't rush the quarterback in unison, if you're not smarter in what you do and you don't execute, we're all going home. So that's the first thing I would say to the team when I speak to them.
Man, I'd forgotten about the penalties.
Yeah, tons of penalties.
10 of them.
And then even plays out there where Ambry Thomas is on the number 1 receiver, is 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4, and they tell all defensive backs to play the sticks, and you're still backpedaling at 5-6 yards, and he catches the ball at 4 yards. That's just uncomprehendable, right? So those are the small mistakes that they can clean up and play better.
It's just to see a team, and the shock of it is to see a team beat the Niners as handily as they did. And yes, you can look at the numbers and go, well, the Niners were still able to move the ball. It doesn't matter. The what you see tells you everything you need to know. In Baltimore, they forced the issue. We've gotten used to the Niners playing, as they did against the Cowboys, as they did against the Eagles. We're used to the Niners forcing the issue. Call it being a bully, whatever you want to call it. We're used to the Niners being the tip of the spear. To see it done to them, I think, is the shock to the system that a lot of people go, well, wait a minute, this is not supposed to happen. This must be a harbinger of bad things to come. And that's where I push back on it. Again, you have to take it, you have to have the proper perspective of that Baltimore team last night, like this Niner team, is special. It's just absolutely special.
They are special, and it starts with their individual talent. And for a guy like Kyle Hamilton, a second-year guy out of Notre Dame, to make the type of impact that he's making on that defense.
I know you were wait and see with him. Now that you've seen,
he's legit.
He's legit.
He's legit. There was times out there where he was in man coverage, but they couldn't find him because of the pass rush and Jadeveon Clowney and Matabike fighting through double teams. And there were times out there where, he was tackling. There are guys there's not many defensive backs that want to tackle Deebo Samuel. Did you see the way that he was attacking?
No fear.
Deebo Samuel was zero fear. So I have a lot of respect for Kyle Hamilton after watching him up close and personal yesterday. But But I think that overall, the 49ers needed this. They needed that punch in the face right before the playoffs started to refocus them. And, there's only two ways to go. You can either get better, you can man up, everybody can lay it out there during the film study, get back to practice, get back to work, or you can hide. And, we're going to tell very shortly when these playoffs start. It's only one and done.
What did you think about the game plan offensively? A little bit more running at the beginning? Should that have been the way?
I thought that if Kyle Shanahan probably could take it back and get a redo over, I think that he would duplicate what Sean McVay did 2 weeks prior. I think that
ran at him 5 straight times at the beginning.
In the second half, we saw the success that they were having on the left side of the offensive line with Christian McCaffrey and how they were able to just bulldoze those guys off the ball. And when you think about what the LA Rams did, they came out the first 5 plays of the game. They had motion. Yep. It was 5 straight runs, but 3 of those runs went for over 10 yards, right? Kyron Williams was gashing them. And I believe that Christian McCaffrey could have did the same. And if you lean heavily on the running game and you're having success early, now we know the multitude of different things and the variety that Kyle Shanahan can hit you with. So he's probably kicking himself for coming out with 5 straight passes.
We talked about this on the pregame on NBC Sports Bay Area yesterday, that the Ravens, on 10% of the carries that defense will face, they will give up an explosive run of 20-plus yards. We got one of those from Christian McCaffrey last night. And again, it's Tuesday afternoon quarterbacking. But, after what we saw and knowing what we know, man, that run game, boy, if that would have just – and you understand because of the success they've had with Brock Purdy and maybe catching, Baltimore thinking that, there's no way that they're going to run the ball, or there's no way they're going to put the game in Brock Purdy's hands, so let's be set for them to run the ball. You would go pass first, and we've seen the Niners go pass first, and that work out for them. But what we know about this team is that they are best when they are running the football because you are using your 2 best players as the hammer. You can put them in any order you want to. This is no slight to Brock Purdy, but their 2 best players offensively are Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams.
Absolutely. And when you think about the game within the game, think about last week when the 49ers played the Arizona Cardinals and Kyle Shanahan was deploying 12 personnel on the field, which is 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and 1 back. And the Arizona Cardinals matched that and tried to stop that with nickel, which means they had 4 defensive linemen, 1 linebacker, and 5 defensive backs, which is why Christian McCaffrey was consistently gashing them. There's no way that you're going to stop the 49ers run offense, with 2 tight ends on the field with 5 defensive backs. It's just not going to happen. And they do that because they can break the formation open, being that Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, both receivers, and Christian McCaffrey can play every position in wide receiver. So they don't want to have 3 linebackers on the field to match that. And I think that going into this game, the Baltimore Ravens saw how the 49ers attacked that nickel personnel, and they do the same thing. They use Kyle Hamilton as the nickel and put 2 safeties and 2 corners out there.
And they run nickel basically all the time, Baltimore.
Absolutely. So Kyle Shanahan probably thought that they saw how they gashed them in the run game versus nickel with 12 personnel. So since they're going to try to match us with big personnel on the field, let's open it up and make them have to cover. And with those first 5 plays of the game, he was really trying to see how they were going to match it and play it so that he could find his mark. Once he finds his mark early in the game, we pretty much know that he's going to attack that guy. Similar to the way he did Arizona Cardinals DB, Jalen Thompson, they gave up the Debo and the Christian McCaffrey touchdown. The way that he did Adams from the Seattle Seahawks, right? Figure out their coverages, figure out the weak link, and attack them. They just didn't get the opportunity to because of the turnovers.
Do you think if the right read is made and that first interception does not happen, and the Niners get a touchdown,
game over.
You think game over?
I think game over because now you can slow play it. You can play it on defense, make Lamar Jackson beat you, go to long field, possibly get a turnover, get off the field on 3rd down. Now the offense gets the ball right back in their hands. And think about how they were operating. They were moving the ball easily until they got in the end zone and he made that improper read. And this is why this is a game of roller coaster. I remember sitting on the sidelines and just having a lead early. Team starts to come back. The emotions, the ups and downs, you never know what's going to happen, but that was a big one early in the game to really steal the momentum from the 49ers.
Man, things have changed since the last time I've got behind these microphones here at KNBR, The Sports Leader. You can stream this show on twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. You can also stream it, and I know many of you are, on YouTube at KNBR 1045. Stream the show every day on the KNBR app and at knbr.com. But the old standby is always there, 808 KNBR. We will get to your phone calls about any and everything Niners. But first, Brent Jones joins us at 2:50. It'll be good to chop it up with the old friend from back in the day, great Niner tight end. We'll join him at 2:50. And if I remember correctly, when talking to Brent, Brent's moods are directly in line with how the Niners did the day before. I wonder what kind of spicy Brent we're going to get here in just a little bit. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner joining you on this day after Christmas in for Adam Copeland and Tom Tolbert. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you had a great holidays, and hope you didn't let the Niners loss yesterday, get you out of the holiday spirit, and also get you out of the idea that the Niners are still the team to beat, definitely in the NFC, and easily one of the teams to beat in all of the NFL. Brent Jones joining us next here on KNBR, The Sports Leader. Rod Brooks and Dante Whitner in for Tolbert and Copes. And it's an extra special day after Christmas present to be able to hang out with my man, Brent Jones. What's going on, brother?
Hey, Rod. So great to hear your voice, brother.
Merry Christmas to you. How's the family?
Family's doing great, man. And Merry Christmas to both you guys. Good.
Merry Christmas.
A good time. Day was going swimmingly.
Then.
Exactly. Then.
The one thing I remember is that, Brent, nice guy, even keeled, but the success of the Niner game that day has a lot to do with your emotions when it comes to hanging out with us on the Sports Leader the next day.
Man, Rod, we had the whole family over. Everyone's watching the game.
Where to start?
There were so many things, but yeah, it wasn't the perfect ending to the day. I will say that. And, we're in the Central Time Zone, so you're fired up. Everyone's had dinner, have had dessert. Now we're sitting down for the game at 7:20, and so we had a whole full night of frustration to finish it off. But yeah, it was. Rod, I was thinking about it, and Dante would maybe have an idea. When you play a Christmas game at home, you're still the day before. You're going. It's Christmas Eve. You're getting time off. You're going through your presents. You got your family. You got all this stuff, and the Ravens are flying across the country.
All business.
They don't have that. It's 100%. They're all business, and you don't want to say distractions of Christmas, but we're all.
That's what I was going to say.
Human. We're all human. You got the kids. You got
especially when you're a professional, though, Brent. When you're a professional, I think that a lot of times some of that stuff takes a back seat.
Dante, I agree. I just think that sometimes, Bill Walsh was the biggest on anything that would distract you during the course of a weekend for a game. He did not want it at all. And that's why we used to stay. That's what's really, for us, started us staying in hotels on Saturday, the night before games. He didn't want you home dealing with any distractions that were going on. And so it just felt to me like the Ravens punched us in the mouth at the line of scrimmage, and we're ready to take it to the 49ers from the get-go, and the 49ers didn't answer the bell for whatever reason. It just – I didn't expect it. I kept thinking, man, we've played horrible in the first half, and we're down by, 4 points at halftime. This is going to come around, and it never did.
Well, Brent, speaking on that same subject, the offensive line, there were many guys that went down last night. How concerned are you with this offensive line moving forward?
Well, we had it's been a decent offensive line this year, and we were starting to play better these last few 3 or 4 weeks, more collectively as a unit. But that all fell apart last night. Now with the injuries, now it's a serious area of concern, right? We've really got to make sure, first and foremost, the big dog, Trent Williams, is okay, because as he goes, really so goes the offensive line. And so I hadn't heard any updates today on his groin injury, but that's first and foremost. But when you have a couple of other guys, go down as well, and you just don't have that many bodies, you're starting to dip into guys that haven't been on the field at all. And that's not how you want to finish the stretch run when you're battling for that home field advantage.
How much of that do you attribute to the physicality of the defense of the Baltimore Ravens, who was on attack mode all night?
Man, you nailed it with that. It was attack mode all night.
and you know that they're going to be coming to play, but that's the best complete game probably that they've played all year. I've watched them a handful of times, and they were dialed in, and they were coming after us. Ears were pinned back. You name it, they were delivering the blow. They were much more physical than we were last night, and that certainly had an impact, I think, on some of the guys going down for sure.
Can you think of a game that you played in that last night reminded you of? Because we've talked about this with Steve on these very airwaves here on KNBR, and Steve's been very vocal about how he feels that Lamar Jackson is a kindred spirit. And I'm sure there were a couple of games where you guys were all business on a road trip and went into a spot against a team that was feeling pretty good about themselves, and you had a weapon in Steve Young and an offense with you and Jerry and all those guys in it, and a defense that was hostile, mobile, and agile, and you absolutely took it to them.
Yeah, you know what, Rod? There were so many times, ironically, when we were in our heyday, that we were road warriors. In fact, I would argue that there was 5, 6, 7 years there where we probably played better on the road versus at home, which is interesting. And it goes back to Dante's mindset of, hey, this is all business. This is a business trip. You're all business. And you get away from the creature comforts of home. And a lot of times getting away from being relaxed is exactly what you need to play a game like this. And certainly the Ravens weren't relaxed. I remember going into Pittsburgh and whooping the Steelers when they were, supposed to be winning the AFC that year. And we just went out there and laid it into them, and they had no idea what was going on. We did the same thing with the Chargers. They ended up being the team that we played in the Super Bowl in '94, but we hammered them during the regular season. Went in there and they were thinking they're all that, and it was a beatdown. I personally did not see that coming. I thought we would handle the Ravens, in all honesty. But I will say this: for this time of year, if that's not, we've had a few wake-up calls this year along the path. That was a huge wake-up call. We are in a great position still to come out with the home field advantage. You do that, and it makes what happened last night a little less important. But you lose one of these last couple and lose the advantage, that could change the direction of this postseason. You just don't know. So I think we lick our wounds, watch film, come back, and get back to business and get back to playing the way that we have most of this season. But, to Dante's point, we got to be healthy. This is a league where, you got to have your big guns playing, because on any given week, what happened last night can happen again, especially down the stretch.
Brent, thinking about the game that George Kittle had and how they fed him the ball early, I saw some very intricate route running from George Kittle early, where the first he was able to get cross face on Williams to get in the middle of the field for the 50-yard completion. And then there was one later where he uncovered the backer as soon as he passed him to give Brock Purdy the angle to throw the football. What are you seeing from George Kittle, and do you think that they should feature him more throughout the game?
Boy, I really agree with you in that, and I think his route running is extremely specific and outstanding. I think he has a great feel, great spatial awareness, where guys are, where they're going, and I still think he has a little more burst than people expect. He can still move really well. And yeah, I think there's been a lot of games this year where I thought they've kind of let him disappear. And I think they forget, hey, wait a second, we have George Kittle. They weren't doing that last night. I think he ended up leading the team, but I kind of felt like, man, if they're not going to cover him, I'd keep feeding him. That's really what I believe. And it's hard because, you don't have the all-22 at home, so, guys go out of your picture and you can't really focus on what are they doing coverage-wise, what's looking good, what are the issues. I will say this, and we hadn't talked about Brock yet, those guys put heat on all night.
Yeah.
They caused one interception for sure, probably two with that tipped ball right there at the line. And man, they were collapsing that pocket. It's funny because it obviously Brock didn't play well last night. A lot of people didn't play well. Our offensive line, that was the shakiest we've looked all year. But also, I expect our defensive line to create that havoc. And there's been a couple times this year where on paper we look like world beaters, and during the game we just look like we're average to above average D-line. We've got to destroy people. We had a big game last night against Lamar, and Ravens were ready for it.
Yeah.
And I think that they dominated, offensively as well as defensively. And so that's just, you control the line of scrimmage, you are going to do some serious damage, and they did.
Thank goodness Javon Hargrave was back last night, but clearly the Niners miss Eric Armstead, and that was definitely obvious and acute.
And
last
that's
night.
a great point, Rod. And we've needed all those guys, but man, there's times where a guy's banged up or guy's down, and the rest of the load, you still have to maintain that level of excellence that you play at. And man, this team's too good. We have too many good players to let what happened last night happen. That's just, you can tell I'm still a little bit of disbelief, but it did. And hats off to the Ravens. They came in and whooped our butt.
Brent Jones joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. And just to circle back around to Purdy, Brent, and the point about the Ravens putting heat on him, 9 quarterback hits on Purdy last night, and probably more than that. And definitely the pressure was mounting and getting to him even beyond the first interception that we all agree, as Kyle Shanahan said, that was the egregious one. That was the one on him where he just did not see the Ravens defender. What did you think of his performance, the interceptions? Do you think that first one was the one that truly was on him? And the bounce back, how quickly does it happen? Does it happen this weekend against the Commanders?
Yeah, for sure the first one was on him, and he knows better. And it almost looked like it was too easy until you see the offside safety come, waltzing into the picture. And, especially down in the red zone where everything's compacted, that's Dante knows this. That's exactly what you look for. You want the quarterback to look once because you're not as covering as big an area. Right. And man, that's just.
And they can sit flat-footed and just read the quarterback there.
Absolutely.
And did you see the route concept to Kyle Hamilton's side, to a cover 2 safety side? It was like a 10-yard bench route from George Kittle and like a 3-yard breakout from Juszczyk. Do you think that's going to influence the backside safety to not look cross-side?
Nope, not enough.
It's not. So when I look at that, I think that it's the play design along with the decision from Brock Purdy. Brent, they were playing quarter, half. They were playing quarter, half, and they ran double post. And Brandon Ayuk at the number 1 opposite that side of where Kyle Hamilton was, he was wide open on the post underneath the goalpost. I'm pretty sure you guys ran this concept as well.
We used to run the heck out of that concept. And, you can't just
predetermine. You can't predetermine
exactly. It. You can't just think and launch because people are reacting. And, defenses are good at disguising as well. But if you don't influence, the safety, that's an interception every time. And Brock threw it and
late.
man, he was so decisive. I thought, wow.
It was almost as if he didn't see him standing there.
Yeah, I agree. And so what does that do? You don't want to say that lost us the game, but what it did is it lost us a lot of momentum.
Yeah.
I felt like. And if anything, the Ravens, I don't want to say they woke up because they already came ready to play. But that was the most egregious one. You know, I'm still trying to figure out. He threw one to Kittle. Maybe the guy had his arms in there, but it looked like it hit him right in the numbers and ricocheted up. You know, you can't blame every interception on Brock, but let's face it, he did not have a good game. And when he was throwing the ball, he was not one of the greatest attributes he has is he is as accurate as any quarterback in the league. He was not last night. He was off. There's no doubt about it. And so throwing the ball behind Debo, you know, once or twice, he just wasn't. He did make some good throws across the middle too. He made some really good throws to the Kittle, but that's not going to do it against a top tier team like the Ravens.
Last question before we let you go and you get back to enjoying your family and enjoying your holidays. Would you like to see more from the run game, especially early on?
Yeah, you know what? I always love seeing more McCaffrey in a way that you take the edge off a team that's physically hammering you at the time. Is you got to take the edge off. You got to keep Monis running the ball, and it's weird because throughout the game I kept thinking, man, are we going to run McCaffrey more? And I thought there were times when he was good, but he ends up with over 100 yards, and I thought to myself, you got to be kidding. It sure didn't feel like that.
Well, most of them came on that one run.
Well,
set up the touchdown.
That is exactly right. So he had 13, 14 carries.
14.
It would have been nice for him to have, 22 basically last night. Just the way the Ravens defense was just prowling. They were just raring to go. I mean, I can't give them enough credit. But I think the one takeaway is, as painful as that was, and as it hurts our pride, national stage. I mean, Brock Purdy was having an MVP year. Now on a national stage against a premier team from the other division, he didn't play very well. So, we were all talking about this, that, and the other thing. We got to not worry about MVP awards and get back to business. We've got 2 games, and I have to say, the Commanders can play. They haven't been, but the Rams can. But the Rams can screw you up really bad. So we better be ready to take it to both these next teams these next couple weeks, because I promise you, they would love nothing more than to destroy or help destroy this season for the 49ers.
Brent, so good to talk to you. So good to pick your football brain. So happy that the family is doing well and you, sir, are doing well and in good health. And hopefully this won't be the last conversation we'll have for a while. Merry Christmas to you and your family. And
Happy holidays.
Thanks, Dante. Rod, you're one of my all-time favorites. So it's good to hear your voice. Good to be on with you. You guys have a great week. Dante, coach those guys up over the radio.
Absolutely.
We'll talk to you, Brent. Be well. Thank you very much for the time.
Fellas.
All right. Hey, we'll take some phone calls in the next segment, 808 KNBR, and we'll also pass along some news that the Niners have just made where they have picked up an addition to bolster an injured portion of their team. We'll tell you who it is and what difference this guy could possibly make. Coming up next, Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner in for Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR, the sports leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our man Marcus Thompson joined Deir and Todd to break down what went wrong for the 49ers against the Ravens. Check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
It was just a loss. You play a good team, and you have 5 turnovers, and you have all those penalties. Makes it tough to win. Like how our guys fought at the end. Wish we could have scored on that last drive and getting that sack there. Thought it would have been great to attempt an onside kick with 3 timeouts and have a chance to go in and try to tie it up. But it was when you play a little sloppy with those turnovers and penalties, and you're going against a good team, it makes it tough to win.
The unmistakable voice of Kyle Shanahan from earlier today, day after the game conference call. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner in for Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader. 808 KNBR is the number. We'll get to some phone calls in just a second, but the Niners did make a move, picking up some defensive line help, specifically defensive tackle help off the waiver wire. Sebastian Joseph Day, who was cut by the Chargers a couple of weeks ago as they made their coaching change, moving along from Brandon Staley. Day was a captain on that squad. He was cut. The Niners picked him up. 3 sacks on the season, a couple of dozen pressures, about 18, 19 run stops, depending on who you ask. But Dante, the thing that jumps out to me is, and great, listen, bring in another body on that defensive line, especially in that middle, that's fantastic. But I can't help but think, picking up a defensive tackle, what does that mean for Eric Armstead's injury that has been ongoing and problematic, dealing with that plantar fasciitis?
That means that it's probably worse than, what everybody thinks it is. And that's a very difficult injury to deal with. And you're basically dealing with pain management. How much pain can he handle? And being a defensive lineman, your power comes from your front step, right? From your getting off the ball. So it's probably, going to be difficult for him to, return in the near future. And we've seen what the defensive tackles from the 49ers have done over the last few weeks. And I really feel like they've played probably worse than every position group on the field. And when I think about every individual at that position, except for Javon Hargrave, I think they've really let the defense down.
The drop-off is so severe from Hargrave and Armstead.
You have to be stronger at the point of attack. You have to be able to move offensive linemen around. You can't get cut out of your gap. You have to hold double teams. There's too many plays where I'm seeing both defensive tackles knock 4 or 5 yards off the football. And you're wondering why Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw are running around blocks is because they don't know where to fit now. They're used to having Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave control the middle of the defense. So it's a trickle-down effect. And now if your linebackers don't know where to fit, your safeties are trying to overcompensate, and now you're giving up gashing runs on defense. So hopefully Sebastian Joseph Day can come in and do what he's supposed to do. And what they need him to do is get a push from the interior, and they need him to eat up the middle of the defense. Take 2 guys, not slide off of blocks trying to make plays. Allow Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw to run around and make plays.
Help out your linebackers by making sure that they know what gap they need to go into. There's no guessing. And also keep offensive linemen off your linebackers. I don't care how good your linebackers are. Anytime an offensive lineman gets out there and get on them, that's a problem. That's an absolute problem.
That's the number one. You want to keep those guys clean. And if you can keep them clean, they've shown that they've been above average tacklers. Maybe not this year. I think Fred Warner is second right now in missed tackles in the NFL. But majority of his time with the 49ers, if you give him clean looks and clean run-throughs, he's going to make those tackles. So it starts up front.
Isaac, you're on KNBR. What's up, Isaac? How's it going?
The one thing I take away from the game yesterday that really stuck out was that the Ravens were very focused because they had to come out from the East Coast out here to play us. We weren't focused. I think these guys were I don't think for some reason, they just didn't seem like they were focused in enough because we were missing so many tackles, making so many mistakes down in the red zone. We couldn't score. Why couldn't we run it in, pound it down the middle? It just wasn't happening. And I said to myself, wow, we're just as good as these Ravens, but we just were not focused.
Well, a few things. I push back on the lack of focus. This Niner team is too good to not be focused for a Christmas night game, a Monday night game where everybody's watching, against the Baltimore Ravens.
But if you don't pay attention to detail, are you focused? If you're not paying attention to detail, are you focused? And there were many instances out there with individual players and collectively where they didn't pay attention to detail. It was the right defense called, right? The right coverage, linebackers in position, but you don't get the play done. That tells me that they probably did.
There might have been some individuals that didn't necessarily have it buckled down, but I think for a team-wide, no, they weren't focused, and that's why 4 interceptions were thrown. That's why they couldn't get to Lamar Jackson. I just push back on that. I just think that when we say a team is focused, that's just, in no disrespect, guys, that's almost just a lazy narrative and you're not giving the other side credit. I have a hard time believing that a team as good as the Niners at home on a Monday night with the Ravens coming in, a team that if they didn't see as an equal before, definitely see as an equal now, but I'm sure they saw as on some sort of equal footing before that game. I just have a hard time believing that, we got this. No, again, individuals, maybe they weren't buttoned up, but as far as it being a team-wide malaise of just not being focused, I have a hard time with that.
Well, contentment can slip in, especially when you've been blowing teams out the way that the 49ers
But a game of that
have.
magnitude, it'd be different to me if, let's just say they beat the Ravens last night.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go into a game against the Commanders, who are not anywhere near your equal, having to travel all the way across the country, coming off a short week, off an emotional win in this very hypothetical situation where the Niners won that game last night. I could see that being a game where they're just like, not necessarily we could just throw our cleats out there and win, but one is like, hey, man, we're the better team. All we just have to do is play like it and not screw it up. And then, the Commanders, again, in this hypothetical situation, go, no, we're about to catch you slipping. Maybe I'm being naive about it, but a game of that magnitude at home against a team like the Ravens, I have a hard time seeing it being a team-wide lack of focus.
I did see it on defense. I did see it in the pass rush. The huge disparity in the run gaps, right, when you're pursuing Lamar Jackson. You can't tell me.
But are those just mistakes, or is that a lack of focus?
That's a lack of focus. If you tell a defensive end all week long, we need you to rush this quarterback a certain way, and you get on the field, and you don't rush him that way, and it hurts you on defense, isn't that a lack of focus? And then you consistently do it over and over and over again. I don't have to be in the meeting room to know what Steve Wilks told that defensive line on how to rush Lamar Jackson. I don't. Because it's almost idiotic to say, okay, guys, just go get him. Are you kidding me? Stop it. So when you get defensive ends that rush this guy and they're too far upfield and they're creating 10 to 15-yard gaps, you cannot tell me that was the game plan. And then coming into the game, the 49ers have pursuit problems and tackling problems. You cannot tell me that when you're pursuing the ball during the game, you're not thinking about vice tackling, throttling down, and you're continuously getting guys that overrun Zay Flowers, Lamar Jackson, who's going to cut back into the defense, and they've shown it countless times on film. You can't tell me that there's not a lack of focus when you have 3 or 4 penalties on third down that continue drive.
I forgot about the penalties.
You can't tell me that. That's definitely a lack of focus, Ryan.
I forgot about the penalties.
Definitely a lack of focus.
So
those are things that you can control.
Yeah.
Right? Those are things that you can control. It's not like it's out of your control, and they didn't handle the things that they could handle and make Lamar Jackson a drop-back quarterback. If you beat me, drop back, man, God bless you. May the best man win, but they didn't do that. They got out of character, out of discipline, and it cost them.
As far as the red zone, the Niners are the number 1 team in the league in scoring touchdowns in the red zone. The number 1 defense in the league when it comes to defending the red zone, Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah. And everything that happens quickly down there, they were all downhill. They were physical. But there were opportunities where Brock Purdy made the wrong read, where the offensive line didn't hold up. So, yeah, there's multiple things to fix, even on the offensive side.
Daniel, line 2, you're on KNBR, the sports leader. Hello, Daniel.
Yeah, I want to, first of all, say if you put the great Montana in that game playing against the Ravens, he would have lost too because, like John Madden said, you can't play quarterback, run around with your life and playing the game on your butt, that'd be one thing. If our offensive line is that bad, even with Trent Williams in the offensive line, how come we didn't address that in 2 or 3 weeks ago when we had that problem to begin with?
Well, the problem for the Niners' offensive line is the right side. That was the issue yesterday. That's where the majority of the pressures came from. That's where the majority of the sacks came from. Colton McKivitz, on that fourth interception. It was Colton McKivitz getting beaten by Travis Jones that allowed Jones to get to Purdy, hit his arm, and affect the throw. The offensive line, and that's the much bigger issue going forward, is the health of Trent Williams and some way somehow stabilizing the right side of that offensive line, because you can't run to the right side, and the pass protection on that right side is an issue, and it became a very glaring issue last night.
Which is why the 49ers having variety in their play calling, different blocking schemes, running screens, quick passes, running, play action, RPO. This is why you can't get a beat on them. So when they come out and they have success early and everybody's touching the ball and you can't really hone in on how to attack the offensive line, you're not in a lot of third and longs, it adds variety to the offense and it helps your offensive line. So we know that this offensive line is not going to be able to protect Brock Purdy dropping back, passing the ball 50 times. It's just not in their DNA.
22 pressures last night. You will not be surprised to know that Trent Williams, along with Jake Brendel, gave up the least amount of pressures, one each. You also will not be surprised to know that Colton McKivitz gave up the most pressures on that right side, one of them leading directly to an interception, 9 pressures and 2 sacks. So your issue, again, is the right side of that offensive line.
Jake Brendel stepped up versus Matabike.
Yeah, he did.
We knew that would be a huge matchup in the game, and you have to give a lot of credit to McKivitz. When the offensive linemen started to get injured and go down, he moved to the left tackle position.
Mm-hmm.
He moved anywhere they needed him to be. So I think that a lot of those data points are skewed. But, yeah, overall, the 49ers offensive line didn't play well, and it trickled down to the quarterbacks and the way that they saw the game and their decision-making process.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films senior analyst, joins us at 3:50. Our brother from television, Carlos Ramirez, host of the Niners pre- and post-game show that we do, Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner on NBC Sports Bay Area. Carlos joining us next here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Brock Purdy in the shotgun has Juszczyk behind Kittle out left, and right it's Debo and Ayuk. He looks right, he comes left, he throws. Intercepted by Patrick Queen. Dancing around, he's tackled by Trent Williams to save. No, he's still going. He got away from Trent, still breaking tackles all the way to the 8-yard line.
That was interception 4 for Brock Purdy last night. Burned the game tape, burned the audio from the game last night. Forget it, move on. The entirety of the Niners pre- and post-game show on NBC Sports Bay Area is on your radio right now. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner, and our man Carlos Ramirez joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. Los, what's up, man?
Is it Sunday already?
Really, it can't get here soon enough. I mean, yeah, we just finished. I told Dante when we walked to the studio, like, man, I just saw you less than 24 hours ago. We had on makeup and ties, but we got to stop meeting like this. But, yeah, it needs to be Sunday. Not only just to get the stench of what happened last night out of here, but just for this Niners squad as well, man. Just get this thing going again.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't pretty. And I know we're all focusing on what happened with Brock Purdy. It's the main story, as it should be, because of, well, when you're an MVP candidate, that's what's going to happen, right? All the lights are going to be on you. Everyone's going to be, dissecting your every move and what you did and what you didn't do. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's not just safe to say it, but I think it's actually warranted. When you're in that conversation, when you're trying to be that guy, you need to be up to the standards, and he wasn't yesterday. We tend to forget that he is just 23 years old.
We'll see if we can get Dante back in the mix. What I liked about Brock last night, though, and how he handled himself after, he didn't run away from the media. They didn't hide him.
And that's very easy to do.
It's very easy to do, and I don't think a lot of people would have blamed him if he did. He didn't hide, and he basically said the exact same thing Carlos was mentioning before his phone cut out, that, yeah, it's on me, and I have to be better.
Well, guys, I remember going home after games and maybe gave up a touchdown to a tight end, a big play, blew a coverage, missed a tackle, and I cared so much about the game that I would watch it over and over. I wouldn't talk to anybody, and I would just replay the scenarios in my head and almost torture myself. Similarly to what I did after the Super Bowl, any playoff game that we ever lost, I tortured myself. So if you really understand who Brock Purdy is, if you know that he's a 4-year starter at Iowa State, he takes his position and being a leader of this football team and the franchise quarterback very seriously, I guarantee you nobody's tormenting him more than himself.
Carlos, I was just mentioning as we get you back in here that Brock Purdy didn't hide from the media last night, and what he said is basically what you were just referring to in terms of the fact that you're the dude, you're the quarterback, you're going to have to stand up and take all of the blame, but you're also going to have to be better. That's what you have to say. That's what people want to hear. Not just the media, not just the fans, but your teammates want to hear it too.
Yeah, he's going to say he's a leader. I mean, you don't take over that locker room, and Dee knows this better than we do. You're not just going to waltz in there and take it over, let alone a 7th rounder, let alone the last pick of the draft, and a 23-year-old guy. So you have to be that dude and be held accountable, and he is, and improve, and he has, like every single stat, every single way you want to evaluate a quarterback. He has been better from last season to this season. And with that, I want to go to something we the three of us talked about, and it was my final point of the show last season, or last night about the game. I think Brock Purdy's issues, and I've been listening to you guys today all day long, I think Brock Purdy's issues are a one-game issue. Mm-hmm. We haven't seen that from him. I'm more concerned about the missing tackles issue. because you know me. I think by this point you both know that I'm an eye test guy, but I'm also, what are the stats saying? And the stats are saying that the 49ers went from being the best tackling team in football in 2022. They had a 90 rate on Pro Football Focus on tackles to having a 63.1 grade. They went from first to 10th. And that is a big dip. And I'm focusing on the linebackers because they are the guys who tackle the most, as you both well know. Fred Warner has decreased or increased, however you want to look at it. He has more missed tackles every single year. There's something called missed tackle percentage, which is pretty simple. How many tackles do you make, how many tackles you're involved in, and how many do you miss? And you have a number that gives you the percentage of tackles that you have missed. Fred Warner, since 2020, has gone from 7.5% to 9.2% in 2021 to 10.2% last season. This year, he is up to 16.4%. He is the third worst tackling linebacker in football in 2023. That can happen. I mean, if we're talking about him as being the best middle linebacker in football, which we all believe he is, he cannot be ranked 59 out of 62 qualified linebackers in missed tackles. That can happen.
So, D, there are two questions. Why and how does it get fixed?
Well, there's an array of different reasons why they're not tackling well. And first day of training camp, we have something called pursuit drills, where you have 11 guys out on defense. The coaching staff, they'll either run the ball to the left, run it to the right, swing, play, throw the ball downfield, and everybody has a particular angle that they're supposed to pursue the ball on. Every defensive player that's out there is supposed to be aware of where their help is, what angle they're going to take to the football, step to contact, stop wrapping so high around the head and the shoulders of these ball carriers, and get back to playing fundamental football. Executing the fundamentals at a high level consistently makes you excellent. That's what Fred Warner and these guys were doing previously. There wasn't a lot of wasted movement out there. Efficiency in your reads, your steps, your drops. Understanding where your target angle is to pursue the football. Now it's almost like they don't care. You get guys running full speed knowing that ball carriers will cut back against the grain of the defense if you're out of control, and it's almost like they don't care. And then on the edge of the defense, the defensive ends set the precedent by turning the football back into the defense. It's like a puzzle on all levels. And if somebody is outside of their gap, and if somebody over pursues and they're not pursuing in the right, how should I say it, the right angle, and they're overrunning it, you're going to have problems on defense. So, yeah, it all starts with Fred Warner, and that's extremely too high of a missed tackle rate. Remember, I was around here in 2011, 2012 when Navarro Bowman missed one tackle in the entire season. That's excellence. That's things that people can feed off. So it's going to start with Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw fixing up their tackling, the secondary, if you want to go deep into the playoffs.
So we've talked about this on TV, on NBC Sports Bay Area. How much of this is fatigue-based? Because they were starting to miss tackles before the bye week. Got the bye week, all of a sudden weren't missing tackles. Now you go back to these last 4 weeks where things have gotten significantly more intense. You go back to these last 4 weeks where double-digit missed tackles against, Seattle and Philly and in Arizona a couple of weeks ago. I don't know the numbers yet. I'm still trying to look to see how many missed tackles there were last night. Probably far too many for us to really be comfortable with. So is it a fatigue-based thing that if they do get the bye by taking care of business, guys, and Carlos, we'll start with you. What do you think? But if it's a fatigue-based thing, can this problem get fixed just simply by finishing out these last two games and getting the number one seed?
To say it's fatigue, because how do you explain a guy having his missed tackle percentage go up every single year? That to me is a different thing. That's either technique, because Dre Greenlaw's numbers are consistent. Bobby Wagner, in my estimation, guys, he is the best tackling linebacker in football. That's not an opinion, that's stats. I mean, he is consistently top 5, top 10 every single year. For some reason, Fred is going the other way, the opposite direction. Are they tired? Well, if that's the case, then that's a different conversation. That's a conditioning conversation. That's a preseason conversation, OTA conversation. Where are you in your preparation to the season? Are you not? I mean, because this year everything was set perfectly because they had the bye week in week 9, which is midway through the season where you want it. Then they had a mini bye week when they had a Thursday night football game followed by I think a Monday night football game. So they had like a mini bye week inserted right there. Mm-hmm. And if you keep this up, you're going to go into another bye week. So I don't want to – honestly, I don't want to hear that because at this point every team is tired. Every team is fatigued. Did the Ravens look tired of these guys? Not to me. So, again, they're young, peak of their performance athletes, on the peak of their careers. To me, there's something more concerning. And again, this is not a one-year trend. This is not a one-season trend. Greg Greenlaw's numbers are really good. And I'm not saying Fred Warner is a baffle. He's not. He is, in my estimation, he is the best middle linebacker in football. But there is a glaring issue that we can't just keep, swiping under the rug, guys, and that's this team has a tackling problem. And it's not debatable. The numbers point towards that being an issue. And I think that's one of the things that Shannon Sharp says one thing that I really like. He says, don't tolerate in a win what you wouldn't tolerate in a loss. And for the past month or 2 months or so, the 49ers either, I don't know if internally they're not, they don't tolerate this, but outside we're talking about MVP candidates and how they play this and how they do that, and that's all fun and games. That's fine. But I think the three of us have been really on point by pointing out they have a tackling problem, and that's going to be a big issue come playoff time. It's that simple.
And for me, it's over-aggression sometimes. Sometimes trying to get the job done and wanting to do it so badly and run as fast as you can. You have good intentions, but the outcome is negative. That's what they have to really understand. Calm down, right? Understand where your help is. Be aware. Be locked in. And the greatest coaches that I've ever been coached by always said that tackling is want to. You have to want to tackle, right? Not hope to tackle, right? I hope I get him on the ground. I hope I can hit his ankle and get him on the ground. No, I want to step body-on-body contact, wrap, the fundamentals that I were taught to get him on the ground. That's want to. So they have the players to want to do it, and I fully expect them to correct this.
Once you got a chance, Carlos, to maybe see the game in a different way, what'd you think about the 4 interceptions? What'd you think about the Niners offensively? What'd you think about Purdy?
Well, I get that Kyle wants to protect Brock, and even though he did say that the first one was on him, which I agree with, I think there's different types of interceptions. I think the first one is on him. The second one is a 50-50 ball where I don't know if I don't think he addressed it, Kyle, but if you go back and watch, and you both did the same thing. If you go back and watch that play, I don't know if it's by design, D and Rod, but there should either. My point is, I don't know if Brock and McCaffrey, if that was a play action screen pass to Debo on the left, because
it's called a look route.
Right, but he didn't do it. My point is, Brock never did the actual the fake to McCaffrey. So that's that cornerback who should have sunk to try to go for the bait with McCaffrey. If that guy takes a couple of steps and commits to tackling McCaffrey, then he's got the passing lane wide open for Debo. But for some reason, Brock didn't do the play action fake. McCaffrey just kind of stumbled into Brock Purdy. It was really choppy. It was very unlike the 49ers. Go back and watch that play. Purdy just steps back. It's a 3-step drop. He doesn't even make the attempt to put the ball inside the pocket that McCaffrey never gives him. And McCaffrey's a really good guy on, even though he's not. He's a great decoy, is what I'm trying to say. So that one, I think, is really weird. I don't know if it was Brock's execution or lack thereof or design, or if he did just go and do the play the way it was drawn up to be played. The third one is, again, Kyle said it's not on Brock. It's a weird bounce, whatever. The second Brock said he saw the flag, he's got to know better. He's got to throw that away. He's going nowhere. I mean, he saw where the flag came from.
It almost hit him in the foot. I'm watching it right now. The flag almost hit him. The first flag almost hit him in the foot.
So he's got to know at this point, that's on us. This is going back. No matter what I do, we're going back. So get rid of it, live to play another day, and keep going. And the fourth one is a tackle interception.
Yeah.
The tackle gets beat. He gets hit in the arm. That's not on him. They're a receiving interception. They're a quarterback interception. And then there's breakup or miscommunication in blocking interception. That was a blocking interception. So to me, 2 of the 4 are on Brock. 1 is a freak throw that just gets bobbled in the air and goes back. And the 4th one was a blocking interception.
All right, brother, we got to go. Let the folks know what we got coming up on NBC Sports Bay Area in terms of Niner content.
Well, we got New Year's Eve bash. I am told that Dante Whitner will wear a tuxedo on Sunday.
Are you rocking a tux, dog?
Probably not.
I got wrong sources. We're going to have a New Year's Eve bash on NBC Sports Bay Area. It's your 3 favorite guys covering 49ers like no one does it on the Bay on television. So we're going to have that good old 49er fun on Sunday. Then we have all you covered on NBC Sports throughout the week with game plan and press conference and all that good stuff. And just be on the lookout. Dante, this is known as a tease. Be on the lookout for new Dante Whitner digital content.
Ooh,
that's all I'm going to say.
You in that digital space now, huh,
we're
dog?
gonna do? We're going to put it on YouTube. We're going to educate all of the fans on the intricate details of offense and defensive football, because there's so many people that think they know the game, but they have no idea.
Now,
so it'll
Dante,
be out there soon.
Tell the people who your godfather was for that project, please.
It was you.
There you go.
Don't be so enthusiastic with it.
It was you, my boy. It was you, my boy.
It was you, my boy.
It was you, my boy. But actually, 4 people mentioned it to me within 48 hours. So I'm like, you know what? It's time.
Yeah, I should.
Those are my angels.
I should listen.
My
Yes.
angels are speaking to me.
Exactly.
There you go. There you go.
All right, Los, go finish time with the family, man. Enjoy it. We'll see you on Sunday, my friend. Be well.
Stay off the eggnog.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films senior analyst and senior producer. He joins us coming up next. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner, in for Tolbert and Copes here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tracy Sandler joined Adam Copeland this morning to discuss the concern level of the 49ers' inability to play from behind. Check out that podcast and more. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner in for Tolbert and Copes. Greg Cosell works the holidays. NFL Films analyst and senior producer for that fine outfit. Greg Cosell joining us as he does every week here on KNBR, the sports leader. Greg, it is great to talk to you again. I hope you and yours had the merriest of Christmas and are having the happiest of holidays, sir.
I don't really get holidays, Rod, during the football season, so I don't really think about that. I mean, yesterday was a normal 15-hour workday for me. It's Monday during the football season.
We were all Greg Cosell yesterday, just sitting watching football and enjoying the day. So you had lots of company with all that football on Christmas Day.
Well, I wasn't watching; I was working, so I didn't. The only football I saw yesterday was the first half of the Niners game, and that was it.
So diving right into the Niners, but I want to the game, but I want to start with Baltimore. And what did you see from the Niners in their approach to trying to stop Lamar Jackson? Clearly, he was able to do what he wanted to do in terms of moving in the pocket and outside of the pocket. Was that more just Lamar Jackson being great, or did you see issues with how the Niners approached it?
Well, it's really funny because I thought in the first half of the game that Lamar Jackson, until that 31-yarder right at the end, which was just a Lamar play, I didn't think that Lamar Jackson did a whole lot. And then starting with the first play of the third quarter, he kind of, did what he does. I mean, that's hard to stop. They got pressure on him on that play. He was actually looking for, I believe, Flowers. It was a flood concept. And Hargrave got pressure on him, and he was able to move out of the pocket to the right. See, the reason why teams, and Dante would appreciate this, the reason why teams say they want to keep quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson in the pocket is not because they can't pass. It's because then you can play within the structure of your defense that you've practiced. Once they get out of the pocket, the structure of your defense falls apart. So when people say, they want to keep Josh Allen in the pocket, or they want to keep Patrick Mahomes in the pocket, or they want to keep Lamar Jackson in the pocket, it's not that they're saying these guys can't pass. It's just, the game is practiced within structure. Once the game steps outside of structure, it's very hard. You hear coaches say all the time with Lamar that there's two plays, that there's the first 2.5 seconds, and then if the play continues, then there's the play after that, and then you've got issues. And you saw in that first play, he left the pocket. Greenlaw abandoned his coverage responsibility, and he threw it to Edwards right where Greenlaw left. Those things are hard to do. Lamar's the best at that. I mean, he's just a freak.
So when you think about those rush concepts on how you rush a mobile quarterback, I think that it all starts with the defensive ends and keeping the integrity, not getting too far upfield and compressing the pocket, and then the integrity with the defensive lineman. I saw yesterday there were many times where the defensive line and defensive ends from the 49ers just went array. There was nobody rushing in unison. Would you say that was the biggest mistake with defending Lamar Jackson yesterday?
I think that factors in, but I don't think, in the first half it was not a big factor in the game. I think that's one of the interesting things about this game. The score made it seem like it was a blowout, and it really wasn't. In the first look, obviously after what happened with Purdy, you're getting all this ridiculous talk. A lot of those, the first interception was just a bad read by Purdy, and I think he admitted that. You can't come back late in the middle of the field and throw an in-breaking route versus split safeties like that when it's late. But the other plays were fluky. I mean, Stevens made a great play, and by the way, that was a called running play, and Purdy read it 100% right and knew that he wasn't going to run right into a blitzing corner. So he read it exactly right, and Stevens made a great play, and then the ball went up in the air. What if the ball hit the ground? Well, what would we be saying on all these plays if the ball hit the ground? So,
or if Debo catches the football and he's one-on-one with Marcus Williams, who's replacing the corner.
That might have been a touchdown, right? So you have to be careful about this stuff. I'm hearing a lot of people talking today, and I by the way, I just finished watching the tape of the game because I knew I was talking to you guys tonight, and it always takes me a long time to watch the Niners and whoever their opponent is because there's always a lot to look at. And, they moved the ball really well in the first half. I hear people saying today, they just got bullied. They really didn't get bullied. They moved the ball up and down the field in the first half. They had 230 yards of offense, and they would have had more, obviously, if it wasn't for 2 fluky interceptions. I mean, for all we know, if those interceptions didn't happen, they might have had 500 yards of total offense. So this idea that they got bullied is incorrect. But getting back to Lamar, I think it's really difficult, Dante, to do what you said on every single play. I think that's the plan all the time when you play mobile quarterbacks. Lamar is a mobile quarterback unto himself. I heard people say, well, Fred Warner missed the tackle on the 31-yard run at the end of the first half. He didn't miss the tackle. He's running at full speed to the sideline, probably thinking Lamar is going to run out of bounds because of where we were, at the end of the half. And, that's not a missed tackle. It's Lamar Jackson. He's just a special guy. There's no one else in the league like him who can move like that.
A lot of people are saying that the Niners didn't run the ball enough, didn't use McCaffrey enough, and especially with Baltimore being a very representative run defense, but they do give up explosive plays when it comes to the opposition ground game. When they see carries about 10% of the time, they might give up a run of 20-plus yards. Is it a Baltimore team where you can hit them with those explosive plays, but you have to be dedicated to the run game?
Yeah, I think you probably can, and I think they showed that. What McCaffrey had, I think, 9 for 84 in the first half, and he broke a couple of runs. Each game it develops its own dynamic, as Dante knows, and sometimes you go into a game and you have a plan, and for whatever reason, it just plays out a little bit differently, and all of a sudden the game feels different. I mean, there were 3 interceptions in the first half, and even though the score was not out of hand, that makes the game, I would imagine, I'm not a player, so I don't want to, Dante could address this better than I, but Dante, wouldn't you think it just makes the game feel different? Because if you're just moving the ball up and down the field, which they kind of were, and, they don't have those interceptions, if they don't happen, and particularly that first one, which was the truly bad one by Purdy. Who knows? They might have scored a touchdown there, and all of a sudden they're playing 49er football, because they came right back after the safety, and I think they had a nice drive, and they ended up with a field goal. So I mean, they were kind of moving the ball, but then the feel of the game just changes.
It did change, and the reason why the 49ers have so much success is because of complementary football.
Yep.
Starting fast. They had the momentum. If they don't throw the interception early, who knows? The defense comes out. Now they're on attack mode. They're not on their heels. They cause another turnover, get a 3 and out. The 49ers offense march down again and score. That's their formula for success. When you're turning the ball over so much in the first half, you're on a defensive on defense, right? You're just trying to hold them to a field goal because of the short field.
And they did that.
They weren't able to be on the offensive because they were up by 2 scores, right, because of the offensive production and the defense being on attack mode. So it affected everybody out there, and I do agree with you.
Yeah, and I thought there were instances where their offensive line struggled in pass pro. McKivitz had some bad snaps, obviously, on the final interception when Purdy's arm was hit. But even Trent Williams, maybe the greatest, one of the greatest of all time, he got pushed back by Clowney on a speed to power. Van Noy beat him on an inside spin move, which didn't turn out to be a big factor on the play. But, the Ravens only gained 343 yards of total offense. It was a game of sudden change, short fields, and a few great individual plays by Jackson. That's what the game was. It wasn't as if the Ravens just played unbelievably great offense. And yes, you can argue they played good defense because I think that their D-line did have some clear moments where they were more dominant than the 49ers O-line, and I think there were clearly snaps in which they had a very, very good feel for the route concepts in their zone coverage and took away Purdy's, timing throws, which he's a master at. There were clear examples of that. But it wasn't it wasn't a butt whipping in the way people think of a butt whipping, because that's all I heard today. Oh, they bullied the Niners. The tape does not reflect that.
And so let's stay on what Baltimore was able to do defensively. A few more minutes with Greg Cosell, NFL Films senior analyst and senior producer, joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. It seemed as though Baltimore, they were ready and able to handle what the Niners wanted to do in the middle of the field. And what I've learned from you is that Kyle Shanahan is the best in the league at attacking the linebackers in the middle of the field, putting them in conflict, and then just eating up the middle of the field. But boy, Kyle Hamilton in particular, and Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, but Kyle Hamilton was absolutely ready for that job. And any of those in-breaking routes for the Niners, they were on it and ready to do damage.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good, again, it's tape study. They had a good feel for it. It was one of those games. I also thought there were some throws that Purdy did not see it real well. I worked with Ron Jaworski for 100 years. And Dante, I don't know, when did you ever play against Jaws? Or was he before you?
No, he was before me, way before me.
That's what I thought, yeah, because he's an old guy, my buddy Jaws. Yeah, and you're not, Dante. and you're not. But Jaws would tell me that there were always 2 games a year where he, for whatever reason, and it was just inexplainable, that he just didn't see things the way you're supposed to see things. And I thought in this game there were some throws that were there, and Purdy it looked to me like he was looking at it. Of course, on coaching tape, I can't truly see his eyes. I can just tell by his head and where his helmet's looking, that I thought were there, that he looked at, and for whatever reason, he just didn't process it. You could argue that he hasn't done that in any game he's played prior to the game, last night. So, I think there were throws to be made that he missed, and then he hurried himself a little bit because there's no question he's a timing rhythm guy. He also makes plays outside of structure. I mean, look, he's made plays that second interception where I believe it was who made this? Was it the second or the third? The third, the Hamilton one, where the ball got tipped up in the air when he threw it to Kittle and Humphrey, and it went up in the air.
Yes,
I think that was the third, was it not?
Yes.
Yeah. Another fluky play, but he ran around, and we've seen him make those plays, and everybody gets so excited because Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't do that, and Purdy's done that and made great plays. So this time the result wasn't great, and again, the ball went up in the air. It could have fallen and hit the ground too, but it didn't. So you have to be a little careful. Obviously they lost the game. You know what? They'd won. How many in a row had they won prior to last night? 6, was it?
6. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's Dante can tell you it's hard to win in this league. I mean, look at the Saturday night game between the Bills and the Chargers. I mean, sometimes it's hard to win in this league. These are professional football players. And the Ravens are a really good team. And you know what? They beat the Niners. And I wouldn't be surprised. The only time they could play again this year, obviously, if they play in the Super Bowl. And, obviously that's what Niners fans hope, that they're there. And I think they're good enough to be there. But we'll see. But it was just one of those games. Purdy wasn't sharp. I think the O-line had a few issues here and there. The Ravens did a really good job on occasion, taking away routes that are sort of part of what the Niners do. Kyle Shanahan would learn from that too. You're always learning in this game. When you think that's when you don't know.
Greg, good to talk to you again. The knowledge I was able to gain from you in our weekly conversations, and what I'm still able to gain from you when checking you out on NFL Films, pays great dividends whenever I am able to do these sorts of things. Greg, thank you very much for the time, and at least take a couple of minutes off and enjoy the holiday, will you?
Happy holidays.
Hey, same to you guys. That's hard for me to do, Rod, because I got to get through. People, when I do your radio, they probably think all I do is watch the Niners. When I do stuff for the Eagles, they probably think all I do is watch the Eagles. I got to watch as many teams as I can every week.
That's why we love you, sir. Thank you for the time. Be well.
All right, you too, guys.
All right.
Happy holidays.
I got a Cosell laugh. Yeah. You know what? Feels good, baby. Feels good. Matt Mayoko joining us at 4:50. Before we talk to Matt, we'll take some phone calls. 808 KNBR is the number. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner, and for Tolbert and Copes here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Ravens shut down the 49ers on Christmas Day and potentially Brock Purdy's MVP chances. Check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
808 KNBR is the number. Rod Brooks, Dante Whitner in for Tolbert and Copes on this day after Christmas. Still waiting on Trent Williams news. And Dante, I don't like the fact that we don't have the news just
Me
yet.
either. I don't like it, not one bit.
MRI on that groin.
Well, what I do like is after the game, they ask him, Trent, you all right? He's like, yeah, I'm okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah.
The player knows his own body.
Yeah.
You know when it isn't right and you probably won't be back soon, or when something is pretty much like a strain, right? So hopefully that's what it is. Not too serious.
But the problem with strains is strains turn into tears if you keep going out there and playing. You know, because the only thing is going to
on it.
Yeah,
just get somebody to put their hands on it, rub it out.
Easy.
You know, he'll be all right.
That and rest.
The
problem is
a little cold tub, you know, a little chiropractor and a little, needling, dry needling. He'll be all right.
Problem is, though, no time to rest. Yes, and you were looking at some stats for the Washington Commanders, and the stats are just as bad as their overall record. But we talked about this earlier. And again, this is not – I would have said the same thing before the 4 interceptions Brock Purdy threw last night. The 2 best players on that offense are Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey.
Absolutely.
And I don't care who they play. If Trent Williams is not out there, your job to win that game just got significantly more difficult.
Definitely, and we've seen the dominance that they have on the left side of that offensive line, the pairing of Trent Williams and Aaron Banks, and then sometime adding George Kittle over there to help. It's dominant. They're averaging over, 6 yards per carry on the left side of the offensive line, so you definitely need that duel, and you need them healthy to have success in the playoffs.
Oh, man, it's just – and the numbers tell you, and what you see informs you.
Mm-hmm.
Going left is everything. Going right, it's the opposite.
Absolutely. And yesterday, Matabike, he did a really good job of moving all over the 49ers, on the Baltimore Ravens defensive line to attack different weaknesses in the 49ers offensive line. And there were times where there was a sense of room to the right side for Christian McCaffrey, and then he just continued to fight through double teams.
It closed
and
up
give
quick,
extra
didn't it?
And split double teams and make tackles, and that's what makes him a great defensive tackle. It's not his pass rush moves, it's his ability to continue to rush and counter rush and give great effort, and that's why he has over 11 games with over half a sack plus. And he's going to be definitely an all-pro Pro Bowler this year for the Baltimore Ravens.
Take us through a short week. What does that mean, and what makes it a short week? What makes it so difficult for a squad that has to play on Monday and then turn around and do it again on Sunday, especially with an East Coast road trip coming up?
It depends on what part of the season you're in. Early in the season, it's not that big of a deal. Late in the season, it is a big of a deal, especially when you have a bunch of older players. You want to get them off their feet as much as possible. But you want guys that understand the game plan, that can go out there and execute without having to rep it 3, 4, 5 different times, that can take it from the classroom to a walkthrough to game day. And that's really what a short week is late in the season. You want to save the players' legs. You want to save their body. It's all about recovery, rehydration, and rest. That's the best friend of any of the 49ers players.
And so to give folks a peek behind the curtain, a normal week is you play on Sunday. Monday is team meeting and treatment, right?
Yeah, you'll go in and they're going to yell at you or they're going to praise you, right? So, it's either quiet. It's either quiet as a church, or
there's some speak going on.
Music playing and the vibrations are positive throughout the building. But on Monday, you go in, you get your discipline or you get your praise. You get a lift, you get some recovery, some ice tub, whatever treatment from whatever bang or bruise you had from the previous game.
Tuesday
is the player's day off.
Now, can you go into the facility if you want?
You can always go there. You can sleep there if you want, right? If you want to sleep there, sleep in the locker room and use the utilities and the amenities, you can use that. But Tuesday is the player's day off.
Right.
You get in Wednesday probably around 7:30 a.m. First team meeting is probably 8 a.m. and you have a full day all the way until 6 p.m. So you have a bunch of meetings, individual meetings, special teams meetings, treatment, walkthrough, practice on the field, lift. Same thing for Thursday. Wednesday is a first and second down day. First and second down run, big personnel, 12 personnel, 21. Thursday, same schedule, but it's all third down day, offense and defense. Friday, you go in probably 8:30 in the morning. It's a half a day. So you're going to go over everything that you did on Wednesday for first and second down, along with the third down stuff. And then you're going to implement periods where you do red zone and you do special situations. End of the game, long Hail Mary throw. Sideline where they don't have any tight ends to get them out of bounds, right? Onside kick situations. And then on Saturday, you pretty much have a walkthrough, players recovery, check into the hotel that late, or you fly to the opposing team state. And then Sunday is game day.
And so for the Niners going all the way to D.C., they're leaving on Friday at about 2 o'clock. So,
as they should.
Right. So they will get in that half day that you just talked about on Friday, then get on the bird and go. And then Saturday is that walkthrough, just kind of, shaking the cobwebs out, and trying to get yourself prepared for what's going to happen on Sunday.
Absolutely. But the funny thing is, Jim Harbaugh had a thing that he would do with us on Saturday when we were here with the San Francisco 49ers. It was almost called blood doping. Like, we weren't taking, illegal substances and, things to try to win. But
people's ears perked up when you said that, right?
Yeah. Well, don't take that literally, guys. Let me give you an example of what it is. Olympic runners, before they go out for their main events, prelims, finals, whatever, the day before, they'll go out and get some 75 to 80 to 90% sprints, right? So that the blood within the muscles don't get stagnant, so that you have fast starts, so that you come out the gate ready to go. That's what we did when I was with the San Francisco 49ers. We would have helmets on. We would have, not shoulder pads, but some soft cushioning under there. Right. We would get a full, warm up, get the sweat going. We would get up to almost full speed. And the next day, we felt phenomenal.
And so when he first implemented it, were you guys like,
oh, my God, I can't believe he's doing this.
This man trying to kill us.
Man, it's like, man, hold up, man. We got to play tomorrow, and he making us run around, man. My leg's going to be tired, man. He don't care about us, man. Hey. And you go out there and start having success, you'll buy into anything.
Somebody called the head of the Players Association. He tried to kill us.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, this works. Never mind. Cancel the call.
I feel great on game day. I feel like I can run all day. You're like, oh, okay, maybe he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, sometimes you have to change it up to get the success that you want, and Jim Harbaugh is one of those guys.
All right, so we'll run through some phone calls here. 808 KNBR is the number. Can we get one now? Should we do one on the other side? John in Scotts Valley, you're on KNBR. What's up?
Hey, well, I just want to comment about the game yesterday.
Please.
Some food for thought, like what Dante's talking about there, about the tackling, about needing to perform better. And what I was thinking is, these guys ought to go look at some films from the good old days, like that guy by the name of Ronnie Lott and Mr. Tina Turner, and see how those guys tackled. That's one thing I would recommend them doing. And then also, as far as the defensive play, especially on the defensive end, these guys need to, keep outside leverage. And what we used to do when I played back in the good old days, not that I played in the NFL, I actually tried, but I didn't make it. We used to call keep the rat in the trap. And what you do is you squeeze the guy from the outside, and you put him back inside. You have a guy in the middle spy, and keep an eye on Mr. Lamar, and you tackle him. So those are things that I would recommend them doing.
Well, here's the good news. You won't be seeing Lamar Jackson again until the second week in February in Vegas.
And you won't see anybody that's similar to him.
No,
because there isn't any.
He is one of one. And that Baltimore team is, appreciate the phone call, that Baltimore team is one of one. You are not going to run across any
They play a style of football that's similar to what we played here in San Francisco. That's similar to what the 49ers played and what they're accustomed to. They just play physical all around.
And what's the constant? John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh. Yeah, that's his identity. Yeah. His identity is hard-nosed, physical style of football, fundamentals. He's not reinventing the wheel.
No. And it's been successful for him to the tune of a Super Bowl, to the tune of being one of the longest tenure coaches in the country. And Lamar Jackson fella helps as well. But it is interesting to watch Baltimore. And, we talked about it before the TV shows, how what they had in 2000, what they had when they unfortunately beat you guys in the Super Bowl, those are just great players, and they comprised a great team. And they have a template of the type of guy that they want. Those guys got older, they had to replace him, and it took them a few years. But I'd be damned if they didn't do a good job of replacing them, and especially playing the type of game you have to play today where speed is the most important thing. We joke, and I think there's truth to this, that the only linebackers that are really out there that can throw a wrench in what the Niners like to do offensively are on their team, in Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. That's not true, because Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith are very equal and very much up to the task.
I do. And you know what reminds me? I started playing football in the backyard or out at this school called A.J. Rickoff. It was a big field. And growing up in my neighborhood, we always played tackle football without pads.
Absolutely.
People wouldn't understand that. No, I mean like real tackle. No, where I hit your legs and you might land on your neck, right? Almost like you had pads.
So we would play where it was tackle in the grass, it was touch in the street.
Well, when we were in like a big field with grass, it was tackle.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you might grab somebody, slam them to the ground. That's what the Baltimore Ravens remind me of. A bunch of just backyard football players that just want to play physical. And then you have the ultimate quarterback in backyard football in Lamar Jackson. I remember getting hit because the other team that we used to play are my street versus like 2 streets over.
Old school. They don't do that anymore, by the way.
We would come with our colors and numbers on that we drew. And I remember these guys being a little bigger, faster, and stronger than us. And when they hit you or ran past you, you felt it. Like, oh, man, these some real football players.
Yeah.
That's what the Baltimore Ravens remind me of last night. It's not going to always be pretty. But when it comes down to it and being in the moment, those guys performed, and Lamar Jackson specifically.
Oh, man. I grew up on the street, Bungalow.
Yeah.
And we would go to Bungalow. You'd go to Madden. That was the street next to us. You challenged them. You go to Fairlane. That was a street a couple of streets behind us. Like, that was a badge of honor.
It might be some fights.
Might be.
It might be some fights. Did you guys have your team on this side like a kickoff, but you throw it?
Oh, yeah.
Instead of kicking
Absolutely.
it? And you run down like a kickoff?
Hey, D.
Man, I had many concussions out there.
You know how it is.
I'm telling you.
It's hard to find a kicker in the hood.
I'm surprised I have all my teeth. I'm surprised I have my teeth. Do you know how easy it is to lose an eye out there? Tackling. When I think back, I'm like, what was I thinking?
Getting ready to play D1 college football.
And then you wonder why it's so easy to run into people with football stuff on, right? With helmet and shoulder pads. It's like, I did this bare face.
People will never know the joy and how good it feels when you have a helmet on to hit somebody with a helmet.
Yeah.
Or just a simple hit. That's why they headbutt so much. Yeah. This is fun.
Yeah, we're used to playing in the street on concrete, right? You could tackle on the little piece of grass that's in front of the yard, but as soon as you get close to the concrete, do you know how dangerous that is, right?
Very much so.
Very much dangerous.
I got the scars to prove it.
Listen, you could crack your skull open.
And listen, don't go in the house talk about I hurt myself playing football.
Oh, no.
Because you weren't going to the emergency room.
You're not.
No. You better go in there and lay down.
Those were the good days. I would never do it again.
Turned out pretty good, though, for you, right?
It turned out pretty good. It made it a lot easier to just run into brick walls.
Turned out pretty good. Matt Mayoko joining us at the top of the hour thereabouts. We'll take more of your phone calls. 808-KNBR is the number. Hey, listen, last night happened. It wasn't pretty, but you got to move on. You ready to move on? We'll talk about it next here on The Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
You know, they moved the ball really well in the first half. You know, I hear people saying today, oh, they just got bullied. You know, they really didn't get bullied. They moved the ball up and down the field in the first half. They had 230 yards of offense, and they would have had more, obviously, if it wasn't for 2 fluky interceptions. For all we know, if those interceptions didn't happen, they might have had 500 yards of total offense. So this idea that they got bullied is incorrect.
It's from our conversation with Greg Cosell earlier. I think the bullying aspect, though, Dante, of what happened last night, I think that is more of what happened at the line of scrimmage.
It was, and it didn't really look like it was bullying until late, until a lot of the 49ers offensive linemen started to leave the game with injuries. But early on, the 49ers were toe-to-toe with their defensive line, so I don't know where the bullying came from. Maybe it's the aggressive style in which the Baltimore Ravens played and some of the big hits out there, the tip passes, just made it look a lot more bullyish than it actually was. But a lot of it was self-inflicted wounds. And I think that equally on the defensive side of the ball for the 49ers, if they don't miss a lot of the tackles, they play very physical as well. So, no, I don't agree with that. The notion that the 49ers were bullied by the Baltimore Ravens.
I've been meaning to pick your brain about a couple of teams here that have really been impressive as of late. And I'll start with Detroit. Won their first division title since, 1993? Long time ago. And looking good in the process, putting up points. And Detroit has an outside chance, but a chance nonetheless of getting the number 1 seed, but that would require the Niners to significantly falter, which in these last 2 games, especially coming up against Washington and another team I want to talk about in the Rams and how they played lately, but the Niners falling off to that extent seems quite unlikely. But Detroit, is this, and they started to turn it on at the end of the season last year, didn't make the playoffs, but had a big win against Green Bay to end the season. So they were definitely trending upwards, and what they're doing right now, or what they have accomplished, is definitely on track. And I'm trying to get past this idea, man, it's the Lions. I can't really believe in the Lions.
That sky blue is real soft.
But I'm old enough it's hard for me to say the words, hey, man, you really got to watch out for the Lions this year. Understanding that it's a completely different situation. Dan Campbell's done a really good job. But is this a team that's just a nice story, or do they have a little oomph to what they're doing?
Well, they have belief, and a lot of times that's all it takes. They fully believe in what Dan Campbell is preaching over there. And when you take the football field and it starts to accumulate to wins, that belief even grows a lot stronger. And that's what we had when we all came here to play for Coach Harbaugh. We had a bunch of free agents that didn't know what to expect when we came here, but when you have a leader of that magnitude that can implement belief, and all the players, coaches, the front office, and the franchise, and you get everybody believing, taking the field, expecting to win, they come into the building, they outwork the opposition, it doesn't really take much. So I like what they're doing over there.
They got guys who can play.
Hutchinson, Jameis Williamson at the wide receiver.
Laporta tight end.
Laporta,
is good.
Yeah, he's very good. But I don't believe in Jared Goff. I've seen Jared Goff his entire career. I've seen the 49ers bully Jared Goff. I've seen them turn him into turnover Tommy. So I don't truly believe in the Detroit Lions because of who they have at the quarterback position, but I like what Dan Campbell has done there and really fixing the culture for the Detroit Lions.
Lions got the Cowboys coming up this weekend.
They're going to lose.
That game is at home, and we know the Cowboys significantly better team at home than they are on the road, which is going to make it hilarious when they lose on the road in the first round of the playoffs, possibly to Tampa Bay. The Rams, weren't they supposed to be dead?
They were. And you know what? There's not another team that really scares me as much as the Rams right now.
They cooking, dog.
Being the way that Matthew Stafford is playing, and then you have Williams at the running back position, who's averaging the most yards per game in the National Football League. He's a stouter, smaller back, but he runs really big. And he can get to the outside, and he fits their offense perfectly.
And really, that's what they've been missing offensively. They haven't had that back because they've been dealing with injury after injury to their backs, and they finally found a guy that fits what they're doing.
They finally found a guy, and with the motions, the shifts, and being similar to Kyle Shanahan in the way that he thinks about the game and tries to attack individual players, and then having a quarterback of Matthew Stafford's stature, they're the only team that scares me right now, the L.A. Rams.
It's just, and the thing about them is that they were supposed to have a significant drop-off because of all of the draft picks that they've given up in order to get some marquee players.
And they've done a great job of bringing guys in on the defensive side of the ball. Mm-hmm. And what's the young rookie name? A Pikachu?
I knew you were going to do that. Puka Nacua.
Puka Nacua. I'm sorry about that, But he's an excellent player. He's having the best rookie year for a wide receiver in the history of the National Football League.
Which is wild when you think about it,
wild.
Dog. That's
and he's been consistent since week one. And what's the other receiver they have over there that the 49ers always have issues with?
Cooper Kupp.
When you have those type of players on the outside and you have a running game coupled with the motions of shift, the eye candy, and the thinking of Sean McVay, a young defense with Aaron Donald, their leader, they're a dangerous team. If they get in the playoffs, it's a team that nobody in the NFC wants to see.
What do you think about Tampa?
I never believed in Baker Mayfield. I know that he had an excellent game last week. I know that he's in line for a huge contract extension. He has Mike Evans, who has 13 touchdowns on the season and leading the NFL in that category. But I don't trust in Baker Mayfield. I know that when things get tough, he's going to start to exit the pocket abruptly, and he's a turnover machine. If you have a defense that can force him to beat you, drive the short field, dink and dunk, Baker Mayfield will lose patience and throw the ball to the defense. So, yeah, I like Tampa's defense and the individual talent that they have there. I just don't believe in Baker Mayfield either.
And so jump to the AFC now. The Bills, who
love them,
are my pick for the Super Bowl.
I love them. I think that it's going to boil down to the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills in the AFC. I think whenever you have a quarterback like Josh Allen who's playing with a chip on his shoulder, I mean, he heard the noise early in the season, and now
he was not playing well, though. I mean, that noise was legit.
He wasn't, and you have to respect him taking that criticism and taking it to the practice field and manufacturing that energy to come out and have a mindset of, I'm going to do anything that my teams need me to do to win games. And I look at him similarly to Lamar Jackson. When he's in the pocket and he chooses to take off, he's going to make something happen.
Yeah.
He has all the arm capabilities to make all the throws. And who wants to go to Buffalo and play in the frozen tundra?
Now, what would you know about that?
Man, I know everything about it. So I don't know if a lot of those teams like the Miami Dolphins can go into Buffalo in the playoffs. Well, I think they're ranked higher than the Buffalo Bills, so they wouldn't have to go into Buffalo. But just playing that Buffalo team in Buffalo, if it boils down to that, and individual talent with Diggs on the outside, they have a bunch of feisty defenders on defense and a defensive head coach. So I think that the Buffalo Bills are contenders, in my opinion.
And I think the Bills might have also gotten themselves a running game, too, here with Cook.
Yeah.
So because, for a while, it was the running game was their quarterback, there for a while. And that's just not sustainable. I mean, Josh Allen is an exceptional athlete, but you got to do a little something in the run game to just take a little bit of pressure off of him. And once they got that and he stopped, I should say, turning the ball over, Buffalo became a much, much better outfit. Like I said, that's my pick for the Super Bowl. I said this before the game last night against Baltimore, and I'll still say it now. Baltimore is no joke whatsoever. I just think Buffalo has the type of talent to where they can make Baltimore sweat, get into a close game, and then anything can happen.
And they have familiarity with Baltimore.
Right.
It's very difficult for an NFC team to beat Baltimore is because
you don't see anything like that.
You don't see
just about to mention that.
Like Lamar Jackson and the speed at which he plays.
And that's not to take away from what the Ravens did, and it's not to excuse the Niners, mistakes that they made on both sides of the ball, but the lack of familiarity with the squad. And then when you see it, and all of a sudden now it's a game, and these guys start moving fast, and it can be a shock to the system. And to cycle it back around to Brock Purdy, especially for a young quarterback, he's never seen anything like that.
He's never
dreamed of anything like that.
He's never seen it. And when a lot of these defenders play Lamar Jackson for the first time and that gear that he can hit, a lot of them are blown away.
Yeah.
Because on paper, he might run 4.5, but game speed, he might be running 4.2 out there.
And you just think a cat that big can't move that
and
fast.
can stop on a dime and cut back and have the awareness to make everybody look silly.
And I'll say it again. What impresses me with Lamar Jackson, and this is how you know that what he does is sustainable and it's going to happen for a long time. You never get a direct shot on him.
No.
Never.
He'll wait to the final moment to move out the way.
Yeah.
Or he'll slow down his momentum, or he'll slide, or he'll go down. And that's what's going to make him play for a long time and give him that longevity, because you can't take those hits. Sometimes Josh Allen.
I was just about to mention, Josh Allen makes himself a convenient target. You could get a direct shot on Josh Allen. Now, here's the thing. Josh Allen is the size of a steakhouse.
But he's still destructible.
He's still destructible.
He's still destructible. If it takes one of those guys to get those ribs or hit you on that shoulder, you're out of here, buddy.
But he has the capability to bounce back for it. You don't want to keep doing it. He has the capability to bounce back from it. There are a lot of guys, Kyler Murray, for instance, and I'm picking extremes here to make my point. Kyler Murray is, you get a direct shot on him.
They're called fragile.
It could be night-night.
Yeah, he's like a little baby out there running around.
But Lamar Jackson, watching guys, and we saw this a couple of times with the Niners, definitely saw it more than a few times in the Baltimore game against Jacksonville a couple of weeks ago. Trying to tackle Lamar Jackson around the shoulders is just dumb, because you're never going to be able to get him down. But I can understand the defender's frustration, because that's the only time you can lay a body part on him, because you're never going to get a direct shot.
Vic Fangio would speak that and preach that to us all the time, especially on defense. And it's not just quarterbacks that is hard to get down from tackling around the shoulders. Think about a receiver running away from you on a crossing route and you're trying to close down and make a tackle. A lot of times guys grab them above their shoulders and they'll just duck down and you'll use your momentum to keep you going.
Fly right off, yeah.
And they'll just keep going. So a lot of times when you're in those situations and scenarios, you have to get down and get Lamar Jackson's ankles. You can't get him above the shoulders. You can't get him around the waist because he's still going to throw the football.
He got out of a waist tackle last night.
Absolutely. The key to getting Lamar Jackson and these guys down, and it goes back to Ben Roethlisberger. Remember how strong and big Ben Roethlisberger was in the pocket? You would have to literally wrap your arms around him so that he can't throw the football, or you have to come in and torpedo and get his legs. Other than that, he's going to continue to make plays. Lamar Jackson is the same with being able to escape these tackles.
Dak Prescott's like that too.
Sometimes.
You got it.
He's like that sometimes. It's not all the time.
I said it for that reaction.
But he did really have a really good exchange of the hand of the football. He had the ball in his left hand last week, and the defender came in, had his left hand. I saw him change it to the right hand, pull his left hand out, and then throw the football with his right. So that was incredible. But, yeah, sometimes he can do it. Not all the time.
They still blowing you up on Twitter about that?
No. A lot of them still heard about the loss last week. They're not worried about me. They're worried about the playoff chances and the Super Bowl chances. I'm the last of their worries.
They'll find a way to make it about you, just so they don't have to talk about their team failing in the playoffs once again.
Yeah, hopefully. And then I have some ammo for them. And then the 49ers have to continue to win to give me more ammo. When they lose like last night, I can't say anything, right? So I have to wait to the next big win and the next big Dallas loss to get my words off.
I just love how you have those tweets and drafts.
Yeah.
It's amazing how I'm on Twitter and I'm like,
I'm coming.
Dante's courting the smoke. I see that came up real fast.
Yeah. I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming. So get your ammo ready.
The ease of, you got to get out of here to catch a flight. Matt Mayoko is going to join me at the top of the hour. The ease of letting go of yesterday. Is that just something a thing that a guy like me would say, or is that something that the players can actually do? Can you actually just hit the eject button on that and say, it happened, we don't like it, but we can't dwell on it?
It's protocol. It's protocol for a professional athlete. And we've all been through it individually, as a team. When you have bad losses, you have great wins. And similarly to the way that you have to take 24 hours, 48 hours to digest a game and get over a win, it's the same for a loss. And it goes down to one game at a time, right? Some games you're not going to play as well as you want to. Some games you're going to play better than you thought you would. But at the end of the day, it's 1 week at a time. Last week has to be deleted, and we have to fix the mistakes. We have to move forward, and we can't dwell on that. Like you heard Fred Warner and those guys say, and I say it all the time, you can't let one loss turn into two. That's criminal. So you have to fix the mistakes, get back to work, and get a W on the board.
And I really think there's something to that. This is said a lot in basketball, but I think you can carry it over to other sports, particularly football, is that great players don't have two bad games in a row.
Right.
I think you could say the same thing about teams.
Mm-hmm.
Great teams don't have two bad games in a row. Because if the Niners do the absolute unthinkable and they follow yesterday's loss with a loss to the Commanders, then you got to have some conversations. You got to have some real conversations because you're not supposed to do that, right? You lose to the Ravens, that's fine. Losing to the Commanders, and this is not a disrespectful thing, but let's just call it what it is.
Should be. 32nd ranked in defense, giving up 30 points per game, last in rushing defense, all these things. Hey, man.
All of those are verifiable facts. But you lose to a team like that, then you got issues.
Yeah, you have major issues.
Great teams, like great players, shouldn't have bad back-to-back games.
Yeah, and then they don't know who their quarterback is going to be for this week. You might have Jacoby Brissett.
I'm hungry.
Okay.
Don't talk about brisket.
Brissett. Or I think Sam Howell was out with an injury. So, yeah, if you lose to this team, you have major issues.
It's a Chase Young game as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he has to make sure that he keeps his emotions in check.
Or maybe you want him like, old boy in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Maybe you just want him just going out there, just going diesel on them all. You
don't want him to hyperventilate before the game.
No, I don't want him to pass out.
It's like, let me at him, and then you don't have any energy out there. You're just running out of gas, right?
It's been quiet for him.
Very.
Surprisingly or not?
I don't know if it's surprisingly. I think that this was the reason why Washington was willing to deal him. He can get to the quarterback. He can do great things in the run, but the consistency of doing it. And, he has all the tools and the capabilities, the physical attributes, but it's not showing up in the stat book. It's not having that effect on the game that we thought it would have to be able to get direct pressure, consistently beat 101 blocks. And that's something else that they're going to have to improve on. Opposite Nick Bosa in the playoffs, they're going to need somebody that can consistently beat one-on-one tackles and get to the quarterback to force the ball out to help the secondary and the underneath coverage. So, I think that Chase Young will be pumped up this week for sure. And, whenever you play your ex-team, you want to go, especially he played for him this year, right?
Just this year.
So he practiced against those guys all the time.
This is it.
So he wants to go in there and show
right here.
What he can do.
Any player, and even if it's a good parting of the ways, you always want to go back against your former team and let them know this is what you had and you missed out on it. You messed it up. And the worse the situation, the more intense that desire to go back and show improve becomes.
It is. And in the media, you want to show the media, the people that talk bad about you when you had a bad game. Your ex-girlfriends in the city, they're going to be watching. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, man, what Chase going to come to Chocolate City and do?
Hey.
You know
the old Mike Jones song?
Mike Jones.
Back then, they didn't want me.
Back
I'm
then,
hot, they all want me.
They ain't want him. Now he going there 2-3 sacks in Chocolate City.
I'm okay with that. Ooh. I'm okay with that.
Get there Friday night. They might be able to go out Friday night in Chocolate City.
Yeah, you get there, you leave here about 2, East Coast, you get there 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you got a curfew.
You get to the hotel, you got the Uber waiting. You get out there, you can get loose for at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, about 2 hours, Get out in Chocolate City, enjoy the city, and then it's all the work.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, this is all sightseeing. You're just going to see the monuments. Yes, it'll be dark.
See the White House.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about guys going out and, enjoying nightlife.
Maybe we are. Sometimes, man, when you're an adult and you got a little time off and there's nothing wrong with it, it's okay. A lot of guys, that's their time. A lot of guys, that's their time to get out, right? When they get out, get a couple hours, it's like, okay, Get away from football, and then get out there on Sunday and perform.
On the real, though, you do feel kind of like a normal human. Again.
You do. And you don't have a bunch of people or fans from the city that you play in that's going to really bother you too much.
You're out of that fishbowl.
Yeah, you're out of the fishbowl for at least 48, 72 hours.
All right, my man, I know you got to get on that plane. Have a great flight.
Yes, sir.
See
Happy
you back
holidays
here on
out
Sunday.
there, everybody. Don't panic about the 49ers. It's going to be okay.
I think we did a good enough job dispelling some myths and just kind of it's all right, chill. It's
massaging
good.
it.
Yeah. Okay, that's enough. All right. Bye. Get out of here. Make sure you follow Dante on Twitter, on Dante Whitner on all of the socials, especially Twitter, especially for you Cowboys fans. All right. Matt Mayoko, our Niners insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joining me, Rod Brooks, next here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
Rod Brooks in for Tolbert and Copes. Matt Mayoko, as advertised, joining us here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Hello, Rod. How the heck are you?
I know. This is weird to me, too.
Yeah. This is, I can't. Well, it's kind of. Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is awesome.
Let's start with.
We talk more than we ever have, probably, but just not in this.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Let's start with the latest Niner news. Sebastian Joseph Day, defensive tackle, formerly won a Super Bowl with the Rams. Most recently, with the Chargers, they made a coaching change, and he was waived a few days later. The significance of that move to bring Joseph Day in, not only in terms of what he could add to the Niners' defensive line, the interior, but does it say anything about the possible status of Eric Armstead?
It could. That's the one injury where Kyle Shanahan has kind of, I don't know, he's been cryptic in not a good way as far as expressing concern for what Eric Armstead or for when he might be able to get back out there. And it's been 3 games now where he's missed, and it kind of sounds like there hasn't been a whole lot of progress. So, with the regular season winding down and, the playoffs starting in either 3 or 4 weeks for the 49ers, I think it just makes sense in a lot of different areas. And I don't know exactly what happened there with the Chargers. Obviously, he was with the Rams when Brandon Staley was there, and then it just seems kind of unique that just a couple days after the head coach and the GM leave, that a team captain is also waved goodbye to. So this is one that makes a lot of sense. The 49ers during the season, they've added Randy Gregory, they added Chase Young, a defensive end. And I would say that the defensive tackles have had a difficult time picking up the slack in all areas. If it's not the run game, then also in pass with the pass rush. So this one does make a lot of sense, and he steps in, and it's just for the final couple of weeks of the season and then the postseason. So not a lot of money being invested, but I think kind of a valuable asset was added, because that's the one spot on the defensive line. If you can bring in a guy on the defensive line, you can teach him what you want in very short order. And also, there are so many guys who play during the course of a game. You're talking about at least 8 guys rotating into the lineup. So that's someplace where someone coming in from the outside can make an immediate difference for the team.
Is no news currently on Trent Williams and his groin issue. Can we consider that good news, or are we waiting for an MRI shoe to drop?
Yeah, I would say probably more Thursday would be the day. Okay. I mean, he won't practice tomorrow, and then Thursday we'll kind of see where that thing is going. So I don't know that, with him, such a large man and a large part of what the 49ers are doing, that one's concerning. That one and Ambry Thomas with a hamstring. The 49ers worked Jason Verrett in a little bit in the game yesterday. So those are kind of the injuries that the 49ers come out of this game a little bit concerned with. I mean, as well as Aaron Banks, aggravating a turf toe injury, and then Jalen Moore, who has been the backup offensive tackle. He's out. He had a concussion, and this is a short week. So, I mean, it's possible that the 49ers could be down 3 offensive linemen, 3 not necessarily starting offensive linemen, but Jalen Moore would be a starter if Trent Williams is out. So they're all of a sudden their depth has been or could be really tested on the offensive line.
All right, so to revisit last night, because that's what we do in these mediums, the 4 interceptions, everyone seems to be in agreement with Kyle Shanahan's assessment that the first one, that's the one. That's the issue. 2, 3, and 4, not so much. The fourth one, unfortunately, Travis Jones was able to get around McKivitz and to get to Purdy's arm. The second one was just a heck of a play by the defender, by Baltimore's defender, Brandon Stevens. To me, the third one, though, my thing is just throw it away, but I get it. This is who Brock Purdy is. This is what has endeared him to his teammates and to fans. I would have liked to seen it thrown away, but, it's not something I'm going to jump up and down about. 4 interceptions are all going to be on the quarterback, but it's really that first one where you just go, man, if you would have seen it a little bit differently and you hit the touchdown, maybe the outcome of the game is different.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'd say that, the first and the third were the ones that were the most regrettable of those. And, yeah, the first one, I mean, the offense was rolling, right? I mean, after the fact, people are, saying, they should have been running the ball early on. Well, obviously the 49ers saw something with the way the Ravens were stacking the box, and they wanted to kind of make them a little bit more, kind of keep them honest with the run defense. And they moved the ball right down the field. Mm-hmm. And, he went for the big chunk. He went for the big play. And, based on the play call and the defense, he just made the bad read. And, he should have checked that thing down and just kind of lived to play another day. The second one is really interesting because that was actually a run play that the 49ers had scheduled. And, he recognized the corner blitz and tried to get the ball out to beat the blitz and perhaps counteract what the Ravens were doing by making a big play. So it was a good play on his part until it became a bad play. And I guess how it became a bad play was because the Ravens made a really good play on that to bat the ball away and then get it the interception as well. And then the third one, I think he recognized that there was a penalty. He saw the flag. He said he even kind of saw the body language that suggested to him in retrospect that it was going to be a penalty on the offense. So there was nothing, absolutely nothing positive that could come out of that play other than rewinding third down and getting another chance from, 15 yards deeper. In other words, I mean, that's a play that you just have to cut your losses and live to play another down. In this case, just live to punt because there was that was the best case scenario, was just to be able to punt on the next down because the Ravens would have declined the penalty if it was an incomplete pass. So, yeah, I mean it's what's so shocking is that it was so shocking. In other words, he's played so well for so long. Now it's been, I think, including postseason, we're talking 27 starts. Mm-hmm. He's just done such a good job of making the right decision, making the right throw, putting the ball where it needs to be, that when he has a game like this that every quarterback has, it's kind of jarring because we've all come to kind of believe that this guy is just immune from those types of mistakes. And last night proved that he is not immune from those kinds of plays. Nobody is. Second quarter, the score is 10-5. You throw that bad boy away. You do what you need to do on third down. You punt that thing and give yourself a chance. But, young in the game, and that Baltimore defense is clearly the best defense
he's ever seen. Brock Purdy in his life. These things happen. Learn from it and move on. Matt, is where I want to pick your brain and where you are after the game in the locker room, not only talking to players, hearing what they have to say, but also looking at them and getting a read on their body language, if you will. Matt Mayoko, our Niners insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us here on The Sports Leader. Talk about what was the mood of the locker room? But I think it's important to ask this question because of what happened and how everyone, unprompted, how everyone had the exact same frame of mind, if you will.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question because you've been there before, and I think anyone who's been in any kind of locker room gets a totally different sense, or maybe it's the same sense from watching the game. How would you expect the players to respond? And I will say this about this locker room is that it's a very mature and business-like locker room. And I would say almost universally that their approach has been one where I go, well, that's the right way to handle something. And that's the way I felt yesterday, talking, to George Kittle. George Kittle was like, I'm not angry. I'm disappointed, that, they had an opportunity there. And Fred Warner was like, hey, all you can do is turn the page. Stuff happens where, there were tipped balls and, there's not a team on the planet that can win a game against anybody in the NFL. And we're talking, if the Carolina Panthers were out there last night, the 49ers lose if they're turning the ball 5 times, right. Turning the ball over 5 times and not getting any takeaways in return. You compound that when you're playing the best team in football. And now we can say it. I mean, the 49ers, who universally were considered the top team in football heading into last night. Now it's the Baltimore Ravens. Now they're the ones with the target on their back.
And by the way, that's okay too.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I mean, they earned it.
Right.
It doesn't mean a darn thing.
That's why it's okay.
It's okay. They're the top team in football. They can wear that badge here until the postseason begins, and then then it's settled for real. But I thought that the way they handle it, the way Brock Purdy, who's just so steady, the way he the way he expressed his sentiments after the game, I thought it was the right touch by everyone, and I think they all recognize that it's still out there for them. All they did last night was kind of eliminate their wiggle room. Now they don't have much margin for error. I do think that I would be surprised if the Cowboys don't beat the Lions, but I'd also be surprised if the Eagles don't run the table. I would be surprised if the Eagles don't beat the Arizona Cardinals. I would be surprised if the Eagles don't beat the New York Giants Week 18. It's possible the Giants win that game, but I think that anybody would kind of expect them to run the table. So now it's incumbent upon the 49ers to take care of business and win 2 games that, if we think they are, if they are what we think they are, then they should beat the Commanders on Sunday, and they should beat the Rams Week 18, regardless of what the Rams have at stake. And they might have a lot at stake for this game. They might not. They might have the playoff situation wrapped up. And now I look at the Rams differently too. I mean, seeing what the Rams did, losing in overtime against a really good Ravens team in Baltimore, the Rams are playing some really good football. So, the Rams, you could probably make the argument the Rams are the second best team, or the second hottest team. Well, I guess the 49ers can't be considered hot anymore, but the Rams are right up there, and they could make some noise in the playoffs.
Hey, real quick before I let you go, the tackling. I'm still waiting to see some numbers from last night. But there were times that it's not just a Lamar Jackson thing. There were times where the tackling once again left a lot to be desired. Maybe it's not up to double-digit missed tackles as we've seen from the Niners in the 3 previous games against Philly, Seattle, and then the one in Arizona. But the tackling is not up to the standard that we've gotten used to, and I think the standard it needs to be considering how good this defense is and what they have in front of them. Is this not that big of a deal, or is it something that needs to be addressed, and can it be addressed at this point in the season?
Well, yeah, it's being addressed. I just don't know what the solution is, because at this point, where they are, it's there's no live tackling done. It actually wasn't nearly as bad as you would think. I mean, I think if we're going to use PFF as the standard, it's only 6 missed tackles.
Oh, is it really just 6?
Yeah,
okay.
It's only 6.
Well, that's an improvement.
It is an improvement. I think it seems like maybe, all 6 of them came on one play. and this, he's so slippery. Lamar Jackson is so slippery. But, maybe it's not as big a concern from this game, although I think now we kind of have it in our mind to be looking forward and taking special notice. But I do think it was a little bit better. Remember, their run defense was not bad last night at all. Other than the one play, and I don't even know if it's considered run defense. It was when Lamar Jackson basically scrambled for 30 yards, but that was the big chunk play that the Ravens were able to get. But as far as limiting Jackson other than the 30-yard scramble, I think they did an okay job. And I think as far as Justice Hill and Gus Edwards containing those guys, I think the defense did a pretty good job. But I think, based on the way they played against Arizona and some of the games before that, it is definitely an area where they addressed and they will continue to kind of harp on. But it's really difficult to do anything physically to limit those missed tackles this time of the year, because this is going to be basically a walkthrough week. They're going to sleep in tomorrow, get a later practice, and probably go, half speed or 3/4 speed every practice they have until they jump on the plane and head to DC.
All right, Matt, go enjoy your evening. We'll talk again when we do our weekly production meeting, getting ready for
which
Niners
actually, I
post.
think, Rod, those production meetings should probably be. I think they should be encapsulated and put in a time capsule, and the rest of the world should be able to hear those, because
yes.
They are quite entertaining.
We should let people know how the television sausage is made. That'll be real good for the folks.
The 15-minute Dante Whitner breakdown is worth the price of admission.
Without a doubt. Take care, brother.
All right, Rod. Have a good one.
I was Matt Mayoko, our Niners insider on NBC Sports Bay Area. We got to get out of here. So what bowl game we got coming up? The Guaranteed Rate Bowl? Kansas and UNLV. Yeah, I'm going to have to miss that one. But you shouldn't. Coming up at 5:30 here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our man Marcus Thompson joined Deir and Todd Husak to break down what went wrong for the 49ers against the Ravens. Check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
And what's the young rookie name? A Pikachu?
I knew you were going to do that. Puka Nacua. This has indeed been a treat to be here on the Sports Leader once again. Tomorrow is going to be a whole lot of fun. We're getting the band back together, just like in the Blues Brothers, and we are going to do a big show and then probably get hauled off to jail. But my partner in crime, Bob Fitzgerald, will join me tomorrow at 10. And from 10 to 2, one night only, as they said in the Blues Brothers, you will get the Fitz and Brooks show. So looking forward to being on KNBR with my brother Bob Fitzgerald. And I really enjoyed today with Dante Whitner, and looking forward to Friday morning with Marcus Thompson. My love and appreciation for all of you here in the Bay Area who so many years ago allowed skinny, snot-nosed kid from Houston to come into the Bay Area and talk about the teams that you love so much. For you to allow me to do that and embrace me is something that fills my heart with joy every single day. And one of my big regrets is that I was never able to say that to you I am so happy I was able to say that to you right now. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for accepting me as one of your own. And I do not take that acceptance lightly, nor do I take it for granted. I am extraordinarily appreciative of it. Know that, even if I never say that to any of you behind a microphone again. All right. Enjoy the game coming up, the Guaranteed Rate game. And really looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be bananas, the Fitz and Brooks Show, 10 o'clock, right here on KNBR, the sports leader.